This young man just crossed over to a different world and was gifted by the system with an overpowered skill that can cure all diseases. His observation hockey lets him diagnose any illness at a glance. The Lord of Language Communication skill automatically translates all languages. Even the top healer mage in the server has to give up when facing him. However, since he doesn't have a medical license, the protagonist Kang Seung-Hwin can only work as a quack healer traveling around. Roose is an adventurer in the town. Today he was ambushed by 30 wolves. Thankfully, his ancestors carried the burden, so he barely managed to drag his life back. But you were seriously injured, and if not treated in time, you could die. Seeing this, Brother Men immediately asked if you wanted treatment. The express treatment costs 150,000 gold and is guaranteed to work. But since Seung-Hwin didn't have a healer's badge, Roose naturally refused. He thought he had encountered a scammer trying to silence him. Watching Roose leave, Seung-Hui remained calm. He only told Roose that if his wound didn't heal, he should come to him. After that, Roose went to find another healer to treat the injury. Although the price was steep, the effect was quick, and he no longer felt any pain. Unexpectedly, that night, Roose's foot suddenly turned black. That was when Seung-Hwin appeared in Roose's room. It turned out he already knew that a regular healer wouldn't be able to treat Roose's wound. At that moment, Roose realized Seung-Hwin was not a fraud and hurriedly begged him to save him. He held up 3 fingers and said 300,000 is the final price for treatment. The young man was startled and panicked when he heard Seung-Hui double the price. He explained it was because the wound had become more serious. Much more than before, with little money left, if you want to sniff the good stuff, you'll only be smelling incense and dirt. In the end, after some bargaining, Roose agreed to treatment for 200,000 gold. Because he had no cash left, he had to pawn his sword to Seung-Hui. The young man turned pale, afraid to ask if his wound was very dangerous, if he was about to die. His foot was swollen and bruised like it was poisoned in the final stage. Seung-Hui then tapped his foot and comforted him. With a divine healer like me here, I guarantee you'll live strong like a little champ and won't wither away anytime soon. I've seen it myself. There are some things that cannot be cured. One of them is poison. Hearing the word poison, his face turned as pale as a banana leaf. He handed you a purple fruit and said this. Drink this, you're confused. What is this? He said this is a blackcurrant. The leaves and stems are poisonous and can cause paralysis. And this is why black-maned wolves often live around these trees. Driving the prey into these trees will immobilize them, making it easier for them to hunt. Roose seemed to go mad. You mean I'll be paralyzed from now on? Please, healers, save me. Please, do something to help me. He pulled out a purple potion. Actually, there is another way, you said tremblingly. What are you planning to do with that? The healer took out a sharp knife and carefully placed the bottles of black sour antidote on the table. This antidote needs to be poured directly onto the wound. I want to treat it without much hands-on work, but I don't know who else to ask. But someone else did a great job treating you already, so the only option left is to open the wound. Roose said helplessly, That's right. You're right. If I had known, I wouldn't have treated it before. It would have just made things worse. He continued, as I explained before. I couldn't perform the treatment not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't. I don't have any painkillers, so just scream as loud as you can. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to bring the knife close to your leg. Tears and snot streamed down your face. Wait, I'm not ready yet. He warned that it would get worse if I struggled. Finally, the wound was cut open and the antidote was administered. You silently thought it was normal for the healer to proceed with the treatment, but he took another vial and said once again, Endure it or pass out. The skilled healer's name is Kang Seung-Hwin, the healer of the On mission, On. Kang Seung-Hwin recalled that 3 years ago when I opened my eyes, I was in a strange cave. A notification appeared, You have been assigned a new profession. I have seen this scene many times before, with monsters appearing everywhere. Countless people were attacked and torn apart by wolves, and the system gave me a mission to become a healer. At that time I was still confused, healer sister. It seemed this was not Earth, and I was in another world. But the lucky thing was that I was not the only person from Earth pulled here. Everyone was confused. What should we do now? We need to find a way back home. We're just getting started. How can you already be thinking about going back? I knew it. I like it here. I need to get back as soon as possible. I still have a family. Everyone has their own different opinions. Only you sat quietly in a corner, lost in thought. This situation feels like something out of a fantasy. Especially this, the status window shows your healer stats. But what does the question mark at the end mean? A woman voiced her opinion. She is right. We have to find a way to survive. Although the monsters are terrifying, if we work together, defeating them won't be that difficult. Each of you has already received your class and skills, right? He suddenly discovered the skill. The first skill window was cutting. cutting anything with a sharp object. He said it's not this one. The next skill is the Lord of Languages, automatically translating every language as well. Finally, the observing eye, observing everything with your own eyes, is still not right. What I need, this isn't it either. What the hell is this? My profession is definitely a healer, but why don't I have any healing skills? Light streamed into the room through the window crack as Kang wiped the blood from his hand with a cloth. All right, it's done now. The wound will heal quickly, but please don't walk for 2 to 3 days. Roose sobbed. I'm still alive, even though I got cut up. Having my life is already lucky, my friend. He kept bowing his head, thanking the healer. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died. Kong smiled and said, I told you this illness isn't fatal. He looked at the wound he had treated himself. The wound seemed to be healing. Can I do this without having the ability to heal? Roose said awkwardly. I'm sorry for yelling at you yesterday and even calling you a fraud. He smiled kindly and replied, It's okay. I've heard that a lot, and I'm used to it. Who would believe a healer doesn't have healing abilities? In his heart, he admired him. He had a kind heart. Kong also confided in Roose that it was amusing to see those who had spoken to him like that, now begging him to save them. That's why I chose this profession. Roose thought to himself, setting aside that kind heart. I misjudged him. After finishing everything, Kang went to the restaurant alone. Julia kindly asked for a portion. She happily replied, Okay, 1 portion for you, Mr. Kang. He sat down at the table, took out a small notebook from his pocket, and wondered if he should write in his journal while waiting for the food. Finally, he quickly jotted down a few lines. The weather was good, the location behind the village, the patient was poisoned. After stepping into this world, I developed a new habit. The place I was pulled into is filled with hordes of monsters and deadly pollution everywhere, a place very hard to survive. The continent is on. So, to find my way back to Earth, I recorded daily events. A scream caught his attention. Julia accidentally cut her own hand. He suddenly appeared behind her and asked, Are you okay? Julia was startled out of her wits. Oh my God, you scared me, he said worriedly. Let me see your wound. Julia laughed and replied, All right, it's nothing serious. He helplessly thought to himself, I'm too tired of these arguments. His observational skills have been activated. His eyes now function like a scanner, revealing injuries and the physical condition of the target. An abnormal condition was detected. The bleeding on her left index finger caused by the knife is not serious. I just need to stop the bleeding. He quickly tried to reassure her. If your hand hurts, you won't be able to prepare the meal. Julia thought that made sense. Then I apologize for causing trouble, but please take a look at it. He immediately used the bleeding control skill, gently touching her hand. In the blink of an eye, he had finished the treatment. Julia politely replied, Thank you, Kay. The system announced that 1 point had been added. As expected, treatment is worth 1 point, with a total of 103 points accumulated. You can spin the wheel once for 20 points. He thought for a moment. After all, he had accumulated quite a few points, so why not spin the wheel 5 times in a row? The system confirmed the wheel was activated, and a lucky spin appeared before his eyes. Result strength +1. Result strength +1. Result 10. Gold. Result 10 gold. He was so angry he trembled. Gold really shouldn't appear in this spin, right? Lucky spins have always been a scam. They never give you anything good, guys. I'm waiting to see the next result. The result is receiving a new skill allocation. It changes absorption potions into energy and increases the potion's effect by 30% when used. This is really good. All the eating and drinking is done now. Should we give it a try? In Kang's hand is a small healing potion. He squeezed the bottle with all his strength. The absorption skill activated, and the health potion was absorbed. Then the distribution skill was activated, restoring the health of targets within the distribution area. Pretty good, right? I can also use it on patients. It's much better than just giving them medicine to drink. While you were breaking the bottle, a gas escaped from it, causing a passerby to scream in fear and fall flat on the ground. Who are you? Kang asked calmly. I'm sorry, he asked angrily. Do you think just apologizing is enough? You attacked me out of nowhere. He shrugged and replied, I've fully restored your strength. He looked confused as he touched his body, then quickly switched to a friendly, flattering attitude. Oh my God, you're the healer. Min was speechless. This guy turns on you faster than an X. I had never seen a skill like that before, so I didn't know about it either. Well, I live in the countryside. He just smiled and said, I understand. But inside, he wondered how he could possibly know the skills meant for a sister healer. Then the guy over there took the initiative to speak. Well then, Miss Healer, maybe this is fate. Do you want to join us? He asked Quebec curiously. An adventuring party. He immediately replied, "Yes, we are recruiting healers. If you join us, we'll be a team of 4, a perfect number for a squad." He then asked, "What is the team's mission?" He honestly said, "We will be hunting rare monsters." He was interested in the invitation and wondered about the reward for the mission. He confidently replied, 1.2 million gold. Hearing that number, he thought the reward was pretty good. "And there isn't any healer in their team, should I join?" At the Adventurers Guild, a wounded person anxiously asked, "Then healer, can you show us your abilities first?" The healer said sarcastically, "Of course, I am capable of being the only healer in the team." Mr. Kang and the guy you just met earlier went to the Adventurers Guild. When they arrived, seeing the 3 of them, he patted him on the shoulder and asked, "Sir Rick, you said including me there would only be 4 people. He started to feel a headache coming on. "I think we already invited another healer at the same time. You guys have heard about the mission, right? The reward is 1.2 million gold coins, so the more people we have, the smaller each person's share will be. Do you 2 think that's okay?" Both of them replied in unison, "It's fine." He silently thought that he didn't seem to have any intention of backing down. The therapist also pondered that maybe he was chasing the same thing as himself. One of them stepped forward to shake his hand. "Very well. Then let's work together. I am Ferio." He also politely reintroduced Kang Sung-Huin. The healer woman stood silently, glancing at him. After the meeting, everyone went into the forest together. Someone laughed with satisfaction and said, "I feel really reassured knowing we have 2 healers with us." Seeing Kang Sung-Huin calmly humming, he felt extremely annoyed. "Cheer, this bastard. I won't forgive you for this." After that, the young man began to showcase his skills. "In short, I can use basic healing magic, or even intermediate blessings, holy shields, first aid, poison resistance, recovery, light resurrection, purification of light arrows, and many other divine skills." That's all. Everyone applauded after hearing it. "So cool. Truly a talented healer." Rick turned around and asked, "What about you, eh?" "What about you?" And Kang grumbled, "I can do this." A stream of energy appeared around his body, and everyone asked in surprise, "What is that?" The healer woman began to worry. "That arrogant bastard, how dare he use a technique I've never heard of before?" An Kong stepped forward and asked, "So which monster is our target?" Ferio replied, "Sewer rats, rat monsters that live everywhere on the continent. I didn't know that among those sewer rats there's a rare type, worth 1.2 million gold coins each." He was stunned. "What? You guys have never hunted a rare monster before?" Everyone answered honestly, "Yes, we have never seen one before. Me neither." The healer hesitated. "I've only been a healer for less than a year." He, full of experience, advised everyone, "We need to prepare a lot of medicinal water to fight a rare monster like this. Let's go back to the village and get ready." Ferio sighed. "Go back now when we've come this far?" "Forget it, it's just a rat. That guy took advantage of your slip-up to criticize you. Didn't you bring enough medicinal water? That is your responsibility. If you are that afraid, you can leave." He smiled firmly and decided, "I'm going out." Everyone was stunned when they heard it. The senior sorcerer celebrated joyfully, while Ferio stepped forward and asked, "Are you sure? Don't change your mind later." He turned and said, "I'm sure you guys will lose, but I can help you later." "Great. Now everyone will have 300,000 gold coins." Everyone burst out laughing at his silly words. Rick didn't forget to wave goodbye. "Take care. Are you really running away just because of a rat? Then I'll take it for you." A rare item. After some time searching through the forest, they finally reached their destination. Found it. The rat worth 1.2 million gold coins. Jia Hui in the other world really stands out from his brothers. The healer sister told him not to worry about his stats, so he confidently spoke up. "All right, everyone move forward. Channel all your strength into the attack." Ferio charges wildly ahead. The clever sewer rat has spotted its enemy. Ferio lunges forward, intent on ending its life. "Die!" He slammed his hand hard onto the ground, cracking the earth, but the rat was nowhere to be seen. Where did it run off to? The rat had appeared behind him without him even noticing. Its whole body emitted a dazzling electric light, so he covered it with his shirt. What was this light? "My mana is quickly running out." Rick anxiously asked the healer, "Are you okay?" He urged, "I'm still fine. Hurry up, I'll cast a spell to boost your attack. Ban Fuok." Suddenly his expression changed rapidly. Everyone was thrown into confusion. An earthquake? What is that? A horde of over 1,000 insects was advancing toward them. They attacked relentlessly, leaving everyone no time to defend. Ferio shouted loudly, "Damn it, Henry!" The healer sister couldn't believe her eyes. "It's unbelievable. Did we really lose that quickly?" Meanwhile, Rick took advantage of the moment to find an escape route, accidentally revealing to the healer that the cowardly bastard was running away alone. I'm out of mana too. Did you see Rick go into a black hole? Rick ran blindly as fast as he could. Sorry, I'll save you all in the next life. Suddenly, the two of them met again. The healer looked confused. Why was he taking this path? Rick was just as puzzled. He was sure he had already run away.
Have we walked into a trap?
The therapist's sister shouted helplessly. Damn it. A blue vial fell out, and a calm voice asked, So you've failed, haven't you? I knew this was going to happen. The healer was stunned to see Kang Shung-Hun appear. Brother Kang continued, You should have thought about this sooner. Who would give you a huge sum of money just for a rat? I will charge 500,000 gold coins per person for a blue aura that attracts the rats, said the healer Marbello in astonishment. Brother Kang Seung, why are you here? Hurry and make a battle plan against the monsters. They will attack us at any moment. Marbello, you once said you knew how to use God's shield, right? You said, trembling, Yes, but I have no mana left, and I have no recovery potions either. So all you need is mana, the absorption skill activated, mana absorption potion, the allocation skill activated, increasing potion effectiveness by 30% due to the allocation skill. All skills and power are transferred into Marbello's body. He was completely shocked. His mana was restored by the skill. A mana recovery skill? He suddenly remembered the words his master once told him. You need mana to use skills. That's nonsense. Don't let yourself take the easy way out. The only one who could do such a thing was a great god himself, who appeared under a gentle halo. He lowered his head and asked, What the hell are you? Lord Fricks agreed to embody the beloved. This lowly life is truly too rude for him. His strange behavior confuses me. What's going on with him? Marbello kept shouting his oath loudly. My lord, I swear I will never tell anyone about what I saw today. He smiled and whispered to himself. This kid, if I told him the truth, I think he might be so embarrassed he would faint. The sewer rats, drawn by the scent of humans, crept closer to where the adventurer guild group was resting. Mello immediately used his strength, kicking one rat away. He even used his hands to cast a powerful move toward them. Merciful God Almighty, please lend me this incredible strength. If you allow, the Lord's shield will create a circle to block the rats from advancing. He glanced at the situation beside him, silently wondering if he had made everything up to make things look better. Until the very last moment, he knelt down joyfully and said to him, Great Lord, I did it. You should play your part properly, do what you want, and don't bother me. You too. As he spoke, he took out a blue bottle, single-handedly defeating 2 or 3 rats at once. The reason this mission is worth 1.2 million is because this trap dominates the special skill of rare monsters that can gather and control their kind. If adventurers panic and try to run, it traps them in a small dungeon with the ability to control space. That's why I prepared a pesticide in this world, the essence of Terran mint. He grabbed the bottle emitting fumes and charged straight at them. Terran mint can kill even small animals. Although this amount isn't enough to kill hundreds of rats, the allocation skill has been activated. It will be different from the usual allocation skill. And now their defenses are weak. He grabbed a rat by the fur and slit its head open. Another rat noticed its comrade was under attack. While he was busy dealing with this rat, another suddenly charged from somewhere. Luckily, he noticed that damn rat just in time. He quickly dodged to the side, causing the rat to slam into the tree trunk. That's dangerous. It is the domination skill again. Over here, Marbello kneels down to pray, embodying the faith of a man who worships the divine. I shouldn't bother him. Did he order not to be disturbed? Rats. A bunch of rats crawling all over your body. Mello saw this and shouted, Oh, great Lord. He immediately stopped him, saying, No, the recovery potion distributes health restoration. With the effect of the healing potion, the recovery will last for a certain period. He thought to himself that his stats were stable now, so he should take care of them before the potion's effect wears off. There are so many of them. Suddenly, when he wasn't paying attention, Jia Hui sneaked up and stabbed him in the ankle. He immediately squinted in pain, ready to use his knife to deal with it. But the pain was too much, and he collapsed to the ground. Abnormal status, bleeding from a monster bite. The healing drug effect was cancelled. I'm bleeding again right now. This rare monster is smart. I use a bleeding control skill, and I glare at the sewer rat. Red system alert. Domination, you have been affected by a debuff skill. Damage and mana consumption will be doubled. Overlord, huh? I'm hit with too many negative effects here. If you think about draining the opponent's mana until it's gone, then they won't be able to use their skills anymore. While lost in thought, the rat moved toward him, but he showed no fear and said clearly, But do you know I don't use mana? Then he drove a fatal stab into its throat. The weak mouse then collapsed on the ground. He looked at his wound. His limbs were still intact, and his ankle was fine. I thought I was definitely going to die. The system panel popped up with a notification. Achievement completed for defeating a rare monster alone, reward received, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Finally done, it's truly worth all the effort. Mello shouted, "Oh, great lord!" He smiled quietly and said that was close to failing. Luckily, that idiot canceled the healing spell halfway through. He pressed to view the reward. The achievement reward was being randomly spun. Even the rewards are a spin. You have received a new skill, throwing. Throwing accuracy increased by 100%. Throwing damage increased by 100%. Effect enhancement increased by 5%. An offensive skill, huh? I was hoping for something better. Wait, it increases effects? So if I throw a poison with a 1% chance of instant death, it will increase to 26%. But what is this? Empo ran while calling out, "Great lord." He turned back and praised him. "Marbello, you did a great job." His eyes lit up brightly. "It was all thanks to your forgiveness that we were able to survive. I will keep this secret for life." Brother Kang said to let it go and wake everyone up first. He immediately obeyed and did it right away. All right, resurrection. They gradually woke up groggily. Ferio grimaced and asked what was going on. Seeing a mouse sticking its tongue lying right next to him, he turned pale and screamed loudly. "What the hell is this?" He walked over with a dazed look and asked, "Are you sleeping well?" He was stunned. "What is going on? Are you the one who killed it?" He said jokingly, "Do you think it died of old age?" He was amazed. Did he really defeat that monster by himself? No matter what happened, Kang Seung-Hwin still didn't forget to mention the 300,000 gold coins per person. "Thank you in advance." He replied, Yes, we will pay." He added something else, and the three of them stared at him. Kang Seung-Hwin touched the rat and said one more thing. "This is what I was aiming for. I'll take this, a sparkling purple gem." A purse now in his hands. "Now I'm feeling a bit embarrassed." Ferio showed his gratitude. "It's okay. I really appreciate you saving everyone's lives," he replied politely. "But I found this mission thanks to you. Let me buy you something to drink." Henry sighed wearily. "We're heading back to the village tomorrow, so I think it's a bit difficult to drink right now." "He was curious about us," Ferio explained. "All three of us come from the same village. We almost had a mass funeral. Just because we're trying to make a little money doesn't mean we'll stop being adventurers." He nodded in agreement. "That's right, an adventurer can quickly earn a lot of money. However, it comes with an equally great risk." Ferio and the others turned back, smiling as they said, "We're leaving now? Invite us for a drink next time, if we get the chance to meet again." He waved goodbye sadly. "What a pity." "And what about you?" Marbello replied, startled. "I don't drink," he told him. "So from now on, let's pretend we don't know each other, and I'll do the same." Marbello immediately switched to worship mode and replied, "Yes, great lord, you must be hiding your true identity, right?" Then he quietly walked away. "I'm still not good enough. I need to train harder if I want to join the true adventure of the great god." He froze for about 10 seconds. Did I just turn an ordinary person into a lunatic? Whatever, what else can I do? Now let's examine this item. I went to the treasure appraisal place. I handed him the purple gem and said, "I'm here to have this appraised." He nodded and said, "Let's see." Then he picked it up to examine it closely. Seeing his surprised expression, he silently wondered, is it better than he expected? He announced, "I will start right here." A blinding light like the sun shone out. He squinted to take a closer look. It's done. A C-grade treasure. The beauty of a small life. He was stunned by the C-grade. He laughed and said, "Yes, it's about 80,000 gold coins, but if you sell it at our shop, I can pay you 120,000 gold coins." He produced a small blue bottle and dripped a few drops onto the gem. The shop owner looked confused. "Huh? What are you doing?" The gem, after absorbing the solution, still showed no reaction. He introduced to him Latasa alchemy water, a well-known substance in the north that reacts upon contact with blood. "This is the knife I used to kill that rare monster," he said with a forced smile. "Is that so? Then why are you telling me this? The more you talk about it, the cleaner it looks because I washed it, but it still has blood on it, you just can't see it. So with this thing taken from a monster's body, shouldn't it react more strongly than a regular knife?" Unless someone grabbed his head and slammed it hard onto the table, he angrily said, "Stop messing around." The sound of breaking objects echoed throughout the room. The treasure appraiser cried out in pain, "You're making a mistake." "We are inside the Adventurers Guild headquarters. If I report this," Brother Kong Sheng suddenly remembered. "Oh, right." Then he slammed his head down on the table. "Thank you for the reminder." He placed his hand on his head. The bleeding skill was immediately activated. Shung Huin's voice turned terrifying. It seems I forgot to introduce myself. The assessor trembled all over. My blood has stopped flowing. Could he really be? I am the fake healer Shung Huin. He whispered a desperate plea for help. There is a saying on the continent that if you plan to scam a healer, make sure you don't get caught. There are two types of healers who carry treasures. One type is an extremely powerful person, or a madman who takes pleasure in hunting monsters. After a while, the assessor's wounds were bandaged. He thought to himself they were right. A fake healer who fights enemies to the brink of death, then heals them and fights again. His eyes showed suspicion, but he didn't sense any holy power at all. Brother Z carefully examined the jade. So this really is a B-grade treasure? Reluctantly, he still had to answer. Yes, a B-grade treasure and a spirit-focusing ring at A-grade would cost around 6.4 million gold coins. He stepped closer, trying to intimidate. And he intended to buy it for 120,000 gold coins. Should I kill him? He still doesn't understand why this is so expensive. The mental focus ring, when equipped, significantly enhances the wearer's mental concentration, boosts mana, increases damage, speeds up spellcasting, and strengthens mental power by 50%. The appraiser explained further, you know, if a mage panics, it's basically game over. Shung Hui's expression remained unchanged, boosting mental strength by 50%, huh? It's useful in many ways, so that's why it's so expensive. After hearing that, he gave a cold smile. Quite good. Then unseal it and I'll take this enchanted treasure too. Don't trick me again. He bowed his head and replied, yes, but what about the payment? This question went unanswered. Huin's car was already at the tavern, and I had enough money to drink. But then an old lady hurried over to apologize. Sir, we no longer have any seats available. I think you could share a table with someone or visit another tavern. He felt a bit regretful. Is that so? Dr. Kang, someone called you? When the ambulance turned around, he recognized it was Kim Dong-ho. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's really you." Then the two of them sat together and chatted. How long has it been? He wasn't sure, but answered about 2 months. He said happily, "Today you're lucky. This time I made quite a bit." He asked curiously. How much? His face excited. About 2 million gold coins, amazing, right? Order whatever you want, I'll pay for everything. Seung Huin followed his advice, saying the beer wouldn't be enough. He pointed to the raspberry wine. You should try this. Seeing the price of 1 million, Dong Hua was stunned by how expensive it was. He laughed and then spoke up. Then let me pay for this. Please give me a bottle of raspberry wine. The two continued their conversation. Dong Hui admired them. You did a great job on that mission. Is it a treasure? While pouring the item, Seung Huin asked, So have you had any luck today? You wouldn't believe your eyes. Can I really drink this stamina elixir? Just thinking about stamina and stats is exhausting. He confidently affirmed. Of course, stamina is a different stat from strength. I don't need to use the elixir because I can recover through rest, but I can't use skills without it. I realized that I never had mana from the start. I thought it might be because I'm not from the On continent, but other dimensional travelers have it too. Dong Hui said, It's still better than mine, right? It's still comfortable to use skills, he replied, as there are some advantages since mana potions are expensive. You're tipsy now, so let's drink like friends. Here's to people like us living on the On continent with these damn powers. Not long after, Dong Ho got completely drunk and started babbling nonsense. There's definitely a reason why it's so expensive. Ung Huin spoke up. Just relax. That's right, I have something to ask you. What's going on? Is it important? He glanced back. There are a lot of people around. Turn off the god communication first. He immediately understood. It seems really serious. Cancel the god's communication. Dong Ho asked curiously. What's going on? Have you found your way home? Sung Huin was cold. You expect too much. I got a new skill and there are some strange things about it. It's a skill with a black star. The accuracy and damage reach 100% when thrown, and the effect increases by 25%. Did you guess the star in the skill's name? I don't have any skills like that. He nodded slightly. This is also the first time I've seen something like this. It might be better than ordinary skills. Should I try to kill a rare monster on my own? Do you know anything about it? I'm not sure. Suddenly, Dong Ho shouted, That's right, I think someone who was once in my squad mentioned a dark star skill. He asked eagerly, Really? Who is it? You scratch your head. I think his name is Kim Jae-hung, or Kim Jung, or Kim Jin-hung. Let's just call him Kim Jae-hung. He reminded me that I can't just decide someone else's name on my own. You didn't care and went straight to the main point. Anyway, that guy is really strong. He's like us, a dimensional traveler, but the gap is really huge. He killed all the monsters by himself, so I asked him what he ate to get so strong. And he said he possessed a dark star skill. And on the last day, he started screaming. So what did he finally say? Now it's the fourth skill. Dungho's expression grew serious. This might be the way back. After hearing that, he immediately lost his composure. What? The way back? The two of them left the bar. Dungho staggered as he walked. Thank you for inviting me to drink. One day, I'll earn 4 million and buy you 2 bottles. Huyn laughed. I'm looking forward to it. You even took the whole bottle? I'm going back to this boarding house. What about you? He told me he was going to buy some vials of elixir. You waved goodbye. All right, I'm heading off now. See you later. Take care. I'll say goodbye too. The next moment, his eyes changed and his brain started working at full capacity. If what he said earlier was true, then acquiring a 4-star skill could change everything. So I need to get one too because it might be a clue to finding the way back home. But how on earth did Kim Jae-hung manage to collect 4 of them? I only got it by risking my life. How could he forget such important information? He sighed, wondering what he should do tomorrow to earn more points. The next day, at the Hin Village Market, everyone gathered around a board advertising cheap treatments. We accept payment in goods. The sign even has a drawing of a wounded head and a broken face. Are you afraid people won't understand or what? You're just being overly cautious. The Huyn vehicle greets customers with a smile. Welcome. We will take care of you for a low price. Someone asked hesitantly. Are you a healer? His face was full of confident certainty. That's right, another voice interrupted. I know that person. He's a weirdo who couldn't even get a fake healing badge because he can't use healing magic. Whispers broke out immediately. What was that? I knew right away that something was off. Come to think of it, he really looks like a con artist. How could someone who doesn't know healing be a healer? Soon, only Hyun remained there alone. I had a feeling this would happen. Suddenly, a civilian approached. Excuse me, he said happily in greeting. But my real customers aren't the adventurers. They're these people, the woman asked hesitantly. You accept payment in goods? I have some potatoes. I'm not sure if that's enough, he replied with a friendly expression. All right, so what seems to be the problem? She unwrapped a few turns around the wound. This is where I got injured by a farming tool. An acquaintance of mine only had a minor injury on his finger from a small tool, but I heard he got very sick and passed away. Just from a few words, Seung-Hyun guessed it was tetanus. It's a terrifying disease because there is no vaccine for it here. First, show me the wound. The person slowly extended their hand forward. He immediately used his observation skills. Instantly, all the information appeared. The abnormal condition is a scratch cut by a sword 2 days ago during the incident. Prone to infection due to using an old stone bandage. After monitoring for a while, he quietly rejoiced. Fortunately, there is no tetanus, nothing dangerous at all, ma'am. The other person was delighted. Really? Let's see. Hyun took out a bottle of medicine. This will help heal your wound. That's a strange medicinal ointment, isn't it? He explained that it is a cream-type medicine, and she only needs to apply it morning and night and use a clean bandage. Hearing her say I don't have any, he immediately turned away. Wait a moment, healer. Her voice calling out couldn't stop him. Hyun's cart used a bundle of straw, and if not, I could make some myself. He combined his fabric-making skills and succeeded perfectly. Since he was already at it, he made some extra as a backup. It's hard for ordinary people to buy bandages because they're too expensive. The woman teared up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this, Bao Trong. He waved goodbye to his first customer. This is a good start. Zihuin happily hums. He's earned some points. Good news spread quickly, and soon everyone was rushing to find him. Sister Healer, do you really accept payment in goods? Please take a look at my wound. Everything is going smoothly. Thank you. The system has notified that healing points have been received, earning 3 points. God bless you. You earned 2 points. Thank you, receiving 2 points, 5 points, 3 points in turn. Thank you very much. The total accumulated points are 172. Seung-Hyun wiped the sweat from his forehead. This really was worth it. Hunting monsters isn't bad, but peacefully treating everyone in the village is the best. I hope to only see the sick. But suddenly, the medicine table was overturned. This is ridiculous. You call this filthy tent a shop? Hey, give me some potions. Look at everything being destroyed. Who the hell is this? Seung-Hyun tried to hold back his anger. What kind of elixir are you looking for? He replied arrogantly. The kind you make. He cursed silently. Damn it. He looks like he's from a noble family, so why is he coming to this tiny shop? He looked around at this place as small as a nostril. He took out a bottle of medicine. I don't know what you're looking for, but this is the only type I have right now. He said, so you're the one who made it. You're the one. For an alchemist, you're lucky. I am Richard. IF. He is one of the 3 sons of the IF family. He was a bit surprised. IRF is quite a powerful family around here. So what brings you here? A soldier replied, It's nothing unusual. Our master wants to hire you to work for him. Hearing these words, Kang Seung-Hwin couldn't help but feel suspicious. Would someone so noble really come to him? Richard irritably reminded him. You've said too much to this guy already. He hurriedly apologized to the young master, saying he was just following orders. He caught a bag that was thrown toward him. What is this? You shouted loudly. You don't even know what it is? What an idiot. He stood there frozen. Speechless. How would I know? The soldier explained, they are ingredients used to make Tessri's medicine. That person described it as a polluted land. Tessri was once a beautiful land, but now we don't know why it became so polluted. The land has rotted and continuously releases toxins. The lord in charge of this land led the army to eliminate the monsters to prevent the pollution from spreading further. But even without hearing more, you could tell he had been exposed to the toxin during that time. The soldier replied, Yes. One of the servants at the mansion said he received a vial of antidote from here. Right now, the supply of the antidote for this poison is very far away and it's not really effective anymore. Se-Young-Hwin smiled quietly. So that's why this young master came here himself? To counteract the toxin, the cream form of the antidote is better than the liquid. And right now, I'm the only one who can make it. He calmly sat down. So you want me to prepare the antidote? Richard is still in a difficult phase. So you don't understand human language, huh? If you make a good impression on my father, he will grant you a grander shop instead of this shabby hut. That means you will receive a favor you could never repay in your lifetime. He pretended to be delighted, truly honored. That only made him more arrogant. If you understand, then go brew the elixir. Seung-Hwin answered bluntly, I refuse. Those words hit Richard like a thunderbolt. What did you just say? He repeated, I said I refuse. You can't keep your composure, you arrogant bastard. This isn't something a mere alchemist like you has the right to refuse. It's an opportunity my father gave you. He put the bag back on the table. You've got the wrong person. First of all, I'm not an alchemist. Yeah, I could make a decent amount if I took this job, but then I'd have to keep working for them, and I need to earn more points. He glanced at him and tried to be more polite if you're begging for help. You rude fool, are you really a healer? Nonsense. At that moment, someone hurriedly rushed in and cut off Richard's words. The healer, please help me. Miss Liu, my younger sister. Hui immediately checked for abnormalities. The bleeding was so severe the bone was exposed. The finger was cut off by a sharp sickle and could be fatal without treatment. His eyes tensed. It was completely severed, including blood vessels, nerves, and tendons. The finger is just being bandaged for now. We need to clean the wound first. There are a lot of impurities from that sickle. You asked anxiously, So can you save him? Richard's laughter rang out. It was so funny I couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, you finally notice Richard's presence. Richard starts to explain that while an alchemist can cure illnesses or detoxify, he can't do anything about this injury. For this kind of injury, only a healer like me can use light therapy to cure it. Seung-Hwin was a bit surprised. He was a healer? Then please heal her finger. He asked calmly, Why should I do that? Does a lowly commoner like him have enough money to pay me? But if you beg for my forgiveness for being arrogant and agree to our request, I will mercifully help that commoner. Seung-Hui doubted he would really heal a commoner. A nobleman would never do that. A spark of realization flashed in his mind. This bastard really seemed to need his elixir. He decisively turned his face away. No, you don't need to do that. I'll treat it myself, Richard said through gritted teeth. So what do you plan to do? Seung-Hwin took out the tools, saying it just needed to be stitched up. As soon as he finished speaking, he got to work, having cleaned the wound and stopped the bleeding. Luckily, he had previously made a saline solution. He laughed out loud again. Sew it up? Do you think humans are toys? He muttered to himself. Go ahead and use it. Don't distract me. Richard challenged, betting his lucky necklace that he couldn't do it. Brother Z is not afraid of anyone either, so if I succeed, I will take your necklace, and you will have to provide free treatment and food for the common people for 3 days. How do you feel, young Master Richard? You forced yourself to say, All right, Langbam, but if you fail, then do the alchemy we need and never call yourself a healer again. All right, I'll gladly accept. Still, I felt a bit uneasy inside as I said I would sew it. But this is quite a difficult situation, because if I just use regular thread, he will use his alchemist skills along with thread-making skills, and together we can create a type of thread suitable for this surgery. Now it's time to use the observation skill. Richard can't wait any longer. How dare a mere alchemist waste my time like this? I will make you regret this once it's over. Seung-Hwin remains fully focused, and I have learned a few principles during my time living as a healer. the survival principles of a fifth-grade therapist. He sequentially uses skills in bleeding control, observational eye, and wound stitching. Don't expect to master one skill perfectly, but make the most of all the skills and knowledge you have. Seung-Hoon is performing a finger transplant. This is an extremely complex surgery, but with the right skills, there's nothing I can't do. It will take a lot of mental effort to reconnect each nerve, but with rare items, it is well worth it. A notification appears. Your mental strength has increased thanks to the effect of the soul ring training. Now if I sew it back on, he suddenly hesitates. Damn it, my stamina. Seung-Hoon didn't stop but kept trying. Just a little more. Just a little bit more. All right. Seeing the finger stitched back together, Guan was moved to tears as it was reattached. He was quietly relieved, lucky that if it had taken any longer, he would have fainted. First, he had to restore his stamina and finish properly. He used the full recovery skill to speed up the patient's healing. Done, and witnessing it, he succeeded. Richard angrily found an excuse. Don't joke around. How could a finger move just like that? Check it yourself. He stepped forward without hesitation. The arrogant one stepped aside. He revived the girl from opening her eyes. Ung-Huin spoke up. Did you hear that clearly? Can you close your hand and then open it again? The girl obeyed. All right, that's good enough. He exclaimed in shock. No way! He smiled and asked, do you still remember what you just said? He hesitated. What did you say? Seung-Huin teased. Don't tell me you'll go back on your word in the name of IF the First. How could a healer like you dare to? He threw the lucky necklace forcefully to the ground. Damn it, reminding someone is not as good as giving, sir. Then he picked up the item. Guan was flustered. Dr. Kang, thank you so much. But do you think he will keep his promise? Ung-Huin's car was completely confident. Of course, his father would definitely be very strict about this. Please spread the word everywhere and tell everyone that if they come to the city square, they will receive free food and medical treatment. Back at Julia's inn, Julia eagerly asked, Dr. Kang, have you heard any rumors yet? His voice was heavy. Rumors. She hesitated. He looked so strange. The young master of the AR house had opened a free clinic in the city square and was also handing out free food. So many people were gathering there. I see. That's good, she said with concern, but I'm worried that your number of patients will decrease. Seung-Huin's expression remained calm. It's okay, to me, everyone receiving free treatment is already more than enough. Her eyes grew dreamy. He is truly a kind man. He was extremely happy thinking about his situation, which made her so glad. But Julia, today I managed to get some potatoes, so if you don't mind, please use these. She immediately agreed. All right, let me cook you something delicious to help you regain your energy. Seung-Huin said shyly. Thanks, but probably not today since spinning 10 times will cost 200 points. The spin knocked me out. Getting skills multiple times like before is really strange. But the life crystal expands the inventory, so I'll use this. It's a material for stamina equipment, so at least this is useful. Someone asked curiously, isn't that a crystal? He immediately recognized that person as Kim Dong-ho. He was here too. He replied, this place always has delicious food for the cold season. You're lucky. I just got this too. Ung-Huin was surprised. Isn't that used to enhance crystals? Dong-ho transformed into a generous man. You take it? I don't need it. If you sell this, you could make a lot of money. After hearing that, Dong-ho immediately asked again. So, you're not accepting it? He answered without beating around the bush. Of course. Thank you. Dong-ho's gaze landed on something. You haven't sold that ring yet? Are you planning to keep using it? He replied. No, I just need it temporarily. It's quite expensive, so it's hard to sell. Dong-hoi, let me introduce a shop to you. Following Dong-ho's advice, Ung-Huin went to a weapon shop. He slowly stepped inside. Hello, if this is the place Kim Dong-ho recommended, it's not too bad. The owner replied with 2 words. Hello, I'm here to sell some items. He took out the lucky necklace. He examined it and said, the crystal on this necklace is cracked. Remember Richard, that bastard? I'll buy this for 3 million gold. Seung-Huin nodded in agreement, silently thanking Richard. What about this one? He continued to present the ring. The owner was surprised.
That is very different. Fabier?
Let me check the recent transaction history first. He turned and walked away. Take your time. I'll look around while you do. He replied, go ahead and make yourself at home. Ung-Huin carefully examines everything. Let's see. Is there any useful weapon here? A crossbow. Should I try testing its quality? After all, a ranged weapon is also very useful. Just as he was about to pick it up, a beam of light suddenly shone out. He was confused. What is this? At this moment, a message was sent saying to take it at all costs. It's just a crossbow, but it must be taken at all costs. Se-Ung-Huin sensed something was off. Get the crossbow. Until now, I've received countless messages, but I've never encountered one like that before. He suddenly realized that this thing felt like it was watching him. The voice from the merchant startled him. So it was the boss. Is there a problem? He replied, sorry about that. I was just wondering, is that crossbow some kind of special weapon? He immediately understood Seung-Huin's meaning. You must be talking about Frake's crossbow. It is a rare weapon recently discovered in the ruins. It comes with this FRA pouch. And if you put an item in here, he puts a gold coin in, then aims and shoots, the item will turn into an arrow. You can even fire 5 shots in a row, eh? He thought to himself that it must be very expensive. So, what's the price? We were valuing it at around 15 million. As soon as he finished speaking, he sprayed glue on the spot. How could I possibly afford that? If you want to buy it right now, I can sell it for 14 million. Hearing 14 million, he hoped I could get some money from the Spirit Core ring. The boss replied, I see the transaction record says 6.6 million gold. I can buy it back at that price. Seung-Huin began calculating. A total of 9.6 million gold for both the ring and the necklace. Even if he spent all his emergency funds, it still wouldn't be enough. Wait. Maybe he whispered, if you're watching me, then give me 4 million gold right now. The space remained silent. Nothing changed. I'm really fed up. The owner reminded me, if you want to buy this, you at least have to give me the money. If you don't have enough money right now, do you want me to hold this item for you? He asked again. Then he smiled and said, of course, judging by the items you brought, I'm sure you'll earn enough money soon. I thought to myself that now I understood why Kim Dong-ho recommended this shop. Thank you. So, is there anything else you need? Please get me an ear of corn that looks like a hairpin. The next day, Seung-Huin went to the Adventurers Guild with the life-stimulating pin attached to his shirt to see if he could sell his skills for points and money as the place buzzed with noise and excitement. Let me check the mission. Once you're done reading, get out of here. That's the job for adventurers. I planned to borrow some money from Kim Dong-ho, but he said he only has 5,000 gold coins. He's even poorer than Seung-Huin thought. Curious, he asked, do you think there's a chance we might never come back? He vaguely replied, I'm not sure, but I think I have a clue, because that guy talked to me after 3 years of silence. He's the one who brought us here, so maybe I can talk to him if I get the crossbow, and I'll let you know if I find anything. First, Seung-Huin probably needs to find a job. I wonder if pushing through the crowd will be useful. So these things are for the licensed healers. He snatched the notice. A girl saw this and immediately spoke up. Mr. Tang Seung-Huin, I'm sorry, but only licensed healers are allowed to take those jobs. You need a seal. And even though you've helped us a lot, we still can't register you. His expression remained cheerful. Don't worry, I'm just looking through. Are you feeling shy? Wait, are all of these currently in progress? After a while, he finally picked one. This one seems... Oh, urgently need a Sister Liu. The patient's leg won't stop bleeding. The address is Julia. Julia was surprised to see him. Dr. Kang, did you forget something? No, I'm just looking for someone. He opened the door. I see. There are voices inside. Let me handle it. The Lord will bless you. Brother Zay observed that person. A pastor? There's no way someone could hire an ordinary pastor for this job, right? Is he a wandering preacher? A blonde woman spoke up. Father, Miss Lee is very tired. He hurriedly replied, Come on, kid, can you take off the bandage? Seung-Hui activated his clairvoyance skill from afar, detecting an abnormal condition, bleeding from an infected wound caused by a sharp object, with bite marks on the injury. He hesitated. Teeth? Please rest assured. The pastor began treatment, but he spoke up to stop him. Wait a moment, he asked in confusion. Who are you? He introduced himself. I am Kang Seung-Huin, a therapist. Sorry to interrupt, but your treatment won't work. Hearing these words, he felt displeased. Huh? Do you even know what kind of therapist I am? Truly an impolite person. He quickly explained, I think you misunderstood. I didn't mean your abilities. The girl suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, did you say you are a therapist? Then I'm sure you understand my grandmother's current situation. If you're here just to talk about these things, you should stop and leave. He firmly repeated, I told you, doing that is useless. Use your strength to push him outside. You're just getting in the way. Brother Ung has been kicked out. They're really stubborn. Don't say I didn't warn you. Everything is still going on inside. Father, please continue. Rest assured. He confidently insists it's useless. The pastor was worried why he tried to use holy light to heal the wound. Did the healing not work? The wound is getting worse and worse. He hesitated and said, Lydie is panicking. Father, what's going on? The blood just won't stop flowing. She stood silently, deep in thought. Everything was exactly as the therapist had said. I thought the church's pastor would be different. No matter which healer I see, I still can't get better. Lee called out to Elle. She immediately responded, Huh? What's wrong, Lena? With a gaunt face, he said that the previous therapist he knew said treatment was useless, but if it was that person, they might be able to cure him. Elle forced a smile and said, But Lena, that guy is very suspicious. Lena grabbed Elle's hand, pleading, Please, I won't be able to hold on even with the divine medicine. Lee Dai could feel his hand was so cold, and finally she made her decision. All right, I'll bring him here. Julia was tidying up the inn when a loud noise made her look up. Elle bluntly described, May I ask if you saw anyone just leave the waiting room? Someone with black hair and eyes, and quite tall, too. Julia pointed to where Mr. Kang was sitting and asked if she meant Dr. Kang. The young man looked like he had been waiting since the afternoon. There was no way he could escape. He had it all planned. He sat at a distance, looking at Elle, and asked, How is the treatment going? Elle clenched his hands and explained, You're right, Pastor Hewis's healing magic didn't work either. Do you understand where the problem lies? He nodded and replied, It seems so. After all that, do you want me to be the one to treat you? She was so embarrassed that her face flushed red. I had misunderstood your words earlier. You speak as if there's no chance left to save her. I thought the failed treatments were due to the inexperience of the healers. Even though I know I seem shameless, no, I know I'm too shameless, but I beg you to save my teammate, she thought to herself, asking for help after provoking someone. Even I felt I had no right to do that. Seeing no response, she grew curious and looked up to see. Kang turned around and said, What's the point of going out? I need to see the patient first. Hurry up, Lai Dai said in confusion, because you acted as if you had no intention to help. So as soon as I arrived, I hurriedly scolded the old pastor. You should find the cause before rushing into blind treatment, right? He turned to the old man and said that treatment wouldn't work. Old Hewis asked, If treatment won't work, are you implying the girl was poisoned? Not only do I treat, but I have also studied nearly 100 types of poisons to master the skill of detoxification. My thorough knowledge of poisons is my pride, and I assure you this patient was poisoned. He glanced at the old man and silently said, Showing off again, huh? Typical of the healer. Finally, he spoke. Yes, I'm not saying the culprit is poison either. This statement surprised the old man. What? He ignored the old man's words and focused on his task. What is your name? The girl whispered her answer. Go ahead, I'll start investigating the cause. Lena, let me take a look at your wound. How did you get this injury? She sat down and recounted that a week ago, I was attacked by Thach Yen on the way to Hin village. It wasn't an overly powerful monster. In fact, this wound was not serious at first. Elle, standing nearby, added, But strangely, I was also attacked. Are you curious if the two of you went straight to the village after being attacked by Thach Yen? Li Di calmly recalled, No. After that event, we were chased by a group of goblins in the forest and hunted by a pack of crocodiles in the Mikaka swamp. The pastor wasn't convinced that these two women had overcome all those obstacles. Li Dai continued, saying that shortly after arriving in the village, Li's condition suddenly worsened. He then asked, Does this wound hurt you? Lena looked at him and replied, Pain? She sat quietly, carefully reflecting on it. No, come to think of it, it didn't hurt at all. That answer struck the old priest like a thunderbolt, and he asked irritably, Such important information, and you're only telling me now. Lena explained that she was so stunned she didn't realize the wound didn't hurt. He frowned and said, I thought it was something strange, but it turns out to be dark magic. Dark magic uses black mana, the opposite of holy power, so the healing had no effect because it was cursed. He calmly denied all of old Huis's words. What kind of dark magic? If it's a curse, then healing would only make things worse. But no matter what we do, it's useless. He was so angry he trembled but couldn't argue with him, and as he spoke, he took out a bottle of medicine. Here is the answer. Reincarnation activated the skill of distribution and absorption, and Lena's wound absorbed all the spiritual energy. Hewis was surprised by this. What did you do? The elixir is turning into bone. Li Dai jumped up in panic and said, What? The bleeding has stopped? The pastor was utterly shocked. What? He smiled and introduced. The black mint leaves are buried. Using a homemade elixir to catch bugs is nothing special. Looking confused, bugs? He started using his profound knowledge to explain the observations here. She mentioned it earlier, right? She crossed the swamp, Mika. The swamp is naturally home to countless insect demons. When crossing the swamp, Li's wound was open, right? She confirmed it wasn't treated immediately, but Lena's was the same. He asked again where the two girls were injured by Thach Yen. Lai tried to recall and said it was the back of her hand and cheek, while Lena had wounds only on her leg, and hers were the only ones soaked in water. From those words, he could conclude that yes, the infection process had occurred in the swamp. Lee's wound became infected because it was exposed to water and the bugs. The old pastor also realized that because there was a foreign object inside the girl's leg, treatment obviously couldn't stop the bleeding. Finally, it's clear. Lee Dai suddenly screamed out loud, "Did she get better?" He answered frankly, "No, this is a temporary treatment. The wound doesn't hurt because the bug possesses a sensation-eliminating skill, a high-level ability for bugs. For such bugs, the first dose of medicine is not strong enough to kill them." He took out his familiar knife and slashed at the wound. Something purple protruded. It was a bizarre monster with many teeth. He widened his eyes, staring at the disgusting thing wriggling at his feet. Lai Dai also gaped in shock. The old pastor asked, "That thing you're holding the knife ready to fight, you have to finish it off immediately. It's a troublesome creature, the black water leech monster that lives near the water." Old Hiz was startled, dropped his large notebook, and then collapsed to the ground. Kang glanced at it, but the speed of this black aquatic monster was too fast, too dangerous. He already understood the creature's intention. It was trying to escape through the sewer. "Give me the weapon quickly." He immediately rushed toward the water demon. Kang Sung-Huin used all his strength to get close to it. When the right moment came, he gently slashed its body, and a stream of toxic gas burst from its mouth. Fortunately, he acted quickly to stop it. After a long fight, Kang was starting to get tired. Incredible strength. Even though I know the amount of human blood absorbed in a week boosts its power, the aquatic insect always slips away from my strikes. This growth rate is still too fast. Lai Dai saw the situation was grim and immediately chased after the monster. She leapt onto the cabinet in the room, using all her strength to say, "I won't let you escape." As she finished speaking, she knocked the cabinet over, trying to crush the water bug that almost killed Lena. Ugh, how is this possible? They really are leech family, living as long as leeches do. It still lifted its head and stared at her. Kang then finished it off with a kick from behind. The monster writhed in pain, knocking over everything around it. He raised the knife with fierce determination and plunged it straight into its mouth. Because its energy comes from the blood it absorbs, the longer the fight drags on, it will use up all its blood and wither away. He pulled out the knife, and the water insect gradually shrank. Its size is smaller than before, but its tail is still moving very powerfully. Everything was within its sight. With a screech, Tweediep lunged at the window on the wall and shattered the glass with its tail. Kang frowned, recalling how thoroughly Julia had cleaned the room. "Julia, I'm really sorry, but if it slips into the town's canal to escape, there's no way to track it down. Losing its trail now means it's over." He crushed the glass vial, using reincarnation to cast the bone-spreading and absorption skill, enhancing the effect of the black mint elixir buried around the water insect. He once again grabbed the knife and lunged at it, decisively slashing its tail. The abnormal state caused bleeding, draining most of the blood in its body. He encouraged himself that it was almost over, but when he struck a critical blow and pulled out the knife, unfortunately the blade had snapped in two, leaving only a dull knife. Pastor Hui appeared just in time and used a light-binding forced suppression technique, as a bunch of chains appeared out of nowhere to restrain the monster. He struggled to hold the chains tight and said it took a while to cast this spell, so it can't last long. Hurry up. He turned back and smiled, saying, "This is the perfect moment, right? Even though I got a little extra time, I don't have a weapon to use the skill since the broken blade is useless." Suddenly, El threw him a high-quality knife and told brother Kang Seung to use it. The monster gathered all its strength, swelling up and breaking the chains. Old Huis grimaced as it struggled free. He shouted loudly and rushed forward, tearing its body into 100 pieces. "It's over?" the pastor asked. "Is it dead yet?" he said firmly. "Yes, thanks to you we managed to catch it. Do you want to keep this, Chowis?" Huis replied, "I don't want to touch that filthy thing." Lena was surprised by his skill, and Lung was also terrified by his ability. His speed with the needle was like a portable sewing machine. He stood there wiping his hands and said that sewing with magical thread would help boost immunity and prevent her leg from hurting for a while. With tears welling up, she said, "Honestly, I was really scared, thinking I was going to die." "Thank you, Sister Healer." He smiled kindly and told me I was just fulfilling my duty as a healer. Then Father Heiser turned back to report that he had failed the mission. He glanced at him and asked, "What did you say?" He replied, "That's how I got the reward." At the Adventurers Guild, Pastor Huis announced that I came to report my mission had failed. The clerk stared at him wide-eyed. "What do you mean, failed?" His whole body trembled as he tried to answer. "That's right." She was stunned and couldn't believe it. Chowis was originally one of the highest-ranking pastors in the Y Church. If he wanted, he could easily hold an even higher position, so why not? Brother Kang Shung-Huin entered from afar, and she realized it was him. the one who disrupted the Seung-Hun peace. Lee Dai stood at the reception desk and asked, "So, based on what we've discussed, can I cancel the request?" The gloomy employee replied, "Yes, that is an acceptable reason. According to the rules set by the Adventurers Guild, we will refund half of the fee you paid and cancel this mission." Kang sat in the back, thinking to himself that although he couldn't take the mission as an official healer, he still had the right to accept missions canceled by the guild. Sometimes people say things like this. "Don't you have any self-respect? How can you interfere with someone else's mission? You don't even know how to use healing magic. Although I understand why you are angry with me, the fault lies with you for not treating properly from the start. That's why I became a healer." Lai handed him a bag of money. "It's not much, but please consider it a token of our sincerity. Half of that is also the fee reimbursed by the guild." He took the bag of money and said, "Thank you, I really need this." "Right, your dagger." Lai Dai shook her head and said, "Keep it, your dagger is broken anyway. It's made from lapis lazuli silver and fits perfectly in the hand. When I said I wanted to become an adventurer, the villagers crafted it as a token." He asked curiously if it was that important and if she would be okay. She hesitated and replied, "I just want to apologize. But nothing is more important to me than the lives of my teammates." He nodded with a smile and said, "I see. Thank you. I'll give you a 10% discount next time, but don't get hurt too soon." Lee Dai laughed and replied, "All right, open your purse and count 600 to 650,000, totaling 700,000 gold coins. I urgently need 2 million gold coins to buy that crossbow. It'll cost a bit over 2 million, and it's also for self-defense. Let's spin the roulette 5 times in a row, spending 100 points each spin." The spin resulted in miscellaneous items worth 1 gold coin, all 4 times yielding the same outcome. He was too bored to comment, "It's all gold," and although he really needed money, expecting a jackpot from these small spins is just a scam, folks. The spin resulted in a new skill. At least I quickly gained a skill from the final spin. The atmosphere allows the user to brew a divine potion with similar attributes. You seem to like the air attribute, huh? It must be a wind herb, which isn't bad at all. Now all that's left is for a hut to appear before him, and for him to bravely step inside. "Please forgive me," a voice spoke up. "Dr. Kang, it sounds like you can just take whatever you need." She is the law herbalist. When she heard me say I was here to sell, not buy, she immediately tossed the octopus aside. "So what are you waiting for? Hand it over now." Do you also find it strange when a customer comes into a shop and only wants to sell instead of buy? What kind of shop is this anyway? I just picked this up. She examined it and asked if it was from the Black Water Palace. Did someone come to Mikaka Swamp? He honestly replied, "If it's that person, it wasn't me." She touched it and then estimated the price, saying it was cut in half, injured, and scratched in many places. This thing isn't worth much. The impressive teeth of the hydroelectric plant caught her eye. On this side, he was just standing around with the carnivorous plant and asked, "So how much, about 30,000? She asked, "What if it's 3 million? He paused when he heard that price. "Hey, I just said the price isn't right. Do you actually like them?" Latte Fu Fang replied bluntly, "Of course not. Look, its tooth color is different from the others. The regular monsters have black teeth. This one is a mutated black water monster. A mutated branch of the mutant beast, stronger than the usual ones and possessing superpowers." He immediately asked if it was no different from a rare monster. She explained, "It's quite different. Even if there are no scratches, the rest of the rare monster can only be used to make rare variant materials which haven't been thoroughly studied yet. That's why they're so valuable." He smiled and said, "No wonder the alchemist loves them." She glanced over and asked, "So what about you?" For someone who lights up at the sight of money, he agreed immediately. "Of course, it's a done deal." The two shook hands, a handshake worth 3 million gold coins. "The deal was successful," she said happily. "This is why I like you." He replied politely, "Me too." He clenched a large bag of money and stormed into the weapon shop. He hurried to the owner, placed the bag on the table, and said, 14 million dong in gold, check it if you want." He was stunned. "Ha! Already?" He smiled and asked, "I really need that crossbow. It's still available, right?" He replied, "Of course." "Wait a moment." The owner handed him the crossbow. "Thank you, sir." He lifted the crossbow with both hands. "So from now on, it belongs to me?" he asked with a cool expression. "Satisfied yet?" The mysterious voice appeared, as if I had done something wrong. The boss looked at his strange expression, confused and silently wondering where he was looking. At the Autumn Rhythm Inn, he stepped inside and looked around. If obtaining this is not enough, he takes out the divine crossbow and stores it in the system warehouse to confirm your success. He thought to himself. The system screen suddenly glitched. He was utterly surprised. What is this? What's wrong with it? What the hell is happening to it? The system notification keeps flickering on and off. I guess this is a message indicating that I have completed the mission. You have acquired the item left behind and reached the state, but what about the rest? A stranger spoke up. Sorry, but I think the system is broken. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Don't joke around. I got the entire crossbow you asked for. Stop watching me and come out here to talk to me. Suddenly, the system notified a star icon. This symbol represents the person who is watching me. Ah, the system is displaying large text now. I understand. I will answer 5 questions. Kang remembered the first time he was transported to the on-continent. Those who were transported with him either had to struggle to survive or had already died in the cave. Everyone couldn't cooperate. They argued about whether to stay here or find a way back to Earth. He stood up alone and stated his point. Whatever we do, we need money. So how about this? Find a well-paying job that matches everyone's skills. After splitting up and adapting to this world, those who wanted to return to Earth tried to find a way. And 3 years later, he reflected on the 5 questions, realizing he had a chance to learn how to return to the world. The messages grew shorter, and this was limited to a certain extent. I need to think carefully about this. The first question I asked was, are you the entity that brought us to the on-continent? The system displayed a perfect 0. With 4 questions left, I guessed as I thought, so who the hell are you and what is your purpose? The system only displayed the letter O, and he felt sad. So it can only answer yes or no. The next question was asked, is there a way for me to return to Earth? I'm sure everyone can guess the result. The third question. Has anyone ever returned successfully? A big X appeared. Not even one person made it? So even Kim Jae-hung couldn't. The only way to get a lot of information from yes or no questions is that I bet you didn't bring us here for no reason. You must have some purpose, even though it seems you haven't achieved it yet. What do you want from us, Earthlings? He writes in the notebook 2 options. Which one is closest to your goal? One is to collect points and items. The other is to use skills to become stronger. There are exactly 4 ways it can answer this question through the status window. If the answer is number 1, say O. If it's number 2, say X. The system answers O. The final question, which do you care about more? Answer O if it's points, X if it's items. The system still shows O. He's headache thinking, I understand. So basically, this bastard brought us here to be score slaves. It really pisses me off, but from an objective perspective, if I'm the only one who knows this much, then I'm also the one closest to its goal. I don't care what you do to me, but I need to know your identity. Then I'll find a way back to Earth. Are you a god of the on-continent? I may have run out of questions, but I would answer that if I were you. If you want to help me, then be honest. The system announced points were spent, with 52 points accumulated. He froze for 5 seconds, then 32 points accumulated, 12 points accumulated, and finally 5 points accumulated. He asked angrily, what the hell do you think you're doing? Give me back my points. An account with no points? He shrugged, then rubbed his head in frustration. That's it, I will kill you, even if you are a god. A mission to earn 5,000 star points? He was curious about a mission window and the reward being a skill. There had never been a quest system like this before. Because it takes my points and gives back a mission, does it need to use points to manage this system? It still reminded him to take his time earning points. Brother Kong thought to himself that it might be difficult to get in touch at the moment. All right, this time I'll do as you say, but I expect a fair reward, though I want to call you a demon ruler, a slave, a cruel creature. Since you control the status window, from now on I'll call you admin. One fine morning, Kang Seung-Hwin sat leisurely in the shop, nibbling on a piece of bread while complaining about the awful smell of this small meat sandwich. The system notification appeared. You have learned a new skill. Freya Crossbow can summon Freya Crossbow at will. From now on, the Freya Crossbow is linked to you and can transform into a Freya wristband. So the reward is a unique little skill, and combining it with other skills isn't bad at all. He clicked to spin this Freya roulette added to the info window, costing 50 points per use, and received 5 free roulette tickets. Is there still one more roulette spin for this crossbow? Let's give it a try. Use the 5 free roulette spin tickets. The wheel spun wildly, and he looked surprised. The result was an increase of 1 in the damage stat. The result is an increase of 1 in damage and 1 in attack speed. Freya's Fate Pouch skill differs from the increased soul points. He pondered that only Freya's unique skill could boost his stats and add a skill without that annoying golden slot. It even grants extra points for every soul point I receive. Hopefully, it will be the same every time. Kim Dong-ho walked in gloomily, too sleepy, but when he saw him, Mr. Kang happily stood up and said, I'm here. As soon as they met, he regained his energy and said, Dr. Kang, you're here. He said, Kim Dong-ho, come with me for a moment. There are a few things I need to discuss with you. A piercing scream echoed. What? Kim Dong-ho still has doubts. Is it true? We were brought here just because of that score? If you look at it from the core, that's how it is. He said angrily, who do they think we are? Just a bunch of slaves? But I'm still so relieved. I thought I would die before ever setting foot back in my homeland. That day we finally got to go home, he said while crying loudly like a child. He seriously warned me to stop crying and listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I don't know how much of it he actually heard, but I really have to grind points like crazy. Dr. Kang, are you having trouble earning points? You told me I just need to treat wounds, but first, the wounds I cause while treating won't count. The system thought to itself, if it counted, he'd just keep punching other people's kids all day and then conveniently heal them too. Ah, but healing teammates is allowed. If I treat my teammates' wounds right on the spot, then I can earn points very quickly. So what's your suggestion? He reached out his hand and said, Kim Dong-ho, be my support. Actually, I already have the whole plan in mind. Right now I need a teammate. Temporarily, the suitable candidate for the support role is a dimensional traveler, someone who knows about the status screen system, and someone I can trust. Among countless others, when I think about it, only Kim Dong-ho can help me right now. Since Dr. Kang asked, of course I have to agree. He smiled contentedly, knowing he would accept immediately. Suddenly, Dong-ho picked up the knife and said, all right, now I will offer this body to Kang Seung-hui. Doctor, this is an investment in points so that Dr. Kang can earn them. Please save me quickly, treat me, and take the points. He said something that crushed Dong-ho. Torturing yourself won't earn me any points. Kim Dong-ho screamed in despair. No. After being treated by Kang, Dong-ho realized that just defeating monsters as usual was enough. I just need to do it like this, right? But this is really rushed. He encouraged Dong-ho to live diligently too. Let's go in. The familiar employee greeted her welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Upon closer look, she realized the contract breaker had returned again so soon. Look at his face, that excited expression about destroying the entire contract. I have to hide the treatment contract. Kim Dong-ho looked at her sour expression and wondered, what did you do to make her show that face? Mr. Bao isn't that important either. Let's see if there are any feasible contracts. Kim Dong-ho is looking at the contract for the Bro Mountain region. For some reason, there are a lot of contracts from the Bot Mountains today. Dong-ho explained, that's because the number of monsters has suddenly increased lately. A staff member suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Right now is the monster mutation period in the Blot Mountains, so we will be posting extermination contracts regularly. During this time, everyone can use the preset camp area provided by the Adventurers Guild. Are you two interested? Mr. Kang also found it interesting. A campsite, after all. What better place to earn points for supporting your husband than an area full of adventurers? These extermination contracts are perfect. We'll take them. The girl was delighted, as if everything had gone according to plan. I have confirmed the contract and wish you both good luck. Welcome to the Blood Mountain campsite. My name is Velo. At the campsite, we will give you rewards based on the number of monsters you catch. The western path where everyone arrives is safe. However, other places are always full of secrets. So please be careful. Kim Dong-ho and Kang Seung-hun have fully prepared their weapons and gear. He excitedly asked Kim Dong-ho if he was ready, and Dong-ho responded with fiery enthusiasm. Of course, it's time to harvest the gold. The ground suddenly erupted as a swarm of iron-clawed rats appeared. He used the Freya Destiny pouch skill, and they immediately charged out as we left the camp area. The crossbows in storage have been confirmed to create stone arrows. An arrow was shot, piercing the rat's body. Thanks to this skill, I don't have to load each arrow individually, and the damage per shot is even higher than I expected. The rat went mad, opening its mouth to reveal sharp teeth. Kim Dong-ho saw this and shouted to warn Dr. Kang. Just as the rat was about to swipe at him with its claws, Dong-ho appeared in time to block the attack. Mr. Kang shouted out in worry, Mr. Kim Dong-ho. Dong-ho, though in pain, did not back down. Don't worry about me, keep fighting. He used the Freya connection pouch to create a small health potion arrow. Dong-ho turned around and asked, are you shooting arrows at me? He smiled and said, it's a healing arrow. I just wanted to make sure that even if it hits someone, they'll be fine. Dong-ho said you can't treat me like a guinea pig. The two of them kept fighting. He used arrows to shoot continuously at the rats, while Dong-ho only needed a sword to send countless rat corpses piling up like straw. Velo couldn't believe that just 2 people could catch so many, and they were all steel-clawed moles, too. You say those aren't the iron-clawed rats, but whatever they are, Kim Dong-ho catches them all anyway. Violo said fearfully, I will calculate the results right away. Please wait a moment. Take it easy. Everyone in the camp started talking about the 2 of them. At this rate, how many do you think there will be? Who could those 2 be? At the very least, we know they're not ordinary adventurers. Yeah, but no matter how talented they are, with all those bandages and gauze, they're probably too poor to even afford a healer. Kim Dong-ho felt the anger rising inside him again. It was true that blind fools dared to say such things without first understanding how amazing a healer like Dr. Kang really was. He immediately spoke up to calm the anger, saying, "That makes me happy." Dong-ho asked, "Aren't you angry?" Those guys need to see the doctor's skills for themselves to understand. He smiled calmly and said, "No need to waste energy on people like that." No matter what, they really did arrive late. Kim Dong-ho wondered who exactly. Suddenly, someone inside was seriously injured. "Therapist, I'm looking for a therapist." He smiled and said to Dong-ho, "These are the patients I've been waiting for." Screams echoing everywhere. "We are therapists looking for a therapist. Can we get treated here as well?" Kim Dong-hwan looked around. Even though it's nighttime, the number of injured people keeps rising. "Dr. Kang, you could make a fortune here." Zae-Huynh calmly spoke up. "I'm fine, but there are so many patients here." Suddenly someone cried out in pain. He made a decision. "I already have my own patients. Would the patient mind if I take a quick look at him?" A man suspiciously asked who he was. "Those guys are Si-Eung-Huynh, the ones who mocked us as soon as they saw us. It seems they don't have the money to hire fake therapists." He still keeps his pride and refuses others' kindness. "Thanks, but I'm not incompetent either. I don't think I need outside help. You go straight to the patient." Is that the reason why this patient ended up like this? At least they treated it somewhat properly. It seems he was attacked around the arm and shoulder area. The observational skill detected paralysis caused by infection. The patient's body shows bite marks from wild animals on a previously open wound, but it seems that wound has recently healed. Dong-ho wondered, "Did you find out anything?" Dr. Hean proceeded to take his pulse. It seems he was bitten by some wild animals and is experiencing paralysis in his arm due to joint stiffness. You ponder paralysis? Then he might have been bitten by the Boruto hunting dogs. The man objected, "Don't make me laugh. Paralytic venom doesn't cause that much pain in humans." He confidently asserted that the paralytic venom of the Boruto hunting dogs is truly unique if certain special conditions are met. Next, he used a small knife to cut open the wound. Everyone who saw this was horrified. "What is that? The flesh in that area has already started to rot. This is the effect of the poisonous toxin. So what should we do? What should we do?" We should do this." He took out the crossbow and aimed it straight at them. Everyone was stunned. Did that guy stop or not? "You came here looking for trouble from the start, didn't you?" He ordered coldly. "Mr. Kim Dong-ho, please send those unrelated people away. Do it immediately, understood? Don't let this fake healer lose focus and disappear." Zae-Hui thought to himself, if he wanted to quickly remove the toxins from various parts of his body, this was the most feasible method. He can create magical medicine tailored to a person's traits combined with Freya Wind Arrow's Fate Pouch skill. The medicine activates a chain reaction of 5 Wind Arrow doses. Others are afraid of heart escape. "I can't bear to watch anymore. Are you out of your mind? How can you just kill someone like that?" Seung-Huin found the word kill ridiculous. "Don't call a healthy living person dead." The injured person's expression improved a bit. Everyone was buzzing, wondering how he could be fine after being shot with an arrow. Moreover, even the poison has been neutralized. This healing arrow is truly incredible, my friends. I've never seen a move this incredible since I was a kid. He spoke up to explain. The Boruto hunting dog is weak against the wind attribute. Even the toxins they use are affected by the air. So if we treat this person in a place with stable air, I guarantee the toxin will naturally disappear. Dong-ho suddenly realized, wait a minute. So the reason this person's condition worsened is because the fake healer sealed his wound. He stammered, "What?" Zae-Huynh laughed and said, "That's right. If the fake healer had been a bit smarter and hadn't sealed the wound, it would have been much simpler. I don't think something like this will happen again." His gaze became terrifying, didn't it? Everyone around agreed with that logic, but how could he treat someone so recklessly? He was right to let the patient go. He cursed once and then turned to run away. Dong-hwa laughed. It felt great. After a while, the wound was carefully bandaged and his arm was fully healed. But he should still be careful until his body is completely recovered. He replied emotionally, "Yes, thank you very much." Is Dong-hwa strange? Why is he here alone? Where is his group? Brother Chung also accidentally missed this detail. Now that you mention it, I realize no one would go hunting alone at night. "Hey man, where's the rest of your group?" The other replied, "Our team was ambushed and now everyone is separated." He trembled with guilt. Could it be that I'm the only one left alive? Oh God, I shouldn't have run away alone from the pack. Boruto hounds always suddenly appear out of nowhere. Dong-hoi, strange and unusual indeed. Boruto hounds don't usually attack in such large packs. Sung also sensed something was off. Could the sudden increase in monsters and the remaining missing members of the team be caused by a rare monster? That's the most reasonable explanation. It seems like they are trapped inside a dungeon. You're following him with the lantern, but what if they're all already dead? Hopefully it's not like that. Suddenly he stopped and, hearing something, someone shouting, "Damn those damn dogs!" Eung Hui noticed something was wrong, and Kim Dong shook the lantern. He immediately replied with understanding as the fierce hunting dogs charged forward. Instantly, the wind arrow potion was prepared and launched straight at them. He asked with concern if you were okay. You were trembling all over. "Yes, thank you," Deng Huang said fearfully. "Dr. Kang is over there in the distance among all the bodies. He suspects they may have entered their territory. You analyzed that this pile of bodies includes both humans and animals and seems to have been decomposing for some time, not looking like they all died recently. You wonder, isn't the Boruto hunting dog supposed to prefer fresh meat? I'm sure they don't have the habit of hoarding prey carcasses like this. Some do prefer rotten meat, but zombies are undead creatures that can move again thanks to dark magic. They are the things pastors hate the most." Kang Sung-Hun took out the crossbow. "This is troublesome," Deng Ho anxiously asked if the two of us can handle it. The hunting dogs let out a howl and charged all at once. "No way." Deng Ho quickly stopped them and shouted loudly, bending down to Kim Deng Ho, then used Freya's pouch skill to craft a wind medicine arrow. Zeung-hun suddenly called out to Kim Deng Ho and aimed the crossbow at him. "Turned out to be just a vaccine shot. You really scared me. At least give a warning." Long after, the battle still showed no sign of ending. "Damn, there are too many of them." Then suddenly they froze. Deng Ho got excited. "The wind potion really works." Brother Ung Huin kept fighting without rest, and he accidentally noticed a strange-looking dog. "What is it doing?" Since the battle began, there has been no movement, as if it's waiting for its teammates to all die. Could it be that it is? You finish off the last one, right? Immediately, the dog in the distance howls and transforms. Ung Huin also guessed that the dog was a spirit master. He panicked upon hearing this. What do we do if the dog knows the soul technique now? If this keeps up, it'll probably last until morning. Deng Ho asked seriously, "Do you think you can defeat it?" If the answer was yes, you immediately took a step forward. "Then leave these guys to me." Ung Huin suddenly remembered, right, although he looks like a weak mage, Kim Deng Ho's role is to tank. You use the 7-tier rage skill. Under the effect of this technique, the monsters will increase their speed, which means this skill could kill me instantly. Dr. Kang-an trusts you. Sung-Huin nodded slightly. "Thank you, Kim Deng Ho. Now dealing with a ghost is pretty easy." According to Latte, the source of power for the rare monster that resembles a sacred artifact is to track it down and smash it if you encounter a troublesome one. I used my clairvoyance skill to see that the sacred relic was at its chin, then used the flying skill to seize the opportunity. Next, I used Freya's pouch skill to craft a wind arrow. Suddenly, something jumped out from the nearby bushes. Seung-Huin realized it had set a trap there. His hand was bitten by it. "You foolish human, how dare you touch the sacred relic?" As he turned his head, he was already in front of its mouth. "I will swallow you whole." Sung-Huin focused intensely to use the Freya crossbow skill, then retracted it. He felt somewhat relieved. Lucky indeed. Then I continued to resummon Freya's crossbow. "Where's my other hand? Damn it, didn't expect this. If you shoot straight at its chin, it'll die. That mangy dog did it. I will never let this happen again." Ung Huin hurriedly used a bleeding control skill. Where did my wrist go? The person who was saved initially handed it over. "Here, take your wrist. Thank you for finding it." He politely replied that it was he who should be thanked and offered to help heal his wrist. Curious, Ung Huin asked if he was a healer. He replied, "Yes, my name is K. Theo. Thank you, but I can handle it myself. Why don't you turn to the side or help me check on the person over there?" "I think that person needs your help more," he said, surprised. "There are still survivors." "Yes, sir. The ambulance is driving around you. Where is Kim Deng Ho? Dr. Kang pulled me out while you were stuck and unable to move. He realized there were others here who needed help too." Deng Ho stood up and brushed himself off. "I thought he was asleep because he was crushed under the weight." "Well, both of you survived." Deng Ho worried that your wrist was still severed like that, but he calmly said, "This is still lucky," leaving Deng Ho speechless while trying to stay optimistic. Deng Ho asked again, "What about this place? How should we handle it?" Zeung Huin replied, "Just ask the guys at the Waivo church." Back at the base camp, Chung Huin immediately began treatment. First, I should adjust the position of the injured wrist, then use my mouth to stitch the wound closed. Although the stitches are loose, they still hold. I'll quickly finish sewing it up with my other hand. Dong Ho spoke up from beside him. You really did it yourself. Why didn't you ask that friend named Kay to help? He replied, I hate relying on other healers. Suddenly someone called him. Kang Sung-Huin, the pastors have arrived. I'm coming out. He immediately ran out, still coughing and letting out a long yawn. I am Chin Ah-Sol from the Y Village Church. He observed the person carefully. Their holy power and entire presence clearly showed they were a pastor. Nice to meet you. I am healer Kang Seung-Huin. No sooner had the words ended than there was a murmur of chatter. Is that Seung-Huin? Oh no. Why does it have to be him? I'm really afraid of that guy. Cat Nin shouted loudly. Silence. Please be orderly. Excuse me. We've heard a lot about you from Pastor Hewis. By the way, how is Pastor Hewis doing? Get to the point so I can speak plainly. Where did those undead monsters come from? Follow me. Brother Ung's vehicle will lead the way for them. After a while, everyone arrived. Looking around at all the bodies, someone exclaimed, Oh my God, this is truly a disaster. Team 1 purifies the dark mana from this area. Team 2 searches around here. Team 3 transports the bodies to the final camp, and Team 4 gathers and burns the infected corpses. Everyone responded in unison, the sacred fire blazing fiercely. Someone exclaimed in amazement, This is the first time I've seen zombies being burned. It's overwhelming. He explained that if they weren't burned, those corpses could come back to life. He suddenly called out to Ung Hyun Chin, asking if he could take a look at the rare zombies. Would he agree? He watched intently. That's unfortunate. Sung Hui thought to himself, It's really bad, but he must be talking about black mana. The Nin added, I want to take this corpse back to the church to investigate the main cause behind its appearance. Of course, I don't mean to take it without permission. This is holy water created by Church 1, called Dawn Holy Water. Philo panicked. Huh? Dawn Holy Water? I still don't understand anything. How valuable is it? He began explaining that Dawn Holy Water is made by placing clean water in a chapel at dawn and praying for an entire year, requiring great effort and reverence. Even in the camp, it radiates a lot of holy power, and just one vial can purify hundreds, if not thousands, of undead. If you give us the corpse, we'll pay you with Dawn Holy Water, something money can't buy. Ung Huin chuckled softly as he broke the artifact. I thought I was at a loss. If you need it, just take it. Of course, I'll give it to you. The Nin politely thank you. Also, I say this on behalf of Church 1 in Hin Village. Thank you for diligently searching for those distant creatures and defeating them in a lonely battle. We sincerely appreciate you. He smiled brightly and replied, I'm just doing the work I'm supposed to. They gritted their teeth in anger. He even heals the undead when paid. He cheerfully continued, I'm just a healer who can't stand those vicious undead. A desperate shout rang out. Brother Kong Sung, wake up. Why are you forcing yourself? Tell the story. The guild's area manager came looking for you. Or when? Her laughed loudly. Adventurer Kong Seum-Hui, I've heard about you. Did you really defeat the rare undead monster? I'm proud of you. His voice remained. Gloomy. Thank you for coming to visit. Are you that excited to hear the news? Can't I come? Seung-Hui's eyes radiated coldness. How ridiculous. Ren Hercher is a greedy and incompetent man. He could never have any goodwill towards someone as notorious in the guild as I am. Clearly, he has some kind of scheme. He snapped his fingers. I truly appreciate your efforts in protecting the peace of Hin Village. I've prepared a small gift for you. Veolo's eyes widened. Golden vitality? Mushroom essence? He began to show interest. You explain it. You spoke up immediately. The vitality mushroom is used as an ingredient to make restorative magic potions. And the golden vitality mushroom is the rarest type because it is a rare item that boosts endurance the most. Seung-Hui immediately grabbed it and drank it all in one gulp. Your stamina has increased by 3%. The Riwen area manager thanks you very much. His expression remained gentle. Luckily, you like it. But the glass bottle was thrown to the ground. You can't come all this way just to give me this. I'm really tired now, so don't waste any more time. You want the holy water of dawn, right? He gave a sinister smile. I like your quick wit. You can't buy that with money, so I want to trade you something else that money can't buy either. Space traveler Kang Sung-Hyun Rang is extremely confident. Am I right? You are a dimensional traveler from another world. Seung-Huin was surprised and wondered, what? He knows about the dimensional travelers? How much does he know? He continued, It's a shame that dimensional travelers possess many special abilities. But because your origins are unclear, you are often not treated well. Even if you can prove your abilities, you still won't be able to reach a corresponding status. And here, there's even a healer who hasn't been officially recognized as a legitimate healer yet. What do you mean? Brother Ung-Huin asked. He smirked and replied, if you hand over the Holy Dawn Water, I promise to grant you an official therapist title and ensure the Roose family supports you. But according to the rules, I can't become an official healer. Ruin laughed. Rules. Do you think those rules can hold back Li Wen-Hiller? You will be honored as a healer by a noble family. If you accept this condition, you could even become a royal therapist. In short, your life will begin to blossom from adversity. He still can't believe that I could become a royal therapist, can he? Mr. Bin Than replied as he sipped his tea. That is a worthy price for the Dawn Holy Water. If I can get the Dawn Holy Water, I can move to a bigger, more spacious place, not just this small rural village like Hin anymore. Turning a weirdo like him into an official pseudo-therapist is as easy as flipping a hand for me. Then I will have to decline this offer. Ruin stammered. What? Refuse? Sung Hui let out a sigh. He had to refuse. I don't need to bribe anyone to be recognized because I'm already qualified as a fake therapist. He thought arrogantly, then made several attractive offers. What about the donation then? But getting support from the Roose clan is not that easy. He answered calmly. This matter? From what I've heard, you don't have much authority in your family, right? Those conditions aren't valid at all, so I'm going to refuse. Erwin couldn't hold back anymore. What about you? How dare you insult me? Velo said hastily. Calm down, sir. Dung Ho was also very surprised. Are those people really that generous? They gave me this as a reward. Hui was curious. What did you get? This is the bloodthirsty bloodstone that enhances attack power. He thought to himself. He's willing to give out a pretty good item. At that time, I hinted subtly, you know? I dealt with the zombies along with a teammate. He looked at the item and commented that it was a good one. The alarm rang out as monsters attacked from the south, north, and west. The monsters are approaching the adventurers' camp. Please join the defense area immediately. They're here. We must stop them to protect the village. Let's go. Dung Ho immediately agreed. All right. Everyone start the counterattack. Ung-Huin's vehicle is crafting Bria's stone arrow pouch. As for Dung Ho, he used the blood rush skill. Compared to what we went through yesterday, this battle was too easy. A boss monster suddenly appeared. Shoot it and attack. This is the last one. Move forward. Dung Ho was worried. I don't think the stone arrow will work on it. He smiled to himself and said, that's why I prepared this. He crafted metal arrows shaped like mole claws. You shouted in amazement. The arrow pierced through its snout. He ordered to aim there. You immediately attacked it directly. Dr. Kang, the moment has come. Sung Hui jumped high and used a throwing skill. The boss monster was hit and collapsed to the ground. Everyone was overjoyed. We won. We have protected the village. The adventurers did a great job. The final attack was amazing. That was the group who took down the rare undead monster, right? Dung is proud of himself, truly satisfied. We have become heroes now, he replied. I earned quite a few points, 3 points to be exact. You asked curiously. Are you planning to use them? Stop it. The wheel never brings anything good. I told you not to. Sung Hyung was still determined. Who knows, what if I get lucky? You're completely confident. I'm absolutely sure that with 100,000 gold, you'll only get a bunch of junk. The spin results were exactly as Dong Hwan said. Didn't I already say, wait? Lord Sung Hun. Sung Hun asked Mr. Veal. What's going on? You're out of breath. We have prevented a great disaster, thanks to both of you. Thank you all very much. It's nothing. Why wouldn't they relocate this camp? You reply that they will leave once the priests complete their survey. The departure time is set, and this is a special reward our camp will give to both of you. Dung Ho was surprised. This is honey wine. The two of them went to the tavern together. Dung Ho happily drained his glass. I was planning to go out drinking to celebrate our success. Even your brother, didn't expect this. I didn't expect them to give us this. I heard that all the workers in the camp come from Hin village. You answer, most of them are. They are outsiders, right? Suddenly, someone recognized the therapist Gai Kong Sung Hui, and he was vaguely unsure. Are you rot? You must be just as surprised as I am to run into you here. Dung Ho asked curiously, is that someone you know? He replied, more or less, a patient I treated just a few days ago. You happily recalled I was truly helped with great care. You took out a bag and said, Doctor, this is the treatment fee. I haven't had a chance to pay you yet. I completely forgot. Here, your car. I just remembered. Oh, right, while I'm at it, here's the sword I held for you last time. Rot hugged his little one emotionally. Oh my God, I miss you so much. Dung Ho whispered, is he even sane? Sung Huin is a doctor, but he doesn't know about that either. I gave up after a while of talking. Rot learned a few things. So you two have been in the camp all this time until today? He asked again. Are you resting after finishing your contract? He cleared his throat and said, if you guys have time, you could try checking it out. He handed over an invitation to join the group. Recently, a teleportation gate to a dungeon appeared near Hin village. The villagers said they plan to explore it in 3 days. So my cousin invited me to join the group there, but I still have debts to pay, so I can't go. Dung Ho looked experienced. That's a life lesson. No matter how hungry you are, never borrow money from the guild. Seung Hwin asked, so what should we do now? The dungeon conquest reward sounds pretty appealing. You casually say, I'm fine with it, just going along is good enough. Ro was overjoyed, thanking them both profusely, feeling relieved. If it were them, I could completely trust them. He chuckled quietly. Do scumbags like you have any idea how pathetic it looks when scumbags like you beg me for help? It's probably fine, right? 3 days later, Deng Huan asked sincerely, Dr. Kang, are you all set? He calmly replied, my wrist hasn't fully healed yet, but I'm ready to claim the 100,000 gold reward. You didn't hear it clearly, so you asked again. Oh my god, you already got it? It is the retrieval of Freika's arrows, allowing the user to restore used arrows to their original state. Zeung Hwin recounted, yesterday I followed the tree and was blessed with something on my hand by him. Is he a follower of Nakcham or something? He continued, that's why my luck has been skyrocketing like this. I was wondering if it would work, but now I see it clearly. You can't bring someone who's not strong enough. Quickly pull yourself together and let's go. Soon after, the two arrived at Hawkhat Hill. A girl who was a swordsman, Rot's cousin, came to greet us. Hello, I am Tina Putin. I've heard R talk about you two already. He shakes her hand. I'm healer Kang Seung-Hwin, and this is Kim Dung-Ho. She was curious, noticing his slightly pale complexion. He told her not to mind it, but the curiosity began to grow. Is that a healer? Why would that be? The person standing there, his sacred power is at rock bottom. They pointed at Dung-Ho, and the other person was strange too. Who in their right mind would wear a cloak like that? You're clueless. How am I supposed to dress then? My clothes have their own kind of value too. Another person slowly stepped forward. Now, everyone calm down. They are here to help us. You should watch your attitude a bit. By the way, what's my name? Dung-Ho smiled. This person seems a bit kinder. You look sharp. Are you the leader? Lakamati spoke up unhappily. I am the leader here. So if everyone is here, let's go. Everyone. Us everyone. Stand inside the circle. A flash of light appeared and everyone arrived before an ancient dungeon. Duwai used a torch to light the way. Brother Z looked around and said, this place is too deteriorated. Usually erosion is caused by weathering or water, but since this is deep inside a ruin, it probably can't be weathering. But I don't feel any moisture at all. Could it be because of dark magic? Dung-Ho called out to Lakamati. He said he was a warrior, but also knew how to heal, right? Then you should be called a physical therapist. You snapped irritably. Oh my god, I am a monk, a monk. Sahita was tense, still seeing no reaction from the holy power users. Suddenly, Seung-Hyung noticed something. It was giant beetles. The healer cried out in fear. This is disgusting. Everyone started attacking them. It was terrifying. After a while, things still didn't look good. Someone shouted, there are too many of them. We can't kill them all. Someone else broke through straight ahead, and then they all ran. Seung-Hwin called out to her, do you know how to use wind magic? She answered while running away. Yes. He immediately used the water dust skill, releasing the effect of the mint poison around, combined with her whirlwind. Not long after, the giant bugs were wiped out. How did you do that? Brother Zeung refused to answer. Military secrets must not be revealed. Du still stubbornly followed and asked, hurry, what kind of magic is this? Lam Ti stood admiring from afar. Only those two of them were enough to wipe out that giant swarm of bugs. Someone cheerfully said, thanks for your hard work, everyone. Let's each make a bottle before moving on. Oh, awesome. Thanks a lot. Please, I'm asking. Seung-Hwin is suspicious. A large dose of mana. Mana in liquid form like this. It's quite expensive. Are you okay with just sharing it around like that? You handed me a bottle and said, I have a friend who works at the pharmacy, so I got a discount. I smiled and took it. Oh, really? Then fine, I won't be polite anymore. I never thought there were still kind people like that in the world. But this feeling, it feels strangely familiar. Dung-Ho suddenly stopped. Wait, this is a fork in the road. Their expressions immediately changed. What is that? From the left side, an overwhelming dark mana appeared. Who thinks this is a trap? Lakamati gritted his teeth and said no need to think twice. Just take the right path. Seung-Hyun is full of confidence, so we will choose the left side. Ignoring Kang Seung-Hyun's opinion, made leader Lakamati angry, lunging to grab the main character by the collar. He was about to throw a punch. Dung-Ho and Tina quickly rushed over to intervene, fearing an unnecessary fight. This did not lessen Lakamati's fury. On the contrary, it made his words even more venomous. We never should have let a rookie like that join us in the first place. Tina stood frozen, motionless. Suiva Sahita, who had sided with the leader from the start, spoke up in defense. In the end, their team split into two groups, each going their own way. Watching Lak Kamati and his two teammates Sui and Sahita grow more distant, Seung Hui finally spoke up. He adjusted his outfit and asked Tina, who simply replied that she trusted him. In fact, it was Ross's introduction that gave her some reassurance. No one joined the argument but still chose to trust Seung Hui. He felt warmed and vowed not to betray the trust of his two newly reunited teammates. Speaking of those three, the path they chose was quite peaceful. Nothing happened, and there were no monsters. They kept walking until they accidentally stepped into a trap set beneath the floor. Strange sounds echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Each person instinctively searched for the source of the terrifying noise. Unfortunately, Y discovered the trap under the floor and quickly warned the two teammates. But before they could jump out, sharp spears shot up from the ground, and whoever got skewered was dead. Luckily, Lakamati and Sui were quick enough to dodge in time. Sahita was not so fortunate. She was pierced through the leg by two spears and fell hard to the ground, blood spreading across the floor. Lakamati quickly used light to heal Sahita, but it had no effect. It even made the wound worse. Lakamati discovered that Sahita was cursed with dark magic, and only a cleric could lift this curse. Seeing the little girl scream in pain, the leader Lakamati felt uneasy. Seung Huin's group had just arrived, and his presence was like a bright moonlight saving them. Tina stepped into the magic circle and found it broken. But at the same time, it was still working well enough to injure a nun, while Layamati sensed something unusual, as the dark magic seal strongly reacted to the holy power. This trap was set for the cleric, so how could he stop thinking temporarily? Lakamati hurriedly asked for treatment for Sahita, but Seung Huin coldly refused. Why should I do that? Is it because you didn't listen to the opinion of a team member? Lakati was furious, but seeing his teammate on the brink of death, he had no choice. He lowered his voice to apologize to Seung Huin, then knelt sincerely, begging him to help. Seeing him surrender, Seung Huin smiled to himself and quickly used his skill to heal. Dong Ho couldn't help but wonder, what was he doing? How can a skill that uses holy power be broken? Although he doesn't have that advanced skill, Seung Huin has pure holy water, and just one drop is enough to break this curse. Saying this, he poured it onto the spreading wound on her leg, and a miracle happened. A light flashed, slowly healing Sahita. She no longer groaned or felt intense pain. Lakamati had dark thoughts, fearing Sahita might lose her life here. But before he could finish his thought, Dong Ho happily carried Sahita out, the wound on her leg gradually disappearing. She wearily leaned against Dong Ho. After everything that happened, the little girl must have been really scared. The leader, along with Su Yi and Tina, rushed to Sahita's side, relieved that she was okay. And I truly have to admit, Brother Seung Huin, for saving the patient. I didn't realize there was such an amazing healer like you here. I made a big mistake. Dong Ho saw the three of them rushing over fiercely and had to shout loudly to warn them to be careful. After all, they were still newcomers in danger. Seung Huin's smile erased all misunderstandings that were finally resolved. Anyone who looked at them showed no expression on their face. Their team turned left down the path as directed by Seung Huin. At the end of the road was the boss's room. Lakamati pushed the door open, greeted by a one-eyed, two-horned demon, mocking the useless sacrifices. The demon's wind was strong enough to knock a person over, and everyone sensed something was wrong. Its dark magic is too strong, but retreating now would be unworthy of a hero, and whether we can defeat it remains unknown. The monster began casting a fireball spell in its hand, gathering more and more power, with darkness growing thicker by the moment. Everyone took up fighting stances, knowing they had to counter every strike it threw. The two-horned demon grew arrogant, looking down on the foolish humans who came all this way to lose their lives. It hadn't been proud for long before someone struck it down, severing half its body. Still dazed and unsure of what was happening, it dissolved into smoke and mist. The person behind this is Seung Hui, who unleashed his strongest skill to defeat the monster in an instant. While everyone was still shocked by the beast, Dong Ho whispered to Seung Hui, "You shouldn't have finished off the boss with your strongest skill, right?" He just smiled calmly and replied that he only used his strongest skill after a series of useless ones. Then he raised his hand to recall Bria's arrow and the dawn holy light, and the final boss demon was defeated. Just as Y was about to use the staff to draw a magic circle and escape, someone stopped him. "There's still time. Why not examine this place first before leaving?" Maintaining the magic circle also consumes a lot of mana. It seemed reasonable, so everyone began to spread out and examine the room. The blood-stained altar frightened Tina. She quickly slipped away to another spot. Daewin curiously looked around, thinking there must be something under the altar. then flipped it over and discovered another box with strange markings hidden underneath. He opened the lid, and a swarm of zombie seeds jumped out, looking truly disgusting. In an unexpected turn, everyone quickly took their battle positions. Lakati focused his power to use holy authority to defeat them. Dung-Ho teased while fighting, making Lakamati growl, but still reminded him to use their strength and aim for the head, even if they were zombies. The fierce battle raged on, with each explosion quickly turning the place into a wasteland. Sung Hui felt something was off. When the boss was defeated, the zombies shouldn't be able to move. What's going on? After eliminating the last of them, Sung Hui looked toward the leader's body and realized its core wasn't there. Antoine turned to speak with Sun Ho, only to find him collapsed in front of him. Luckily, Seung Huynh caught it in time, or his nose would have been broken. He also noticed everyone was unconscious but still breathing. So they're not dead, just asleep. From observing the situation earlier, Seung Hui suddenly realized that what he killed was just a copy of the leader. Where are you, really? Sixth sense? Mach Bao, the beast is still in the room. Seung Hui pulled out the divine crossbow and aimed it at Mr. and Mrs. Mach Bao. The arrow, carrying tremendous power, shot swiftly towards the target. He's no ordinary foe either. One slash was enough to change the skill's trajectory. Seung Hui's move had two purposes. First, to restore everyone's strength, and second, to find the hidden boss lurking in this room. Everyone else is asleep, but you're still fine? Someone calmly replied, Aren't you the same? Seung Huynh replied, So I thought it over. I didn't drink the mana potion you gave everyone. He drew his knife and flew at Ai, slashing him. The white bandage wrapped around his arm came loose. Seung Huynh exposed the truth. No con artist would use a weapon imbued with dark magic, right? Unless you are the real boss of the dungeon. When someone starts to emit dark energy, the secret is revealed, and no one hesitates to admit it. Unlike what was imagined, he transformed into a boss monster, but still looked handsome and elegant like a noble, not like the shabby appearance he had as a scammer before. Using this disguise, he tricked many foolish people into entering this place, never to return. Only Seung Hui saw through his true nature, and being that clever, he was definitely a prime target for a live sacrifice. Without hesitation, Ali stabbed his own hand, then attacked Seung Hui. Taking a defensive stance, he immediately blocked the opponent's blade. Brother Duong's divine crossbow fired 2 arrows that grazed past him and fell to the ground. Ali went mad, slashing wildly and threatening. You chose me. I was just a nameless thief until he made me special. If I offer you as a sacrifice to him, I wonder how pleased he will be. Just like the teammates I killed that day, so you might as well stay there and wait for death. As he finished speaking, a blood-red magical circle appeared behind him. At Zheng Huin's feet was the same thing. It turned out that earlier he had stabbed his own hand to create this formation, then lured him to stand at the center. The one who smirked with satisfaction began giving orders. Instantly, a massive tangle of tendrils surged straight toward him. A blinding light flashed. The protagonist still stood there, and the chaotic mass that had tried to swallow him was now slowly disappearing. Sung Huin sneered, This really surprises me. The more Ai saw the situation, the angrier he became, continuously ordering magical attacks. But to no avail, he had to join the fight himself. Sung Huin didn't rush into battle. Holding the glowing orb, he asked, Seeing the precious item in the opponent's hand, he blurted out, The Crystal of Lord Kokujo, this is an artifact containing divine defensive magic power, resistant to spells no matter what it is. Dark magic will eventually be nullified by holy water. Everyone frantically rushed to reclaim the orb, and if it was an important item, Seung Hyung mercilessly threw it straight into the sky. He used a creation spell to retrieve the crystal, then drew his crossbow and aimed straight at Ali's head. Caught off guard, he unleashed dark thorns. The spikes surrounded him like a protective spell. It seemed he intended to heal first, but that wasn't going to happen. Seung Huin used a skill to break through the barrier, closing in on the opponent with his crossbow to finish off the crazed boss, whose destructive power was so strong, yet still not dead, still kneeling and begging for the crystal. Are fanatics really like that? They use a bit of breath to say, God Kokajo has spoken to me. You can feel the invisible presence when looking at So you're just like me, then? Turns out this guy is a god too. And through the status window, he could see the administrator. Zeung Hui replied coldly, I don't believe in gods, but I can't deny that I can't explain my own power. Whoever laughs last before dying will ultimately desire more. After speaking, he collapsed to the ground. The evil boss had to pay for the crimes he committed. Holding the crystal in his hand, Zheng Huin thought it was about time to wake the administrator up. Everyone is starting to wake up, feeling a pounding headache. Zheng Huin explained, No need to be surprised, that bastard was the leader of the monsters, always bragging. Everyone survived, thanks to me. The whole team started crowding around the corpse. No one ever suspected the dark magic he radiated before. Dong-ho wondered, Song-sung, how could you tell he was the bad guy? And he calmly shared his experience. I usually don't trust those jerks pretending to be kind. Smiling and acting nice for no reason, even using polite language. Whenever you meet bastards like that, you have to stay as far away as possible. Dong-ho looked at his friend with judgmental eyes. You're describing yourself. Do you recognize your own kind? Zung-Huin turned to Su-Wai to create a magic circle for their escape. Su-Wai began to feel suspicious. She sensed the holy power of the high priest and that judgment. Why was he hiding it? Could there be some kind of conspiracy? Well, I just need to make a good impression on Zung-Huin. Yes, leave it to me. Sir, she looks different. Zung-Huin was also a bit stunned, suddenly using honorifics to make a request. It's done. Zung-Hui looked at the girl who was constantly worried, then cleared his throat from the corner and called out, Priestess Sahida, can we talk for a moment? Sahida was startled by the call, momentarily surprised, but still tried to remain calm. According to Seung-Huin, he believes these monsters are explorers who were once sacrificed alive. Sahida also shyly voiced her opinion, wanting to pray together for the deceased. They were placed within the magic circle, sincerely praying for the departed, hoping they find peace. As soon as it was completed, the system panel displayed the achievement unlocked. Achievement unlocked by participating in the purification ritual to pray for the peaceful rest of the deceased. Seung raised his hand to select, glancing at Dong-ho, who mirrored his action. The two understood each other. Tina quickly created a mana shield to cover the bodies. It was thin, but better than nothing. Du-Ai moved stealthily, unaware that a figure appeared behind her. Sensing something wrong, Seung-Hui immediately turned his head. Just as he was about to warn Du-Ai, it was too late. She was stabbed by Ali and instantly collapsed motionless. Seung-Hui carelessly forgot that Thon-Ko passed down his power and immediately ordered to take the corpses and her out of here. Our priestess must eliminate that scum. Sahida looked pale and scared, but was still forced to join the battle. Someone moved lightning fast and stabbed Seung-Huin, but he managed to block the attack despite the enemy's overwhelming strength. He relied on Sahida to unleash her power. Though afraid inside, she focused on channeling victory, greatly enhancing Seung-Huin's strength. Pushing him away this time, A's target was Sahida, and he rushed forward fiercely. Seung-Huin quickly grabbed his neck to stop him. Sahida cast a spell again, her power even greater than before, causing A to clutch his face in pain and scream. Suddenly, he pulled out the coca crystal from his body and crushed it, as if this would be the final sacrifice. A whirlwind rose, blowing everything away as the dungeon began to collapse. Seung-Hui hurriedly ran with Sahida toward the magic circle to escape. And that bastard Ali was crushed to death by a huge rock, but who knows if he's really dead. Yet things didn't stop there. Due to the recent attack shaking her spirit, although treated, she cannot focus her mind to control the magic. The dungeon's turmoil intensifies, and Du-Ai cries bitterly. Seung-Huin suddenly realized that this magic circle was complete, only lacking energy to operate, while Tina, skilled in magic, could immediately recognize the type of magic circle, and was also proficient in creating barrier magic. Combining those two things, Tina could save everyone. Given the important responsibility, Tina was afraid she couldn't handle it and refused. But one word from Seung-Huin awakened her deep knowledge. With Seung-Huin's help, Tina successfully activated the magic circle, bringing everyone to safety. XY jumped up with joy. Unlike his earlier gloomy appearance, Seung-Huin asked about the place they were in. Su-Wai announced that this city is located above Lake Kama. It is peaceful because of the presence of the scarlet magic. Therefore, many nobles and wizards gather here because it is easy to find research materials and rare books. Seung-Huin looked around curiously. It was his first time visiting a magic tower. 3 people wearing outfits like XY opened the door. They received the coordinates of the activated recovery area and came to check it out. Su-Wai met an acquaintance but barely had time to be happy before her professor knocked her on the head with a book. Then followed a chase between the two. After hearing the whole story, Tananola teased her for giving up becoming a wizard of the magic tower to become an adventurer, and after nearly dying, she came back, leaving her at a loss for words. Then he turned to praise Seung-Huin, well done, and took them to the guest resting room. For some reason, maybe because it was unfamiliar, Seung-Huin couldn't sleep and ended up putting on his coat to go for a walk. Suddenly someone spoke to Pohmit. What are you doing at this hour? Even Seung-Huin was surprised and asked back, It's late, why are you still awake? Do you believe it? She also exclaimed in surprise. Sister Leah Seung-hyun, it's been a while since I returned to the tower, so I feel a bit nostalgic. He heard that softly, smiled gently, and replied, So you also come from a tower? After nodding in confirmation, Tina expressed her remorse. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. It was such a dangerous situation. I hesitated too much. Seung-hyun quickly reassured her, You don't need to feel guilty. We're all alive thanks to you. Tina finally felt relieved and comfortably opened up. I originally came from the Golden Tower. Since I was young, I showed talent in magic and then had to enter the tower due to pressure. But I preferred using a sword. I always remembered the one-on-one battles with Rot, and it turned out that my talent wasn't that special, after all. Faced with Seung-hui's question, Is that why you left the tower? Tina didn't hesitate to admit it. Yes, but in the end, both my magic and swordsmanship were worthless. If I were to focus only on magic, then perhaps after briefly considering my limited talent, Seung-hui quickly offered some advice. I don't know much since I've never studied any of those things, but I think the important thing is to do what you love. And if she finds her talent is lower than others, she can use a trick and pursue it at all costs, no matter what method she has to use. The next morning, seeing Kim Dong-ho still saying goodbye with regret, Kung-hui spoke up. They have all left. Lak Kamati wants to keep training, and Su Eunye wants to finish her work. A farewell too perfect, no one got hurt at all. Then he quickly turned to Tina, seeking her response. What about you? Tina. Dong-ho eagerly made an offer. If she still had no plans, she could come with us. After hesitating for a moment, Tina declared clearly, I want to become a magic swordsman. People may laugh at me, but I want to choose my own path. Brother Jung smiled and continued, I knew you would do that. If you want to become a magic swordsman, then stop by this place, Faroli Village, the coldest place in the north. There's a madman there, a very powerful magic swordsman I know. I assure you he is very skilled, so just watching him will be incredibly beneficial for you. Tina was extremely excited by this guidance and kept saying, Thank you, thank you. Before saying goodbye, she didn't forget to promise that she would write to him often. Dong-ho also began to urge him. Now let's get going. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly heard Su Wai's voice calling out, Wait! After arriving at the Crimson Magic Professor's office, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Eung-hwin's car calmly replied, It's okay. But who is this? The man standing opposite quickly spoke. Pleased to meet you. I am S from the Dark Magic. Briefly about this tower, it is usually known as the Tower of Dark Sorcerers. Our main goal is to find suitable methods to harness dark magic and dark mana. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. It seems using dark magic is still legal if licensed, even though the church would hate it. Upon hearing the opening words from Professor Tencel, he learned about the incident and begged me to meet you. Sen quickly continued, I heard that the boss is an incredibly powerful dark sorcerer. Did you pick up any of his personal belongings? I want to buy them for use in experiments. Hearing this request, Seung-hui immediately focused his thoughts. I have the crystal from the boss, but I don't want to hand it over. Is there anything else? After recalling the battle that day, he vaguely remembered a small knife. He almost forgot about it. Seung-hui didn't hesitate to ask, what about the magic knife that the dark mage once used? Sen quickly realized there was still a huge amount of dark mana inside this dagger. It's so exciting to study just how extraordinary it is. All right, I'll give you anything you want. Seung-hui felt somewhat satisfied inside. These things will really interest the mages. Spell books and a whole bunch of other stuff. Something on the table suddenly caught his attention. What is that? After picking it up to study, Seung-hui was amazed as this strange object began playing melodies and dancing continuously in front of everyone. He quickly grabbed it and explained, This is called a hyperactive music box. Why is the toy my friend gave me here? It absorbs mana from the air and converts it into life energy. Seung-hui suddenly realized it helps him recover stamina points, then quickly declared he would take it. The result was more than satisfying for Seung-hui when he was given an additional scroll and a pile of accompanying books. Seung-hui couldn't help but wonder if this scroll contained the formula for making freezing medicine, which was exactly the kind of drugs and ingredients he needed. Then Super Brother Eung came up with a suggestion. Dong-ho, why don't we stay here a little longer? Professor Tens gave me permission at that time, and he handed it over with a grateful attitude. This is a small token of gratitude for saving my student's life. Now that you're in Hongfap, why not take some time to explore around? Dong-ho was also very surprised. It seems they didn't boast about themselves at all. I thought all mages were arrogant jerks. Fine, I'll stay a little longer. I heard there are many good items and high-quality potions in the tower. Huin's carriage burst out laughing in response. That's my intention. After stopping by the Red Mage's potion shop, Seung, while choosing, said, "I'll take 1 box each of mana potions and health potions, and 3 boxes of stamina potions." After seeing the man in front of him focused on brewing, Seung hurriedly intervened. "Excuse me, I think it's best not to add that." He then looked at him with a disdainful glare. He was clearly someone who didn't know how to use mana, then angrily shouted nonsense before continuing to do whatever he wanted. Seeing that, Dong-ho quickly commented, "I think they're all just arrogant jerks with that kind of attitude." Brother Jung could only smile and urge us to leave. After the two left the shop, Dong-ho curiously asked, "Kang, why did you say he shouldn't add that?" He was about to explain it, but before he could finish, he heard a loud explosion behind him. Still, he calmly continued, "That's the reason." Dong-ho couldn't help but exclaim in horror, "What just happened?" The healer Kang and others in the apothecary shop were still coughing, staggering as they walked, and angrily asking who the hell caused this. "Why would you do that? It could be poisonous smoke. Use the magic shield." The magic shield was activated immediately, but it seemed ineffective in this case, as it was gradually being pierced. Despite the man's efforts to resist, he had to cry out in helplessness. The magic shield was failing. Feeling uneasy, he kept telling himself he had to get out of here first. But unexpectedly, Kang Seung-hwin blocked his way. "Where do you think you're going?" He firmly blocked the exit, confidently declaring that none of them could step outside, "which is why I told you not to leave it there." They stubbornly refused to admit it, and firmly drove him away. "What are you doing?" "Go quickly!" Zhong remained calm and reassured them. "Herbal incense is not poisonous, so don't be afraid. The smoke is completely harmless." Hearing this, they spoke up, meaning we're still okay. But the next information he provided was that when inhaled, all the mana in the body melts, causing them to grimace after a loud scream, as they felt a change in their bodies with liquid dripping onto the floor. Shouts of shock began to arise. "This is my mana melting away, so I won't be able to use magic anymore." "No, I'm leaving." The group started to flee under Seung-hwin's watchful eyes. He hurriedly tried to stop them. "Stop right there. I think you forgot who you are. We're right inside the blood magic tower. Do you think you can handle the consequences of opening it?" Speaking of the magic tower, an organization built for mages to study magic and increase their power, this place is filled with all kinds of magical research and mana-using facilities. They immediately wondered, if this smoke escapes, all the facilities of the magic tower will be destroyed. We're definitely dead. Seung-hui immediately explained that even if you are poisoned by the herbs, there is still a way. If treated promptly, you will recover quickly. "Of course I know how to heal. I'm a healer after all." They immediately felt relieved. "Then that's good, we're alive." Seung-hui immediately cut him off, but removing the smoke was still more urgent than saving them. Deep down, Seung-hwin knew that without mana, they couldn't really die. But a mage who couldn't use mana was as good as dead. Still, he didn't care. Seung-hwin was still ignoring their words. "Please, we will do anything, so please heal us. We will even inhale all this smoke if you need us to." "Please, healer." Seung-hwin smiled smugly upon hearing that. "Maybe this is why I like being a healer, because they have to do things like this." Seeing that, Dong-ho curiously asked the healer if those people needed to inhale all the smoke to get rid of it, and he immediately received an answer from him. "Sounds fun, but it takes too much time. Luckily, this is a pharmacy. Bring all the ingredients I mentioned here quickly." Everyone started busily searching for the silicon set you mentioned. "This is dried grapevine root. This smoke must be dealt with right here. But since it cannot be grasped by hand, it is very difficult to eliminate. Then we have to turn it into a form that's easier to clean up." Hearing Dong-ho coughing, Seung-hui thought to himself that even though Kim Dong-ho had little mana left, he was already showing symptoms, so he had to hurry. He quickly prepared the mixture while telling himself that his old teammate's absorption skill couldn't be in vain. A strange object began to form, gathering the smoke into large clumps. Dong-ho exclaimed in surprise, "Is the alchemist here?" and received the answer from him, the solvent of a medicine that turns smoke or gas into a solid form. "What is everyone doing? Aren't you going to pick it up?" They quickly gathered it and started talking. "The texture is a bit weird. Stay quiet and clean it up. The spirit medium sister will be angry. We have cleaned up all that energy and healed everyone. The pine herb has also calmed down." After observing it for a while, Seung-hui shook his head in frustration. "It's really messy. Everyone remember to apologize to the shop owner and clean up carefully. By the way, you just said it was a fragrant herb, right? I'm sure what I put in was a water element plant. But the aromatic herb is a type of water-based herb that has been altered by excessive mana. Normally, it helps blend medicinal ingredients together, but when it becomes an aromatic herb, it causes them to melt away. A girl also expressed a strange curiosity about the idea of them growing something so dangerous in magic. When she saw Xung Huin showing doubt about magic, she quickly added, "Yes, because most of the ingredients come from the magic cultivation area." He asked again out of a curiosity, wondering if the cultivation environment had been altered, but she disagreed. Maybe because the cultivation room is managed by a mana system? Could you explain in detail? After all his questions were answered, Xung Huin quickly ran off, leaving Deng Ho stunned. "Where are we going now?" "We have to find Professor Tenz. The situation might be worse than I thought." Tenso said calmly, "I've heard about the accident at the apothecary. He is communicating via hologram. I wish I could be there in person, but I can't go anywhere because of this damn conference." Tenz quickly granted permission. "You are allowed to enter the herb chamber." The doctor replied briefly. "Thank you," Seung Huin said with a smile. "Nice to meet you on the way." She was sweating with distress. I looked for the tower chief to guide him. They headed straight ahead. Over there was the herb cultivation room. As soon as the door opened, Shui Yai's expression changed. "The entire room is in ruins. This is the calm preparation, which doesn't look very safe. Summon Bria's crossbow. Everyone checks together, controlling humidity, climate, and temperature. All the support enchantments have been destroyed." She concluded that the mana condensation in the room is also unusually high. "I think the main magic circle is the problem." Everyone scattered to search for it. "I think it's deep inside." Suddenly, a vine shot forward at a high speed. Seung Huin was startled when he recognized it. He quickly pulled Dong Ho back, narrowly saving him. Dong Ho tried to catch his breath as he asked, "What is that?" Seung Huin calmly asked back, "What do you think that is?" The answer is simple. The monster grew by absorbing the mana of the wood monster. Shuai reacted quickly and immediately unleashed the Windblade technique. She dealt it a significant amount of damage. The wood monster screamed pitifully, whipping the vine fiercely straight at Shuai. Dong Ho rushed up quickly. "Shh! How dare you!" He cut the vine easily. It fell heavily to the ground. Shui Ai laughed confidently. "Easier than I thought. Dong Hua stays alert." "Wait." Thick white foam is rising at the cut part of the wood monster, and it immediately grows into new vines. Both Shui and Dong Hua were caught off guard by the attack. Xiang Hui frowned deeply. Does it heal the injured part of the vine by itself? Bree's bag is creating poison-tipped arrows. He quickly shot several vines at once, but they immediately grew back. He sat up in a daze. "What is that? If I saw that thing, I'd run away immediately." Zeung Hui calmly offered a different assessment. He keenly noticed the varying healing speeds. It healed faster when she slashed at it. Suai guessed that the attack probably contained mana, and he agreed, since all the herbs here grew rapidly thanks to the excess mana. Zeung Huin concluded, "I think that monster can absorb the mana she directly attacked it with." The fire attack caused no harm, and the wood monster counterattacked immediately after. Shuai barely escaped, and burning had no effect. Dong Ho staggered. "I don't think we can kill it that way." Both of them thought it was time to retreat. "This room is full of mana," but only Seung Huin sneered. "Why retreat?" He pulled out dozens of white beads, saying, "We have someone who can remove mana." The other two were stunned. "Hey!" Seung Huin quickly crafted it. "Priya's bag is producing scent-mimicking arrows." The wooden monster screamed in pain as it was hit, suddenly closing its petals and releasing a poisonous gas straight at everyone. "What is this?" "We can't use our skills." Seung Huin calmly summons his weapon. "It's all set. Priya's crossbow has been stored." His smile deepens. "Now we can attack automatically until it dies." Seung Huin changed his grip on the sword, unleashing countless attacks. The wooden monster screamed wildly, its vines moving slower than ever. "Dong Ho, it's working. It's healing slower." He loudly points out that Seung Huin's move is the easy part. He jumps up high. Dong Ho heads straight for the target. He used all his strength to deliver the blow. Does everyone think that was cool? Dong Ho tensed his whole body, the only one not relying on man. He gathered momentum and shouted, ready to take the final blow. But Dong Ho suddenly shouted, "Seung Huin, use him to spring up." He gathered strength on the blade. "I think this move is hopeless, everyone." Seung Huin just gave a bitter smile and said, "Sure win, strike." He landed a critical blow, and soon the wood monster could only lie motionless on the ground. Shuai sighed in relief. "We did it." Zeung Huin wasted no time. "Huaxi, take us to the main magic circle." They all went to the herb planting room, where the stone slab was shattered. "Oh my God," he calmly concluded that it was completely destroyed. "Did you find the cause?" She couldn't believe it either. It seems the amount of mana absorbed has exceeded its limit, and it can no longer withstand it. How is that possible? The energy from the circle is becoming increasingly chaotic, with mana spilling out as well. It's about to unleash fierce sparks of lightning. Everyone immediately understood it was a mana explosion. The stone plate sealing the magic circle had cracked and was releasing chaotic energy. Dong Ho clutched his head in panic. It's going to explode! Sung Hui calmly looked for a way to handle it. Does Shuai have any way to stop the continuous flow of mana into it? Shuai quickly shook her head. No, there's no way. Even a low-level mage can't see into the mana connection, she stated firmly, and if it takes any impact, it will explode immediately. Sung Hui quickly made up his mind. Let's run, he told himself. Doesn't matter. Sung Hui weighed the pros and cons. If it's as strong as a charm, its destructive power will be terrifying. Not only myself, but even those outside will be drawn in. I decisively used my keen eyesight skill to find the mana connection at all costs. Sung Hui's vision was greatly enhanced, and in an instant he discovered it. Seeing this, the two others couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Zeung Hui decisively stepped forward, and seeing him advance, the two shouted in panic, "What are you doing? The spirit healer, and you can't go in there." Zeung Hui thought to himself, a large amount of pure mana was gathered to create that bomb. Normal attacks would have no effect. He took out a golden orb. Seung Hui guessed that if it was a powerful mana-resistant object, the item in his hand was the sacred orb of Kikaristel. The defensive power and strong mana resistance caused the shockwave from the magic circle to burst fiercely. Seung Hui endured great pressure, his face turning pale as he looked away. "I can't see." Dong Ho turned pale with fear, and the healer even more so. He gritted his teeth and kept moving forward, aiming for the connection point of the vein. Seung tightened the orb in his hand, spun around, and threw it with all his strength. Seung Hyung aimed perfectly. The orb touched the magic circle. Does everyone think that was cool? This is amazing. The colors there immediately shifted to red. The orb quickly distorted the matrix. The mana vein was gradually being blocked, as if it was draining everything to the point it turned blue. After a while, the orb fell to the ground, and Shuya anxiously opened her eyes slightly. She stared blankly around as the explosion had stopped. While they were stunned, Seung-Huin turned around and asked, "What just happened?" He smiled smugly. They both immediately rushed forward to hug Seung-Huin tightly. "Sister Healer Kang, Sister Healer, you really are the best," he calmly replied. "I know." Shuai was extremely delighted, truly. "What the hell are you?" Seung-Huin said coldly. "Let me go." He sighed in relief. "Good thing I checked the sacred orb's power first." Tens frowned in confusion. "What happened?" He insists that there must be a problem with the power supply system. Shuai believes that even magic cannot withstand if these kinds of incidents keep happening. She seriously analyzed if the magic tower collapses, the protective barrier guarding the city will also fall apart. Please allow us to investigate the mana center. Tenso shook his head helplessly. The mana center is crucial to the origin of magic. That matter is beyond my authority. Dong Ho rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Even the professor cannot enter freely. This is going to be difficult. Seung-Hun doesn't give up. So who is in charge of the mana center? He casually mentioned that one of the deputy tower masters of the Blood Demon Tower gave a name. The second lord coldly asked, "So you're Seung-Hun? What do you want from me?" He began to summarize the situation. Everything that happened at the Demon Tower today. Explained the situation. He nodded in understanding. Is that so? So you want to enter the Mana Core right now? Ung Hui sighed wearily. Actually, I didn't plan to come here, but he might agree if I tell him everything. I gave a professional smile, and no, instead it's us. But he suddenly interrupted, which was truly funny. He shouted angrily, rambling nonsense, slamming the document folder on the table of the facilities inside the center. His foolish babbling was created using the most advanced technologies of the Blood Demon Tower. "That is a place that will be safe even if the Demon Tower collapses," the two shouted angrily. What problem could there possibly be in a place like that? Ung Hui was stunned. What nonsense is he talking about? Shua Ai was sweating with fear. "Professor Hai, do you know what the herbal medicine room looks like now?" Dong Ho also shouted in frustration. "Do you even know what we had to face?" She tried to explain. The magic circle was completed, but he still stubbornly criticized. "Stop it, Suipna. Not only did you run away, but now you're insulting the Mana Tower?" She was immediately at a loss for words. Hai firmly refused. "I cannot let you enter the Mana Core." C remained silent. After a moment, he gave a faint smile and spoke. "Deputy Tower Chief Hai, I have some advice for you. Evacuate everyone and act immediately." Brother Seung kindly gave him his final words. That is the best thing you should do. But he just looked down at him disdainfully. I don't want to hear it. What a waste of time. After saying that, he slammed the door and quickly left my room. If it were me, I would have already gotten physical, pulling my hair out in frustration. Oh my god! Dong-ho is annoyed, talking nonsense. Eung-hwin just shrugged calmly. He was provoking in a strange way. She was so angry that her words ran wild. Damn it, this is why those damn mages are all useless. He just smiled quietly. It didn't really matter. After all, a moment ago Seung-hui had used his keen eye skill, and a series of red warnings surrounded the two. Dangerous. So dangerous that by now, I'm sure he's going to die. In his room, he keeps sighing, restless and worried about how much those bastards have found out, sweating as he guesses every possibility. Could it be that there really is a huge problem? Do they know the mana supply system is broken? Hai held his head in distress, realizing he had neglected the mana center while preparing for the successor tower, Lord's coronation ceremony. He scolded himself, knowing that if others found out, he would be disqualified from the candidate list. I am determined to make a decision. At the very least, I must keep this matter secret until the ceremony takes place. I can handle this quietly. While he was distracted, the wall behind cracked open. After becoming the tower master, he turned back to see what it was. He frowned in confusion. Then suddenly the entire room exploded, dust and debris filling the air. The whole mansion turned into a chaotic mess, and I was lucky to survive. What the hell was that? But he was trapped solidly in the rock, unable to move, so I had to try to move these things first. The mana in my hand went out of control. He was hurt by the backlash and nearly fainted. I gritted my teeth in confusion.
Using reverse mana, he shouted for help. Is anyone out there? Come here and help me.
The sound of footsteps approaching made him rejoice. Help is here, a cold voice echoed. Do you understand now? Seung-hui calmly stepped forward, casually glancing around. I already warned you. You two begged at just the right moment. I apologize for what happened earlier. Do you guys think this move was stupid? He hurriedly urged, come help me quickly. Seung-hui shrugged with a bitter smile. Why don't you listen to others' advice? The tower's mana system is currently releasing too much power. Every place where the mana veins flow is in the same state as here. He looked down with contempt. The man didn't even bother to listen when I warned him. Seung-hui soberly realized he only changed his mind because he was about to die. He still trembled as he pleaded. Please, save me. He cursed the bastard. Silently. Seung-hui replied coldly. I'm very busy and can't waste my precious time here. He was stunned. What? He turned his back to leave. If you give me something valuable. He gritted his teeth, quickly weighing his options. Hai made a swift decision. Wait, I have something you might want. Sure enough, he handed over the key to the center. Hai sneered with calculation. If you save me, I'll give you this. You have to control the mana center to save everyone here. Eung was a bit surprised. Are you taking others hostage? He said with a mocking tone. Think about it. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. A bastard like this is a serious candidate for the Tower Master. The Blood Tower has really gone mad. Seung-hun leaned slightly. I forgot to mention. I'll tell you something important. The explosion just now destroyed all the seals at the mana core. He desperately dropped the treasure. Seung-hun's car kept moving, so I don't need your precious key. Goodbye. Mana is starting to spiral out of control again. Both pleaded urgently. Wait, I'll give you something better. He's so calm. Really? I'll come back in a bit. Saying that, Seung-hun decisively walked straight ahead. I'm going to save the others first. He couldn't hold back his tears anymore. The desperate cries echoed along with the explosion. No, he sped up. This place has already been destroyed. Hui's vehicle rushed through the mana streams. I need to assess the situation outside first. Suddenly, a cry caught his attention, and Seung-hun couldn't help but be surprised. Children, these two kids haven't evacuated yet? He immediately smiled and asked politely, What's wrong, kids? Lucy cried while pointing at the pile of wreckage. My friend. The little girl couldn't say much and burst into tears. Seung-hun was at a loss. I didn't understand what she was saying, so I used my skill. He was a bit surprised. The name of the skill, the calm voice when used, it soothes the target's mind, removes their panic, and increases their chance of full recovery. Is this a variant of the calming prayer? Seung-hun slowly reached out his hand. The prayer skill probably requires divine power, and I don't have any skills like that. He gently patted their heads while using the skill, speaking calmly. Both of them calmed down and then told him what happened. Both of them immediately stopped crying, yes. Seung-hun broke through the pile of rocks blocking the way. The kids said they were doing homework when the floor and walls suddenly exploded. He searched while recalling that LJ had used a barrier for us so we could escape. But suddenly the bookshelf fell while we were running, and he... Ze Ung-Huin silently prayed. Hopefully, it wasn't too late, as he found a child trapped under the bookshelf. LJ. Are you LJ? The dazed girl woke up. Who is that? Ze Ung-Huin quickly knelt down. I came to save you. Are you okay? Lai Jie guessed. He's not wearing a cloak, so he must be a traveler. The girl said firmly, I'm definitely dead. Take your friend to a safe place, he said, stunned for a moment. Is this the girl's second life? How did this child grow up so fast? Chung Hui immediately analyzed LJ's condition. Bleeding debuff, mana reflux debuff, twisted ankle debuff. As he thought this, he began to carry the girl out. The girl still tries to save her friend despite her condition. Lai Di calls out anxiously, completely unlike someone who is about to die. Traveler, you don't have to do that. Doesn't the whole family see how heartbreakingly sensible this child is? The girl tried to warn him that his remaining mana was about to overload and backfire, but Seong Huin didn't listen and gently reached out, while Lai Jie closed her eyes for herself. He cast a healing skill, gently comforting the girl. He couldn't take away her pain, but he could stop the bleeding. Lai Jie was stunned. She exclaimed in shock. How can you ignore the mana reflux and still use your skill? Seung Hui smiled and replied, I'm a healer after all. If that happened to me, I'd be completely smitten. After giving LJ first aid, Seung Huin carried her and ran away. He rushed forward, explosions chasing closely behind them. Lai Jie anxiously looked back. Careful, the explosions are stronger than before. Seung Hui warned, lowering his head to LJ. It's very dangerous. He ran carefully while observing his surroundings. This is only the 12th floor, if we go down to the basement. Suddenly, Seung Hui froze in shock. The stairs ahead were no longer usable. He looked around and realized he hadn't considered this possibility. There was no other way. Suddenly, Seung Huin saw a huge hole in the wall. Hey, just a quick question. Don't overthink it. Are you afraid of heights? Lai Jie couldn't help but wonder. Is this really the only way out? He tied a few more twists. Don't worry, just close your eyes. Seung Hui decisively stepped outside. He would make sure she was safe. In this case, even I was nervous like the girl. Lai Jie is very brave.
Yes, I'm ready. They have to move fast. Let's go.
The monocurrents became unstable again, and just as the two of them rushed down, the upper floor exploded. They were in freefall with only darkness below, and the girl closed her eyes tightly without crying out, which was very commendable. Seung Huin carefully watched LJ, knowing any normal child would have already cried out. He thought deeply that if a child like her died, Asian's future would become extremely bleak and dark. Freya's linked pouch was crafting a bandage arrow. It shot forward fast, the arrowhead piercing the wall, and the two of them froze against the tower's back, the sudden stop sending pain through his whole body. Seung Huin gritted his teeth, trying to hold on tight. Please don't break. The connection looked extremely loose. 3 parts unreliable, 7 parts makeshift, but somehow it worked well. They seemed temporarily safe, a homemade hook from a bent metal bar and a makeshift rope from bandages. He gave a bitter laugh at himself, never thinking he'd end up in a situation like this in his life. Outside, a crowd of mages was gathering, eager for gossip. What happened? It's nothing to worry about.
Don't worry, madam.
After all, that's the Scarlet Tower of Magic. The teacher kept bowing to Seung Huin, thanking him for saving the children. Lai Jie introduced, She is our teacher. He summarized the situation calmly, saying it was something that needed to be done. I only gave LJ's leg temporary first aid. Please ask the healer to help me. The girl quickly asked, Are you going to the Mana Center now? Seung Huin confirmed. That's right, I still have to help the others. Lai Jie handed over a roll of paper. Take this with you. This was originally for homework. I don't know if it will help, but I flipped it open just in case. Then suddenly, a voice echoed back.
Ledge!
The two children ran over excitedly. It was LJ. The girl immediately recognized her friend, Terrace Lucy. The kids cried and asked anxiously, Lai Jie, are you okay? Does your leg hurt a lot? The girl said cheerfully. I'm fine. You really saved me. You two are really easy to cry. Sorry, LJ. It's all our fault. Lai Jie is like our parent. Don't cry. I told you I'm fine. Or maybe not, since she's already crying. I'm really fine. But if you guys keep crying like that, I'll end up crying too. La joined the chorus of cries, and I was really, really scared. Zehuin thought to himself, it seems she's still just a child. He returned to the main point, now heading back to the center. At the same time, Shui Wai had fainted at the center. Dong Ho was also lying in a corner, surrounded by the Mana Tower system, with many mages unconscious. Ze Ung-Huin looked around cautiously, wondering what had happened here. Is that the mana tower system? He scanned it all around. Seung-hui quickly realized the problem. The mana circuits were connected to them. Even Sweer and Hong had caught everyone. Suddenly, Tu shouted a warning, "Don't come here, I'm surprised." Professor Tan X Lon O. He struggled to explain. It absorbs everyone's mana in an instant. The gem radiates an overwhelming presence. We can't control it. We need to get out of here quickly. It detected Seung-hui and quickly rushed over. Tens shouted in panic. The more calmly you reassure me, the more I feel fine. The spirits climbed onto Seung-hui, but what chance do they have against him? They don't affect me at all. Seung-hui is focused. Freya's linked pouch is crafting a magma arrow. 3 powerful attacks aimed at it. The energy shifted, and Ma Tin raised a line of defense. A mana shield, he's terrified. Is it really a mana shield? Even now it can use skills. Unlike Tencel, Seung-hui calmly observes. Just as I predicted, a series of small screens appeared. Mana warning overload. Mana alert, we want mana. He anticipated it would become a monster. The strategy changes. If that's the case, Seung-hui switches attack types to herbal incense arrows. The barrier showed signs of melting, dripping like melting ice, and he quietly rejoiced. It's over. But if I only melted the protective layer, then Tens shouted loudly and pulled Seung-hui back. Look closely. His magical veins lit up. The leaking mana was gradually absorbed and reused, truly conscious of protecting the environment. He felt a chill run down his spine as it absorbed the melted parts back. 3 magic circles were summoned, stronger and more complex than before.
If that hit me, I'm done for. It seems Seung-hui isn't doing well either. We're screwed.
The Demon Star unleashed a series of attacks at him. The mana bullet fired by the Demon Star was a devastatingly powerful strike. Tens shouted in panic, calling out to Cao Kang. His left hand was badly burned, charred black over a large area. He coughed dryly and struggled to get up, asking, "Are you okay?" Brother Shung still managed to smile. "He almost killed me. He really just escaped death by a hair. Without the heavenly sphere, I would have been torn to pieces. But above all, this will never end if it keeps absorbing mana like that." The mana barrier is being restored, and the Demon Star's defenses are back to perfect. Tenso pointed out the problem. It's using the remaining mana as part of its body. He immediately realized that incense herbs don't work on mana that is already melted. He understood too. That's right, Seung-hui already had a counterattack plan. And fortunately, it was exactly what I was hoping for. The mana core launched an even fiercer attack with a barrage of mana bullets, accelerating forward. Seung-hui skillfully dodged them all, knowing he had to be very careful, quickly getting into a ready stance. The arrow shot forward, the attacks clashing head-on, creating massive explosions. Mana Na fell to the ground, where the demon spirit had already prepared the conduit. Tenso felt like he was hitting a dead end. Oh no, the magic bullets were gradually being absorbed back into the conduits. It only makes the mana orb stronger. He just can't understand that. "Kang, what are you planning to do?" Seung-hui decisively threw the crossbow aside, knowing that it was the mana residue that formed the energy structure of the system. He lowered his center of gravity, meaning Seung-hui jumped up high. He concluded that he could attack it with this. Cass's celestial item acts like a shield against magic defense and mana resistance. Solid and effective. Seung-hui tensed up, gripping the celestial sphere tightly. The defense line of the demon star was shattered in an instant. The punch carried the force of a carousel toe. Although he misunderstood, it actually makes sense. He destroyed the armor with his bare hands, truly a monster. To repeat, his conclusion was incorrect. He kept punching directly at its form. Without hesitation, Seung-hui said this was the last one. Suddenly, mana surged like waves, swirling into a water sphere before transforming into 2 giant hands. The attack pattern has changed. Tens still can't get up. It can transform. He feels a bit discouraged. Does this monster not know when to give up? Tens couldn't help but be stunned by that sight. Unbelievable. A monster like that was created in our magic tower. It has evolved into another form. A mad magic beast wreaking havoc around, the tower shaking after each of its blows. Seung-hui clenched his teeth in tension. It was trying to keep him away like an earthquake was happening. Time was running out. How could he create a weak point? He tries to think about the conduits. Seung-hui recalls Ulijie and remembers the scroll the girl gave him. Seung-hui suddenly woke up. That's right. He immediately had an idea because this thing always haunted the mana summoning Freya's crossbow. Seung-hui confirms that Freya's linked pouch is creating a powerful magical water missile. He aims at the wall behind it, knowing it won't be able to ignore this. Sure enough, the demon star faltered, the arrows luring it, and it headed straight for the target Seung-hui created. He seized the moment to tear the paper. Got it. The conduits of the Matin are pinned down, gradually turning black and losing their original function, clearly weakening it noticeably. Seung-hui chuckled with delight. This really works. The piece of paper he just tore had a magic array drawn on it. The scroll containing LJ's mana. Freya's linked pouch is crafting magma arrows. The demon core tries to defend but can't. The arrow pierces straight into its heart. A massive surge of mana burst forth violently. He smiled with satisfaction. It's over after the tower stabilized. Today we faced a serious crisis due to the mana energy system overload. Seung-hui is receiving honors from the mages. Roberta thanks healer Kong Seung-hyun on behalf of everyone. He sincerely bowed to him for saving the red magic tower and all of Kama. RER generously offered a reward. If you want anything, please let us know. Seung-hun did not hesitate since you have spoken. His immediate request astonished the mages. I want the special magical carpet with the relaxation circle from the magic tower. It would be great to have it. They whispered as if they hadn't met anyone that bold in years. That's going too far. Even a mage without any special achievements could never dream of it, let alone touch it. It seems he also thought it was a bit too much. That item is only given to the mages of the Scarlet Tower as a keepsake. RER really refused. It cannot be given to outsiders, no matter how great their contributions are. Seung-hun sighed in disappointment. I also guessed it wouldn't work. He suddenly made the decision. Therefore, as the master of the Scarlet Magic Tower, I hereby declare healer Kang Seung-hyun an honorary member of the Scarlet Magic Tower. Grouper acknowledges his contributions. Although you did not follow the path of a mage, XYY and Dongho were very surprised. What? He thought it through carefully, but you didn't hesitate to put yourself in danger to save the Red Tower of Magic. Robert truly is a sage. If we don't acknowledge someone like that, then who else will support us in the future? Chung-Huin was momentarily stunned. An honorary member? He laughed bitterly at himself. Once a quack doctor, a healer who couldn't heal, and now a fake mage who can't cast spells. Amid the cheers of the crowd, he accepted that honor. Well, thank you, sir. R.E.R. Chung-Hui thought to himself. As long as it helps me heal people, I don't really care. Dongho stretched out on the floor, exhausted. He savored the hard-earned success. Since most of it belongs to Seung-Hun, being an honorary member of the Magic Tower must be amazing, right? They even gave him a private room. He stood looking at the empty room, regretting that they didn't provide any furniture. Seung-Hun's cart didn't require much either. Anyway, we'll use this place as a storage room, so let's organize and stock the inventory before heading out. Dongho is excited. Sure, I'll sit down and rest for a bit. The status window has completed this one too. The system notifies that 6,841 points have been collected. You have an unclaimed reward. Jung Huiyan thought to himself after treating the injured at the Magic Tower. I earned a lot of points. Hodong also contributed a lot to that. Hard work makes up for diligence, and something has caught his attention. The mission awarded 5,000 points and a 1-star reward. The old affirmations echoed in Seung Hui's ears. But I cannot deny that he was granted supernatural power. He will continue to crave it. He shook his head and walked away. Getting involved with a god was never a good thing. It was best not to make any direct deals until he had more information about the manager. Let's leave this for later. Next, Eung Hui immediately regained his composure and unlocked the item storage bag achievement by holding 3 items of rare quality or higher. A crossbow from Freya, 2 celestial spheres from Castle, 3 calm ground magic scrolls. He swiftly swiped his fingers across the screen. What is the item storage bag? The system immediately explains. Item storage bag. You can use the item storage system in your status window. When you put an equipment page into the item storage bag, you can benefit from its effects even if it's not equipped properly. Zeung Huin nodded in satisfaction. This isn't bad at all. Perfect for Tram and Thien Kao who always get hit by magic. He searched more thoroughly but found no achievements. Has Seung Huin not seen them because he already joined the Magic Tower? He muttered to himself. There should be one. Dong Ho suddenly remembered something, still lying down and just turning over. Doctor, aren't you going to wear the cloak you just received at the Magic Tower? Seung Huin stubbornly sticks to his image. If I wear it, I won't look like a healer. He firmly believed that a white robe suited a doctor best. Wait a moment. Huin took out the badge to use the red seal. A bright red cloak was draped over him. It is the symbol and attire representing my connection. The system immediately appeared. Unlocking the Red Tower Mage achievement, Seung Huin smiled with satisfaction. Here it is. The next morning, their belongings were piled up in the room. Suddenly, a few strange and somewhat useless items were pulled out. He gave Dong Ho a very judgmental look. He doesn't understand anything. Why are you looking at me like that? Sung Hui asked about the past. He said that when he was brought here, he was wearing pajamas watching TV at home, right? Dong Ho happily recounted that I was cooking instant noodles. The next thing I knew, I was already inside the cave. He stared at the pile of stuff. I guess it's still better than coming here with nothing like me. But none of this stuff is useful at all. He hugged the strange fish tightly and argued back. This pillow is really useful. Dong Ho enjoys the feeling of it always being with me. Whether sleeping in the cold or on the mud, he's always willing to share. Do you want to borrow it? Seung Huin dusts off the picture frame. Why would I want something that smells like that? Uncle Dong Huan said, it doesn't smell. Well, maybe it smells a little like an old man. Seung Huin gazed at it thoughtfully. He chose a well-lit corner to place the picture. Maybe he should leave this thing behind. Sua Wai and Lai Jie saw them off. Goodbye, we owe you all a lot. The journey begins again. Dong Ho can't help but exclaim, so this is Kama. He looked around cautiously, but Seung Hui was not surprised at all. This is where the wealthy live after all. Let's find a rickshaw. The first person we asked waved us off. Right now we can't wait for any more customers. Dong Ho immediately fell into deep thought. Are we going to have to take a boat? I get seasick. I asked Han if anything had happened at the horse temple, but he shook his head in denial. No, there's no problem on our side. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Quickly rebuild the bridge. Some villagers are arguing with the guards. I have to go to Karen City right now. Get us on the carriage. Two guards struggled to explain. Some things happened at the magic tower, so the barricades are no longer there. It's dangerous to go out during the demon shift now, but the people are too agitated to listen. I don't want to hear it. Just rebuild the bridge. Someone is trying to make a move, and I'm not going to wait any longer. If you don't act, she's a sorceress. A cold stream of welding gas surged out, revealing the ice path, and the two guards immediately turned pale. Dong Ho also broke out in a cold sweat. Dr. Kang is here. Sung Huin's car frowned and shouted. Countless bubbles suddenly appeared on the sea surface, with something leaping up from below. Sticky hands with strange membranes emerged. Countless mermaids are rising. You have sensed them. Get ready to fight. The people are panicking and fleeing. Mermaids are rushing out. The guards are urgently spreading the word. They are advancing into the trap. Get ready to fight. The situation is extremely chaotic. Their teeth are unbelievably hard and sharp. Primitive weapons are no match for the mermaids. Oh my God! Suddenly an arrow flew in, and it screamed in pain. While he was still stunned, Seung Huin had already sent reinforcements. What was it? He gathers energy. Seung Huin unleashes a series of relentless attacks. He shouted to call for reinforcements. We have to stop them from climbing up any further. Dong Ho crushed the stone in his hand. Understood. System notification, bloodthirsty demon aspiration activated. Your damage increases for a period of time. He takes a swing, raising his sword high. Dong Ho stabbed down hard, shattering the ice beneath. Most of the phantoms had been destroyed. He sighed in relief without wasting much time. But Seung Huin knew the matter was far from over. The real problem is just beginning, and he's stunned, not understanding. After the battle, Zero is exhausted and not happy for Cam. He asked worriedly, Hey, are you okay? You're bleeding. Zero didn't pay much attention. I'm fine. There really isn't any problem. But the wound gradually spread, and his body clearly sensed something was wrong. Seung Hui calmly pointed out that he was transforming, with scales starting to spread across his body. He collapsed in pain. Everyone turned pale with fear. He's turning into a merman. This phenomenon is truly terrifying. Merman mutation. Once your body is infected by merman blood, the infected will spread the mutation to many others to propagate. Dong Ho hurriedly wanted to help, saying we should cleanse his blood and use healing magic. But Seung Huin calmly said that wouldn't work. He calmly explained, if it were me, I would have run away already. You can't detoxify his infected wound with healing magic. He recognized Seung Hui, the one who helped us defeat the mermaids. The guard hesitantly asked, so we have to amputate his arm? He dismissed the idea that the infection had spread and said he was transforming too quickly for cutting off his arm to help. Sai broke out in a cold sweat, seemingly realizing his fate. He pressed the sword to his own neck, meaning, I'm going to become a monster now? Sai trembled, but made up his mind. If I can't stop it, I'd rather let myself die while still human. His teammate tried to stop him. Wait, I can't watch this. Zero acted decisively, fresh blood gushing out, but Seung Huin stopped him. He smiled reassuringly. Don't be so hasty. Zero was stunned, tears falling. Seung Huin lowered his voice gently to comfort him. I said there's no solution. Not that there's no cure, and even if there isn't, I'll create one. It's okay. After a moment, he decisively dived into the sea. The others stood on the shore waiting while Seung-Hwin's vehicle quickly searched. The key ingredient for the cure is the mermaid's liver. Mermaids will immediately decompose if killed on land, so I have to remove their livers while they're still underwater and protect them with mana. Absorb. With the effect of the wind potion, he can breathe underwater. Thanks to the wind potion, I no longer have to worry about breathing. Seung-Hui also calculated his skills. He has collected 6,841 points, 20 points each time he uses Freya's spin, 50 points. He decided to try his luck with the current skill set since he couldn't fight underwater. So, the spin began. The system continuously provided rewards, deducting 100 points. As a result of the spin, you received a new skill, Divine Hand, minus 100 points. The spin result, you have received a new skill to regulate body temperature underwater. Deduct 250 points. Spin result, you have received a new skill, Half Hook. Deduct 250 points, you have received a new skill, Enhanced Arrow. Seung-Hwin kept spinning, and I just had to keep playing the game until I got something good. He felt pretty tense and took a sure shot. I want to delay it as long as possible. Seung-Hwin's finger tapped the taskbar, receiving 5,000 points and a 1-star reward. Having completed the mission, he had no other choice. But I guess the time has come. Suddenly, a whirl of water swept across Seung-Hwin's cheek. An Kwang looked around again. A water cannon? The mermen have come to block Seung-Hwin's path, and they're all gathered here. He furrowed his brow, analyzing that he couldn't make it all the way there. Seung-Hwin used his grappling shot, aiming at the farthest one, and hit it with a single shot. You're done for. Seung-Hwin pulled the merman close and quickly finished it off. I've caught the big one. The other merfolk roared in anger and immediately charged to surround Seung-Hwin. Then a few more arrows were shot. Soon after, the dark blue water spread wide, turning the battle into an almost one-sided massacre. He confidently took control of the situation. It was easy. I didn't think I'd need to use my 1-star skill just yet. Seung cautiously observed the situation, but one thing bothered him. A giant merman suddenly appeared behind him. Why were there so many of them? Seung was startled and quickly turned around, utterly surprised. A rare grade mermaid? Its size and skills far surpassed those little ones. As soon as it appeared, the rare mermaid unleashed a tidal strike. Seung quickly used his grappling hook. He immediately used another mermaid to block the attack. Seung-Hyung turned pale. Were they almost all gathering here just because of pride? The effect of the wind potion. Time remaining 5 minutes, 5 seconds. He has to calculate carefully as there isn't much time left. The rare mermaid noble took a deep breath to gather strength and unleashed a water cannon that Seung-Hui narrowly dodged. He assessed the power of the rare mermaid noble, noting it only used the water cannon and sea surge, making it difficult to confront them directly. But they can all be deflected. Seung-Hui frowned. Are these bastards stalling for time? The poison effect will last for 1 minute and 48 seconds. He responded without hesitation. If that's how you plan to play, then I have an answer for you. A powerful strike aimed straight at it. The rare mermaid Phi family growled as it lightly dodged the arrow from Seung-Hwin. He calmly concluded that he had caught you. Black poison began to spread from the arrow. The system announced the arrow failed due to the anti-mermaid drug being destroyed. Something even its entire clan did not expect. The rare mermaid Phi family member writhed in pain, utterly panicked. How dare you use poison? Seung-Hui smiled smugly. That's what he wanted to say, I think, but unfortunately I couldn't explain it because I was underwater. What I used is a failed treatment product made from the decomposed liver of a mermaid. Seung-Hwin raised his crossbow. This won't kill you, but it will make you feel pain. He prepared to deliver the finishing blow, then 5,000 points, mission complete. The rare upgraded mermaid struggled in vain. Seung-Hwin used a 1-star skill, a powerful arrow shot through its body, and he kept firing a series of shots. The 1-star Fishclaw was eager to end the battle quickly, handing over the rare relic and disappearing. At the north gate of Kama before the lake, Dong-Ho anxiously looked down at the water. It took longer than I expected. He was restless. Something might have happened. Then a bubble suddenly rose. Dong-Ho was overjoyed. There he is, Dr. Kang. Doctor, are you okay? Seung-Hwin stepped ashore, soaking wet. He wrung his shirt while smiling and replied, One thing is certain. The scales on Siro's body are gradually disappearing. Seung-Hwin confirmed, then vanished without a trace, right? Everyone was buzzing, saying, She really made the medicine and she managed to treat him. He is extremely grateful. Thank you. How can I ever repay you? Eung-Hwin sighed in relief. No need. Just recover quickly and protect Kama later. There's an urgent report, Captain. Something urgent. He turned around. What's going on? He panicked. I have checked the situation at the east and west gates. It seems things have gotten worse, and it looks like they were attacked by the 5 mermaids. At the Kama military medical room, desperate screams echoed. Dozens of soldiers were turning into mermaids. There's no way to save them all this time. Seung-Hwin kicked the door open like a god and swiftly began treatment. The Freya-linked pouch created arrows of medicine to cure the merman mutation, each shot hitting the soldiers' necks directly, fortunately saving them. However, some had fully mutated. Dong-ho cursed helplessly. We couldn't save a few of them in time. Seung-Hwin calmly continued. Those who have already mutated are beyond help. That mermaid grabbed the hospital bed and threw it directly at the 2 of them. They dodged easily, and he was annoyed.
Hey, don't do that!
Dong-ho decisively swung his sword to attack, but the merman bared its sharp teeth, and one bite snapped his sword in half. Oh no. Eung-Hyun's team arrived just in time to support Dong-ho, using the fish-scraping arrows. He was startled and warned, the doctor is in danger. He is surrounded by 2 mermaids, making the situation very difficult to handle. Dong-ho doesn't hesitate to charge forward, even though his sword is broken.
He used his body to block it. I'm going all out with you.
Eung-Hwin spun around and gave the merman an elbow strike. He quickly created a fish claw arrow. He got hit right in the face and lost all his biometrics. Finally, it was handled properly. Dong-ho grimaced as he picked up his things. Oh no, why did my sword break at a time like this? Eung-Hwin laughed and said, Sai hit too hard. He quickly checked to make sure everything was okay. Shout out for the medicine. He's fine. I'm okay. Even though the wound was still spurting like a fountain, Dong-ho confidently declared, I'm fine even if I got bitten. Eung-Hwin got the hint, right? Captain Hwang-Hon charged in. Oh no, our soldiers. He briefly explained the situation. We saved those we could, but some we could not. He frowned in pain. I'm sorry, the captain sincerely thanks you.
You helped us avoid heavy losses, and we are truly grateful.
Seung, you're too kind. It's nothing. He began negotiating the reward. I'm sure you will be properly compensated. Suddenly a shout echoed, Here he comes! A group of fierce men rushed over demanding something. You're Seung-Hyun, right? Give us the antidote.
Tim?
Seung-Hui recognized the group. They were the same people from before, and he felt uneasy. They were residents of Siwei. He discreetly used clairvoyance, and the condition of all 3 immediately appeared. Healthy, healthy, healthy. Seung-Hyun doesn't understand anything. They're all fine, and not even injured. Those guys are making demands, but we were there when the mermaids attacked, too. None of them have any sense. We could turn into mermaids, so the antidote should be given first, prioritizing civilians over soldiers. He replied indifferently. Is that so? Seung knew for sure that the south gate should have been safe at least. If they hadn't built the bridge from the start, he sneered with contempt, truly shameless to compromise. All right. In that case, I will give the antidote for the mermaid mutation to everyone. They looked visibly happy. That's right, of course we have to give it. The greedy crowd started to scramble. Me first, me first. He gave a commercial smile. Don't worry, everyone will get a share. Brother Eung firmly shouted the price. 1 spoon costs 400,000 gold coins. You're not bound by ethics too much. Then I'll just be shameless as well. The arrogant nobles immediately went cold. 400,000 gold per spoon. Eung-Hwin freely raised the price. Don't like that price? Then 500,000 gold it is. The nobles were shocked and questioned. 500,000 newtons? Why raise it again? He continues, 600,000 newtons. They're all panicking. What? Seung-Hwin kept his smug smile. 700,000 newtons. He was trembling with anger. You, the nobles standing on their moral high ground, are criticizing you. Don't you think you're going a bit too far? You're just profiting from the demon crisis, aren't you? Eung-Hwin is very relaxed. Now, everyone calm down, he declared bluntly. I am willing to give free medicine to patients showing symptoms. They are reaching out greedily. I think I have symptoms that need urgent attention. I feel like I'm about to mutate. Seung-Hui looked thoughtful. Right now, there's no way to tell if there are any symptoms. He rummaged through his bag. Seung-Hui took out a bottle of green liquid, so he briefly explained that if anyone drinks this, he will provide the antidote. It is fresh mermaid blood. Seung-Hui smiled faintly, saying if anyone drinks this, they will definitely transform, so I will give the antidote to that person. They turned pale. They turned. You want us to drink mermaid blood? The kind that turns people into mermaids if they drink it? He seems very generous. So who wants to drink first? Seung-Hui generously held out the small vial. So, who wants to drink first? The nobles began to hesitate. Does he want us to drink mermaid blood? But what if that cure doesn't work? Can he still heal us after we drink that? Some stepped back in fear and the whole group scattered in chaos. I don't think I need it.
Sir, it sounds like you're eager to try the cure. Why don't you go first?
No, I think I'm fine. The captain's eyes widened in surprise. He handled all these stubborn people. He couldn't help but feel amazed. You're amazing. Ung Huin's car didn't even flinch. Dealing with powerful clients is my specialty. His eyes showed a hint of boredom. But more importantly, we are planning to leave Kama today. Seung Hui asked again, Are you sure no vehicles will leave the city? The captain confirmed that as of now, it's certain. Dong Ho was stunned to hear that. So what are we going to do now? You're out of options too? I guess we have to spend the night at Kama. Anyway, I need to restock my medicine. He suggested we start by buying something to eat. Seung decided to go take care of the relic first. Dong Ho seemed very interested. He said he had fought a rare monster, right? Well done. He said it was easier to compare than the rare zombie monster. They headed straight to the relic appraisal where the receptionist welcomed them. Hello. He gave a professional smile. Welcome to the Kama Relic Appraisal Center. How can I assist you? Seung Hui frowned slightly. This sounded familiar. I can tell he's a bastard just by looking at him. He'll handle the deal while Dong Ho wanders around checking things out. I need to appraise a rare achievement. The receptionist's eyes immediately lit up. This is a rare achievement. I can't believe he's bringing something so valuable. He clearly looks eager. I have to pocket this right away. I've seen through you. Si Hui thought to himself. Bastard. As expected, Tietan immediately made the wrong judgment. This thing looks like a relatively common item. He quietly planned that it was best to hold him back before he tried anything. Someone suddenly shouted and rushed over. He was stunned and didn't have time to react before getting punched off to the side by the super, saying, Are you trying to scam another guest again? He was completely restrained in an instant. She forced a smile and explained, I'm sorry, sir, this useless guy was trying to deceive you. Seung Huin calmly confirmed, That's right, then casually tossed the receptionist aside. You came to assess the achievements, right? Let me take a look. She created a stream of light that enveloped it. The information appeared quickly. Item: Ocean Earrings. Underwater vision, 50% increased underwater movement speed, 10% enhanced water attributes, 20% attack boost. In underwater combat on the left, defense increases by 20%. When fighting underwater on the right, the super evaluator takes it very seriously. Congratulations on getting yourself an amazing item. You can receive an additional bonus if you wear these together. Dong Ho whispered, Dr. Kang, what are those earrings? He simply explained that it was a type of ear accessory you could clip onto your ear without needing to pierce it. She suggested, if you're looking to sell them, I can offer a good price. Seung Huin, are you going to take them back? I'll keep them for myself. He happily fiddled with them. They are designed for underwater combat, so keeping them won't do any harm, but Seo looks really regretful. What a shame. Seung Huin threw these to Dong Ho and he caught them right away. What is this? He decided one was enough for himself. He was surprised. What? Did the doctor give this to me? Seung Huin planned ahead. He would need one too if he had to fight underwater. Dong Ho looked at him with deep emotion. Dr. Kang, I didn't know you were worried about me, but actually Seung Huin just wants to make use of every resource. I can't be the only one doing everything underwater. He feels a bit hesitant, but you still have to wear it to improve efficiency, right? He already planned for that. System notification unlocked. Achievement item category unlocked when owning 3 or more items of rare or higher level. Dong Ho visibly delighted. This is wonderful. The item slot for a single moonlight piece. Seung, you agree, right? We can help each other like this in the future if we find any achievements that can be unlocked together. He's returning a few of your lousy items to you. Of course. Dong Ho tilted his head back and looked up at the sky. Anyway, it's already quite late. I agree. He's right. At this rate, we might end up sleeping on the street. He suggests that we can't go back to the magic tower. Let's use your special room. Brother Zai, assuming that case, Tins appeared and said, We haven't been together long, but I'm very grateful that we met. Then with a wave, we will part ways now. But I'm sure we will meet again in the future. He pointed out the issue. We were almost saying goodbye. Not to mention, one day after we left, someone suddenly started talking to them. Sorry to bother you, sir. Although she didn't know who it was, it must have been a good person. Late at night, tired, Seo came home and pushed the door open. I'm home. Seo met Seung Huin and Dong Ho again. We have guests at home. She was stunned. They were customers earlier today. And why are you here? So you finally got kicked out of the guard team? Siro snapped irritably. He is on sick leave, he spoke up to explain. I thought you looked familiar. So you're Seo's sister. Their mother cheerfully explained that this guy saved her brother's life. He'll stay here until the gate opens again. Seung-hien quietly observed them. The Kaider family seemed ordinary at first glance. He is certain, but clearly their family has deep roots in the Cam Guard force. He explained the presence of the two guests. It's absurd to imagine the savior of the guard team sleeping outside. Their brothers are Sai Cattler, Siler, and Bright-Eyed Sieur introducing himself. Is he the healer everyone was talking about this afternoon? I am Sai. You can stay here as long as you want. You can stay here for a few months, or even Siro can sleep in the living room. Sai snapped irritably. Who said you could sleep in the living room? Are you ready to return to the army? Dong-ho seemed to really enjoy this warm family atmosphere. Yes, they must be brothers. As night fell, Se-eung-hwan suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. He sat up and looked around. What time is it? Se-eung-hwan put on his coat and looked outside, feeling that something was wrong. The distant offshore looked strange. Fog, he frowned in confusion. It seemed to be concentrated in one area. I decided to ignore it and go back to sleep. Se-eung-hwan thought for a moment before making up his mind. Thinking back, there's a watchtower in this house. Maybe I should go to the top. He opened the door and headed straight for the target. In the dead of night, silent and still, only Seung-hui or someone fully armored would come close. He swung his sword right at his neck. Seung-hwan didn't even blink. Hikaru growled. Who are you? Seung-hwan glanced coldly to the side. The first thing he did was press a sword to his own neck. He acted discreetly while choosing his words. I summoned Freya's crossbow. Sai rushed out to help. That guy is the doctor treating Seung-hyeon. Hiro immediately sheathed his sword. Seung-hyeon, the one who saved Sairo? Seung-hui smiled without replying. Freya's crossbow will disappear. He escorted you to the watchtower. I am truly sorry. I almost hurt my grandson's savior. Seung-hui replied politely, I don't blame you for being cautious when there's a stranger in your house. Hikaru is a retired guard. Hikaru looked down and confided, I start my day by watching the lake. Some say it's pointless since our town already has a magical barrier. He clearly disagrees, but what's wrong with wanting to protect your home with the power you have? Do you understand why? That's why he watches over the city from his home. Seung-hwan focused intently. I could see it clearly from here. He summoned Freya's crossbow, showing his agreement. I don't think what you did was meaningless. Lord Hikaru, he shot straight into the fog, using the one-star fishhook arrow. It flew very far. A light flashed in the distance and then suddenly exploded. Seung lowered his crossbow. Both Hikaru and the others turned pale at the sight of the fog. That was when the fog cleared, revealing a horde of monsters, just a screen, seemingly planned to attack Kama. The night instantly turned chaotic. It was an ambush. The army was quickly summoned. They are trying to enter the town.
Anyone who can fight, arm yourselves! Hikaru tightened his grip on his sword and charged into battle.
He quickly proved the strength of a seasoned guard. Both Xie and Lan were very powerful. Dong-ho was stunned. That family joined the battle. Seung-hui remained calm, so they must be a family of guards. Before going into battle, Xie gave 2 items for the 2 of us to use, he decided. And because we also received some gifts. They are the Golden Glory Index from Kama and the Silver Glory Index from Kama. Sung-hyung will definitely join the battle. We can't just sit still, but he's not very confident. I'm not sure about this. The monsters roared fiercely. Dong-ho charged forward, supposedly slashing a few sweet strokes with his head submerged underwater. Dong-ho exclaimed, this weapon is amazing Golden Glory physical damage bonus, plus 250%. The 2 Cattler brothers began to fall into a difficult situation. Damn it, there's no way to stop them. They keep surfacing from the water. Seung-hwan tries to understand the cause. These monsters cannot leave the water. Could they be cursed with a spell that lets them breathe only on land? Far out at sea, there was a magic circle with some mermaids controlling it. He concluded that it was the merman witches who did this. Seung-hwan locked onto the target. Vin Kwang-bak received the moonlight effect. Accepting the effect, he launched it straight forward. Seung-hwan sneered with satisfaction, adding the moonlight effect and summoning it again to launch after 10 seconds. He was sure that if we only focused on the witches, the monsters would leave on their own. Sure enough, they shrieked in panic. Hao stepped up to command and encouraged the soldiers. They have lost their spirit. Chase them away. The mermaids indeed faltered, making strange sounds. The staff glowed, the magic circle changed, successfully summoning a giant supersized crab. Dong-ho is drooling. I bet there's a lot of meat on that crab. Seung-hwan is licking his lips too. They say giant fitta crab meat is a pretty expensive delicacy. Zero couldn't understand their thinking anymore. Do you 2 really think that's important right now? The guards quickly formed a formation. It's advancing into the camp. It will destroy all the structures. Stop it quickly. His attack is useless. That damn crab. Its whole body aches from the blow. Its shell is too hard. He spotted it and immediately reported. Using his observation skills, the deep red armor was unmatched, protecting its body firmly.
Hodong, that's a defensive skill. The giant crab's claws strike directly at the guards. Seung-hui shouted, "We've found its weak spot. Zero was hit badly. She can't move."
Fear shrinks in his eyes.
Zero shouts in panic, "Jay, get out of here!" She's literally holding it back.
You won't get into the case as long as I'm alive. The giant crab easily flung Xiu away, its claw aiming to pierce her. There's no way to dodge in time. Dong-ho immediately charges forward. Seung-huin rushed forward almost simultaneously, and together they successfully injured the giant crab, quickly identifying its weak point. They informed the guards, who targeted its legs, charging forward with fierce determination. "We will stop you, even if you kill us. We are Cam's guards." The battle for Cam lasted until dawn, and despite the long fight, everyone still had plenty of energy to cheer. We did it. I've believed in us for a long time." They cheered with joy.
"We did it. We protected Bucky."
"Haro sincerely thanks you. Kama and my family are safe because of you." Seung-huin stayed alert while Dong-ho was nodding off from sleepiness. The only thing Seung-huin cared about was, "Sorry, what about my crab?" A feast is being held. Congratulations to everyone for cooking the giant crab right away. It melts right in your mouth. This is so delicious. I now understand why nobles might lack these things. Both of you, eat your fill. Anyway, you guys were the MVPs of the battle. Dong-ho praised them wholeheartedly. This guy did most of the work to get strong. Xiu looked really proud. Of course, it's not an ordinary shell. She excitedly explained that it's a rare item, possibly even rarer than rare. The glory of Kama is awarded each year to Kama's best guard. He feels a bit embarrassed to accept it. Are you sure you can give it away? Super generous, giving it straight away. Take it. We still have 11 more of these at home. Seung-huin noticed something about the giant crab shell, stepped closer to examine it carefully, wondering why only this part was glowing. Seung-huin discovered a piece of the deep red shell artifact. An accessory item. Could it really be just an accessory? Seung-hui picked it up, and the system immediately responded, unlocking the artifact after killing an A-rank or higher monster and receiving the artifact it left behind. The newly learned skill reward increases the chance of obtaining monster artifacts by 3%. He thought to himself, I never expected to unlock an achievement here. Seung-huin decided no one would say anything, and even if he took it, he would keep it from now on. Haro started a conversation with him. I have some news for you. Seung-hui was a bit surprised. Mr. Hakuro. His gaze stopped on the person beside him, and he, the team leader, nodded. Hello, Seung-huin. It's a pleasure to see you again. Dr. Kang, I have a few questions. What are the guards doing here? He informed me that I have received an offer from my superior. The captain formally delivered the message as a token of gratitude for what he had done. The Lord of Kama had sent an invitation to him. The carriage brought the guest to Kama Castle. Gavin rushed out to greet him. Welcome. Are you the one who saved Kama? Hikaru greeted on behalf of everyone. It is an honor to receive your invitation. Dong-ho whispered curiously, Sir, what kind of person is the Lord of Kama? Seung-huin briefly summarized, he comes from the deep red magic tower, a genius mage and theoretically the strongest. However, despite his talent, they say he is not arrogant like other mages and always works hard, seeming to be a rare good person. He noticed something unusual in that story. It sounded unbelievable. But why was it only theoretical? He hesitated and didn't continue. Well, he suddenly choked up. Gavin suddenly broke down in tears. They said the monster had nearly destroyed the city. Tears streamed down his face like rain. Without him, we would have been lost. Hikaru also turned pale as he tried to reassure them. My lord, please stay calm. This person is truly Gavin Antargas, the Lord of Kama. Sung concluded that he is a crybaby and a coward. Dong-ho was extremely judgmental. Gavin invited them into the reception room. I have always thought that Kama relied too much on the town's magical barrier. He explained the current situation. I told my people that we must prepare in case something happens to the barrier, but everyone opposed it. They said it was a waste of money. He also remarked that compared to the size of the city guard was insufficient and weak. Gavin suddenly turned to Hikaru. Nevertheless, I am planning to create the first night clan in Kama's history. He was startled. You mean Gavin declared that I am entrusted by him to reorganize the guard into a night order for the Kutil family? That would be an honor for me. Here stood up excitedly. Sir? Dong-ho applauded in approval. Your entire family is on the path to growth. He was moved to tears. I can't believe that the wish of my family for generations has been fulfilled in my lifetime. Seung-huin spoke in a low voice. A knighthood in exchange for saving Kama. He smiled cunningly at Gavin. That means there's a similar reward for the adventurers who saved Kama, right? He looks fresher than a flower. You really are humble. Aren't you two the heroes who saved Kama? Gavin is ready to give you dozens of golden jewels. These are all high-value items worth millions. Take as much as you want. Above all, I grant you the right to work for Antargas and my continued support. Seung Hui coldly rejected the temptation. No thanks. He stared in disbelief. What? You don't care about treasures? I can understand that he carefully considered the items, but they are not what I need. I have to get something from him that I can't obtain on my own. Something very valuable. While Gavin was crying, Seung Hui began to tell the story. Dong Ho and I lived in a place called Han Village. A small village, but an influential one because of its location. Many travelers have passed through, and countless explorers often come because of all the monsters in the area. As a result, the Explorers Guild was established there early on, and the church is also expanding its influence in the village. Seung Hui hinted at the idea. It's strange that only the Adventurers Guild and the church exist in such an important village, isn't it? Gavin understood the point. Are you telling me that you seriously suggest I establish a branch of the Magic Association in Han Village? The Magic Association is an institution exclusively for mages, where they can buy and sell magical items, find quests, or rent accommodations. Seung Hui's plan is full of cunning. If the Magic Association opens a branch in Han, it will be harder for the Church and the Adventurers Guild to maintain the control they currently have. I can't wait to see their faces. Gavin kept trembling. The Deep Red Magic Tower will cooperate if you tell them I sent you. Surely we can get a building permit if the Magic Tower cooperates. But the cost made him close his eyes and think carefully. Gavin agreed. All right, if that is his wish, I will make sure it is fulfilled. Dong Hao laughed with satisfaction. He had earned a building as a reward. But Brother Hyung's demands didn't stop there, and I hope you can provide us with enough money and supplies for the trip back to Han Village. He was stunned. Huh? You're rambling about a bunch of things. First, money to buy food and another set of medicine. And we will need a boat and a guide to cross the lake. Seung Hun left Gavin utterly confused. The lake we're crossing is full of monsters, so make sure to cast a spell on the boat so it doesn't get damaged. My good friend here gets seasick easily. So, some kind of anti-seasickness magic would be very useful too. He flustered as he tried to stop it. Wait, isn't the Magic Guild already a big enough reward? You planned it all along. That one's for me, and this one's for my comrade. He showed clear happiness. Unlike Dr. Kang, I am not a mage. The two of them directly made Gavin foam at the mouth. So, whether the Magic Association is established or not has nothing to do with me, Hero shouted in panic. Lord Gavin, by that evening, the boats were fully prepared. Seung Hui greeted politely. You seem to be our guide. Nice to meet you. Val nervously replied, It's an honor to meet you. The boat quickly set sail. Zero cheerfully saw them off. Goodbye, Saren reminded. Contact us if anything happens during your adventure. They were getting farther from the town. Seung Hun marveled at the magical tower. Truly beautiful in the sunset, but the peaceful moment didn't last long before their boat was attacked by a sea monster. How did things turn out like this? An hour before the disaster struck, Seung Hun calculated the distance, saying we would cross the lake and rent a vehicle in Chakoti village. He pointed out the problem. We would pass through the red forest to reach the village, but it was clearly too vast and dark, making it the perfect place for an outsider to get lost. All three of you are from Chakoti village, right? Val seems quite introverted. Valak from Chakoti village. Yes, we came to Kama to pick up our daughter, Rudy, for her treatment. The two people on the same boat with them were Dee, Valak's wife, and Rudy, Val's daughter. He awkwardly explained, We can't go back because there isn't a single boat returning here. Our children are still at home. Vi explained that just as we were about to lose hope, Gavin asked the volunteers to lead the boys through the red forest. I can imagine Gavin crying and begging, Please don't take it away from me. Seung Hun smiled slyly. He must be a good person. Dong Ho was exactly the same. He asked with concern. The anti-seasickness spell works well too, right? Dong Ho hummed happily. Yes, the boat did shake a bit, but I still felt fine. After that, I just sat back and relaxed until we arrived. He opened the system to check. The friend list of the Dark Red Magic Tower Master. The Magic Weaver of the Cattler Knights Guild. Cattler's Night Combat Guide. Seung Hui leaned back leisurely. The friends list grew due to affiliated organizations. He recounted the numbers and unlocked the Red Tower Mage achievements. This is the second time since receiving the reward at the Dark Red Magic Tower. Dong Ho and I have been recognized as founding members of the Tyler Knights. Hero was extremely determined. We are not Tyler people, but they emphasized that we are comrades in battle who have faced life and death together. and have finally earned the title of knight. Zeung-Huin smiled quietly. But no matter what, my 6th survival rule is to use anything that can be used. He swiped to the mission and the combat guide, Knight. Zeung-Hui seriously considers the mission to earn 10,000 reward points. I have a new task. He feels that 10,000 points is unfair. These demands are becoming more and more ridiculous. Zeung-Huin wants to complain, sir. You're draining me dry. The system is just arrogantly indifferent. He wondered if he should throw everything away, skills or not, and Lick saw the distant shore ahead. You guys, we're almost at the forest. Zeung-Hui raised his eyebrows in surprise. It really is red. A cold chill runs down my spine. It makes me feel uneasy. I really wanted to turn the car around in this situation. He hugged his chest and sighed in relief. I was just worried about the monster showing up, but I guess it's nothing. He warned with wide eyes. He shouldn't have said that. Dong-Ho was sweating. Why was that? Zeung-Huin explained. He had brought bad luck upon it. Right after that, the small monsters started rushing up. They struggled and tried to bite. He immediately charged forward. Zeung-Huin tore the monster apart with ease. He grabbed Valley by the collar to reassure him. Don't pay attention to them. Valley, keep climbing. He turned pale with fear. Yes, sir. DJ held his daughter tightly while panicking and calling out, Dr. Kang! She saw a shadow on the water and something approaching. It seemed to be the leader. Ung-Huin summoned Freya's crossbow. He immediately recognized it as a kamafon fish. What is it doing here? It swims swiftly and gracefully underwater, dodging attacks. Suddenly, the kamafan dives out of sight. It's gone. He watches carefully. Could it be that The boat suddenly rocked violently, tossing him from below as it tried to flip over. Dong-Ho cried out in fear, his vision engulfed by the giant mouth. If we look down, it will eat us. Seung-Hui calmly handles the situation. Quite smart for a fish. He identified the attribute and method of execution. Freya's pouch formed an arrow, and Cam's whole body nearly froze instantly. The heavy Donghawk is frozen. Seung-Hui seizes the moment. Dong-Huang moves. He's tense. Got it. Thunder. A deadly strike coming straight down. After a while, Deej asked worriedly, "Rudy, are you okay?" The girl had been placed on the ice floe. "Yes, but it's too cold," Val gasped, exhausted. "Is this what adventurers have to go through every day?" he said as he looked at the frozen camfin. "Something is bothering me." Dong Honghuin pointed out that the kafan fish usually stays at the bottom of the river, avoiding the light, and they rarely come to the surface. He thought to himself, I guess it doesn't like the light. He used his eyes to observe, but it attacked us before sunset. The information is clear. The kama fish, part of its body frozen, its head smashed, seems to have been dead for 3 days. Seung-Huin decisively cleared a path. In 3 days, the vines immediately burst out, and Dong-Hong retreated in panic. "What is this?" He said it's a type of parasitic plant. Seung-Huin continued to observe. It seemed to be controlling the kafan fish, parasitic plant vines, and parasitic plant monsters. A mutant in contact with strong magic, a force that put him on high alert. It stops functioning when the main body dies, but the main body, the sea surface, shakes violently as 2 water spouts suddenly rise up. They are giant tentacles, Seung-Huin realized. So this is why I couldn't unlock any achievements. There's a monstrous worm here. He decided on a strategy. Gong-Ho. First, Dong-Ho was heading straight down to the sea. I feel sick. Sung didn't know what else to say. The monster with long tentacles attacks. It is aiming for the Valaki family. The whole family was entangled by the monster. He immediately aimed and fired. The Valley tentacles captured the couple who were cut off using a hooked arrow, but it's not over yet. Damn it, only one thing remains. Rudy is in danger. He is in. The little girl was dragged right before Dong-Ho's eyes. Haunting memories flooded him. The little child called out, "Daddy!" Dong-Ho immediately felt a chill down his spine. He staggered to his feet. Dong-Ho rushed out and grabbed Rudy. "No!" The Valak couple shouted in panic. Rudy DJ frantically tried to rush out. "Rudy, my child." He hurriedly held his wife back. "Honey, don't try to reassure her. Just stay calm first." Using a gentle voice, he firmly declared, "I will save your child." Day-Dai sobbed and collapsed. Ung tries to stay calm. I didn't expect Dong-Ho to fall with that child. If I don't do something, I can foresee the worst outcome where Dong-Ho will try to save the child and they both end up dying. He's trying to cut off all the tentacles, but these things are too stubborn. Dong-Ho is completely overwhelmed. They keep regenerating, no matter how many times he cuts them. He was sure he could get out of here safely, but only if he was alone. Dong-Ho held Rudy tightly, but I couldn't just leave the child to die here. No matter what, he didn't give up. But I was running out of breath. A flash of light from the water showed that Seung Hui had arrived just in time to help. Freya's connection pouch formed a wind arrow, and he swiftly plunged into the water. Seung Hui quickly dealt with the tentacles. Dong Ho was overjoyed and called out loudly, "Dr. Kang, you sneer mockingly. You never change, do you?" Seung Hui's attack speed is very fast. The situation seems to be under control, and the monster's recovery ability appears to have slowed down. Dong Ho warned, "Doctor, be careful. Its tentacles keep regenerating, but the tips have frozen." He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "It's frozen now." Seung Huin came prepared. This is not an ordinary Sazami exchange. He watched carefully. I had to improvise by sharpening some stones, but I got lucky. System notification unlocked the manual magic crafting achievement, with an extremely low chance of unlocking when creating crafted items. Random magic skill rewards. Seung silently thought, a random achievement. He blocked the monsters while saying, "Don't worry about me, just take Rudy with you up to the shore." Dong Ho quickly swam away. "All right, be careful." Seung Huin continued swinging his blade, a random spell that would enchant the crafted item with 2 random effects. Each of his strikes was precise, with a freezing, magical effect. The beast suddenly grabbed a rock and hurled it straight at Seung Huin. "So now you're using this tool?" He immediately summoned Freya's crossbow. Seung Hui charged up and aimed straight. Freya's connection pouch formed an ice arrow, and he hit the rock. It froze in place, mid-air. The second magical effect is this. A single simple slash shattered the rock. The magical effect increases damage by 400% against frozen enemies. Chung's face changed color as the monster swam up to face him. It was the koi A squid leading the wave of parasitic hosts. Chung couldn't help but laugh. Finally, it revealed its true form. Its eyes lit up, and the koi A squid emitted sonic attacks. He covered his ears as a swarm of small squids split the water, swimming rapidly toward him. They surround the koi squid, and Seung Hui realizes what it wants to do. They are all infected by parasitic plants. It will use them as shields to escape. He smiled confidently. Well then, that makes everything simpler. An arrow streaked through, freezing part of koi A's squid body. It stared blankly at the arrow as it passed by. Suddenly, an explosion occurred right next to the sequoia squid. The system indicated that the holy water of each dawn would dissipate. Seung Huin calculated every move carefully. Usually, the host cannot think rationally because of the parasite, but they still remain loyal to their instincts. He successfully froze the entire squid swarm. One of the most notable traits of COIA squid is their ability to attract light. The squid swarm it painstakingly built has lost control. The thing attached to the CO squid originates from Freya's connection pouch, creating arrows after Seung Huin clears the way. Now I see Mai. He smiled one last time and said goodbye. Each sweet slash cut down the vines, which then ceased to function. While Seung Huin was calculating the next move, the system appeared and finally died. "I will just retrieve the holy water arrow before returning." A series of small scattered screens popped up everywhere. What? How did I get these things? Points scored 12 points. Points scored 5 points. 6 points. 3 points. 13 points. 8 points. 6 points. 4 points. 16 points. 9 points. He was stunned, constantly wondering, what the hell is going on? Is the manager crazy? I thought I couldn't earn points by killing monsters. Seung Hui looked around as the remaining parasites left their host after he killed the main body. So technically, does that mean I've cured all of them? From bonus points to achievements. Unlocking the accolade for successfully removing the strange tissue. Great healer, excellent healer, the giant squid hunt, the embodiment of greed, you have to accept it. At least it makes things complicated. Seung Hui finished up and climbed ashore, quickly asking Han Dong-ho, "How is the Val family?" Dong-ho staggered. "Dr. Kang's seasickness is still really bad. I'm just glad he's okay." Seung Hui didn't want to say more. "I'm done with you." Dong-ho was responsible for climbing onto the ice floe to reach the shore. Val's family hurried over. "Dr. K, you're back." He approached to check. "Are the 3 of them still okay?" Dij cried out, begging for help. Rudy Seung Hui felt a chill down his spine. Oh no. Dij is endlessly worried. "Sir, what will happen to our little Rudy?" They have arrived at the Red Forest. After a preliminary check, Super Ung Huin clearly concluded that the girl is suffering from hypothermia. He gave orders while gathering dry wood. "First, we need to warm her up. Wrap her in a blanket while I start the fire and take off her wet clothes." Dong Ho spoke up. "Dr. Kang, look up at the sky. Dark clouds are gathering. It looks like a sign of rain." Zhe Ung Huin went silent. "Are you joking?" He has to find another way. "How far is the Chaot village?" Valen held his daughter tightly. knowing that even taking a shortcut would still take at least 2 hours. Se-ung-Huin decided, I guess the village is no longer an issue. So let's go deeper into the forest and find the rain shelter. They walked swiftly along the trail. He looked around once, and this is the red forest. It really is red. The clock points, grass, trees, even the soil are all red. Valak is very worried but continues speaking. The same goes for the animals and people living here. He said everyone from Chaotic Village is born with red hair. DJ leads the way. Make sure you don't lose sight of us. Outsiders always get lost when they enter the red forest. Dong-ho curiously asked why. Because it's a difficult path to follow? She's not really sure either. No, we even put up some signs to show the way to the village, but it was all useless. The mages said it was because of the special power of the red forest. Suddenly, Seung-Hwan paused, lowering his voice to order that no one move. Dee didn't understand, but followed anyway. Dr. Kang Shung-Hui took out his weapon and summoned the silver-green knife. He points the spear at no one. Show yourself. The rustling of leaves was followed by a deep voice. It seems we have been discovered. A young man stepped out to face Seung-Hwan, and with him a young woman jumped down from the tree. Valch exclaimed in shock. That's the Red Road Gang. Dong-ho wondered. The Red Street Gang. He briefly explained that they are a group of thugs who rob people passing through the red forest. You have to have red hair to join, and clearly they don't attack others with red hair. The rules of this gang are really strange and convenient. They allow dyed hair if you want to join. Dong-ho seriously thought they should just call it the Red Hair Club. He glared and ordered, You look like a doctor. 3 red-haired people can go, but you, doctor, will go with us. Seung-Hwan remained unfazed by the threat. You want to kidnap a doctor? It sounds like someone got hurt. She shouted, Shut up and just do what I say. He didn't even blink. As if we weren't already racing against time, we just need to get rid of them and find a place for the boss to hide overnight. Dao Kung-Huin suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute. A place to hide. He began to negotiate, apologizing for disturbing a valued member of the Red Gang, but one of the companions on this trip was sick. Ung-Huin smiled and requested, So we will spend the night at your hideout. He frowned. What? They obviously refused. Who do you think you are? He ignored them and continued. Can you see the sky? It's a sign that rain is coming. The Red Gang shouted, Do you think we're running an inn or something? Dong-Hui told the Vali family to step back. Let's stay out of this. Ze-Ung-Huin sneered. If you let us stay, you're clearly trying to provoke them. I won't hand you over to the adventurers. They both charged forward at the same time. How dare you do that? Arrogant, she swiftly launched her attack. Surrender to us if you know what's good for you, but it's nothing compared to Shung-Huin. He spun around to gain momentum, and Shung-Huin struck her temple directly. That took care of one, and he grew even more furious. Why you? This time it was a straight kick to the chest. Neither of them was a match for him. Damn it, why is he so fast? He must be using some kind of skill. Use it. He tears a sheet of magic paper. All right, you're definitely dead. The chain shot out to restrain Seung-Hwan. He calmly lets himself be dazzled. This is a chain of magical pollution. He confidently charges forward. You're nothing without skills. But the chains start to break. They're like child's play to Seung-Hwan. I don't even use magic. He punched one of the two in the face, knocking him out, while she broke out in a cold sweat. Seung-Hui smiled as he raised his fist threateningly, or maybe he wasn't just threatening, but ready to strike. After taking a good beating, both of them were very polite. I'm sorry, we will take you to our hideout. As for the time, the group was led to the foot of a certain mountain, right here. He touched a large rock blocking the path out of this way. As soon as he stepped in, Seung-Hwan saw the problem. Many people were lying around groaning in pain. I feel dizzy. Dong-ho looked on with pity. They looked really weak. He glanced over and asked, Is this why you need a doctor? He looked very worried. Yes, they are still okay. And then suddenly, they all collapsed. We couldn't figure out the reason. This problem is really serious. We have been looking for a healer who can solve it. A doubtful voice rang out. What? Who are you? The red-haired person stepped closer. Rosen Shung-Huin was a bit surprised. So he is the leader of the Red Gang. Rosen stepped forward suspiciously. You said you would only bring one healer here. Rosen Shung-Huin found it hard to believe. Is that really their leader? He glanced over at Dong-ho and the Vali family. We don't need all these people. What happened? She was sweating profusely. Yes, Rosen, this makes no sense at all. I can't just say we have to take them there because they destroyed us. He happily told the whole truth. They offered to let us stay overnight at your hideout. After I destroyed them, she clenched her teeth in anger. Why me? Rosen was stunned, completely caught off guard. Staying overnight, we were tracked by cameras. We cannot allow outsiders in. Seung-Hwan assured him, Don't worry, we won't report you. pointed his finger behind him. "And I am also a doctor." Seung-hui immediately made a deal. "I will take care of your people." "He must be really shaken up, but in return, you can let us stay here overnight. What do you think?" Rosen muttered to himself. "You must be a truly strong explorer if you manage to break into the gangster's hideout. He made only one request, so just promise that you won't cause any trouble." He smiled with a hopeful look. "Of course." Seung-Huin silently concluded he already knew. He lacks the qualities needed to be a leader. Seung-Huin wondered where the real leader was. Rudy was placed near the warm fire. He began the examination. "This girl has no fever and shows no signs of any direct injury." Seung-Huin's system hesitated, so I'll have to rely on my own observation. The system displayed detailed information, reporting the status as pain disorder with phantom pain and severe headaches. The hallucinated pain caused by memory loss can lead to mental breakdown if left untreated. Dong Ho asked Han if he had found anything yet. He said he already knew. She is suffering from phantom pain that causes memory loss. Phantom pain. Usually it refers to the sensation of pain in an amputated area. But in Azayun, it means the state where you feel pain even though there is no physical injury. Seung-Hui further explained that phantom pain will not weaken their physical health, but it will affect their mental state. The longer it lasts, the more intense the pain becomes, causing their spirit to deteriorate faster. He is certain, but above all, phantom pain has no physical entity, so it is very difficult to treat. Rosen turned pale. Trauma, saying there is no way to cure them. Seung-Huin stood up and said he had to eliminate the cause of the phantom pain. He proposed a treatment plan because the current cause is mental loss, so we will need mood enhancers and sedatives. Seung-Hui tilted his head thoughtfully. "I can make them, but gathering the ingredients is a bit of a problem." Dong Hak said, "Dr. Kang, aren't these the medicine ingredients?" He came closer to examine. "These herbs must be from the red forest. All of them are red." Seung-Hui glanced over them. White willow petals, borosinato pig plant, twisted quartz moss. He confirmed that dried kamatari and pine cones were all that was needed for the spirit medicine. Rosen looked very pleased. Seung-Hui asked, "Rosen, how many of your people can move now?" He sighed with relief. 25, including me." "No, about 70. He patted Jose on the shoulder and said that was already a lot. Seung-Hui smiled innocently and made a request. "Take everyone and gather as much of this as possible from the forest." That was truly a devilish order in this stormy weather. Someone immediately protested angrily. "We gave you a chance because you said you were a doctor, but now who do you think you're ordering around?" "Go away." He seemed not to hear those insults. "What is that?" Then, under the rain, the beaten red-haired group was gathering herbs. Dong Ho helped Seung-Huin make medicine. "How do you know so much?" He took out a small notebook. "It's all from experience. I always remember the benefits of the patients I have treated and the information I have gathered." He exclaimed, "You're really diligent." Seung-Huin reached out. "Anyway, give me the amount of ingredients you have." Dong Ho was very cooperative. "All right, here you go." But he suddenly slipped. The herb jar rolled into a corner of the room. He teased, "Are your hands shaking already?" Dong Ho hurriedly ran out to get it. That was a serious mistake. While picking up the items, he saw something strange. Dong Ho brought back a creature the size of a hand. "Hey, doctor, look at this." Brother Ung never stops. It was a fierce bug. He grimaced. "That's exactly what I thought. It's the beetle we encountered inside the sanctuary in the dungeon, isn't it?" The invasion of that beetle was terrifying. Dong Ho pointed out that there are many over there. Could it be that some insect fanatic made them? They are a bit too complex to be mere decorations. He tried analyzing them using the eyes of the tabila beetle. Deep sleep, hibernation turning to stone. No activity until conditions are right. As soon as Seung-Huin said it was a hibernating monster, he panicked and threw it away. He seriously analyzed it. They wouldn't be left on the ground if they were part of a collection. And there's no habitat for dung beetles nearby. Huin's car demanded a brief explanation. "Dong Ho, dig around. He's extremely worried." "Huh? Why?" He didn't bother to explain further. You'll see why Dong Ho obediently followed. A whole bunch of dung beetles were buried. He had confirmed his suspicion. "Just as I thought," he screamed. "What are they doing here?" "How many of them are there?" Seung-Huin scooped up a handful of soil. "This entire cave was probably made by those dung beetles." He carefully examined it. "I have many things to ask, Joseon." Outside, the rain is still pouring heavily. The herbs have been divided into small jars. They are almost ready. All the ingredients you collected are very pure. Seung-Hui reminded me to be careful and make sure everyone takes the medicine regularly. Rose shyly replied, "Thank you very much." He sobbed as he expressed his apology for thinking you were a con artist just because you said you would use poison. Two familiar bruised faces appeared again. "We will make sure they all take the medicine. The leader should go rest. Rosen, the patients are being carefully cared for, and we will make sure they return to peak condition. Zheng Hui smiled sarcastically. I guess even careless thieves take care of themselves. Rosen awkwardly compared. We're like a family. He crossed his arms over his chest, but Seung Hui suddenly mentioned it as if by chance. Phantom pain is not a vague concept. He pointed out the abnormality. It is one of the most severe forms of mental illness. It is usually only found in the most dangerous areas of A's, high-difficulty dungeons, contaminated zones, places like that. His face darkened with every word Seung Huyen spoke. And here we don't have any widespread infection in this ordinary cable thief's den. This is impossible. You've figured it out, unless, of course, you're hiding something. Seung Hui bluntly pointed out that something had been wrong from the start. He had long suspected it, not just because you had a high-level magic scroll like the mana pollution chain. Seung Hui was no stranger to gangs like that, but you used a red earth scroll without hesitation. Something a normal thief wouldn't do, as thieves always put money first. Rosen kept making excuses, not letting him speak, and all the soil in your hideout. Seung Hui always pays attention to the soil in the Red Forest, which is always moist and soft. He was certain, but this hideout was full of dry sand and rough sandstone, as if the cave had been moved from somewhere else. Seung Huyen pressed Jos Rosen. Tell me the truth. Who exactly are you? He was sweating from the tension. All right, I'll tell you. Rosen tightened his cloak. Then, after I spoke, will you help me? Dong Hawk is confused. Help you how? You didn't answer right away, so I decided to wait until you finished speaking. He began to explain that this area was completely empty before, with nothing at all. But then 3 months ago, a cave suddenly appeared here. Rosen didn't hide anything. Inside, it was filled with monsters we had never seen before. They discovered countless treasures of gold and jewels, as well as valuable items. Dong Ho was sweating profusely. Huh? Monsters and items? So that means he confirmed it. That's right. Rosen admitted the truth. This cave is a type of dungeon. He was honest. I did some research, and it seems people call it a teleportation dungeon. Zihui hesitated slightly. A teleportation dungeon sounds familiar. His eyes darkened for a moment. I remember now. A normal dungeon exists in a subspace you can't enter unless there's a teleportation gate. But there is an exception. Sometimes an entire dungeon, which originally exists in a subspace, is transported to the real world and is called a shifted dungeon. Seung Hui frowned. The last time one was seen was centuries ago. You figured out that scroll was also one of the items you got from this dungeon? Rosen looked clearly worried. Yes, it was the first time in our lives that we laid hands on such items. We were overjoyed. The incident began, but things worsened when the youngest in the group obtained the anti-magic scroll. The arrogant mages looked down on them. Are there still beggars like this in Kamama? She had a conflict with the mages of Kama. Normally, we would have to swallow our pride because we couldn't defeat them. But that day was different. The power from the scroll was immense, and they were completely overwhelmed. The gang members took action. Ung Huyen easily predicted the outcome. You guys destroyed them yourselves. Dong Ho realized that when they were resisted by them, they could no longer use magic. The more he told the story, the paler Joseon's face became. It was a historic day. Anyway, we had accumulated a lot of resentment towards the mages. The problem was that we tried to find even more powerful items. It all started with a young girl. We found something amazing deep inside the cave. Everyone gradually went mad. If we awakened that thing, we could wipe out those arrogant mages. No. Their ambition is too great. They could destroy all of Cam. He clutches his head in fear. I don't know what it is, but it's making everyone act completely out of character. Bloodshed is about to unleash terror upon Cam. Rosen desperately begs for help. Please stop my teammates. Dong Ho is confused. Dr. Kang, what should we do now? Ung Hui laughed. I'm not a fan of mages either, but remember the Cater brothers, along with Sue and LJ. I'd be really upset if the city I worked hard to save just 2 days ago got destroyed. Seung Huyen started dealing with the problem. So, where is the real leader of the Blood Path? They searched around, and he said we just need to defeat the high-ranking leaders and the boss, right? Dong Ho fumbled everywhere, but where is that secret chamber? The walls here all look the same. He smiled and pointed to his eye, saying it's not hard to find. Activating observational vision. Lights gathered on that wall. Seung Hyun discovered a magic circle. Here it is. Dong Ho is leading the way. The entrance to the secret room is on the 16th floor, and he immediately grabs a shovel to start digging. All right, Dong Ho shouted again when he saw the bugs. I was terrified too. They're here as well. Brother Ung is really something. Well, of course. This is also a wall. He quickly found it. This magic circle must be the door, but how do I get inside? I'll take out the tool. I know a way, a magical item that can forcibly break through Caristel's strong magic resistance. In the secret chamber of the blood path, some strange sounds echoed down. Huh? Where did that noise come from? He was startled. What? The wall, what the hell is going on? Zheng punched through the wall, instantly causing chaos. The intruder Zheng Hui politely greeted them, saying it was an honor to meet the high-ranking leaders of Huiet Lo. He blurted out a curse. Why introduce yourself all of a sudden? They immediately drew their swords. Having tracked us here, just go kill them. He gently gathered momentum and punched each of them once. Of course, Dong Ho joined in, and he was knocked down by the punch. Ung questioned, "Don't make things more complicated, just cooperate." "Where is your leader?" A deep voice rang out. "Want to see me?" He stepped out on his own. Lefenny showed a completely different aura. "If Joss doesn't know you two, Lefenny will disappear." The leader revealed himself. He silently confirmed that he was the true leader. Ung Hui spoke up. "Someone told me that you found something extremely dangerous in this dungeon." He frowned as if deep in thought. Something dangerous. Lefenny suddenly broke into a chilling, twisted smile. "Ah, he guessed it right away. Did Lan tell you guys something? Is this reaction different from what Seong expected?" Lefenny openly despised him. That old man is truly a coward. He's wary. Something's off about him. This isn't the usual reaction when you realize you've been betrayed. The aura coming from him is very unusual. But I guess he hasn't told you that sticking your nose where it doesn't belong could get you killed, right? Ung Huin immediately became more cautious. Devastating punches were thrown one after another. Lenny's punches are insanely strong, but he keeps missing his target. Dong Ho was restless. That idiot was knocking down all the support pillars. Lefenny charged forward without a second thought. Seong Huin swung his knife, and the first strike pierced his right hand. Lenny gritted his teeth fiercely, his calmness completely at odds with himself. "All right, now I've stretched the distance of Freya's crossbow summon." Lenny suddenly roared wildly. Ignoring his injury, he pulled out the fang dao stuck in his hand. Lefenny really seems to be brainless. Do you guys think he's gone completely crazy? Sung Huin can hardly predict his movement. Charging straight at him, he punched the wall. Lenny successfully blocked the arrow with a rock. He closed the distance to you in the blink of an eye. Seong Huin frowned and stepped back. He's too fast. Dong Ho suddenly charges from the left flank. "Don't forget, I'm still here." A strike hit the front of Lefenny directly. The destructive skill was suddenly stopped by a surge of electricity. Dong Ho was hit by a fierce barrage of attacks. He really has to be afraid now. Dong Ho was almost unconscious. Sung was shocked. Blocked the magic. Dong Ho was slammed hard to the ground. "Lefenny has the hostage. Lower your weapon and surrender. He can't fight you." He threatened to break this guy's neck. Seong Hui decisively cocked the crossbow. "You will regret that." Freya's linked pouch is crafting arrows infused with a small amount of magic poison. He fired 3 arrows. Lefenny truly did not expect Seong Huin to make a move. He growled in anger. That bastard Lefenny is an anti-mage, unable to use magic within the area, highly resistant to magic energy, generating an electric aura when his body contacts magic energy. He already concluded it, so I know he's an anti-mage. A counter-mage is someone born with a strong natural resistance to magical energy. They reduce the effectiveness of magic skills by half and can also nullify magic. Seong Hui calmed down. It was understandable that someone like him would hate mages. Lefenny still had one foot on the edge. "What did you just shoot at me?" "It didn't hurt at all." "You don't know I took the emblem from the blood tower? That's a demon arrow." Sung deliberately provoked the opponent. "You see, I am actually a mage." He immediately got provoked. "Is that the symbol of the blood demon tower?" Lefenny ignored the watch on the ground. "Your bastard lost control and charged again. Is he a mage?" He dodged lightly. Sung Huin kept lighting Lefenny to destroy the surrounding structures, and he was getting annoyed. He thought to himself, but losing his temper might actually work in his favor, so he continued to taunt, "You must really hate mages, huh?" Lefenny screamed madly, "Shut up and die!" Seong Huin exclaimed, He managed to get up and launch a surprise attack reckless as ever, but the strike did no significant damage." He felt very annoyed. "You call that an attack?" Dong Ho calmly said, "Of course not." His goal was achieved, crushing the shell, reducing the opponent's defense by 20% when used, with a 40% chance to destroy all outer layers of muscle tissue. Dong Hao laughed with satisfaction. "Got you. The skill's effect was reduced due to magic resistance, but the opponent's defense has been lowered." Linny turned pale with fear. "What?" Now it's Sung's turn to step into the ring, and this time he's serious, unleashing a flurry of punches that leave his opponent no time to react. This is his moment. Seung Ung-heung is certain this move will take him down. You who walk the path of ice, the curse of frost will haunt your hand. Lieni gritted his teeth. The fool charged forward again recklessly.
Magic has no effect on me. The two of them punched each other straight in the face with ice fists at the same time.
While Seung-hyung seemed barely hurt, Lefenny had fallen, reporting his status as frozen with critical damage. He couldn't understand it.
He should have fallen. Lefenny collapsed in frustration, powerless.
Dong-ho was extremely doubtful. Ice fist? You mean spraying ice medicine? Ung-hwin smiled brightly.
I just came up with that myself. Sounds pretty good, right? They went deeper into the cave and discovered a strange entity.
He tightened his grip on the hall. Doctor, didn't someone once say that if we awaken it, we could blow away even the demons? Dong-ho looked suspiciously at the strange symbiotic creature before him. Seung-hwin immediately confirmed it was a type of parasitic monster, explaining that if you become its host, you could become stronger. Using them in terrorist attacks would almost guarantee victory. Seung-hwin looked closer and realized it was also about to break out of its cocoon. The cocoon of the magma horse seems about to hatch, with a strong mind control ability. Dong-ho quickly suggests, "Huh? Then let's just use it." Chung-hwin didn't object, so I won't stop him. He pointed out a series of drawbacks, saying to think carefully before deciding what to use as the price for exchanging power with that symbiotic creature. It could be his strength, memories, or even his life, and he was terrified. Huh? Then how is that any different from a game of chance? Then you have to stop me. Oh my God. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind. It was Lefenny. He had regained consciousness. A single kick cracked the floor wide open. Dong-ho couldn't believe his eyes. Why is this happening? He stared at Lefenny. He's already awake. He muttered, "As long as I have the power of that thing, I can destroy all of you mages in a minute." Lenny took a scroll out of his pocket, so he decisively tore it apart.
Don't stand in my way. A magic circle appeared at their feet.
Dong was startled. Huh? I'm fading away. Brother Ung calmly took out an item, a teleportation herb scroll. He quickly threw it outside. Both of them were teleported away.
The designated location is the red forest outside the castle. They are all safe.
Seung-hwin gently landed. He slipped past us. I'm pretty sure he'll stay inside until the symbiotic beast finishes breaking out of the cocoon. He's confused. So what do we do now? Zeung-hui closed his eyes as if he had given up. If he becomes the host, it will be tough. But if it's necessary, we can do it. Did Dong-ho shout? He calmly changed direction. If there's still a way to help, don't kill. Aren't there any better options? He sighed, a bit weary. He always avoids unnecessary bloodshed as much as possible. Seung-hwin slung his crossbow over his shoulder and said, "Then just wait." Turning around, huh? He still wore a confident smile as Seung-hwin acted like nothing serious was happening, believing that in the end, the problem would resolve itself peacefully. Lieni clutched her head, gasping for breath. Damn it, everyone wants to stop me. He stepped on the small bottle he had left behind. The potion spilled. Lieni immediately picked it up. That's right. I can make it break out of the cocoon faster if I give it more mana. I have to awaken this thing as quickly as possible. As he poured it into the cocoon, he thought he would crush it. The parasite seemed to be writhing more violently. The agonized screams echoed back. Lefenny was so worried he broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing his comrade, he hurriedly ran outside the secret bunker. Seung-hui was already waiting there. Lefenny ran over to find his comrades writhing in pain, and even Rosen had fallen ill. He looked on in furious anger. Rosen Lefenny immediately blamed Seung-hwin for everything. What do you think you're doing? He blocked his punch effortlessly. Seung-hwin insists that you are the one who caused this.
Lefenny don't understand. He began to explain, "You just used mana potion, didn't you?
That thing will significantly increase the ability to control the symbiotic beast's mind. Since you have mana resistance, you'll be fine." Seung-hwin slowly pointed out the problem, but they would either suffer severe psychological breakdowns or die, and he had no idea it was because of me. I smiled slyly, knowing I was the one who released that potion. But who cares about those details? Seung-hwin's fist came down on Lefenny.
Lefenny, let me help you. I can save them. You hold the upper hand, but in return you must stop the terrorist attacks.
He got chills down his spine. Why you?
It was all your plan, wasn't it?
But what Seung-hwin said is true. Listen carefully. If my judgment is correct, that symbiotic beast you mentioned is the final boss of this dungeon. Seung-hwin was not exaggerating. If it gains control of your body and starts wreaking havoc everywhere, not just on the entire on-continent, everything will be leveled. He tilted his head thoughtfully. I understand you want revenge, but think carefully. Is it really worth it? even if it means sacrificing your friends' lives. Lenny was about to lose his temper, but he tried to hold it back. Lefenny pitifully lowered his head. All right, save them quickly. Dong Ho appeared later, threatening him. How could that be considered gentle? Zehuin smiled happily. No one will have to die, right? He's wondering. But shouldn't we deal with that symbiotic beast first? I'm not prioritizing that. If that thing dies, this entire transfer dungeon might disappear with it. Come here and let me see your wound. Even the elder brother of the Dong Ho clan can only accept it. If I had full authority, I would want to kill it right away. But there are still too many people here who cannot move yet. It's still raining outside. Dong Ho worries, what if it breaks the cocoon? He calmly tends to his teammates' wounds. Fenny has already set up the protective barrier. Right now, we are safe. Things are not always within our control, and what Sheng Hui fears is about to happen. Unless some idiot wants to snitch, the medicine is running out. But for now, the urgent issue is resolved. Seung Hyung helped ease the symptoms significantly. Fortunately, we had prepared the medicine in advance. Lefenny feels guilty. Sorry, it's all my fault. You really don't hold back at all. That's right, it's all your fault. Rosen patted him on the shoulder. He didn't mean it like that. His attitude was very gentle, and thank you so much for helping me. Seung-hee smiled like the seasoned doctor full of compassion. They came to the fire. Here you all are. Valley rushed over. It's late, we're really worried. He immediately asked, how is Rudy? He reported that the girl had stopped trembling and was now sleeping soundly. Dong Ho sighed in relief. Thank God the girl was okay. For parents, nothing is more precious than their children. After all, the elder brother turned back and said to him, I have something for you. Dong Ho was stunned. Huh? He handed over the item, saying, I got this after defeating the feta crab, the unmatched red fragment. HP plus 15%. Defense plus 15%. 7% chance to recover HIE Pikis when attacked by water-type moves. 3% chance to activate the red plum blossom skill when attacked. His eyes shone brightly. Are you sure you can give this to me? Ung Huin's car insisted. Of course, it suits a tank better than a healer. With an angelic smile, he spoke words that cut to the bone. So you can keep taking the hits for me. Dong Ho could only shed tears of gratitude. I should have known by now. Ung Huin sat down on one side. All right, I should start organizing my things too. It's only now that I finally have some free time. On the way to the Red Forest, I unlocked a few achievements at Phyta Lake. Seung Huin fell into deep thought. The most notable thing is that he showed great enthusiasm. The embodiment of greed unlocks when you earn 10,000 points or more in a day. Seung Hui clicked to claim the reward. He received the vending machine system. You can use the vending machine system in your status window. Obtain new items by using 1,000 points. Seung Huin was so excited he jumped to his feet. The system guarantees the reward 100%. Today's item is a skill that ignores requirements. Unbelievable. And what skill is today's item? Seung Huin was so furious, he exploded. They gave this as a reward for premium content? Why does this system always have to involve a roulette wheel? I weighed the pros and cons before deciding. 1,000 points a day is a lot, but investing in a good skill is still worth it. The new skill was used, ignoring the requirements. Other major achievements rewarded continuously afterward earned the skill removal reward, inventory expansion ticket, and the mining specialization stat. The displaced world has been unlocked. You receive corn when inside the teleportation cave, and there's an achievement for discovering the teleportation cave, but I missed that notification. Bung Huin smugly thought to himself, a wise time traveler should check their achievement window at the end of the day. It seems Dong Ho is not a wise time traveler. Whenever Anton rests, something happens. I should probably go to sleep too. The whole cave is shaking violently, and Dong Ho wakes up groggily. This is too much. Lefenny and his team were also stunned. Is that an earthquake? Seung Huin rushed out. This is not an ordinary earthquake. He heard a strange screech. Only one thing could make that sound. The beetles suddenly crawled up, all of them coming to life at once. Seung Huin was shocked. Are those the scarab beetles? They're heading inside. He immediately realized the problem. They were moving toward the secret room. Lefenny also knew something was wrong. That was where the symbiotic creatures were. Both of them hurried inside, following their trail. But the number of bugs is really overwhelming. What the hell is this? They've blocked the entrance. Ung Huin's vehicle can't hold them off. Summoning Freya's crossbow, he fired a shot to clear the way. He rushed forward. Good, I got through. What's that thing rushing out to attack Fenny? It's still just a bug, but with some changes. Lefenny grimaced. And what the hell is that? Seung Huin said it's a rare monster, and taking it down is pretty complicated. The screeching bug is proudly using the rare bug. Then the others gather around it. They cling tightly together as one. The swarm forms a beetle cannon. A spherical monster formed from the beetle swarm charged straight at the two, but it was not easy to hit them. Zihui immediately saw it. Our chance is right after it attacks. He shoots straight into the center using a piercing arrow. The cannon is pierced, forming a donut shape. The screeching hasn't stopped. Lefeni shouts loudly, it's recovering by creating more beetles. Seunghui's tone carried a hint of pride. Truly, a master of medicinal arts. He frowned in disapproval. What exactly are you proud of? Lefeni doesn't know how to handle it. How should we attack it? It's really big. You come up with a solution. I have a way. Seung says that monster is being sustained by magic power. If we can get close and activate the skill cancellation, we can kill it. You can do it, Lebnia, because you are the one who repels magic. He knows his limits. I hadn't even gotten close before I got beaten up. You clearly showed yourself to be a true exploitative capitalist. Just let yourself get beaten to a pulp and I'll heal you right away, Lefeni said with a grimace. I can't trust this guy. Saying that, he took a running start. Lieni aimed straight to the monster and attacked. He ignored everything and punched directly. Forget it. Lefeni trusted Seunghui's words and charged straight at the monster orb. He attacked it with all his might. The monster ball exploded. Lefeni was thrown far away. The bug lost its protective layer. All right, the mastermind has appeared. He immediately readies his crossbow. Seunghui sincerely praised, well done. Lefeni used a spear arrow, and it was pierced through immediately. The bug oozed green fluid. It was completely destroyed. He entered the mind. Oh my God. Seunghui looked regretfully at the small stone on the ground, not intending to destroy this relic. As they went deeper, both only saw a cocoon left behind.
What the hell is this? There are no larvae inside at all. Where did they go?
Seung carefully examined it. It seemed to have hatched. He found a strange object.
What is this? Seung scanned the information.
The tears of Gordius, an item that can fully restore spirit and cause deep hallucinations when used, was immediately collected by him. It left behind something quite useful. A voice echoed in. Boss, this sudden appearance is really strange. Bill Seunghui recognized him as one of the executive officers. He warned cautiously, Lefeni, don't go near him. Seunghui confirmed the symbiotic creature had caught him and reported the infection with Gordius larvae.
Bill shrugged and laughed, saying not to worry, he's fine, while he recounted the severe headache when the bug attacked him, but fought against its mind control. Lefeni was immediately fooled, stepping forward to pat Bill's head, relieved to hear that, saying he was really worried about having to fight him. Seunghui didn't get close, asking if he was okay and keeping his distance, but that didn't change the fact that he was infected, and he advised removing the parasite as soon as possible.
He said, wait, hear me out. Bill suddenly created a sword and swung it fiercely at Seunghui. Lefeni stared in shock at the deep slash in the ground, silently marveling at its incredible power. Bill laughed maniacally. Do you see? With this power in our hands, we can free the world of Kama. He turned to Hum, saying our lifelong dream is to destroy those arrogant mages. Lefeni was stunned. Bill, you're completely losing it. What are you hesitating for? This is exactly what we've always done. Even he shuddered, but he kept babbling. Now is our chance. When Gius's mind control ability was neutralized, Seunghui interrupted. All right, enough. He struck decisively. Seunghui smiled sincerely. Thank you for confirming this information for me, he stated firmly. You are not Bill? He gritted his teeth. What? Bill's eyes went wild. How do you know so much about symbiotic creatures? Seunghui pointed out one thing. No one here knew it was called Gius. He fell silent, unable to argue, as a pair of insect wings sprouted from Bill's back. Gordius has revealed his true form. What a nuisance. You keep getting in the way. He charged forward decisively. Gius shouted with determination, I will kill you right here and right now. He narrowly dodged, the seemingly fierce slashes suddenly withdrawn. He created a powerful explosion, but Seunghui still managed to dodge in time. Lefeni launched a surprise attack from behind. Give me back the bill. You parasite. Gus disarms him and catches him bare-handed. Gordius only attacks with pure punches. He was quickly thrown aside. Lieni screamed pitifully. Oh, it hurts so much. Seung didn't even blink. After all, that was the monster boss. He saw the crucial point. He canceled his skill before Lefeni could touch him. He knew Lefeni was the one who repelled the magic. At that point, we wouldn't be able to attack head-on. Seung decided to change the battlefield. Let's get out of here first. Gius summoned his weapon again to stop him. Who said that? Lefeni clicked his tongue and looked for a way to stop him. He kicked the wall hard. The layer of earth and rock successfully blocked Gus's attack. His chase route is temporarily unusable. Gius hissed through his teeth. Those damn rats Lieni ran over out of breath. So what are you going to do now? He's too fast. Sung-hui was still in the mood to tease him, expressing our final respects to Wei-on. Lefani was furious. What's wrong with you? I immediately refused. I'm just enough. Sung-Huin suddenly called Lefani. He took out a syringe and asked, Have you ever donated blood? Just slowly walked through his lair. He was so angry he was about to go crazy. Those filthy sewer rats, Gordius muttered as he walked. Where are you sneaking around now? Lenny watched cautiously. Good, he's not paying attention to me. I have to wait for the right moment to strike. But before I could do anything, I was already spotted. Found you! Lenny was startled and panicked. He threw a powerful punch. Lefani was in so much pain he nearly lost consciousness. He clenched the small bottle in his hand. Take it. Lefani suddenly threw it away. Take this. Jiu startled and became alert. He anxiously awaited the outcome. He saw the bandage and immediately guessed that there was a wound on his hand. That was the blood of the anti-magic fake. Jiu summoned the swarm of bugs to shield him. The vial of blood was wasted. Lefani shouted in shock. The giant beetle, he sneered. You think you can block my skill? Gus formed a sword again. It seems your precious plan has completely fallen apart. He seemed to have the victory in his grasp. Too bad, Sung-Hui was lying in ambush nearby. Who said that? He fired 3 arrows in quick succession, and Gus was hit by all 3. His body immediately reacted. Sung-Hui revealed his hand, thinking he could block just the blood of a useless quack. Lefani proudly shouted, My blood is the real arrow! He screamed in pain. I smiled with satisfaction. That's really unfortunate. Seung-Huin threw another vial right into Gus's face. He was caught in a powerful explosion. He happily played with the vial. No bomb is more dangerous than a vial of magic potion. Seung-Huin approached Gordius without hesitation. For someone who has absorbed the blood of a magic-resistant fake, an instant explosion occurs upon impact. He carefully considers that cutting a slit in the neck to remove the parasite will kill the host. Maybe I should use it. Seung-Hui used the removal skill that allows him to eliminate any foreign object detected inside the body. A beam of light surrounded his hand. Seung-Hui created a skeletal hand. He tried moving it, and it moved just like his own. So it works like this. All right. Seung-Hui then directly attacked Gordius. The parasite was removed quickly, and he immediately kicked it hard. Seung-Huin pulled out decisively. The parasite tried to negotiate. Wait, hold on. Unfortunately, it spoke to the wrong person. I would make you stronger if you spared me. He just found it annoying. Is it using telepathy? How annoying. Seung-Hui coldly continued. I'm a healer, I don't need that. The parasite closed its eyes tightly. I have information about the teleportation dungeon. This time, he hesitated, trembling as he continued to take the risk. You have a lot of questions about this dungeon, don't you? Just spare me. Seung-Hui seriously considered. Indeed, I do not have enough information about the teleportation dungeon. You gave the parasite a chance, so go ahead and explain. It breaks it down in detail. You need a source of power to create a dungeon. The monster must be as strong as a boss monster, and the human must reach the level of a sword saint or great mage. The parasite insists that, in other words, anyone can create a normal dungeon as long as they have enough mana. Lefani couldn't hear the conversation, so it had no idea what they were doing. It revealed shocking news, but teleporting a dungeon was not that simple. It requires a power that transcends all dimensions, the power to move an entire space. The only thing capable of that is a deity. Seung-Hui tilted his head in confusion. A god? He was puzzled why a god would suddenly intervene after centuries of doing nothing. Even the parasite had no idea. And I was just as surprised to be pulled into this. It can only be certain that when an alien space is introduced like this, it severely distorts the time and space of this land. So even though I don't know which god did this, the parasite's information is so unusual that the one responsible is definitely not a benevolent god. Seung-Huin is certain that if the shifting dungeons keep appearing, An will not be able to withstand the distortion of time and space. He reaches a harsh conclusion, and then disappears. In other words, it means there is an evil god trying to destroy Ion. Seung-Huin still has doubts, but doesn't think much about why such important information has no trace at all and just lets it go. The parasite began trying to manipulate Seung-Huin into submitting to me. Leheni wanted to rush to help, but his injury wouldn't allow it. Seung-Hyun. He's trying to scream for you to come back to your senses. The parasite praises endlessly. A healthy body, I like it. It ignites the desire again. I will use your body to destroy this world. Lorraine is beautiful, but foolish. Brother Ung suddenly spoke up. I'm really fed up with you. The bony hand appeared again, and he used elimination to pull it out. The parasite was completely controlled, confused, and unable to understand why. What happened? I already had control over your mind. Sung Hui used a special skill that completely rejects commands and is immune to brainwashing skills when the base mental stat is above 500%. He laughed because he hated taking orders. Sung Hui suddenly vanished from the parasite's sight. This time, he decisively struck to bid it a painful farewell. Is the parasite finished? Sung Hui approaches. Lefenny, are you okay? He has no strength left. Who the hell are you? I'm the one who's definitely going to treat you. Sometimes you call yourself a sorcerer, other times a healer. Such a fraud. Zeung-Huin paid no mind to Lefenny's grumbling. After all, he had seen through it, reporting severe bleeding, significant blood loss, bruises all over the body, injuries worse than he had thought. Seung-Huin calculated carefully, realizing he had already taken a lot of blood from him when he was injured. At this rate, he might be the one to kill him, so now he needs a blood transfusion. He sighed deeply, but where could he find the blood of an anti-mage right now? There's probably only one way left. Seung-Huin used the quest system to earn 10,000 points for a 1-star reward, totaling 11,302 points. He silently affirmed, I know someone is watching. Manager Seung-Huin entrusted his wish at a time like this, so please give me a useful skill. After the mission completion notification appeared and started spinning, it stopped. Got it. As expected, a useful skill. It breaks down an item back into its original materials. Dismantle an item that has been fused into separate items. This skill has a 100% success rate, recovering Fry's arrow and receiving the blood essence of the anti-mage. He carefully lifts it. With this skill, I can turn the arrow back into blood. Seung Hui crushes the arrow and uses item separation to retrieve the blood of the anti-mage. Everyone who saw Lefenny wake up was very relieved. Their leader was awake. Are you okay? He looked confused. What? Lefenny didn't understand anything. Why am I lying here? Seung-Huin asked cautiously. Don't move suddenly, he said with a faint smile. You almost died just now. He looked at the blood bags and couldn't help but wonder if he owed this guy his life. Lefenny worried. What about Bill? Is he okay? Seung-Huin confirmed he was still alive, but it would take some time to recover. Rosen was very grateful to him. You're really good, Seung-Hyun. No matter how much I thank you, it's never enough. Seung-Huin thought proudly. My skills aren't bad either. He was exhausted, and I've lost count of how many things have happened today. Seung-Huin thought to himself. It felt like ever since he first contacted the operator, everything just kept happening one after another. Suddenly, an unsettling sound came. The cave shook violently, and he was furious. Are you kidding me? What's going on? He panicked. Another earthquake again? Ung-Huin immediately grasped the situation. Once the parasite was dead, he guessed the dungeon would disappear, but the cave would remain. Yet the whole cave was disappearing. He shouted orders. The dungeon is collapsing. We'll fall into a space rift if we don't get out of here immediately. Everyone turned pale with fear. A space rift. But once you fall into one, there's no escape. In this urgent moment, Seung Hui is dissecting the parasite's stomach. Rosen is stunned and confused. Seung-Hyun, what are you doing? I have a plan. I found it. We can create an escape portal with this. Received the core item from the low-rank boss monster. Seung Hui tossed it over to him. Rosen, pour your mana into this. Rosen was stunned for a moment. Me? Fine. He focused intensely, and the magic circle appeared. You chase everyone out. This core is low grade, so it won't last long. Hurry up! 5, 4, 3, 2. Everyone frantically rushes in. Move aside immediately. Ung-Huin's car burst out laughing. Just kidding. It can hold out for at least 5 minutes. He went silent. Did you really think this joke was funny? He feels no guilt at all. It's fun. Lefenny is being helped in. Hey, I'm just asking to be sure. But a counter-mage like me wouldn't cause the gate to explode or anything, right? He hesitated and said, If you think something bad might happen, I'll stay behind. He silently praised, He really looks like a leader, doesn't he? Seung-Huin reassured, Don't worry. He explained that the magical energy was only used to break the core, and the gate itself did not contain any magical energy. Lefenny stepped in with ease. All right. Seung-Huin entered last. But why do I still feel like something's missing? He suddenly froze, feeling his blood run cold. Seung-Huin then remembered his teammate was still sound asleep. Yeah, that's right. Dong-Ho. Dong-Ho cried out in pain. Damn bastard. He was so frustrated he couldn't take it. Why did you leave me behind? Ung-Huin's car still managed to rush back to pull the Valley family and him away. I got caught up in the fight. Dong-Ho kept complaining. Then he even poured the medicine straight into my face. You were clearly doing it on purpose. Hurry up. Who told you to sleep in the middle of such a mess? D had some questions. But why are we running deeper into the cave? Shouldn't we be heading for the cave exit? Zhong-Hun explained. We can't get out through the cave entrance because it has collapsed. He tries to run faster. The exit portal hasn't completely disappeared yet. They have caught up to the teleportation gate on the other side. Dong Huang is in chaos. Dr. Kang, the gate is closing. Ung-Huin's vehicle is really in a hurry. Definitely. The energy core that kid was trembling over spewed out is just useless junk. Just let it be. It's slowly falling apart. He rushed forward and touched the portal. Seung-Hun used splitting. I just need to reuse the energy core. He pulls it out of the portal. Seung-Hun hurriedly recreated a new portal, his stamina draining faster than he expected. The energy core of a final processor was exhausting, with a series of red alerts warning of imminent exhaustion, but he couldn't stop. Zhong-Hun's consciousness was fading, his strength depleted, the cold red screen flashing a report of unconsciousness. Dong-Ho rushed over. Dr. Kang, at worst, it's still not over. Everyone outside is starting to worry. Why haven't they come out yet? Lieni is anxious. Is something happening? Suddenly, a magic circle appeared with Seung-Hun and the Valley family. Dong-Ho was gasping for breath. I thought we were about to die. Everyone was relieved. Dr. K is still alive. He called out to Dong-Ho. A moment before Seung-Hun collapsed from exhaustion while reporting his unconscious state, he could no longer hold on. Seung-Hui received another notification. An item assigned to your inventory has been activated. He couldn't help but be amazed. This is the pinned life experience point item that will be used to activate the item's effect. Thanks to it, Seung-Hun regained consciousness and recovered 45% of his stamina. You really almost died, and I survived thanks to the diamond experience ticket you gave me. Seung-Hun sincerely said, Thank you. Dong-Ho smiled brightly. It's nothing. He was just sharing some family stories. So, you mean you both are family members, Rosen confirmed. Yes, I am Lefeni's uncle. Since my sister passed away, I have been raising him. He recounted the past. My sister was a commoner but she was able to marry a noble thanks to her exceptional mana ability. Rosen revealed shocking news that Lefeni, a mana-resistant individual, was born into that prestigious mage family. Dong-Ho grasped the key point. Huh? So that means he's really rich? He argued with the people's court right in front of the owner himself. He must be an outcast in that family. Hui's attitude seemed enlightened. No wonder he's so bad-tempered. He must have heard constant criticism from his family throughout his upbringing. Lefeni felt insulted and apologized for his bad temper. He gritted his teeth, and then many rumors began to spread throughout the house. They said any child with Chakotay blood is a mana resistor. Lefeni clenched his fists. Because of those rumors, Chakotay was discriminated against and insulted. I want to teach those mages a lesson. He sighed wearily. But the plan failed. Now even our hideout has been destroyed. Rosen wants to comfort his grandchild. Lefeni didn't really care, but so what? What's the point of sitting here complaining? He's already ready to give up. Soon, we will be executed too. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. He frowned deeply. Huh? She rushed in frantically. The leader, he was also panicked. What are you talking about? Lefeni stopped again. Did you forget we're a wanted criminal organization? Our invisible barrier disappeared along with the transfer dungeon, so it's only a matter of time before they find us. He talks as if it's none of his business. We death row inmates will definitely be executed, and the rest of you will rot in prison. They're desperate, which means Lefeni says there's a way out. He'll sacrifice himself to clear the path, and I'll buy as much time as I can. Everyone will leave this place and go to another land if they can. But do you think they'll just accept that? He said they would execute the prisoners. Lefeni burst out laughing. I still have noble roots. They can't execute me. Don't worry about the nobles. Take care of yourself first. Commoner, Dong-Ho whispered. Dr. Kang, could it be him? Seung-Hun was sure he could see right through it. He is lying. Seung-Hun knows very well that Lefeni has only one fate if caught. Not only is the clan rejecting him, but the entire Kama region is turning their backs on him. Members of that clan will kill him to restore their honor. He was restless and troubled. He was indeed a bit stubborn, but not worth dying for. He suddenly suggested, Then let's help him. Dong-Ho was surprised. Huh? How do you plan to help? Seung-Hun's smile was truly unsettling. He's too familiar with this, so why is he smiling like that? Who is he planning to trap this time? He suddenly asked directly, Lefeni, are you planning to turn yourself in? He froze and replied, No way. Seung-Hun then said, There is a way. He immediately perked up to listen in order to save the entire blood clan. She was astonished. Are you serious? Joss's eyes lit up brightly. How so? Seung Hui seemed ready to drag Lefeni straight to hell. It's simple. Your gang just needs to agree to work for Kama. She almost cursed, and he already did. What the hell are you talking about? Do you want to die? He is extremely confident, acting like I'm the one giving the orders. I don't know what Seung Huin is planning, but I'll clear the way for him so he can teach those mages a lesson legally. Seung Huin and Dong Ho confidently showed off. Are you guys members of the Cattler Knight Squad? Lefeni was doubtful, but as far as I know, there are no knights in Kama, right? He shrugged and said, I just formed it yesterday. He's more clear-headed than before. This is one of your lies again, isn't it? Lingni has some opinions, and besides, those knights are a bunch of freaks. Seung Hui was surprised. Huh? You know them? Rosen added a few words. They are famous for their strong sense of justice in Kama. They don't discriminate either. He insists that we don't hold any grudges against them either. He explained in detail, which made everything easier. The goal of the Cattler Knights was to establish peace at Lake Phaida. We will stop anything or anyone that could harm the innocent, whether it's monsters or criminals. Brother Ung started to lure them in with a common enemy, even the arrogant nobles and the necromancers. Lefeni immediately became much more aggressive. What? So I can really give those mages a proper beating, right? He quickly reminded me. Only the villains, you look like you're ready to hurt everyone. Brother Ung's group talked freely. Normally, the knights would reject a group of criminals like you, but I don't think you would cross the line. He firmly insisted they would accept all of you with our recommendation. He jumped up excitedly and said, of course we would join, then. Lefeni was confident that I wouldn't have to worry about being executed if I joined the knights through connections. She burst into tears. Seung Hai, you're the best. He was also moved to tears. I have always dreamed of becoming a knight. Everyone is cheering. Long live the healer. Long live the guardian. Zeung Hui looked at Ata as if to say, don't you have anything to say? Lenny rubbed his messy hair and shyly said, thank you. He silently hoped he couldn't wait to see what he would do with those damn mages. He casually asked, so are you heading to Kayot now? Seung Huin confirmed, yes, we're planning to rest a bit and then rent a carriage. Lieni was seen off with a farewell. Take care, the system reappeared, showing the mission to earn 12,500 reward points. He walked while taking a closer look. So now I have to earn 12,500 points? And they added some extra rewards, too. Seung Huin counted and threw again. You can throw objects. The spear arrow creates an arrow shaped like a black spear. Tun disassembles items back to their original form. I have now acquired 3 skills. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he collected 4 skills. Huin thought deeply about what the conditions were to acquire a skill in the first place. I don't think it's just about unlocking a difficult achievement. He looked at the system with affection. No matter what it is, I will make you pay for forcing me to do all these things. Rudy stretched inside Rivik, her eyes shining brightly. We've arrived home. Right before them is the village of Chasi. DJ, utterly exhausted, has finally returned home. He agreed with his wife, saying we should have stayed in Kama if we had known this. Rudy jumped up excitedly to show off. The village is very beautiful, isn't it? Uncle Huin agreed with the little girl. Yeah, it's beautiful, Dong Ho said in panic. Wait, look at that thing. Heavy sounds echoed. The giant stone man appeared in the village, with 2 people trying to escape. Winston, wake up quickly. There's just a stone giant here. It swung its fist down and she turned pale with fear. Dong Ho immediately rushed out, with Seung Huin obviously following him. The stone giant was quickly defeated, and he approached Han to ask, Are you okay? She said happily. Thank you. Seung Hui looked down at his friend, a bit surprised. Is his leg injured? Ung Huin clearly saw the wound on Wilson's leg. It's strange. Usually monsters target the upper body. Rebecca feels extremely guilty. Wilson was injured because he tried to protect me. She is very worried. What should we do now? It's not easy to find a healer in this city. Dong Ho cleared his throat. Don't worry about that. He enthusiastically introduced himself. We have a reputable doctor right here. Rebecca felt embarrassed. Sorry, they do look suspicious. Seung Hui gave the most trustworthy smile he could. Let me introduce myself. Healer Seung Hong Kong is ready to serve you. Inside Chakotay, he has prepared a bed. Please help the patient lie down here. A magical item for mental relaxation. Seung Huin assessed the condition and took out an item. His flesh was completely torn apart. I can't just sew it up in this condition. This time I plan to change things up a bit. Seung Hui crushes it, absorbs a high-level mana vial, uses artificial meat spray, and restores damaged tissue or flesh with certain materials. He treated the wound and created a piece of flesh for me to sew in. Winston's leg began to heal back to normal. It's been a long time since I last used this skill. Dong Ho was amazed. Isn't that a healing spell? Rudy asked innocently. Is that right? Seung-Huin explained that this skill only creates a fake piece of flesh. He added that the body is likely to reject it because it is foreign tissue. If that happens, he will have to endure pain or develop necrosis around the stitched wound area. He sighed. That's tough. Seung-Huin continued the treatment, using stitch removal, but if you lower the patient's stats with suppressant drugs, he said while working, you can greatly reduce the chance of rejection. Seung-Huin skillfully performed, I will tightly close the wound with a saddle stitch. Rebecca widened her eyes in surprise, not understanding a word he was saying. Kao-A. She felt he was very trustworthy, but this guy really seemed miraculous. Rebecca began to doubt Dong-Ho's presence. But what is that guy doing here? He's helping out enthusiastically. Is this enough for your stamina? Eung-Huyen replied, It's enough. The last stitch is done, almost finished. She hurried over to express her gratitude. Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you enough. He's being kind. No need to pay me, but I'd be happy to take any leftover potions you have. Rebecca accidentally dropped her hood. What? But she blurted out in confusion. Seung-Huin was drawn to that color. Was she a red-haired girl? Rebecca quickly covered her face. Seung-Huin wondered, is she a villager from Chakotay? Isn't she supposed to be an explorer? She nervously handed over the items and said, Thanks anyway, I'll give you all the medicine I have. Dong-Ho asked curiously, Does Chuti lack healers? Rebecca confirmed. Yes, we do. I'm sure you know that the Magic Tower and the church don't have a good relationship. The church prioritizes following the will of God, while the Magic Tower focuses on researching mana and magic. The two sides are rivals due to opposing ideologies. She explains, Kama and the Magic Tower hold great influence here, so the church doesn't have much power in this area. He raised some interesting questions, which is why there are no priests here. So what about a healer who likes adventurers? He offered payment while explaining. There's no reason for them to leave a big city like Kama to come here. Rebecca seemed to agree. We were really lucky to meet him just outside the village. She assured us that we would repay this favor. The Valley family said goodbye to them here. It's time for us to go home now. Dong-Ho stopped waving. He feels a bit lonely. It must be really tough. When can I go home? Jung-Huin suddenly asked. Do you have a reason to go back home? Dong-Ho replied. You don't need a good reason to go home. He looked into the distance. But there is something I have to do when I return. He smiled and replied, Me too. Eung-Huin interrupted the touching moment. Then why don't we stop feeling sorry for ourselves and find a place to sleep first? Dong-Ho retorted, I'm not pitying myself at all. They're the ones having all the bad luck, and right now we have no rooms left. They were constantly turned away. No vacancies left, so they were told to find somewhere else. One landlady even joked that he could stay in a coffin. With nowhere to rest, we had to push them away. This situation is really bad. I'm sorry. Dong-Ho screamed in agony. Oh no, come on. Seung-Hui shrugged helplessly. I guess everyone is stuck here because the road to Kama is blocked. He can't accept the truth. Did we travel so far just to sleep on the road? He stays calm, so I guess we have no other choice. Then Seung-Huin angrily opens another door but still stays here. At the Adventurers Guild reception desk, he greeted us with a welcome to the Chaotic Adventurers Guild. He confidently requested, please let us rent a room. You can find accommodations at the Adventurers Guild, with a list of Aon's types of lodging, but there is a major drawback. The system requires accommodation, with Aon's housing list ranging from S-Class for VIP guests, luxury rooms, A-Class very good rooms, B-Class fairly good rooms, C-Class standard rooms, D-Class cheap warehouse rooms, and F-Class sleeping outdoors. Eung-Hui waits for the receptionist to check, and we can get a room if we complete a mission matching the accommodation type, except for S-Class rooms reserved for VIPs, while he maintains a polite smile. It is a scheme to exploit adventurers as much as possible. These cunning ones suddenly sneer like this. Look at them. Two people, openly mocking. They're trying to get a room, plus 2 more slaves from the Adventurers Guild. Dong-Ho was upset. Who are they? Why are they trying to cause trouble? He declared arrogantly. That's right. Right now you can't rent A or B classrooms. We're using them as storage rooms. He's angry. What? Dong-Ho couldn't understand if they really had to put in so much effort to remove the quests just to trick everyone. Seung-Huin seemed interested. I like their idea. I want to do the same to them. He was speechless. What do you mean? You like that idea? It seems like the two of them managed to find a place to stay. There are still C-Class rooms available, so let's go, a teenager said. Sorry, can I rent a D-Class room? He was rejected. I'm sorry, all the D-Class rooms are currently occupied, the young man said unexpectedly. What? Even Brother Zaeyoung was a bit surprised. It was strange because D-Class rooms usually weren't all rented out since there were so many, with a pile of keys thrown onto the table. She arrogantly bragged because we are also using all the D-rank rooms since we have too many things to store. Dong Ho doubted, are they even allowed to do that? The receptionist also hesitated. Yes, there is no rule against that. They're getting more and more unreasonable, but since we're not taking the C-class rooms, you're free to use those. I mean, you definitely can't be so new that you can't handle a C-level task, right? He wants to reason with you, you bastard. You don't even get paid when fulfilling accommodation requests. Why did she do that? She laughed loudly. I have no idea why. They're all really annoying. Someone's definitely overreacting. We're just having a little fun. Why are you overreacting like that? Brother Zeung officially joins in. Oh, it's just a prank, right? He said cheerfully. Then I want to prank you a little too. Zeung-Hun confirmed with the receptionist that except for the S-class rooms, which were all booked, he asked, we can rent anywhere we want, right? The receptionist was confused but followed the rules. Yes. Zeung-Hun smiled and said, in that case, I want to rent the entire building. Everyone was stunned. The entire Adventurers Guild building. Those two tough guys were also taken aback. He repeated, that's right, the entire facility except for the S-class rooms. Seung-Hui calmly made his demand, saying he wanted those outsiders to leave immediately. This place will soon become my residence. This time they couldn't hold back. What's wrong with you? You plan to use the entire Adventurers Guild all by yourself? Both of them kept throwing harsh words. You mean you're going to take over the entire mission board? How are we supposed to survive with you still around? He calmly continued. Oh, so none of you have a single penny in your pockets? How shameful. You used their own words against them. You're really overreacting. I just wanted to have a little fun. He gritted his teeth. Why you? She began arguing that preventing other adventurers from taking the quest was against the rules. Someone spoke up, not in this case. The two receptionists jumped in surprise. Yes, ma'am, detailed analysis. In this case, he is considered to be exercising his right to stay and not obstructing other adventurers from carrying out their missions, Mason concluded, director of the Adventurers Guild branch in Chakotay. She slowly stepped down. However, it seems you are exploiting a loophole in the rules to insult the Adventurers Guild. Shung did not deny it. You are half right about that. She ended with a cold glare sweeping over him. In that case, I will stop you in a way that does not violate the rules. He calmly accepted it. I truly look forward to it because you are very straightforward about this. Sung-Hun was full of anticipation. Are you planning to assign me a difficult mission? After a while, in the northwest Red Forest near Chakotay, he spoke up. I am the one who decides to accept this mission. Seung-Hun pointed out, you don't need to come along, he said excitedly. It's okay, don't worry about me, I want to repay you for your help earlier. He said they told him he would become stronger when visiting Chakotay, so he would be less likely to get lost in the Red Forest. The enhancement lasts for an hour, their massive wings beating powerfully. Their target was right before their eyes. Take care of them before it's over. Sinova the Divine Eagle, a monster that uses wind and lightning skills. They are very fast, but only rated B+ in difficulty. However, the Divine Eagle roars fiercely, cutting down the entire forest with a single strike. Each strike of the Divine Eagle is powerful. They have grown much stronger after the mana explosion in Kama. Dong-Hun is trembling. Those guys could tear us apart piece by piece. Seung-Hun still seemed calm. If we want to rent the building, we have to get it. He thought back to Wan. In fact, not having a healer in Chakotay meant losing a limb could be life-threatening. Looking at the creature before him, Seung-Hun thought, I understand why we were assigned this mission. He snapped his fingers, saying, first, Dong-Ho decides I will distract them. Look, the group distraction skill works. The distraction effect is active. Sinava the Hawk's attack and speed increase. All eyes are on him. Dong-Ho tensed up, the Shadow Cloak activated, reducing damage from subsequent attributes by half. Lei Feng Seung-Hun burst out laughing with satisfaction. That Shadow Cloak really works well. He lay still, enduring the attack. But don't just sit there. Strike back at them. He activated his observation eye, and it lit up again. Let's get started. Seung-Hun had to admit they were too fast to track with the naked eye. He caught one, but the observational vision was completely different. Seung-Hun got ready, aiming precisely at the bird's head to throw it, using its flying speed against it, splitting its body in two. The heavenly birds froze in shock, screeching fiercely as two of them unleashed a whirlwind attack on Seung-Hun, causing him considerable harm. Dong-Ho shouted loudly, once again acting as bait to draw the group's attention. They were lured back toward Dong-Ho, but this time it crashed straight into the police, breaking its beak. He burst out laughing with satisfaction. You didn't expect this, did you? Seung-Hun immediately charged forward with a final strike to draw attention. Well done, they have captured 2 heavenly birds. He looked around once more, the final target now in sight, only one left. They were determined to finish it off. The celestial bird gathered its power into its mouth, forming a large lightning orb. Dong-ho turned pale with fear. It was definitely channeling all its strength into that attack. Seung-Hwin was certain we couldn't escape this attack without getting hurt. He pulled out a new item, or at least we thought so if I hadn't prepared in advance. The celestial bird unleashed its ultimate skill. Seung-Hwin used Freya's linked pouch to create a massive electric barrier, releasing immense damage, an electric cannon, countered by his arrow. The clash created a thunderous explosion. When it ended, only a few faint sparks remained in the air. The celestial bird was stunned, unable to believe its eyes. Seung-Hwin quickly seized the opportunity. So they have completed the mission. Seung-Hui spoke up. This is something I recently realized. You have a new conclusion, but there's nothing good about using the finishing move too early. Dong-ho collapsed, exhausted. It's over. Seung-Hwin checked in. Are you okay? He honestly can't say anything more. Not okay. I feel like there are stars flying all around me. He just took out a vial of medicine and teased me. I'll take that as a yes. Dong-ho was annoyed. Seung-Hwin silently acknowledged it. But they are truly dangerous. He exhaled with a grunt. Just because I'm not afraid to die doesn't mean I don't feel pain. He laughed. All right, I'm sorry, Seung-Hui told himself. It won't be easy to deal with them without the clan's help. Suddenly, he sensed movement. Someone boldly stepped forward. You actually did it? Oh, I'm just teasing. We didn't believe you could. He sneered. This goes beyond expectations. Dong-ho frowned. What? Those are the scum from earlier. Seung-Hwin doesn't understand either. What are you doing here? They're just babbling nonsense. Are you really talking to us? I think it's obvious. If you turn back now, we'll be kicked out of the Adventurers Guild. He tried to snatch it from their hands, demanding the Divine Falcon be handed over. He sighed deeply. If we don't bring proof of completing the request, we won't be approved. Seung-Hwin's situation is really hopeless. I knew you'd try to intervene somehow, but I never imagined it would be like this. They all attacked, and a few punks got hurt. It's nothing. Both of them charged forward to take care of them at the same time. Seung punched him straight in the face with such force that his head sank into the ground. She couldn't believe what the hell was happening. Seung-Hwin looks like he's gone mad. Who exactly are you? He stitched up his own wound. What a hassle. She turned pale with fear. What the hell are you doing? The pervert Seung-Hwin physically silenced his opponent. He smiled and wondered what to do with these two. She struggled, begging for her life. Dong-ho worried, are you planning to kill them? Seung-Hwin immediately denied it. Am I some kind of killer? Do you think I kill people recklessly? I have my reasons to keep them alive. Come on, if I kill them here, I'll be caught immediately. Seung-Hwin still remembers those golden words from those bastards, but I can't just let them go empty-handed. I have matters to settle. If you let me down, I'll spare you this time. After all, I am a kind and gentle healer. I looked at Seung-Hwin with deep suspicion, thinking silently. Healer? Is this guy really a healer? Suddenly he seemed concerned. Huh? But what is this, you two? Seung-Hui seriously pointed out that the injuries were very severe. She was both uncomfortable and afraid to raise her voice. That's exactly thanks to you. He took out an item as there was no healer in the village. Seung-Hui poured the entire vial of medicine into them. I will have to heal you all then. While both were stunned, what are you doing? He immediately continued to use the phantom meat. Phantom flesh is a skill that uses mana potions to create flesh, but you can also use stamina potions. His wounds are truly healing. Huh? What? However, Seung-Hwin was not generous, but the reason he often used the more expensive mana potion was because he enjoyed watching those two writhing in agony, the flesh created from stamina pain like hell. Seung-Hwin shrugged helplessly. I forgot to tell you that although it stings a bit, healing is still healing, right? He casually decided, consider it payment. I'll take the key to the place you rented. They can't do anything to you. Both screamed in devilish pain. Dong-ho had to agree. I've always thought this, but I'm glad I'm not your enemy. Seung-Hwin laughed. Me too. The system reminds you that your time to stay in the Red Forest is almost up, with 11 minutes left. They decided the corn is almost gone, so let's head back quickly. Seung-Hwin looks around. Oh, wait a minute. I almost forgot I need to retrieve the weapon I threw. Where did it land? He noticed a bush, used his observation eye, and it seemed like something was there. Curious, he watched and asked, Dr. Kang, what are you doing? Seung-Hwin replied as he walked, I'm looking for my silver light and knife. Then he suddenly took them out. You mean this? I picked it up earlier. He was surprised. What? Seung-Hwin raised his eyebrows. So you found a strange object? What was that message about? They returned to the Chakotay Adventurers Guild, amazed. I can't believe it. She confirmed it several times, making sure it was the Divine Eagle. Ket honestly admitted, I thought you would definitely fail. But the two continued whispering, how did they defeat such a powerful monster? Chung proudly crossed his arms and said, "Sorry to disappoint you." She sighed. "All right, I admit defeat." Ket threw the key to him. "I'll let you rent the Chaotic Adventurers Guild building." Seung-hui received the guild leader's key item, and she declared, "Then I grant Adventurer Kan Seung-hyeon authority equal to a branch manager." His eyes sparkled brightly as he exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to entrust us with the leader's key." She smiled faintly. "I like to do everything properly." Seung-hui happily shook her hand. "I will not refuse this offer. You lie back and enjoy the A-class room. I have discarded the keys and handed over the confiscated D-class rooms to the new adventurers, and even got a temporary branch manager title. If I had to say, it's been a pretty good day." Zheng Hui took out the strange box he found in the forest. Anyway, he seriously examined the box, feeling it looked familiar. Ung Huin himself guessed that Dong Ho was definitely sound asleep nearby. "So, I think I'll have to go to the artifact appraiser myself." At the artifact appraiser's place, things didn't go well. The wooden box even flew quite far, and the appraiser was stunned. He glared at her and asked, "What does she think she's doing?" She was scared to tears. "I'm sorry, I can't break the seal." Si Yung Hui frowned slightly. "Even the divine appraisal experts at the Adventurers Guild can't do it. Their personalities may be bad, but their skills are unmatched. You need a reason why she couldn't do it." The appraiser hurriedly picked up the box, explaining, "In our profession, this is called a tangled thread seal. It is a cruel type of seal where trying to untangle it in a simple way only makes it more tangled." Tam Dinjia placed it neatly on the table, and it seemed this seal had been cast centuries ago. "It's much harder because it's different from how things are done nowadays." Seong Hui stared at the wooden box, growing even more curious after she said she couldn't open it. "Is there really no way?" He immediately used his observational skills. "The first seal on the box has been removed. The second seal is hidden." The guidance system gave a hint about a seal at the bottom of the box. Seung Huin slammed the table, demanding her appraisal skill be used on the bottom of the box. "What?" She is confused. The bottom of the box? The appraiser really did find some clues. She stared in amazement. This is the sequence of the tangled seal, no doubt about it. The appraiser began unsealing again. With each layer of the lock broken, she finally succeeded in opening it. But what was inside left the appraiser speechless. "Huh? What's there is a black hand lined with a layer of maple leaves." She guessed, "I don't think that's a human hand, sir. Are you mumbling again?" The system screen is glitching. The Relic of Cho unlocked after obtaining the Relic of Cho. Seung Hui furrowed his brow. It was like that time with Freya's crossbow. Seung Hui tried to figure it out as this time a few missing letters in the achievement notification were revealed. The relic unlocked after obtaining F's relic. "What is going on?" The appraiser suddenly said, "This looks like a sacred artifact," and you turned back to face her.
Yeah.
"A sacred relic?" the appraiser continued. "I mean, I don't know much about it either, since I'm not a cleric," she insisted, "but its name is the left hand of woman. I'm sure it's a relic with holy power." The appraiser tried to hold back. "Relics are extremely rare because of the church." She's ready to haggle. "If you plan to sell it, we'll offer a great price." Sung Huin wondered why something like this was abandoned in the forest. He thought carefully. Holy relics are usually found in churches or ruins, but the church has little influence in the Red Forest. Sung Huin pressed the button while thinking, and if it's the same type as the crossbow, he'll receive the reward. The system confirms that Wisman's left hand will be bound to you. You have acquired a new skill. Yuman's left hand summons and nullifies Wisman's left hand upon activation, and the power of Yuman's left hand permeates your left hand. The Wisman spin will be added to the status board after using 5 free spin tickets. He examines it carefully. This time, I also got a unique skill and a spin. Xie Ung Hui firmly decided that it's best to use the free spin ticket right now. He used all 5 spin tickets available. The spin result increased dark mana resistance by 1. The spin result is an increase of 1 in Earth Attribute Enhancement. The spin result grants a new skill, Earth Core Charge, and Zheng Hui leans forward. "Earth Core? It must be an attack skill. He must have been a bit wide-eyed, right?" Se-Eung Huin was clearly excited. "Oh my god, are they really giving me this?" That night at the Adventurers Guild, I thought I misheard something. She was extremely skeptical. "You want to use the Adventurers Guild?" He smiled brightly. "Make it my private clinic." "Ah?" "Yes, that's right." Ket broke out in a cold sweat. He had never claimed to be a healer. Se-Eung Huin sighed. "You're so naive. She doesn't understand anything yet." He waved his hand proudly. "You think I came back unscathed after fighting the Thunderbird like that? I healed myself." Kit still couldn't believe it. "So do you have a medical badge?" Sung-Hun confidently declared, I don't, but I can use the branch chief's authority. She sighed. Even so, I can't let someone without the proper certification take care of patients. Is there anyone who can vouch that he is truly a healer? It was Rebecca. He treated my friend right before my eyes. I vouch for him, adding a new character, and he is extremely confident. We even have a witness right here. Seung-Huin didn't hesitate, but if you still don't believe me, let me prove it to you. He stepped forward and asked if anyone here was seriously injured, if anyone volunteers. Now I will treat them for free. The adventurers whispered among themselves. Can we really trust him? He said he doesn't even have a healer's badge. A hand went up. I'm worried about him. I work here. But can I volunteer to be treated? Seung-Huin immediately agreed. Of course. Your hand is now bandaged. Oh my God, your hand is completely crushed. Seung-Huin asked about the injury. How long ago did this happen? He asked. 2 days ago, if I couldn't use my hand, I would have been kicked out of the Adventurers Guild. Ket stood nearby, glaring as he hurriedly corrected his story. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do my job well. She observed closely that the healer had very mixed feelings about the broken bone. Ketch also has deep knowledge of medicine. They are easy to heal if there is a broken bone fragment, and can be healed with just a touch. She imagined the healer screaming in agony, bringing your bones here, fools, but it was hopeless without any fragments. Seung-Hui assessed that his bone was exposed and a lot was lost. Ket closed his eyes tightly. I'm sorry to say this, but it's hopeless. He smiled like a true businessman. This is exactly the kind of patient for me to showcase my skills. She widened her eyes in surprise. Ket was embarrassed. What? Are you planning to make him a prosthetic? Sung-Hun searched through his pocket. No. He took out a cup of red soil. I'm going to heal him with the... Everyone is looking at Seung-Huin like he's crazy. Rebecca feels her faith collapsing. Did I guarantee him in vain? But no, a miracle happened. The red soil turned into bones, exactly attached to his hand. Everyone was amazed. The soil turned into bones. Is he an ancient summoner? Seung-Huyen thought to himself, the bone-creating skill really exists in An. He knows the weakness of this issue well. However, bones created by the skill are prone to disappearing or being corrupted by dark mana. But Seung-Huyen used a new skill. Earth bone shaping bones from the ground. The bigger the bone, the more earth it needs. The mark on his left hand glowed, and he silently marveled, this skill is truly different. Seung-Huyen is successfully reconstructing the right hand, which is the size of an adult man's, with 8 wrist bones, 5 metacarpal bones, and 14 finger bones. He then takes another bottle spraying mid-level mana using fake flesh. Seung-Huyen is almost done. I just need to reconstruct the veins, nerves, muscles, and skin one by one. He savors that magical moment. I know everything about the structure of a hand. Seung-Hui's work is impressive for a first attempt. Everyone who saw it was amazed. Everything exploded with disbelief. They all started to buzz excitedly. Sir, please consider me as well. Sir, me too. He asked for my opinion on the matter. Sir, she agreed, so I think I can no longer refuse you now. Seung-Huin smiled quietly. All right, it's done. Your plan is off to a good start. Come on, line up. It's time to earn some points. The next day, Seung-Hui was exhausted, and I was tired too, but at least most of the wounds were serious, so I earned a lot of points. Total points accumulated, 10,562. Dong-Ho cheerfully asked, Doctor, are you okay? Did a lot happen while I was asleep? I have no strength left. Yeah, a lot has happened, he exclaimed. Oh, and you also unlocked another achievement. Dio Man's hand, right? Seung-Huin yawned deeply, but first Dong-Ho is going somewhere with me. Dong-Ho, curious? Go where? If I don't explain now, you'll see when we get outside. Rebecca eagerly stood outside waiting for them. We finally have a guide. Rebecca greeted us cheerfully. Here you are. She smiled brightly like a flower. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I am Rebecca, Seung-Hui reminded. Oh, your hair. Rebecca quickly hid it. He teased cheerfully. What's the point of hiding it when you keep getting caught again and again, making her feel so hurt she wants to cry? Dong-Ho advised him that there was no need to say that. He asked, looking at her hair color. It seems you are from this village. Is there a reason why you hide it? Ah, Rebecca confirmed. Yes, I am the father with a scar. She pulled her hood down deeper. Actually, my family really hates that I became a mercenary. Rebecca forced a smile. So I only disguise myself like this when I come to Chakotay to avoid running into them. Seung-Huin was moved. Sounds troublesome. If it were me, I would never set foot in my hometown again. She praised it endlessly. I hate having to deal with my family. But Chakotay is such a wonderful village to leave behind. The people are friendly, the scenery is beautiful, and the food is delicious too. Rebecca proudly boasted. And that's why I decided to take the two of them on a tour. Dong-ho looked suspiciously. So the place you want to take me to is a tour around Chaotic? He really confirmed it, but obviously it can't be just that. There are other things too. She's a very enthusiastic guide. The village isn't very big, so it won't take long to see everything. There are plenty of ceramics here. Rebecca gives a detailed introduction. Chakotay is famous for its ceramics, and high-quality clay is easy to find here. She professionally guided us to the workshop street, where you can buy handmade products. Our clay dolls are especially famous. We have been making them here for centuries. The doll makers are very skilled, and they can even create golems from special clay. Rebecca couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Kama might look down on Kati, but even they had to praise our dolls, which was both heartening and bittersweet. Dong-ho is interested in a shop that makes chaotic talismans on request. Please come back in 1 or 2 hours to pick up your order. Oh, this looks nice. He decided I should buy one as a souvenir. Do you want me to buy one for you? Jung-Huin didn't really care. It was up to him. He pondered deeply, a street lined with workshops crafting things from clay. Come to think of it, Yeoman's emblem also had something to do with Earth. Jung-Huin asked her, Rebecca, have you ever heard of the name W-A-N? Rebecca thought carefully. Wisman, no, I've never heard of it. He sighed, then said, so the villagers don't know either. Jung-Huin insisted, if W-M-M-N is the god of the Red Forest, where I found the hand, then no Katie would be unaware of it. He decided to rely on himself and asked if there was a museum anywhere, or somewhere I can see those historical documents or artifacts. Gong-ho is bargaining, I need 2. Oh, please. She crushed Seung-Huin's hope. Do you really think a remote village like this would have that? I'm clearly disappointed. Even Han has his own history museum. Rebecca hesitated. Is it something really important? She tries to search. Where should we keep the old documents? Rebecca gave Seung-Hui a location, the town hall. The leisurely librarian flipped through historical documents about Chok. He greeted with an indifferent attitude. Did you come here to carry out the guild's mission? You replied. No, for personal reasons. The librarian ignored them again. Then we don't have it. What's Dong-ho so upset about? He didn't even bother to look. He scolded angrily. This is important, he sighed. So either come with the proper request form or a permit from the Adventurers Guild. Seung-Hui's gaze was chilling to the bone. What a nuisance. He took out a powerful item. If you need a request form, I can make one right now. The key from Ket Dung shone brightly. Seung-Huin's car swung it in front of the librarian. Do you need a termination notice? He was so scared he was shaking. What is happening? You are the branch manager. Wait a moment. The librarian bowed repeatedly, apologizing. But you didn't care. Fine, just get me the key to the storage room. The archive room? The City Hall clock has seen every book from one to the next. Do you think we'll find it today? Seung-Huin's car is sure of it. If we keep digging, something will come up. He found a few things, but why are so many pages torn out like this? Dong-ho brought over the old book. Hey, doctor, look at this. He immediately grabbed it. This is truly ancient. Exactly what I've been looking for. Seung-Huin, take a careful look. It seems like it hasn't been opened in 1,000 years. The first page he looked at was a painting of a village, and the more they looked, the less they understood. There were no writings, just scribbled drawings. He wondered what they were trying to depict here. Seung-Huin's gaze paused for a moment. He tried to separate the pages, thinking this one was unusually thick, but it turned out to be 2 pages stuck together. Seung-Huin found what he was looking for, a painting of a round object worshipped by everyone. Rebecca hesitantly speculates that the red-haired people might be the ones who gave it to Kati. Dong-ho is curious. Does he have any ideas about it? He can confirm that the symbol here looks like the one on Wisman's left hand. Seung-Huin concludes that this orb is Wisman, the god once worshipped by the Coyote people. She couldn't believe it. Sorry, I've never heard of any god in Kati. I figured out, as you can see, this book is full of scribbled drawings. I think the author was trying to leave clues about Wisman for future generations without letting others notice, which might explain it. And the decayed books in the archive room with many torn pages. Seung-Hui realized that someone had deliberately tried to hide a god. The librarian was attacked. A heavy sound echoed through. Rebecca hurriedly ran out to see. I heard a noise outside. She was immediately horrified. He had been murdered. Rebecca was stunned. Who could have done such a thing? Dong-ho wanted to step forward and check. Was he really killed? Someone suddenly attacked them. His knife was knocked away, and Seung-Huin stepped in just in time to protect them. Oh my God, you confronted them head-on, so why don't you show yourselves? 4 figures in red cloaks strode out fiercely. They threatened to hand over the book. Dong-ho has a ton of questions. Do they know about Weisman? Rebecca is very worried. They must have been watching us. Sung-Huin still held the book in his hand and used his vision to observe. Fortunately, the librarian managed to save him from the serious neck wound. He's still alive, thank God. Seung-Huin bent down to check. They were losing patience. Hey, didn't you hear me? Treat him first. Stop the bleeding. He frowned irritably. I said hand over the book, Seung-Huin interrupted. Let me ask you something. He was treating him while questioning him, so why did you attack him? He may seem a bit rude, but he doesn't deserve to be killed. He was arrogant and brutal, blocking his way. Now stop your nonsense and hand over the book. That look gleamed with a deadly intent. You two want to end up like him. Seung-Huin decisively used the flying skill, aiming straight at the loudest one. He shook the book in his hand, surprised that they actually responded. He sneered, flicking the book provocatively. If it were me, I would have attacked immediately. They're provoked now, and the battle is about to erupt fiercely. What the? Rebecca also joined in. She questioned, how dare you attack an innocent person? Dong-ho seems to be gaining the upper hand, but he was careless and nearly ambushed. Seung-Huin stepped in just in time to support him. Seung-Huin aimed straight at one of them, using a Lao arrow. His magic was useless. The ground beneath the floor rose up together, forming a strong shield. He watched carefully. Is that earth magic? He cursed silently, that arrogant kid. After forming a spear, he charged forward to his death. Seung-Huin had no intention of dodging. He struck directly at the spear tip. Seung-Huin used earthbone to transform it. He was stunned into stillness. What my spear has turned into bone. He drew his crossbow and aimed it straight at his opponent's shoulder. Seung-Huin fired without hesitation, then slowly stepped closer. It's a pity. Arrogant Chung-Huin trampled on him. You might have had a chance if it weren't for the ground. Dong-ho and Rebecca reporting, hey doctor, we're done here. He praised them for the job well done, but Chung-Huin's dark gaze was unmistakable. Now it's time to hand them over to someone who can dig deeper for information. The three of them have a place to rest at the Adventurers Guild, the underground dungeon. He came to check the situation. Have they said anything yet? Have they confessed yet? They're keeping their mouths shut. She muttered, Wisman, the god of Chakoti. Seung was quite surprised. You believe my story without any doubt? Most people would find it too unbelievable. He continued searching for information. Do you know anything about this? To be honest, the atmosphere in the village has been a bit strange lately, Seung-Huin wondered. A bit strange? He recalls a bit. By the way, Lefeni mentioned something similar when we parted ways. She didn't hide it from Seung-Huin. Some time ago, a few people started claiming that we need to separate from Kama. They claimed to be disciples sent by God. The crowd was in complete chaos. Chakoti must gain independence. We need to break free from Kama's shadow. They frantically spread the word that Kama Ma will soon collapse. Fortunately, most people stayed calm. Most of the villagers just saw it as nonsense. Ket Chonglan sighed. No one took them seriously. The situation suddenly changed. Until a few days ago when the Blood Demon Tower collapsed, most of the Chakoti villagers depended on Kama Ma for their livelihood, but then a disaster struck Kama just as the prophets had foretold. So we couldn't do anything to stop them from getting agitated. Brother Ung understood, and fear had paralyzed their reason. She broke out in a cold sweat. All this time I thought they were just a bunch of con artists, but the thought that there really is an ancient, forgotten god? Suddenly, someone panicked and reported, Ma'am, we're in trouble. His body was melting away, but instead of turning into water, he turned into sand. So they lost a prisoner, ending the interrogation in anger. What's going on? I told you to watch them carefully. He nervously explained, yes, I used the truth serum to interrogate them, but just as that guy was about to say something, he suddenly clenched his teeth in anger. They trapped us. They were cursed to prevent revealing their secrets. The two remaining ones kept muttering something, sending a chill down my spine. They were even more dangerous than I had thought. Rebecca and Dong-ho ran over. What happened? They couldn't help but be horrified by the scene. No way. Seung-Huin leaned against the wall. Now we can't find out who sent them. He suggested, if it's a curse, can't we do something about it with a dawn arrow? He dismisses it, saying this isn't dark magic. Did she suddenly realize something? Rebecca gently touched the red soil. Seung-Huin wondered. Rebecca, what are you doing? She nervously explains. Oh, it's just something about the mud here. Rebecca realized that this is the best type of clay used to make the precious dolls here. Why would they curse someone with such expensive clay? He grasped the key point, the clay used to make dolls. Seung-Hui suddenly shouted, Why didn't I think of that? Dong-ho jumped in surprise. What was that? He double-checked. Rebecca, you mentioned that the Doll Makers Guild has existed for a very long time, right? She confirmed it. Yes, their tradition has been passed down from generation to generation for centuries. Rebecca also figured it out. Oh, don't you think Seung-Hui tried to change his perspective? If I were a follower of you, man, I would keep the records somewhere I know they'd be safe for hundreds of years, since the Dollmakers Guild has existed for centuries. You ruled out other possibilities, and I'm sure they have ancient texts like those in the town hall combined with the existing clues, and there's only one place where such expensive clay can be easily used. Seung confidently asserted that they are the Dollmakers. He didn't miss the flicker of suspicion in their eyes. It seems I guessed them right. I broke out in a cold sweat. The Dollmakers? Are they involved in this? This doesn't look good. Many members of the workshop are nobles. She sighed deeply. The higher-ups will be very angry if we interfere with the nobility. Dong-ho sympathizes. It sounds difficult to manage the branch. Seung-hui acted quickly. Then we will investigate the guild. Stop him. Sung-hyun. Wait. She just gave us an important piece of information. There have been recent reports of people disappearing in the Red Forest. Seung-hun tried to ignore it. I think it's normal for outsiders to get lost in the forest. Ket continued. All the missing people were fathers. She gave more details, and Rebecca took charge of searching for them. I bet this case is connected to why they are following you. Trusting you, can you look into the disappearances while investigating the guild? Later at the Chakotay workshop, Rebecca introduced this as the building of the Dollmakers Guild. She nervously stepped inside. Sorry? Rebecca looked around in amazement. Oh, there's hardly anyone here at all. This place is usually crowded with people. A few look a bit out of place. Oh, there's someone over there. Looking at them, they don't seem like artisans. Wow, how much longer until all of this is moved? They look like adventurers on a mission. Z stepped forward to greet them. How can I help you? Seung-hui smiled professionally. I was told I could rent a clay carriage here. He thought to himself, after all, this was the reason we came to Chakotay. He nervously explained, Oh, I need the guild leader's permission to rent a carriage. Seung-hun asked, And who is the guild master? Have stepped forward and said, That would be me. He introduced himself. I am Have Savan, the leader of the Chakotay Dollmakers Guild. Have Savan, master dollmaker. He politely greeted, Nice to meet you. I am Have, who hates avoidance. Don't bother introducing yourself anymore, because after today, we won't see each other again, Rebecca whispered as she explained. Chairman Harvey has a very, very bad temper. Seung-hui frowned deeply. I understand. His question made the smile on his face deepen. Then let's get straight to the point. How much does it cost to rent a golem horse? They're charging an outrageous price, 5 million gold for just one day. Dong was shocked. What? 5 million for one day? Even 500,000 gold is expensive, she muttered while pulling her hat. Isn't it supposed to be 1.2 million gold to rent a golem horse for 3 days? His smile carried a hint of deceit and tension. Usually that's the case, but demand is high right now, so we've raised the price a bit. That arrogant brat keeps bragging. I always thought we rented them out too cheaply. The price list was crossed out, renting a golem horse for 3 days. Dong-ho is upset. I can't believe this guy. He was annoyed and wanted to leave. Dr. K, let's just rent the carriage somewhere else. He awkwardly spoke up. I apologize for the interruption. He introduced him, but my master is the only one in Chakotay who can make golem horses. He mentioned the workshop's offer. We can give a discount if you show respect and do some light manual work. So Dong-ho, they also came here to rent a cart? That's unpaid labor. Ha shrugged and sneered. If you don't like it, then walk. But I'm sure you know how dangerous the nearby Red Forest is. Eung-hwin thought for a moment. If he was the leader of the dollmakers, money wouldn't be an issue for him. He was just a typical jerk who liked bossing others around. He suddenly felt something was off. How should I deal with him? He's clearly very tense. What's wrong with him? Seung-hwin used his observational skills and realized the problem. Seung-hwin placed his hand on Have-Vei's shoulder. In Have-Vei's hall, he was stunned. What's going on? He lowered his voice to advise, I'm sure there will come a day when even you have to beg someone for something. Try putting yourself in our shoes. Wouldn't you be angry if you were blackmailed like this? Ha! Vei angrily shrugged him off. What the hell are you talking about? He confidently declared. I don't think you realize this, but I am the best among all the master doll makers. You think there will be a time when I have to beg someone for something? He said with a cold, casual laugh. You never know what's coming. Seung-hwin successfully drove Have crazy with anger. For example, maybe now you have to beg me for forgiveness. He grabbed the nearby hall, Have flailing wildly. How dare you disappear from my workshop if you still say such nonsense? You keep smiling like nothing happened, but you will regret it. Dong-ho and Rebecca were upset. He really has a terrible temper. He felt a sharp pain, something I had never experienced before, as if being permanently banned. Sweat was pouring down like a stream. He collapsed in pain, gasping in panic. Chairman, is he confused? What's wrong with him? Sung-Huin had anticipated this. Oh my god. This is what happens when he can't control his anger. He keeps making everything worse. He has been diagnosed with liek-cotexin poisoning. The symptoms indicate the final stage. The poison inside his body is spreading much faster. He's panicking. Chief, are you all right? Have just coughed and writhed in pain. No, I'm not okay, so hurry and call for a healer. A chill ran down my spine. Oh no, there isn't a single healer here right now. Sung-Huin suddenly spoke up. Want me to help you? He raised his hand to his chest. Now I can finally introduce myself. Sung-Huin smiled with extreme confidence. I am Sung-Hyun Kang. Seung-Hui smirked and laughed loudly in front of Havey, the only healer left in Vei's house. Hearing this, his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in disbelief. Ju also showed a similar expression. Have pointed at Seung-Huin, who was smiling brightly, and shouted, "You're a healer?" He angrily turned and demanded, "Call another healer. I can't trust this guy with my health." But sir, there is no other healer left in the village. Sweat poured down Have's face like a shower, the veins on his neck bulging. It seemed Have's condition was worsening. Then prepare the carriage. I will go to another village for treatment. Contrary to his urgency, Seung-Hui spoke very calmly. Taking Cotexin immediately after, Have turned pale and looked at him. His eyebrows furrowed. Seung-Hui ignored his expression, acting with complete confidence and certainty. It is a deadly poison known as the lazy assassin. He clearly described the symptoms that exactly matched what Have was experiencing. When poisoned by this toxin, it will destroy your lungs and respiratory system, causing bloody cough and difficulty breathing, eventually leading to respiratory failure and death. Sung-Hui also revealed, interestingly, you won't show any symptoms immediately after being poisoned, but as time passes and the poison takes effect, his condition will deteriorate rapidly. All of this left Have frozen, his hands clenched tightly, while Zix hesitated, worried, and spoke up. It's exactly like the chief's symptoms. Have began to lose his composure. He loudly asked Seung-Hui, who was squinting and smiling, "What are you trying to say?" He stood before Have and said bluntly, "You're starting to show symptoms now, and I'm the last doctor you'll see before you die." Seung-Hui's tone grew serious as he laid down his terms without hesitation. "But of course, I don't offer my services for free." Have was so surprised he leaned back, stammering, "What?" After a few seconds of thought, he gritted his teeth and called out, Have gave a firm order. "Go get the gold, quickly." The gold was brought over, and Have swung his hand, throwing the bag towards Seung-Huin. "Take it all." The bag of gold fell at his feet, accompanied by Have's words filled with contempt. "You doctors all want the same cure for me and then disappear." Seung-Huin looked down from above, a slight curve at the corner of his eye. "Leader Have, didn't I already tell you before? I said the day would come." He swung his leg and kicked the bag of gold straight at Have, who flinched and raised his hands to block it. Seung-Huin's voice was cold, his face no longer carrying the playful expression from before. "You will have to beg like a dog." Seung-Huin spoke in a low, threatening tone as he picked up all the coins and cleaned them thoroughly. They were so filthy that I didn't even want to touch them. Have was still sitting on the ground. He looked up and questioned, "What did your brother just do?" As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did Seung-Huin slowly sit down and look at Have trembling all over. "If you don't want to, then fine." His words cut straight through Have's fear of death like a knife. "But do you realize how dangerous this is?" Have turned pale, voice trembling. "If I die now, the guild will fall apart." Seung-Huin smirked slightly, his eyes devoid of any mercy. "What a pity." Your words shook Have, but I saw no reason to care about that. To save his life, Have had no choice but to bow and beg. "All right, I was wrong," he promised loudly. "I will no longer exploit the old adventurers." Saying that, Have quickly grabbed the coins from the ground with decisive movements. After wiping them clean, Have offered the gold coins to Seung-Huin with both hands. "I will do anything, please save me." Seeing no response, he gritted his teeth. Finally, Brother Siu sighed and accepted. "I guess I have no other choice because you are too desperate." "I really am too generous." Then he took a bottle of medicine from his shirt, and seeing it, his eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. "All right, all I need is that medicine, you arrogant brat. I will make you pay at least 3 times over for this humiliation, once I am healed." Seung-Huin took out the syringe and drew the solution from the vial. After finishing, he explained, "Oh, by the way, this is not the antidote." Have was left stunned. "What?" In an instant, the sharp needle tip was right before Have's eyes. Man plans, but God decides. Seung-Hwin took advantage of his distraction and plunged the needle straight into the main artery in his neck. Have trembled violently, tears streaming down his face. The con artist Seung-Hwin didn't care about that. He thought deeply, realizing he couldn't synthesize the lectexin antidote right now. He gently pressed the syringe to inject the medicine into Have, but a vial of Jin's drug will protect his respiratory system and help him stabilize. For now, let's just use this. After the injection, Have felt a slight sting, but his condition had improved. I can breathe now. He was about to say something, but the next moment he fell backward to the ground, making Rich scream out loud. Yet, guild leader Seung-Hwin showed no sign of worry. The corners of his mouth lifted. Seung-Hwin tilted his head slightly and smiled. I may joke with a patient's life, but I am not a fraud. That day, in front of the Adventurers Guild building, Rebecca happily chatted with Seung-Hui. I can't believe it. I've never seen anyone overpower Guildmaster Have like that. She scratched her head and laughed, saying, I probably shouldn't say this about a patient, but watching that was really satisfying. Seung-Hui smiled in response, thinking to himself that it seemed she had held a grudge for a long time. Dong-Hwan rubbed his hands and smiled wryly, saying, in the end, we still couldn't really investigate the guild. Although we got a carriage, Seung-Hui encouraged us, saying we still have tomorrow. Nothing else to discuss. Rebecca ran off, then turned back to wave goodbye to the two. I'm heading home now. See you tomorrow. The other two waved back at her. Goodbye. We should get going too. Back in the resting room, Seung-Hui sat down on the mattress. Now he seriously told Dong-Ho that there were 3 things bothering him. He was wearing pajamas and hugging a pink teddy bear, looking confused as he asked, 3 things? Seung-Hwin began to point out. First, the guild workshop is completely empty, as if it's about to shut down. Dong-Ho rolled his eyes, recalling Have-Va's nasty expression, and replied, maybe everyone quit because of the guild leader's temper. I might as well quit too. Seung-Hwin sighed and continued, I'm sure his personality has always been that bad, so there must be a special reason. Then he raised his second finger. The second thing is a minor issue, but it's Rebecca's attitude. Dong-Ho asked confusedly, what about her? Seung-Hui immediately responded, it seems she has some kind of past with the gang. He keenly observed the surroundings and brought it up again. She clearly spoke less when we entered the workshop and seemed like she was trying to hide herself. It's as if she didn't want anyone to see her. We also learned from her that the soil used for the curse is the same type used to make dolls. Seung-Hui's tone was quite certain. I think Rebecca used to be part of the guild. Next, he raised his third finger. At that moment, Dong-Ho's eyes lit up like stars. The third thing is that the leader of the Ha gang was poisoned. Seeing his eager expression, Seung-Hwin paused for a moment, then waved his hand and didn't continue. Forget it. Dong-Ho seemed quite disappointed upon hearing that. You're making me so curious. Eung-Hui refuses to say a word. It wouldn't be fun if I revealed everything now. I'll tell you later. Dong-Ho replied gloomily. Now I'm sure I won't be able to sleep tonight. They didn't know that Feng Green was standing below the house, coldly looking up at Seung-Hwin's lit room. The next day, a scream echoed through the big house. Have stood up from his chair, pointing at Seung-Hwin. He came here again. What does he intend to do this time? Weren't you happy enough yesterday? Seung-Hwin's eyes squinted in a smile as if not responding. What am I going to do? I already told you yesterday. He's a bit impatient explaining again. I can't formulate the antidote for the Cotixin because I don't have the ingredients. Remember? So the best thing we can do is wait for the toxin to be eliminated from your body. That's why you have to take a bottle of Ren medicine every 3 hours. Have listened and threw a wary glance at him. So Seung-Hui winked at him, a bright smile like a flower. And that's why I'm here to do a quick checkup for you. I'm too kind, aren't I? Have saw his expression and felt extremely angry, clenching his fists tightly. That kid is a fraud. He seemed to collapse, feeling like he was being blackmailed. He only gave me enough medicine for 1 day and said I would have to kneel and beg for each bottle later. Suddenly, Have realized something, a suspicion forming in his mind. The fact that he came straight here without waiting for me means he wants something from me. Then he regained his composure and pulled out a chair to sit down. Oh my God, all right, now tell me what you really want. Eung-Hwin sang softly as he walked over to him. You catch on quickly. Actually, there's something I want to ask you. He placed 3 photos on the table and seriously asked if he knew these people. Have leaned against the edge of the table, glancing at the photos. How would I know them? They dress like a bunch of freaks. Eung-Hwin did not give up and asked again. We suspect they are followers of a mysterious religion that has recently been spreading among the villagers of Chakotay. You really don't know about them? Ha then turned around and responded coldly. No, I don't know. I don't care what the common people do. Ung-Huin had to play his trump card. What about Wiesman? The name just now made Ha-Wei freeze and stiffly ask again. What? Seeing that, Dong-Ho leaned forward and shouted out, Have you heard of it before? Ha-Wei felt uneasy for some reason. He turned away to deny it. No, I have never heard that name before. But Seung-Huin is almost certain. The corner of his mouth curled up, his voice turning icy and sharp, making Ha-Wei's face go pale. I never said WMAN was a name. Seung-Huin took out the medicine bottle from yesterday and used it to threaten Havi. Tell me everything you know. I want every single detail. To save his life, he had no choice but to reveal everything. Wiesman is the name of an entity we erased from our history. He went to the bookshelf and took out a book. Its name and all records of its existence were supposed to have been destroyed. Then he reached out and pressed a hidden button in the gap. The entire bookshelf slid aside, revealing a secret door behind it. Ha then led Seung-Huin and Dong-Ho down to the basement. There were many books below, but we still had a few remaining documents stored here. Seung-Huin glanced around once before turning to Dong-Ho with a sigh. You know, anyone with a bit of power always has a secret room like this. He chuckled softly in response. Isn't that everyone's dream? Suddenly Seung-Huin noticed an old book on the table. He carefully picked it up and opened it. This looks like a diary of a Kadi villager. Inside, it says that this year we have another bountiful harvest thanks to the goddess Wiesman, the benevolent earth goddess who always watches over the village. Tomorrow, I will visit the Wiesman shrine in that forest. Thanks to the goddess Wiesman, we defeated the bandits who invaded our village, the one Kadi loves, and we love her. After finishing reading, Seung-Hui closed the book and let out a deep sigh. So, WMN is the guardian goddess of the Red Forest. Rebecca has been trying to hide her existence all this time. It was only when she went down to the basement that she separated and started reading a book taken from the shelf. There is also a record saying that the goddess Wiesman was the one who taught Kadi's father how to make dolls from clay. Her hands trembled, and her voice choked. Why did Rebecca lose control and shout, startling, Have? How could you do such a thing? She immediately rushed towards Have. Anyone else might understand, but why would the Doll Makers Guild try to hide the existence of the goddess Wiesman? Seeing this, Dong-Ho had to step in and block it with his body. Hey, calm down. Have frowned, turned away, clicked his tongue, and said, We have our own reasons. Seung-Huin glanced at him and asked, For example, Have sighed and replied, Some records have been lost, so I don't know the whole story. Then he revealed a surprising piece of information, but Wiesman had already disappeared. We don't know why. Rebecca didn't dare to believe it and asked for confirmation. She disappeared? Have replied bluntly, If a god disappears, it means they are dead. He recounted what he knew. That happened about 700 years ago. Chakotay fell into chaos after the sudden death of the goddess. The priests lost all their power and the goddess's protective barrier around Chakotay disappeared. At that time, the villagers were filled with sorrow and lost all hope. The goddess Wiesman had departed. Goddess Wiesman, what should we do now? The scene has become desolate. A gloomy atmosphere engulfed everything. It is said that Chakotay was nearly destroyed overnight. Just when it seemed like this was the end, an unexpected turn occurred. After all, everything needed to sustain the village depended on Wiesman's power. But then, the mages from Kama arrived. The mages from Kama took the initiative to reach out and save the entire village. We will help you. We will protect Chakotay and provide you with everything you need. Seung-Huin wondered, after hearing that, would the Kama do that without any reason? They would never do something so kind, Have said indifferently. Of course they want something from us, he continued. They want Wiesman's compassion, the gem the goddess bestowed upon us. It is recorded that the Chakotay people regard it as Wiesman itself and worship it as such. No one in this world will help others unconditionally. That is something everyone understands. The mages covet the vast mana and divine power it holds. The puppeteers, witnessing the village's collapse, stole the gem and sold it to them. Dong-Ho continued, The followers of Wiesman can't just let this happen. The priests have lost all their power. I'm sure they are no match for the guild. Have immediately confirmed his words. Exactly. Her followers resisted, but the doll makers easily dealt with them. They searched every corner of Chakotay, erased Wiesman's name wherever they found it, and rewrote history to make everyone believe that all the goddess's achievements actually belonged to Kama. Rebecca frowned slightly, confused as she asked why they had to do all that. Have answered in a low voice. They were definitely afraid of WMN coming back, afraid she would punish them once she returned. But once a god is forgotten by their people, they can never return. He looked at the large bookshelves here and said, but even so, they couldn't erase everything. And so the leaders of the Doll Makers Guild have preserved her story through generations. Even if everyone else forgets, at least we must keep her memory alive. You understand what I mean, right? As if recalling something, Havi glanced at Seung-Hwin and asked, but how do you know about WMAN? He tilted his head slightly and calmly replied, if that's the ultimate secret, then what's all the noise in the village about? We thought you were the ones trying to restore Duyumin's church. Hearing Seung-Hwin say that, Havi suddenly shouted loudly, what? He pointed and sneered, why would I do that? The Doll Makers Guild would be severely punished if WMAN were resurrected. Back at the Doll Makers Guild, Seung-Hwin felt a bit disappointed. He thought for sure he was the mastermind. Seeing you down, Dong-ho awkwardly tried to encourage him. Hey, it's okay. You're only human after all. And sometimes you can make mistakes too. You're still the best. Zaehui looked up at him and said calmly, Dong-ho, let's just give him a really strong hit. Rebecca stood aside and sighed deeply. Who exactly are these WMAN followers and what do they want? Ha! Vei saw them muttering among themselves and sighed. I still don't understand what you all are talking about. Followers of WMAN? Rebecca murmured, her mind in turmoil. You don't know that the whole village is in chaos because of the WMAN cult, even though they don't directly use her name? Have was startled and amazed, his voice revealing clear worry. Do you mean there are really people trying to resurrect WMAN, as if I haven't had enough trouble already? Seung-Hui sensed something and asked, is something going on at the cult? Rebecca also happened to remember, and added, now that you mention it, things here do seem a bit strange. You don't have any customers, and I haven't seen many people making dolls. Ha! Vei turned pale, sweat pouring down, hurriedly waving his hand to deny it. Of course not. The guild is still operating completely normally. Seung-Hui coldly looked at him, thinking his acting was terrible. Have still tried to hide the truth, while at the same time the door was being pushed open. What could possibly happen to us? The one who arrived is Freen. He cut off Hav's words. Chairman, you shouldn't lie. Seung-Hwin had no idea Fenger was wondering who he was. Fenger stepped inside and smiled softly, saying directly, I mean the Chakati Dollmakers Guild is about to go bankrupt. Seeing Fengro appear and say those words, Have angrily slammed his hand on the table, grinding his teeth. Why you? He didn't realize when he had grabbed the hammer, ready to swing it. Have threw it straight at Fengro. I thought I told you never to come back here. He just tilted his head slightly and dodged it. Oh my, the sound of his leather shoes clicking on the floor. I heard his health is deteriorating. Pharaoh stepped in front of Ha, then leaned close to his ear and whispered, I don't think you can run the guild in this weakened state. Seung-Hui and Dong-ho were like two bystanders, eating popcorn and watching the drama unfold. This kind of intense scene happens quite often. A few seconds later, Fengro finally noticed they were also here. He turned to the group of Seung-Hyun, smiling without really smiling, and said, Oh wow, you have visitors. Seeing that, Dong-ho waved his hand and spoke up. Don't mind us. Just keep going. Fenro smiled politely and bowed. I'm sorry, I never thought anyone would come looking for him again. Have glared at him. What did you just say? Fenro turned around and strode off, teasing Have as he left. These are your first customers after a long time. They deserve your full attention. I don't want to bother anyone, so I'll take my leave now. He pointed at Fro and shouted loudly. Out of sight, he said. Reaching the door, he turned back with a smile and said, See you later. Sir! Hava lost control of his anger again and slammed his hand on the table. Seung-Hui glanced at Feng-Ro's retreating figure and made a comment. He's really polite, even though it's our first time meeting. Such an arrogant guy. I'm sure he's a bad person. Dong-ho leaned close and said bluntly, You're the one who should be talking. The two whispered to each other, ignoring the anger surrounding Ha, wondering if it would be too rude to ask him what had happened. Maybe. Suddenly, Seung-Hwin noticed something and saw Rebecca turning around, trying to pull her hood down as if hiding herself, so he asked curiously, Rebecca, what's wrong? She still clutched her hood tightly, stammering, It's nothing, really nothing. At the dollmaker's dining hall, Seung-Hui went to Z to ask about the matter. A long-haired man dressed like a noble, his expression darkened. So you've already met him. The dollmaker's apprentice has a scar like him. Seung-Hui's group stared at Z in surprise, making him jump. He urged the three others to eat a little before he started telling the story. Seung-Hui replied happily, So you don't mind then. Then Z began to tell about Feng-Ar as Seung-Hui's group wished. His name is Feng Green Spencer. He is a former student of your teacher and joined the guild at the same time as you. He pokes at his salad with chopsticks. However, his skills can't even compare to his. Seung Hui interrupted. He must be really outstanding. Ri forced a smile as he continued. He was the best among the apprentices in the guild here. You could hear the admiration in his voice. Usually it takes 5 or 6 doll makers to create a golem, but he can do everything on his own and can immediately identify the problem of a broken puppet just by looking at it. Thanks to that talent, almost right after he joined the guild, many saw him as the only candidate capable of becoming the next master of the guild. I didn't expect Fenger and Harvey to have a falling out, but it seems even someone like Feng Green wasn't good enough for the master. Z spoke about Hawaii with a respectful gaze and tone. You all know he is the most talented puppeteer in the history of the guild. Dong Ho sat beside him, listening intently. He asked excitedly, "Is he really that good?" I wish his personality were as good as that. Ri recounted the discord between the two, saying the master never showed favoritism toward him and never even praised him once. And Freen was very arrogant, so he refused to back down. At that time, he looked quite sad, and their conflict worsened. Ri did not hide anything and told the whole story to Seung Hui's group. Until Fen Green disappeared without a word about 3 months ago, then he returned a month later with an incredible doll. His next words left Seung Hui and Jong Ho utterly astonished. A golem can move on its own without any magic power. Dong Ho seemed skeptical and asked again, "Does it move without any energy source? Is that even possible?" Rich forced a smile and continued. Because of that, the guild was completely thrown into chaos. The problem arose afterward. The Doll Makers Guild. 2 months ago, Fengro's golem doll was unveiled. Everyone in the guild praised him. This is an outstanding achievement. It will revolutionize the entire doll-making industry. Feng Green, you're amazing, have slowly stepped forward to assess. Not bad. We can't use it for anything right now, but it does spark my interest. Fenro responded politely but indifferently. Thank you. Ha Wei stared at the golem doll without looking away, thinking to himself that this was what he had been working on all this time. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Fenro noticed it too. I don't like this, but he's the most reasonable choice to hand the guild over to. There's no one else worth considering. After thinking it over carefully, Ha said, All right, I'll assume at least you won't damage my reputation. When I retire, I'll make you the next guild leader. Fenro was very surprised when he heard that. His eyes lit up, and just seconds later, he revealed a wicked smile. Then Fengro coldly proposed. I want to take over immediately if you don't mind. Fengro's arrogance made Have's eyes widen in shock. What? Fang laughed, his tone full of arrogance. I have achieved something that even you couldn't. I have talent, experience, and now achievements too. So there's no reason for me to work under you anymore, right? Those words made Have extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Who do you think you are? He harshly threw an object at Feng and said, Get out of my guild immediately, you insolent brat. Have raised his hand to calm down. Please, stay calm, sir. Bro sat down on the ground, his laughter both bitter and twisted. So there's no other way left. I never wanted to be the one to bring the guild to an end. He was injured by Have's attack, his eyes narrowing slightly. But since you've made up your mind, Pharaoh stood up and gently touched his golem doll. From today, I will leave the guild. Have calmed down a bit and couldn't help but ask, Are you planning to start your own guild? Fro turned to him, Kim, Usaitet, still smiling. That's right. For now, let's call it the Spencer Dollmakers Guild. Back in the present, Seung Hui asked Jay curiously, So why is there no one in the workshop? He bowed his head and sighed before replying. After Feng Green formed the guild, most of our doll makers followed him. Jay sadly recalls the joy of those who left. Go to hell, Harvey. Hope I never see you again. He spoke in a low voice, saying Fang Green was truly talented, and they wouldn't have to endure the teacher's temper anymore. Dong Ho made a remark, implying Harvey brought this on himself. Seung Hyung has also come to understand a bit. I knew it. He suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, But you and a few others stayed behind, right? Jay wiped his tears, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Yeah, even though the teacher was a terrible person with sparkling eyes, his works were beautiful enough for us to overlook his temper. Seeing that, Seung Hui and Dong Ho exchanged knowing looks, realizing he wasn't normal either. He was even worse than Ha. Then Zai returned to normal, cleared his throat, and continued, So I am very grateful that you treated Mr. Have. He spoke his true feelings, and I couldn't believe he had been poisoned. He closed his eyes halfway, the third thing on his mind. Since yesterday, Seung Hun had been troubled by the fact that Teacher Have had been poisoned with lycocochin toxin. It is a high-quality synthetic poison made by mixing various toxins together. He frankly told Jay that, in other words, it was not a natural poisoning. He was startled and confused after hearing that. So you're saying Shung Hui's face became sharp and his tone turned ice cold. It was a deliberate act. Someone is trying to assassinate Master Ha, everyone in the room said in horror. An assassination attempt on Ung Huin has begun to be investigated. Do you know who that person might be? Maybe someone who holds a grudge, Jay replied with a worried expression. You don't know that almost half of Chakotay Town hates the master, Dong Ho said optimistically. Then at least half of them don't hate him. Z could only give a bitter smile and explain that the other half had never met the master. I underestimated him. Is he even worse than I thought? After saying that, Brother Xiu Ung made a suggestion. So can you tell us where he has been recently? Rich recounted that at that time, he hadn't set foot outside since the dollmakers left. He needed rest, to disappear, and he had been fully focused on his work at the guild. He seemed very worried. Shung Huin's eyes were full of thoughtful analysis, hiding something for 2 months. So that means he wasn't poisoned outside? Suddenly Dong Ho whispered this news. Maybe the doctor is one of the apprentices still at the guild. Zheng Huin realized the response was uncertain and analyzed the current situation further. Since yesterday, they have taken turns giving Have medicine, doing their best to keep him alive. The Zik side is also worried and busy. Later, the dishwashing company will come. If they wanted him dead, he would have been dead a long time ago. And they were fanatical about Harvey's dolls. Suddenly, a hand was raised hesitantly. Rebecca hesitantly mentioned a name. Possibly Feng Green Spencer. Shung Huin seemed to agree. Considering the situation, he was the most suspicious, but something felt off. However, he still deduced another point that it seemed Master Harvey had been exposed to a large amount of poison in a short period of time. It appeared the culprit had been continuously poisoning him over several days. Fan Green would be very hard to get that close since Mr. Have hates him to the core. Dong Hua speculated that he probably had someone else poison Have Wei, then immediately turned and asked, "So are there any other clients at the meeting?" While listening to the answer, Seung Hui seemed to realize something. Besides Fan Green, he wasn't sure. He thinks it's only the adventurers. Suddenly, he stands up to confirm. Riss, Master Have Va is the only one who makes dolls from the clay that adventurers bring here, right? Jay nodded in agreement. That's right. The others have to find their own clay to make them. Seung Huin just smiled smugly and suggested, "Take us to where you store the soil right now." A thunderous punch flew straight at him, and he immediately slid across the ground, gritting his teeth and shouting loudly, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Seung Huin replied, "That's what I want to ask you." The next words darkened his face. "We discovered the poison in the soil you brought to the meeting today." Seung Huin concluded, "According to our investigation, you are a repeat offender." Yet he still tried to make excuses. "I don't know what you're talking about. You've got the wrong person." Then, Seung Huin impatiently dragged him into the dead-end alley. The others covered their ears, but the screams still pierced them. When it was over, Seung Huin wiped his hands and sighed. "Wow," the two of them excitedly asked. "Did you get anything out of him?" Seung Huin replied. He started confessing after a few warm-up punches from me. Then he triumphantly pulled out the key. "We were right. This is the warehouse key of Spencer's Dollmakers Guild, and the other guy is unconscious after the beating. The Spencer Dollmakers Guild, 3 people have arrived. This place looks like the warehouse. The key is ready to unlock. The door has been opened. They go inside to investigate. What do you think?" Dr. Seung Huin used the system to check, observing with his vision, "This land is contaminated with CC Cotoxin, which will poison anyone who comes into contact with it. They are all poisoned." Dong Ho nodded in amazement. "So this is definitely the case, right? Your eyes are truly useful." Seung Huin replied, "Yes, now that we have evidence, someone might suddenly show up to interrupt us. I didn't expect you to go this far." Feng Green smiled smugly. "Actually, I was planning to visit you anyway, so thanks for helping me avoid trouble." Dong Huam, the glowing shovel, spoke up. "You probably realize your secret has been exposed, right?" He took a probing stance, asking, "Are you planning to kill us?" Only to see Feng Green smirk and deny it, saying it wasn't like that. And unexpectedly, he made a proposal. "It's almost tea time. Do you want to join me?" Spencer's Dollmakers explained. "There must be some misunderstanding." Feng Green sat calmly and said, "I never intended to kill my master." Seung Hui replied firmly, "We have the evidence right here, yet you still pretend to be innocent?" Feng Green argued, "I truly intended to give him the antidote when he needed it." Seung Hui asked, "Then why did you do all those things?" He just looked grim and said, "I'm sure you already know the reason." Then he handed over a book. Seung Huin read the title with some surprise. The Wisman Cult. Feng Green took a sip of tea and said, "My goal is to restore the Wisman cult and bring Wisman back." His eyes darkened as he explained, "The Dollmakers Guild has a lot of documents related to Wiseman, and I have to get them." With his mindset, I initially planned to have it passed down to me, but I had to change my plan because Master Have might be fully healthy for at least the next 30 years. So he decided to poison him to achieve the goal, thinking that Master Have would hand over the cult if his condition worsened. Hearing this, Dong Ho couldn't help but sigh. You have a problem. Sung Hui glanced over and asked, then why do you want to restore the WMAN cult so badly, to the point where you're willing to stab your own master in the back? Feng Green just gave a bitter smile. Then his eyes turned strange as he replied, have you ever had a master yourself? Or have you ever met someone you thought you could never surpass? The obsession was so great that he believed Have-Va was that person to me. If I can catch up to him, it will only be after he's gone, Fengren confessed. No matter what, I can never surpass him. This has always tormented me. Sung Huin didn't really care to respond. Honestly, I don't think I cared at all. Fengren suddenly clasped his hands, so I realized that if I couldn't surpass him, and the more I said, the more excited his expression became, I would drag him down to make him kneel before me. At that moment, Seung Hui was terrified. What? In Feng Green's mind, once Wiseman returns, the Dollmakers Guild will collapse because of its unforgivable crimes against her, and Master Hava will be punished too. He believed that if he were cursed and could never be a dollmaker again, that was what I longed for. Feng Green's increasingly distorted face revealed his true nature. And in the end, I can surpass my master while he is still alive. Even the clock witnesses this, yet every dollmaker is this abnormal. Honestly, why are they all like this? Even Seung Huin had to admit he was worse than Jay. Still, Seung Huin had different thoughts, but something felt off. He deliberately asked more to provoke Feng Green's mood. Is that all this person has? Feng Green didn't disappoint him and responded with a smug look. He clutched his stomach, laughing loudly, and exclaimed, you're sharp, that's right, it's not just that, this is simply what I wanted. Finally, he revealed the real reason I revived the Wisman cult was because of Chakati. Seung Huin was a bit surprised because the village? He only saw Fengren close his eyes tightly and look at Coyote now. The image of the dilapidated village appeared, a place that was almost uninhabitable now. There were no medical facilities, let alone any healers. Although people get injured every day and those responsible leave, Kama is the cause of this tragedy. And they did nothing. They abandoned Kati, suddenly slamming his fist on the table in anger, and worse, he buried his face, choking up as he spoke of the suffering of the people there. Because of the red-haired bandits robbing people recently, innocent villagers in Chakati were unjustly mistreated when he mentioned it. But it seems the leader of this gang is actually a noble from Kama. We will become a group of knights. Dong Ho and Seung Hui felt uneasy again. We're sorry to hear that. He would kill us if he found out we helped the Crimson Path lose. We are sorry to hear that. Then Feng Green touched the book and explained, this record belongs to one of my ancestors who was once a member of the Dollmakers Guild. I am sure he wants to put an end to Kama's deceit and the Dollmakers Guild like I do. He held up the book, affirming that the Wisman cult is exactly what Chakati needs right now. After saying everything, Frian seemed helpless. If after hearing all this you still want to stop me, then Zheng Hui interrupted. I have no such intention, I just see you smiling brightly, showing no reason for me to stop you from restoring the cult for a good purpose. While you were still talking, I even wanted to help you. Rebecca watched and could only curse silently. Lies. Dong Ho also realized it was a bluff. Feng Green smiled and made a proposal. So, do you want to cooperate with us? Seung Hui wondered. How? Feng Green made the proposal. I want you to talk to Master Harvey for me. Get going. We really need his help if we want to revive Lady Wiseman. Dong Ho asked curiously, why do you need that bastard's help? But Feng Green was not willing to say it easily. I can't tell you the details yet. At that moment, Chung Huin suddenly smiled and said, we will do our best. Then he seriously wanted to confirm once more, one last thing I want to ask you. Were the masked men who tried to kill us also members of the cult? Feng Green put on an innocent face and explained, those are just mercenaries I hired. They are not members of the cult. I sent them to investigate someone snooping around Wiseman. Hearing this, Xung Huin seemed to have a plan. But if I had known they were that violent, I would never have hired them. I understand. The tea party is finally over. It's late. We have to leave immediately. Time flies when enjoying tea, doesn't it? Dong Ho didn't forget to compliment before leaving. Thank you for the tea. It was very good. But Freen's gaze lingered. Still, he then reached out his arm. Rebecca was grabbed by the cloak and pulled back. Fangreen smiled and said, at least say goodbye before you leave, right? As soon as the words were spoken, after all, he is your only brother. Dong Ho immediately reacted. What? You're her brother? Freen responded with an attitude. You don't know? Lena is my little sister, Sung Hui wondered. Who is Lena? Rebecca replied. That is my real name. At this moment, Frian patted her shoulder and gave her a lesson. I think you're still wasting your time. You left home with the reason of wanting to become an adventurer. Yet you don't seem to have changed at all. As he leaned in to whisper, it only made her more flustered. I already told you, this job isn't for you. While he was questioning you, what were you doing while I was working hard for Chakotay? Dong-ho spoke up in protest. Hey, you don't have to be so harsh. Unexpectedly, Feng Green's eyes lit up with anger. Lena is the only family I have left in this world. How could I not worry when she keeps recklessly rushing into danger? That overwhelming aura made Dong-ho hesitant. No, I mean you should at least be a little gentler. Feng Green sighed and remarked, You're no different from when you were just a doll maker. He squeezed Rebecca's shoulder firmly as a reminder. If you don't have talent, at least be diligent. But you don't even do that. At that moment, a suffocating feeling enveloped them both, even though he was sure she would say she had tried her best again. Every word he said was overwhelming. But if I have nothing to prove it, then it's no different from doing nothing. The more he spoke, the more frightened Rebecca became. If you only intended to be an ordinary explorer, it's better to give up. Suddenly, Seung-hui spoke up to stop her. Enough. Rebecca can escape from Freen thanks to your rescue. I don't know much about Lena Spencer, but my friend Rebecca is doing quite well in our group. She was deeply moved as she looked at him and called him Seung-hui. Then Seung-hui finally relaxed and smiled. You probably understand. Feng Green rubbed his wrist silently for a moment, then sighed aloud. It seems my sister has finally found some trustworthy comrades this time. At the place called Charoti Street, Rebecca said tearfully. That's why I don't want to meet my brother. Dong-ho sighed in disbelief that someone like him could be related to her. She also said sadly, feeling even more heartbroken, knowing that he was not entirely wrong. Then her eyes welled up with tears, ready to give up. Maybe I really should give up being an adventurer. Then a can was handed over, and a voice said, What does he know about being an adventurer when he's always living safely and peacefully in the village? Seung-hun is encouraging her, saying she travels the world, completes missions without losing her life. So in my eyes, she is already a true adventurer. Those words soothed Rebecca's soul. She didn't need to listen to someone like him. She looked worried, yet happy. Thank you very much, Dong-ho spoke up. But now you really intend to let the cult go unchallenged, Dr. Ung-hun firmly said, Of course not. Then he concluded that he was clearly lying about those masked men not being members of the cult, which even surprised Dong-ho. He's lying? Dr. Ung-hun explained that the so-called curse causes instant death and puts heavy pressure on the caster, so it is rarely used, unless it's absolutely impossible to let that person reveal the secret. The fact that they are cursed proves they hold important information. There's no way they're just ordinary adventurers. He frowned, lost in thought. But who knows what he's hiding? I'm sure there's more to it. While Dong-ho is still stuck, where should we start investigating? Rebecca shared information from home that Feng Green said he found documents about Wisman there. She suggested why not investigate my house first, which surprised both of us. Her house, huh? They finally arrived, the Spencer mansion. Seung-hun activated the system, using observational sensors and alerts. A strong defense spell was triggered to attack anyone approaching without permission. But the outcome was disappointing, causing Seung-hun to sigh. The security is really tight, Dong-ho said, but it doesn't matter since the owner is right here. Saying that, Rebecca took out the key to unlock it. It's open. The three of them stepped inside to look around, and it seemed like no one lived here. So you mean Feng Green lived in this creepy place? I used to live here too, you know, Rebecca explained. Feng Green moved out when he was young and lived in the association's dormitory. He only came by often when my parents passed away because he had to handle the inheritance. As he walked, Dong-ho asked, So who takes care of this place? Care of. She also made it clear that our family used to have servants, but my brother fired them all. As she was telling the story, she suddenly pointed, and from that moment, the scene before them surprised the two. Huh? When the room was filled with moving dolls, they had taken care of everything. Dong-ho screamed in horror. What kind of twisted world is this? Are they monsters? Is this some kind of dungeon? Rebecca tries to explain and reassure. No, they are just hygiene puppets. My brother made them, and Seung-hun just sighed that although he is a noble, using dolls instead of humans is still a luxury. And I'm sure the maintenance costs must be a fortune. He seems to have realized that the servants in the mansion were probably dismissed shortly after Fangreen found the documents about Wisman. To prevent the information in those records from leaking? Rebecca nodded in agreement. That's right. Dolls won't tell anyone what they see and hear. From the clues we have, Seung-hui concluded that the fact he is still using dolls must mean he is still hiding something here. After saying that, Rebecca led the two of them to a room. This was the master bedroom, meaning my brother's room. Dong-ho just walked in and said there was nothing unusual here. Suddenly, Seung-Hwin called out, "Dong-ho, do you remember what I said in the dollmaker's basement?" Dong-ho confirmed. "You mean the ones in power?" He started criticizing them for being rude, incompetent, and living by exploiting the common people. Seung-Hwin nodded. "Yeah, that's all true." Then he activated his vision, the kind used by those in power. Behind the painting, a light glowed. The switch was sealed. An old seal had recently been broken by someone, which could open the door leading to the basement, always creating a secret room. After finding the switch, he quickly pressed the button, and a door immediately appeared at Dong-ho's feet. He fell through it, tumbling down the stairs. Seung-Hwin laughed loudly and asked, "See that?" Dong-ho replied, "I see it." With that, Seung-Hwin stepped down. Rebecca watched and criticized. "It's too messy." Seung-Hwin also noticed there were all kinds of things here, and surprisingly, he stopped at another tablet. "What is this?" A text translation. "A great being who loved Kadi. This will be the place where we record the deeds of Wisman." Seung-Hwin announced that this is a record from one of her ancestors. Then he continued reading. "Wisman is the guardian goddess worshipped in Chakati. She was the first doll maker of Chakati. Wisman is the guardian goddess worshipped in Chakati." In the end, he only concluded that it just repeats what we have already discovered in the guild. It seems they only copied the documents hidden there. He couldn't bring it back to his guild because this entire wall is the record. Surprisingly, Rebecca discovered only a few new pieces of information. According to the records, there is a legend of a goddess who loved the forest and all the creatures within it, and she tried to protect them. The story goes that protecting such a vast forest was beyond her power. Even as a goddess, after much hesitation, she shared her power and created replicas. Her children, these new copies, founded a village in the heart of the forest to worship the goddess. Over time, a prosperous village was built in the forest, which was later named. Reading this, Seung-Hui understood. In other words, Chakati was founded by the very clones of WMAN. The people of Chakati are the descendants of Wisman. Dong-ho also voiced his opinion that the Dollmakers Guild members had basically betrayed their own mother. Meanwhile, a wolf still alive suddenly charged at them. Dong-ho was attacked first, and he cried out in pain. After attacking him, the wolf quickly kept its distance. Dong-ho, it stops at a certain distance. The more aggressive the wolf gets, the more its body glows. Rebecca, worried about Dong-ho, explained that it was a golem with the soul of a firewolf. He lay trembling, wondering why it was always him. Seung-Hwin felt a bit doubtful. "A golem with a soul?" Rebecca explained in more detail. "Those are special golems that only Master Have can create. Looking at the fierce wolf before us, it has no soul but operates through mana containing an ego, allowing it to think and act like any living creature." Suddenly, it lunged at Rebecca again. Seung-Hwin was ready and summoned Silver Glory from his inventory. Just one slash split the wolf into two pieces. It fell to the ground unconscious. Still, Seung-Hwin remained alert and watchful. Unexpectedly, even after being torn apart like Lego, the wolf stood back up. "It's getting back up," Rebecca explains. "The golem will keep attacking unless you destroy its core." Seung-Hui asked, "Where is the core?" Meanwhile, Dong-ho also summoned his weapon, which depends on the craftsman who made it. His hand gripped the handle tightly, then he stood up angrily and shouted, "Coward!" Saying that, he charged at the wolf. "You want to ambush me, huh?" After a few strikes, the wolf was torn apart again. The other two could only stare in confusion. Dong-ho was extremely excited. He didn't even need to use his visual senses anymore. "Is that so?" Rebecca asked again. "But why would there be a golem with a self-awareness here?" Seung-Hui speculated. "Feng Green must have learned it already," Dong-hon observed, "so maybe we can find that thing here too." Dong-ho's words made Seung-Hui seem to realize something. "I mean the secret behind those golems that can move without magic power. I just saw you run off without saying anything, which confused Dong-ho, huh? Where are you running off to?" Seung-Hwin ran while thinking, "Since we entered here, I've smelled something from this direction. Could it be?" Finally, he stopped in front of a door, and the other two caught up as well. "Wait for us, you're going too fast and might get lost." When Dong-ho looked inside, he froze. "There you are, a dead wolf. Not only that, but there are many other species as well." "What are all these things?" Rebecca covered her face, speechless. "This is terrible. Who could have done such a thing?" Seung-Hwin stepped forward to examine the corpse. He realized it looked like the firewolf golems we encountered earlier. "That's right." Dong-ho frowned and speculated. "He killed them all to design the golem from them? That's terrifying." Rebecca offered her opinion. "I don't think so. She still doesn't believe it, and thinks my brother is capable of designing a golem without killing animals. He only needs a blueprint." Dong Ho objected again. Then why did he do such a terrible thing? Jung Hui looked around, hoping this wasn't what he thought it was. Then he used his power to analyze the golem. Its body began to melt as he analyzed the firewolf golem, and a sphere of light appeared. Dong Ho was surprised, huh? What is that? When Seung Huin explained that it was the soul of a living creature, it terrified the other two. What? Seung Huin concluded that this madman created dolls from the souls of living creatures. Rebecca could hardly believe the truth. Oh my God, you almost collapsed. What has my brother done? As for Dong Ho, he was desperately searching for everything. His brain must be seriously messed up. Did he die to transfer his soul into the doll? I rummaged through the existing notes in hope. If we keep searching, we might figure out what he's trying to do. In the end, not disappointing us, he brought out the notebook called Dr. K. Seung Huan suggested we take a look at this notebook together. As soon as she opened it, Rebecca recognized my brother's handwriting. According to the notes in the book, Wisman never abandoned us. She dispersed her power throughout the Red Forest and became one with it. Wisman may have vanished like a god, but she has only changed her form. She has always protected us according to the records left by my ancestors. To meet Wiseman is impossible because she has merged with the forest, but I didn't agree. Freein, however, thought differently. He made a different decision. I will create a doll based on her likeness. If I can transfer her will, strength, and faith into the doll, then Wisman will be reborn once again as a deity. Dong Hoi read up to this point, exclaiming, "What the hell is that?" Rebecca also fell into deep thought alone. I never thought she had become the Red Forest itself, Dong Ho said as he walked, but is this even possible? I bet Wisman's cult will somehow handle the faith part, but how could they possibly gather the will and power of a goddess? Seung Hui flipped to another page and replied, "It's written right here. Read the notes out loud. An ordinary person cannot gather the power of a god, but it becomes possible if they collect the remains of that god." After careful thought, I used the only thing Wisman left behind before disappearing. A mysterious creature appeared and spoke. Her right hand, the giant crawling above, threatens to sneak into my domain like sewer rats. You have truly caused enough chaos. Feng Hawk recognized that voice. Feng Green and Seung Huin also realized that he had been tracking us through the dolls. Feng Green crawled down confidently and said, "Once you have that hand, reclaiming power from the Red Forest is too easy." Hearing this, Seung Huin understood. Of course, the forest became unstable as soon as it lost its protection. Rebecca also spoke up with concern. Then Seung Hui explained that the reason the monsters in the forest became violent was that the magic leaking from Kama could be the main cause. Then he looked at Feng Green with certainty, but he was the second cause. Rebecca immediately reacted fiercely. "How could you? Do you know how many casualties have happened in the Red Forest?" Feng Green spoke as if it were obvious that Chakoti would rise to greatness again when the Waysman returned, and all the damage happening now didn't matter. At that moment, Seung Huin sneered and replied, "It doesn't matter. I thought you'd say that. You're also exposing yourself, because your real issue now is gathering the goddess's will." Feng Green smirked as if no longer needing to hide it. "So you've realized it already?" Dong Ho still didn't understand what he was saying. Seung Huin had also discovered the crucial clue that there was only one place to find the will of the woman after she disappeared. Her descendants, the ones she left to protect that forest, are the souls of the people from Coyote Village, Rebecca and Jong Hoi. With the information at hand, Dong Ho gradually began to understand. So all those animal corpses were experiments to learn how to extract souls. Rebecca's hand trembled as she gripped the sword tightly. "So the one who attacked the villagers, yet she's still trying to fool herself that it was all because of you? It wasn't you, right?" "Please." Fengrin called Lena's name. Unexpectedly, he replied with great pride. Of course, it was him. He believed he had to die to release his soul and saw it with his own eyes. Let's see if they truly carry her will. This is all for Kadi's happiness in the future. The information stunned Rebecca. Then she rushed at Feng Green and scolded, "You're crazy!" Dong Ho anxiously tried to stop her. "Rebecca, wait!" At this moment, Rebecca had lost all trust and rushed to attack Feng Green, but Feng Green did not hold back and grabbed her by the neck, slamming her hard against the wall. Dong Ho called out to Rebecca anxiously while she shouted at him, calling him a hypocrite. She could only keep insulting him. "You are a hypocrite, a worthless scum," she sobbed, struggling to accept it. "How could you put innocent people in danger and kill them, then say it was for Chakotti's happiness?" Fengrin argued with his own reasoning. "How do you know what's best for Chakotti? He abandoned it. Our people have endured too much contempt and oppression from Kama already. Only Lady Wisman can save us. Sometimes you have to sacrifice a little to gain something greater. Well, from the start, I never expected a failure like you to understand that." Meanwhile, Seung Hui closed in behind Feng Green and with one slash severed Fen Green's thinking device. Still, his head smiled as it fell. At the same time, Seung Huin spoke up, saying he definitely didn't deserve any mercy. Then he pressed down on the remaining part of the body, threatening. How should I deal with you now? Seung Huin raised his hand and asked Han, Rebecca, can you stand up? Rebecca raised her hand in response. Yes, thank you. Dong Ho still hasn't recovered from what he just heard. Feng Green never expected him to pull out human souls just to make dolls. He is even more cruel than I thought. Chung Hui spoke about the current situation. If we submit Feng Green's diary as evidence, even the Adventurers Guild won't be able to ignore it. Then he suggested that we should leave before there are more victims. Dong Ho nodded. Suddenly, he discovered something. Damn it. The entrance door is slowly disappearing. He shouted in panic. What is happening? The entrance is sealed. Feng Green's head suddenly spoke up. Oh man, one of you should have stayed outside the door. He smirked confidently as he explained. Once the basement door closes, you can't open it unless you press the switch. Dong Ho angrily shouted, Hey, open the door right now. Are you two planning to kill your own sister too? Feng Green immediately denied it. No way. After all, she is my only family and you are her friends. However, I cannot let you ruin the sacred ceremony welcoming Lady Wisman, he explained. It will take about 3 days to complete that doll. So you better stay put and behave until then. Dong Ho, provoked to anger, swung his weapon wildly. When Feng Green announced that we would release you after the ceremony, Dong Ho could only growl, Why? Then Feng Green left, saying goodbye, leaving Dong Ho behind. Wait! The foot crushed the model's head in anger. This bastard, Rebecca worriedly asked. What should we do now? Maybe we can dig a way out? But Seung Hui replied, No. He analyzed the structure of the bunker, and based on the entrance, it seems this place is some kind of isolated space. If we try to escape by force, we might fall into a rift between dimensions. At that moment, Rebecca hesitated and said, I'm sorry, if I hadn't suggested coming here in the first place, none of this would have happened. Dong Ho reassured her, It's not your fault. Thanks to you, we finally found out what Feng Green is doing. Still, she felt uneasy, but it would all be pointless if we couldn't get out of here. Dong Ho closed his eyes tightly, feeling guilty, and told her she didn't need to worry about that. I should have stayed outside. Then he changed his expression, convinced that I would definitely find a way out of here. His first hopeful glance looked over at Seung Huin. Isn't that right, Doctor? Please, help us. Even Seung Huin is powerless. Oh my God. While he was thinking, does he think he's a wizard or something? He focused again on the doll's fragments, using the full capacity of a doctor's mind. Suddenly he asked, Rebecca, can you use your doll-making skills? Rebecca was a bit surprised but still replied, Huh? I'm not very good at this, but I know the basics, which seemed to satisfy Seung Hui, and then he declared, Maybe we'll find a way out of here. Dong was excited. I knew you would find a way. Rebecca was still stunned. Can we really get out? How? Seung Hui began to explain. It's simple, but difficult. We will use skills to control the dolls just like Feng Green did, and use them to press the switch on the other side of the door. He concluded that if we can't escape on our own, we'll have to use someone already outside. Still, Dong Ho remained uncertain. Is that even possible? Seung Huin insists we're in an isolated space. Dong Ho raised another question. Can we affect everything in Azun while being in a completely different dimension? Seung picked up a shard and presented evidence. Think about it for a moment. Feng Green was controlling this doll until just now, right? The fact that Feng Green can control this doll from outside means he can intervene in this space from the outside through a skill. Saying that, Brother Chung activated the observation system with his eyes. He smiled confidently. I'm sure the creator of this place had precautions in place. At the same time, the space began to shift to ensure his descendants would not be trapped here, along with all the information about Wisman, and indeed, a simple magic circle was activated that could cast skills through the spatial barrier. Seung immediately reported that there was a magic transmission circle. It is used to enhance the effect of a skill and transmit it to the necessary place. Dong Ho suggests, so can we use any skill? Seung Huin observed and replied, It seems this skill has some conditions. According to him, the main condition is that everyone can only pass on the doll-making skill, and only members of the Spencer family can transfer the skill. Then he looked at Rebecca and concluded that, in other words, the only person who can help us get out of here is Rebecca. Rebecca was a bit confused as she processed the information. What? She immediately waved her hand to deny it. I can't do that. How could I possibly control my brother's puppet when I'm not even capable enough? Suddenly, elder brother C grabbed her hand tightly to reassure her. Rebecca, listen to me. He smiled and said, "Actually, I don't really care whether Chaotic gets destroyed or not. To be precise, I am just an outsider, and this is not my business." Those words even made the clock sigh. No matter what, they were truly ruthless. Then Seung-hui hesitated, but finally, with a vein-popping expression, he declared, "I will do whatever it takes to teach that bastard Feng Green a lesson he will never forget." At this point, he shifted to Rebecca, saying even an outsider like me wouldn't give up. Would she really abandon her homeland so easily? Every word was full of encouragement. Fen Green locked her up here even though he knew about the magic circle. Should she teach him a lesson for thinking she wasn't skilled enough to use it? Seung-hui smiled gently and asked again, "You don't agree?" Rebecca was silent, thinking. She looked up at Seung-hui and decided, "I will try." Rebecca is still trying. 2 days later, her face looks a bit tired. "It's all done." Dong-ho watched in amazement. "She said she wasn't very good?" The entire room was covered with magic circles, to the point that Dong-ho, "I thought she was just lying to us." Rebecca spoke up after finishing. "Sorry for taking up so much time." Dong-ho curiously asked, "What is all of this?" She shyly explained that a doll belonging to someone else tends to resist when controlled, and this is used to neutralize that resistance. Dong-ho was puzzled as he absorbed the information. "I really don't understand what she's talking about." Brother Jung explained again, "She will infiltrate Feng Green's doll." Then he reached out as if placing his trust in her. "We trust you, Rebecca." Rebecca immediately responded with renewed spirit. "All right." Then she placed her hand on the wall, and the magic circle began to glow. "Let's get started." Somewhere, a weak hand tries to move. Ritoy Thop, lying on the floor, wondered, "What the hell is this? What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Feng Green wore a satisfied expression. Feng Green. Images of a room began to appear in Rebecca's mind. She could see Freyin's room. She tried to find the nearest doll and then immediately approached it. In the end, it was successfully controlled. At the same time, Rebecca was struck by a strong electric shock, the force causing her to bleed. Dong-ho anxiously asked, "Rebecca, are you okay?" Rebecca reassured, "I'm fine." So Ung-Huin, observing, would understand that controlling a doll made by a master doll maker was definitely too much for her. Dong-ho was still worried that if this continued, she would collapse. Suddenly, Seung-Huin noticed something. "Humph! A few rats are moving at my feet, golem rats." He started thinking to himself, maybe they are also Feng Green's ego golems. Could it be that they mistook Rebecca for Fen Green because they are siblings? Then Seung-Hui spoke up with instructions. "If you want to help, then go help." They hesitated for a moment, then finally ran over to Rebecca. They jumped onto her, and thanks to that strength, Rebecca felt much more at ease. Not only that, the magic circle also lit up again. Dong-ho was surprised as the magic circle was being restored. Seung-Hui concluded that the golems must also have knowledge of doll making. On Rebecca's side, she told herself to stay strong. She tried to control the doll closer to the switch, just a little more to go. After so much effort, the hand finally touched the switch and the path gradually reappeared. Dong-ho excitedly announced, "The path is open." "Rebecca, you did it." Finally, Rebecca collapsed with all her strength. She burst into tears of happiness. "I did it." Seung-Huin also spoke up happily, "I knew you could do it." Elsewhere, 3 people quickly made their way to Cha Square. Hopefully, everything is all right. Let's go check the fans first. Suddenly, Dong-ho noticed something. Huang wondered again. Am I the only one thinking this, or is something wrong? A strange atmosphere enveloped everything. This village is too quiet. Ung-Huin nodded in agreement. He was right, it was definitely different from 2 days ago. Rebecca quickly noticed someone over there. Dong-ho nodded. "I'll go ask." He approached the man and asked, "Excuse me, can I ask you something? What happened to this village?" The man took a breath, then his pale face kept repeating, "Is she coming?" Dong-ho was startled and asked, "What the hell is going on?" At this moment, Seung-Huin also realized that not only he but others were repeatedly uttering the woman's words about eternal loyalty to my mother, like a summoning chant, causing chaotic Rebecca to panic and scream loudly. "Everyone wake up!" Seung-Huin quietly investigates using observation to detect poisoning and confusion. "The subject has been poisoned with Italos," he frowned, confirming it as a type of hallucinogenic drug. He commented as if that guy was just drugging people for fun. Why is Dong-ho so startled? "Will they have to live like this forever?" Seung-Huin replied, "No, they just need to wait until the drug wears off." Then he turned and said, "First, we can't fight the villagers, so let's leave for now." In the end, the 3 could only leave helplessly as the villagers suddenly turned their attention to them. "She is coming." Hands keep reaching out toward the 3 of them. "She is coming. The whole village is chasing after them. Not sure how long we've been running." Dong-ho looked back and guessed, "I think we've made it out." The Doll Makers Guild appeared ahead, We're almost at the Doll Makers Guild. Seung Hui opened the door and called out, Master Ha, are you there? The scene before him made him freeze. Jay lies in a pool of blood. Seung Huin approaches and calls out, Is JH still alive? Wake up. Si gasped weakly, calling Seung Hyun. With his last breath, he said, Please, save the master. When he looked back, he saw Hav lying there, killed by Freen. A triumphant laugh echoed. Feng Green looked up, full of satisfaction. Just as I thought, the glowing orb placed in the center suits you much better in this form. A giant doll.
Teacher Fengrein has killed you. Z has bandaged the wounds.
Seung Hui was treating the wounds while observing, his body pierced with shards of pottery. It's miraculous that he's still alive.
After finishing, he advised, I've given first aid, but you shouldn't move now.
Dix replied softly, Thank you. Dong Ho watched Master Ha closely. Seeing the panic on his face before he left, he asked Jay what exactly had happened here. Zix frowned and began to explain. When you went missing 2 days ago, Feng Green came to the guild. At the meeting, Feng Green approached him with a proposal for us. Have got angry and scolded him, saying he would provide the Lisa Kotex and medicine if we cooperated with him. Normally, he would scold him and kick him out, but his eyes gradually changed, becoming worried. But the medicine is running out and you haven't seen any. The teacher is starting to worry. And then, at this point in the story, Zix closed his eyes tightly, having accepted the deal. The more he spoke, the more hesitant he became. The teacher said that pride is not worth trading for life. Dong Ho nodded in understanding. He really hasn't changed at all? Seung Huin asked curiously. What does Feng Green want? Zai mentioned something. He wants to know what happened to his ego golem. He still hasn't perfected his magicless golem. You explained clearly how the teacher helped him make the doll and easily found the problem. But the real problem happened afterward. F. Green was satisfied with the result. It moves perfectly. I can't believe it was fixed so quickly. He even made a wonderful offer. My teacher looks forward to working with you more in the future. But Have frowned and snapped, What? I already have the cure. I don't want to be involved with someone as despicable as you, Feng Green immediately said, trying to hold on. Have you forgotten what the Dollmakers Guild did to Lady Wiseman? Have immediately struggled. That's none of my business. Go away. Suddenly, Fengrain's voice turned dark. When you inherited the guild, you also inherited its sins. His expression changed as well. He must pay for his sins by serving Lady Wiseman. Still, Have just angrily scolded, Didn't you hear what I said? Get out of here now! Immediately, Feng Green's hand passed through his body. Re-panicked and called out, Master! Have also looked at his body in horror, seeing Feng Green take out his soul. I will set you free. Then he fell down, Master. Dong Ho immediately reacted. He had stolen the Master's soul. Jeech lowered his head and continued. The Master fell instantly and he rushed towards Feng Green. But Seung Hui predicted it, yet he was defeated, and Zik also felt guilty. That's right. Zai recounted Feng Green's words, saying he would create a golem with the Master's soul. He even cut off his own arm, claiming he would need it as material. He became more discouraged. No ordinary person could face that monster anymore. Seung Hui argued that the ability to extract souls, and when Lady Wiseman returns, he would gain power as her disciple. In the end, Feng Green would become almost like a boss monster. Jay covered his face, almost hopeless. That's right, right now we have to rely on outside help from Chaotic. By then it would be too late, Seung Huin analyzed the situation. Our chances right now before he finishes creating WAN, Jay asked blankly. What do you mean? At this moment, he sighed and mentioned that there seemed to be an old abandoned temple of WMAN on the lowest floor of the Spencer Doll Makers Guild. Hearing this, Xiuhuin's face lit up with satisfaction. He said he would be there, praised, and then took out his weapon. Good, weapon in hand, he suggested we go ruin his party, to the dark place known as the basement of the Spencer Doll Makers Guild. The moving parts. The golem was casting a magic circle on the god Wiseman. Looking at her face, Feng Green couldn't help but admire how truly beautiful she was. He stood below and expressed, I'm glad I entrusted it to you, Master. At this moment, he broke into a triumphant smile. She will be perfected soon. All the effort I put into this moment has finally paid off. The golem's body opened, blazing inside. The heavy door swung wide. Feng Green watched excitedly. Finally, at last, his face twisted as he declared, Lady Wiseman will return. Chung Hui's voice grew louder as the arrow flew through the air. Not that fast. Feng Green seemed frozen in place. Huh? He's twisted and won't accept it. Number A, stunned face along with a scream. Number Lady Wiseman. Feng Green turned back to find the cause. Who dares to do such a thing? Sung Huin smiled triumphantly. Now this is getting interesting. He appeared with the other two, declaring that nothing is more thrilling than taking down the villains at their peak. Feng Green was speechless, veins bulging. You and Seung Huin should give him a triumphant smile. Seung Huin greeted, "Long time no see." He smirked and reminded, "It's only been 2 days." Feng Green's neck veins bulged in disbelief. "How is that possible?" A voice cut in. "It's all over." Fan Green Rebecca frowned as she looked at her brother. "That's enough." Frian smiled faintly, understanding now. "You did it, Lai Wen." The feeling of being betrayed by his only sister twisted him even more. "How dare you command his dolls?" In the end, he smiled and accepted it. "Lena, you really are determined to betray me, aren't you?" Then loudly said he should have cut ties with her a long time ago. Rebecca immediately felt devastated. Cut ties with her? Immediately after, she angrily retorted, "I should be the one saying that. What kind of brother locks his own sister in the basement?" "Trash." Fengrain fired back without losing ground. "Fool, you don't understand that this is a sacred ritual that will save Chaoti." While the two were arguing, Seung quietly took action. "A fool like you has no right to interfere." He aimed straight at the target now that the head was dealt with. Next, he had to aim for the arm. The arrow shot swiftly toward the statue. Feng Green barely had time to speak before stopping. The golem seemed to respond to the command, blocking the arrow, its palm cracking. Feng Green laughed loudly in satisfaction. He was truly formidable. Then he shifted his attention, now looking at Seung Hui's group, and ordered, "Destroy those damn people!" The golem began to rise, as if enveloped by a magical force. "Kill them all immediately." The massive hand raised high, gathering momentum before smashing down toward the three of them. Even Dong Ho had to admit this man was truly terrifying. Rebecca took a swing, and I felt sorry for Master Harvey. But then she moved with lightning speed. One of the golem's arms shattered instantly. "I'll have to break his arm." The golem lost its balance and fell, but it still seemed very strong. Dong Ho watched in surprise as the other arm began activating a magic circle. As the fragments gathered, it was repairing itself with the other hand. Finally, the arm returned to its original state. "It can heal itself?" Seung Huin wasn't too surprised. "That makes sense. It's an ego golem made by the best doll maker after all," he said with a mocking smile. Did Mei really trap his own master inside a doll just to take advantage? He turned to confirm. "Fengrine, do you hate Master Ha that much?" Fengrine smirked in defense. "Don't talk nonsense. I respect the teacher more than anyone." Meanwhile, he is also repairing the statue of the goddess Wisman. I simply put his flawed personality to rest while letting his talent flourish, though he seemed to have lost his mind. Master Harvey is now fully devoted to the goddess Wisman. While they argue, the golem continues its chaotic assault. This is exactly what a true doll maker should do. Making Dong Ho is a bit challenging. "What's wrong with him?" Rebecca noticed that he was fixing the doll. Seung Hui frowned helplessly. "Maybe we have no other choice left." Saying that, he grabbed the shovel. "Dong Ho, let me borrow your shovel." Dong Ho still doesn't understand. "What are you planning to do?" Seung Huin activated his affirming vision. "Using this vision, I will harness power to break it." Analysis of the golem's body. The third ball joint of the Have golem. The fourth ball joint of the Have golem. The fifth ball joint of the Have golem. Then he charged at it, and the golem swung its iron fist. Even so, Seung Hun was able to dodge. He had his own thoughts. Completely destroying its arm would be a waste. His eyes were full of determination, and before it could adjust again, a series of swift slashes were unleashed. I needed to destroy its main joints. The golem was no ordinary creature. Even damaged, it still functioned well. Unfortunately, Seung Hun was hit by a punch, but he endured it. Telling himself he had to be ready to take a few hits, this allowed him to gain momentum along the golem's arm and move toward the center. The move was unleashed once again. The two below watched in awe. Finally, the golem's arms were all broken. Amazing! Dong Ho ran over to ask Han if he was okay. Brother Ung still has the strength to respond. "I'm fine. It's just a few broken bones." The answer only made Dong Ho more worried. That's not good at all. Just as the iron door slammed shut, Dong was panicked. What should we do now? When Feng Green had quietly finished the task, he began cooking the doll. Seung Hun attacked with an arrow, which swiftly flew toward Frin. He clutched his injured arm and shouted, but still had the strength to speak. "Thank you for holding me back." Zeung Hui smirked and replied, "You think I came here just to play around? Feng Green has already pulled the arrow out. I intended to spare you." His hand touched the ground as he declared, "But now I have no choice but to kill you right here." Saying that, a series of magic circles appeared. Something was rising up. I have no choice but to kill you right here. The slime gradually formed human-shaped statues, mass-producing dolls. Seung-Huin watched and sighed, truly a troublesome skill. Dong-ho spoke confidently. Leave it to me. Dr. Seung-Huin handed back the weapon in response. So, you're finally going to play the role of the shield, Dong-ho said. If you're smart, just charge at the dolls and don't touch us. In an instant, the dolls shattered. Rebecca also realized these dolls were all low quality, probably because he was injured. She summoned the magic circle, which even I could control. The dolls were immediately manipulated. These cheap dolls are nothing. Meanwhile, Seung-Hui rushed forward. He has prepared a plan. We don't have time. We have to take him down in one strike. He has approached Fengrin. Seung-Hui took advantage of the moment when he attacked while the enemy was off guard. By the time Fengrin noticed him, it was already too late. He tried to create an additional defensive shield. The earth shield charged forward, the spear piercing straight into the shield. The sound of the shield cracking echoed. Seung-Hui smiled with satisfaction, his power growing even more fierce. Just consider yourself unlucky. He used magic to alter the shield's structure, turning earth into core, transforming the earth shield into an earth core. And finally the shield broke. Sung swung his spear and declared, I just happen to have a great skill. Fengrin's face turned panicked like never before as a stab pierced through his body. Dong-ho was excited. Good, we've taken him down. Having said that, he didn't forget the main task. Destroy the furnace right now. Hurry before the doll is completed, Seung-Hui suddenly realized. Don't you think something's off? I'm suspicious as I look at Fengrin lying there. I didn't expect him to be taken down so quickly. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. That's right. A hand grabbed the lever, and the door right behind suddenly opened, letting Seung-Huin and Dong-Hwa rush outside. Oh my God, the WMAN statue is complete. Dong-ho fell down and asked about the strangely opened door. Seung-Huin's car seemed to recognize it. Of course not. Next to the furnace was Fengrin. He appeared to everyone's astonishment. It's Fengrin, Rebecca wondered in amazement. He just died, so how is that possible? Seung-Huin explained. He really did it, leaving only the minimum amount of soul needed to move his body. Looking at the doll that looked exactly like Fengrin, he had extracted his own soul and placed it into the doll. Dong-ho was stunned. What the hell is that? How could he abandon his own body like that? Fengrin just smiled smugly. Can't you see? His face shone with pride. I saw the wise man declare that he would even sacrifice his own life. Hearing those words, if it was for Lady Wisman, even the witnesses were powerless. With one hand gripping the door, Lady Wisman was able to move. She had returned. She stepped out of the furnace filled with power. Fengrin immediately knelt down and called her Wisman. His face was full of admiration. Lady Wisman, he expressed his long-awaited hope that the goddess had been waiting for him for a century. Goddess Wisman still stood there listening to him say, But congratulations, you have become the goddess of Chakati once again. Lady Wisman. Rebecca was stunned. She is the ancient goddess of Chakoti, Wisman said. Then Fengrin turned around and pointed at Seung-Hui's group, saying, Do you see those fools? They are the sinners who disrupted the sacred ritual to bring you back. As soon as he finished speaking, they deserved your punishment. The goddess Wiseman immediately turned towards them. She's coming, but it's still just a doll. We just need to smash it. Seung-Huin suddenly called. Dong-ho, he announced to get ready. Wisman's hand rose high, instantly unleashing some magic that controlled them. Rebecca and Jong-ho reacted fiercely. Seung-Hui's system also notifies that you are in shock. You are in a state of terror. Your spirit is weakening. The sword falls, Dong-ho wonders. What is happening? Why does my body suddenly feel so heavy? Seung-Huin spoke up. Fear. Explaining the current phenomenon. This is a special skill reserved only for the gods, designed to weaken the opponent's spirit. This power makes weaker beings struggle to stand against the divine. Dong-ho reports the current condition. I can barely breathe. How about you? Dr. Zheng-Hui still had the strength to laugh and reply. I thought I was about to die. Dong-ho reacted, looking much healthier than us. Seeing Wiseman's hand glowing, Dong shouted in panic. She's casting some kind of spell toward us. Seung-Huin quickly turns, grabs Rebecca and Dong-ho, and jumps out of the attack range. The loud explosion shook the space, leaving a huge crater after the strike. Dong-ho was stunned. Was that a laser cannon or something? Seung-Huin confirmed that, to be precise. It was probably a holy shockwave. But then Dong-ho noticed something else, and worried as he looked at Seung-Huin's singed arm. Oh my God, doctor, your hand! Seung-Huin used magic to heal himself. Stop the bleeding, it's just a minor injury. He analyzed further, saying that although weakened, she is still extremely powerful. Dong-ho was amazed. Is that really her weakened state? Seung-Huin explained in more detail. Half of the Chakoti villagers are her followers, and they are all under the influence of some kind of drug that keeps them from being fully alert. She has already lost a significant amount of power compared to her peak. Dong-ho felt a bit disappointed, so we don't stand a chance either. Brother Ung confirmed that she is still a deity, so killing an ordinary person is far too easy. Feng Green laughed loudly in mockery. Fools! He made an offer and it's not too late yet. If you decide to become followers of Lord Acknowledgment now, I will spare your lives. Really? That statement made the two of them explode. After all, I still need some golems to help protect chaos a bit longer. Dong-ho immediately retorted, "You just want to turn us into golems and exploit our labor." How could that be mercy? But before anything else, the god WMAN summoned the Orb of Light once again. Oh my god! Seung-Huin grabbed Rebecca and announced, "Watch out! They got lucky and escaped again." Dong-ho fell down and tried to crawl away, losing all hope. Damn it! Do we really have no chance left? Seung-Huin asked. Dong-ho, do you think you can defeat a storm or a tsunami? Dong-ho immediately thought that running away was the only option to survive such a disaster. But Seung-Huin seemed to have figured something out, just like when he faced the gods. If it can be avoided, he'll make sure to avoid it. Dong-ho muttered, "But who will save Chakoti if we run away?" Seung-Hui's gaze sharpened, knowing it wasn't just Chakoti. He had already thought of a worse outcome. Now that we have Wisman, that Feng Green will take over the entire Fit Lake area, and then the whole western An. Thinking of this, Seung-Hui smiled, and most importantly, he hated running away. He was still thinking, even though the god Wiseman had arrived, wondering if we could control this battle. When she suddenly called out, "Hey kid fish Seung-Hui," confused, wondered where that voice was coming from. The voice echoed once again, "I want to help you." Following the guidance, Seung-Hui looked at his hand. "Use the power in your left hand." Dong-ho panicked once again. Damn it! I did it again. Seeing the light rushing towards us, he thought we couldn't dodge this attack. Seung-Huin still had no reaction. When the notification sounded, you had acquired a new skill. Dong-ho anxiously called out, "Doctor, what are you doing?" Seung-Hui stood still, waiting for the attack, then raised his other hand covered in symbols. Wisman's destiny. A giant magic circle appeared. Fengren laughed out loud as he watched. The fool, he stepped forward with pride. That's the price you pay when you don't know your place. But then the scene before him left him stunned. Seung-Hui's group is still alive. Seung-Hui still stands tall. Feng Green panics, unable to accept it. What? He's still standing after taking the goddess's wrath? Seung-Huin was silently satisfied. That's right, you are protected by Lord Wisman's grace, and the damage has been significantly reduced. You can ignore the fear because this is true divine power now. He looked up at the god Wisman and said, "I don't know why she suddenly lent me her strength." Seung-Huin's eyes gleamed with pride as he declared that the tide of the game now seemed to be turning in his favor, while Dong-ho looked at him with a head full of question marks, stammering, "Doctor, are you sure you're okay?" He smiled, almost as if his face could rival the sky. "Of course." Dong-ho frowned in reproach upon hearing that. "You should have told me you could do things like that." "Over here," Feng Green is grinding his teeth in frustration. "How dare a mere mortal like you block Lord Wisman's attack? I won't allow it. It can't be like this." Zeung-Hui looked at that power and immediately urged the person behind him. "Dong-ho, quickly find a safe place." Dong-ho was still stunned, unable to speak, and had to hold back. But he didn't know. He turned around with a friendly face. Protecting the team members is also the bodyguard's duty. He ignored Rebecca struggling beside him and cursed Overt King under his breath. "Is he chasing me away because I'm blocking his path?" Suddenly, Dong-Hoi raised his head and clenched his fist with determination. "Got it. Leave Rebecca to me." He ran off but didn't forget to look back at Seung-Huin. Feng Green saw someone trying to escape and immediately shouted in anger, "Do you think I'll let you get away?" He fired a massive burst of energy towards Seung-Huin. He showed no emotion, just casually waved his hand with cool confidence. A shield quickly appeared before the power struck. Dodging one strike, Seung-Huin's mouth continued to sneer with disdain. "This is nothing at all. Perhaps the goddess Wiseman has weakened because your faith is not entirely pure?" Frinder was confused upon hearing these words. "What did you just say?" Seung-Huin suddenly chuckled in the midst of the chaotic scene. "What I mean is, what god would bother with followers they've turned into puppets? If I were the goddess Wiseman, you'd be at the top of my hit list." He was so angry his voice cracked like he'd just bitten into something sour. "Shut up. How dare you mock my faith? I will kill you." Immediately after, he took a running start and jumped up, really high. He threw each strike towards Seung Hui while closing in on the god Wman. Seung Huin held the sword ready in his hand and raised it. That's enough. Faith comes with consequences. He did not hesitate to deliver a powerful strike. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, the god Wiesman created a shield that blocked the strike. Seung Huin rolled his eyes and aimed his sword at that defense layer. Is this some kind of barrier? Normally, even getting close to it would be very difficult. His system started to struggle, emitting a blazing red light. Waman's destiny was radiating a fierce red battle aura, so Seung Hui had to swing his hand to deliver a finishing blow that broke through the defense. Wiesman's divine face gradually appeared in a dazed state. She just happened to block one of Seung Hui's strikes. The two fought fiercely with their swords, creating an atmosphere full of danger. Dong Ho hid in a corner, constantly admiring the top-tier person from afar. It was unbelievable. Dr. Kang was fighting on equal footing with a goddess. The battle continued with the clash of swords. He fought while having to think and observe the god Wiesman. The man currently has a fatal weakness. In reality, she is just a puppet controlled by Freen. It's like someone who has never fought before. How could they possibly control the power of a goddess? No matter how talented someone is, if the leader is weak, how can their true potential be unleashed? No sooner had he finished speaking than Seung Huin knocked her sword aside. Witnessing the shocking scene, he couldn't hold back a scream. Lord Wiesman! In that moment, all he could see was the figure of a god about to fall freely. If I attack right now, I could smash the doll into pieces. But would that be okay? Seung Huin suddenly recalled Kate's face. A happy family flashed through his mind. The souls of the Chakotay villagers are trapped inside that doll. In a moment of silence, the god Wiesman suddenly appeared behind Seung Hui. The child comes from another world. Sever the connection between me and him completely, and then you will be able to awaken me. This reminder froze him for a few seconds, cutting the connection. Such a cryptic phrase. Moments later, Seung Hui spoke up to warn him. Feng Green, Lord Wiesman asked me to pass on a message to you. He doesn't want to be involved. At that moment, his system issued a notification. That electronic device somehow flew right toward Wman's head. Feng Green suddenly panicked and shouted, "What are you trying to do? Stop it. Do you guys think this looks crazy? Even Brother Jung couldn't bear it and swung his sword straight at a bastard like you." One slash across her head as if to cut all the red threads. He stared wide-eyed as each thread fell. No. The bond between me and Lord Wiesman has been severed. At that moment, the familiar voice echoed in Wiesman's mind. Our connection. She also opened her eyes to awaken. Because of that, Wiesman barely waved her hand and created a gust of wind that blew Seung Huin away. He was pushed back, unconsciously letting out a cry. Now before Seung Huin stood a sphere enveloping her. So that is her true form. After breaking free from the chains, Wiesman's fair legs soon appeared. Her sharp senses have returned, stronger than ever. Wiesman, the goddess of Chakotay. Before the two humans, the goddess Wiesman stood tall and majestic. The first words she spoke showed her friendliness. Thank you sincerely. It is thanks to your help that I have finally awakened after so many years of slumber. Seung Hui tilted his head and replied like a gentleman, You're welcome. Hearing this, the god Wiesman turned around. The craters caused by the bombs made her feel like sinking into despair. Suddenly, the god Wiesman looked back at Dong Ho, startling him. That device containing the 5 senses is truly impressive. She no longer paid attention to Dong Ho, but slightly bowed her head and whispered softly, Sorry for not being able to help you sooner. Seung Hui suddenly responded generously and cheerfully. An apology is enough. The god Wiesman said little, reaching out to gather a surge of energy. It hovered in the air but ultimately flew toward the shadow not far away. The energy quickly wrapped around Dong Ho and Rebecca, causing the system to continue sending notifications. The sacred grace of Lord Wman is enveloping your body. N. All your wounds have been healed. Your spirit has fully recovered. Right after that, a miracle happened to both of them. All my wounds have completely healed. Seeing this, the attention of God Wman shifted to Seung Hui. Now it's your turn, baby. However, he straightforwardly refused. I'm fine, no need to worry. Yet deep down, Seung Hui silently admired that person. She was truly special. Usually gods are used to imposing their worship on humans, but she truly cares for them. Only now does Feng Green regain her composure and speak up. Lord Wiesman, did you just help that butcher? He knelt uncontrollably like a madman before the god Wiesman. Why? Why is that? It was the god who revived you after all. Seung Hui calmly exposed Feng Green, the mastermind, saying he only used her like a puppet. I'm sure he's very grateful. Lord Wiesman should just confront him directly. Dong Ho quickly rushed in to interrupt the conversation. Yes, he is the one who tried to manipulate a goddess like you, sir. Unlike them, she still smiled calmly and admitted it. I'm fine. Even though he made a big mistake, he is still Chakotay's beloved child. Seung-Hwin couldn't believe his ears and hurriedly asked again. She lifted the corners of her lips to reveal a gentle, bright face. How could a mother be angry at her own child? Still, he couldn't remain calm in the face of such nobility. He's not angry at all. Seung-Hwin was stunned to realize she had been asleep for centuries and was probably still half out of it. That was truly unexpected. Fangen was equally shocked to receive this news. So that means I was not wrong at all. Lord Wiseman, please listen to me. Those three tried to prevent your resurrection and rebirth. Punish them. But in response, he saw the displeased gaze of Lord Wiseman. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a red light of fury. My child, this forgiveness cannot erase your sins. To cause this, you have taken countless innocent lives. Fengrin stubbornly kept trying to explain. The god knows the things he did were sins, but it was all for your resurrection. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a hand on his shoulder. My sorrowful, unfortunate child, your greatest sin is bringing me back to life. It was only when he heard these words with his own ears that his eyes began to shrink uncontrollably. Why would you say that? The dirty schemes of the Puppet Guild have made the people forget your presence. That's not enough. They even handed over your relics to the Kama and wiped out your entire worship sect. You hate them? God. Wiseman gently shook his head, denying Feng Green's thought. I do not hate them at all. He became even more alarmed and questioned. Why not? How could you? She pulled her hand back and painted a mother's smile on her lips. Because parents cannot hate their own children. My very existence is a torment. To think that my beloved children were sacrificed just to fulfill my wishes. His legs wobbled slightly from this truth. No, he did not hate them. You don't want to be resurrected? Then so be it for what I have done. Seung-Hui suddenly felt inspired to continue Feng Green's words. Everything he did was in vain, but at least he has been forgiven. He is just a sinner who uses faith as an excuse to spread chaos. He cannot accept reality and keeps stammering in denial. No, no. Cao Cao did not notice Wiseman's gaze fixed on him at all. He deludes himself that everything he does is for Lord Wiseman, but at the slightest mistake, he uses it as an excuse to pile on resentment against the Chaos Control Council, yet he is the one who has hurt the goddess Wiseman. Feng Green's tears flowed unconsciously. He is truly blameworthy, but these tears are quite pitiful. No, no. I apologize. Please forgive me, Lord Wiseman. I thought you would be pleased with what I have done, but I was too foolish. Lord Wiseman, Lady Wiseman, please forgive me, without waiting for her to soften. Seung-Hui kicked his chin, then glanced down to warn Feng Green. Even if you kill him, Chakotay will never be the same as before, but at least it will prevent this tragedy. Seung-Hui pressed the gem on the sword tightly in anger. Wiseman's destiny was radiating a deep red battle aura. He rushed forward and stabbed Feng Green through the body once again. He only managed to utter broken sounds. Please do not abandon me, my lord. Wiseman. After a moment of silence as the body fell, Seung-Hwin finally spoke. It's over. Do you think I should spare him? God. Wiseman closed his eyes tightly and shook his head. His sins are too great. I can forgive him, but not the other children. Even though I was prepared, I still feel immense pain. Only then did the clear female voice break in, saying, because he is my family. Rebecca wept in anguish as she looked at the body. He may be a demon, but he is still my family. She froze, seemingly unable to believe someone would say that, yet Wiseman still reached out and embraced her. She pressed her face against Rebecca and whispered affectionately, My child, I know everything has not been easy for you, but I'm glad you are safe. She was quickly moved by that embrace. Wiseman! Amidst the scene, a heart-wrenching cry echoed. Amid the noise came a serious question. Goddess Wiseman, I have a few questions for you. Goddess Wiseman calmed down and replied, What is your question? Seung-Hui quickly affirmed, That's right. There are many things I need to confirm. As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled warmly. Of course, after all, you are the hero who saved Chakotay, so I will answer anything I can. But those words did not make him feel grateful. He smiled but felt annoyed inside. He wondered how many faces Seung-Hwin still had. Needless to say, you think I'm doing all this just for fun, without caring what it is, as long as it involves management or space travel. He quickly focused on the matter at hand, glancing slightly toward the two distant figures. In that case, I would like to have some private space with you, so why don't we move somewhere else? Wiseman instantly snapped his fingers, understanding perfectly. Wait a moment. Around her and Seung-Hwin there was now a soundproof barrier. Dong-ho and Rebecca outside looked at it like a cage. Seeing Seung-Huin still confused, she delicately explained, "This is a barrier that blocks all outside interference. No one can hear our conversation here." "What the hell is that?" Just hearing that made him secretly admire her. It seems this is some kind of simulated space. After all, she is a goddess. Amazing. It took a moment, but Seung-Huin finally recalled the whispered words during the fight. The child came from another world, and he got straight to the point. "Since you know I come from another dimension, I'll be straightforward. Do you have the power to send me back to my world?" Who would have thought fate would be so cruel? Even God Wisman could only smile wryly. "I'm sorry, your face is as dark as a pot bottom, clutching a heart shattered into 100 pieces. You're just going to say it so bluntly?" She shyly scratched her head and explained hesitantly, "To travel through worlds, you really need the power of a god. But now, I am too weak." Hui seemed to see the light in Wisman's words and immediately perked up. What if we asked another god who was strong enough? But the answer remained the same. "I don't think that will work. To travel to another dimension, you need to know the exact coordinates of that world. Determining your world's coordinates isn't difficult, but from a human time perspective, it will take a very long time." He held his head in frustration at this difficult answer. Exactly how long would it take? She thought for a moment before answering. "At least a few centuries." Seung-Huin really wanted to lose his voice right then. "That's impressive." God Wiseman waited until now to voice his speculation. "You were summoned here by another entity, right? The one who brought you here must know the exact coordinates of the dimension you truly belong to." These words quickly brought to mind a familiar silhouette for Seung-Huin. "That's right. No wonder no one has been able to return to Earth anymore. I have no choice but to cooperate with the manager. If she doesn't get a response, she should speak first. Any other questions?" He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Actually, I wanted to ask you this question first." Above their heads was the destiny bond attribute of wisdom. Seung-Hui approached the god Wisman, squinting as he asked, "How can you interfere with my status board? You were the one who used it to grant me power in the form of skills." "Oh, wow. Who would have thought the system would freak out over this closeness?" "The blessing of WMAN is enveloping you. The Wisman destiny skill has been acquired. You can ignore the fear." Harshly, he ignored the continued questioning. "I have encountered countless people and creatures here, but never anyone who could do that." She remained calm, not denying a single word. You could call it a status board, but of course, no one could interfere with it. "It seems the entity that created it possesses great power." Hui took several cautious steps back. "So how can you?" Wiseman quickly spoke up. "It's simple. I have already registered on the Enlightenment status board. Now I understand that the light in my mind was because I was recorded as Wiesman's left hand back then, but could the manager really be powerful enough to merge a part of a deity into their system? Who exactly are they? If possessing a sacred relic was the prerequisite to registering a deity in the system, then why was there no achievement notification or reward when he obtained Castell's orb? After some thought, he decided to reveal a little secret. "I once picked up another sacred relic, but the system didn't recognize it either. Besides that, only this crossbow has ever interfered with my status board. Do you know why?" She slightly bowed, thoughtfully looking at the object in his hand. "This orb is just an ordinary object containing a deity, but my left hand carries my own divine will. The crossbow is the same. Though faint, a part of the divine will still sleeps within it." He picked up the crossbow with curiosity. "Divine will, huh?" God Wiseman still spoke softly with a gentle tone. "Before the gods disappeared, they often left behind sacred relics containing their own divine will. It is exactly the divine will of the forgotten god." Following the explanation were two notification frames partially obscured. "The remaining relics are the remnants left behind when the sacred artifacts were collected. The sacred artifacts of the forgotten god. Completed upon collecting the remaining sacred relics of a forgotten god. The remnants of the forgotten deity. Completed upon gathering the remains of a forgotten god." It was puzzling, and even though Seung-Huin had the answers, his heart remained uneasy. Wisman was right. I finally unlocked the real message, though I don't know why, but he was intently focused on the items managing the collection of the god's will, the things Tam Nguyen put into them. After regaining his composure, Seung-Huin returned to reality. "Thank you for providing me with so much new information." She also nodded happily. "I'm glad I could help you." At that moment, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "So what exactly happened to Chaoti in the past?" "You sacrificed your life to protect that place from some kind of danger." Wisman the god refused to close his eyes to helplessness. "Forgive me, I myself do not clearly remember that period. Perhaps it is because I was resurrected in an unstable state." Seung-Hyung didn't want to be too formal, so he just stopped here. Yet she took the initiative to continue telling the story. But I remember this. God Wisman began to search his memory for the scene of the aerial battle. She herself directly took on the role of the combatant. The one who fought me was a god. The blue hair left a strong impression on God Wisman. It was the reason why Seung Huin was so deep in thought. It means that person is not a forgotten god like we men. Come to think of it, Castel was also a god who died and was resurrected. The dry bones hidden beneath the cloak are silently absorbing spiritual energy from humans to satisfy the need to collect all the points. From here, he also begins to realize that the manager seems to be a forgotten god. Why are there so many forgotten gods disappearing? Could there really be a war among the gods? Long after that, the barrier made of vines gradually faded away. A man and a woman finally revealed themselves. Rebecca saw them and immediately shouted, "Seung Hyun, Lord Wisman, you both look more serious than her. What are you two talking about?" Who would have thought Seung's mouth? He still keeps the secret tightly sealed. He lowered his eyes to Li Nai with an extremely annoyed tone. "If I keep clinging to you, I'll probably die from curiosity." He even deliberately teased me. Rest in peace. Saying that, he fell back into deep thought, ignoring the furious clock behind him. If I can find out why all the gods disappeared, why the deities are attacking each other, and also uncover the reason the manager wants to collect the divine will, once I know their purpose, I will force them to reveal themselves to me and make them pay tenfold. But Seung Huin didn't expect his smile to be caught through the lens. "It seems we will meet again soon." "What the hell? The manager has really never taken his eyes off you. I will wait for you." Seung Hui is still in the village, the empty streets shrouded in a misty haze. "Hey, this place is really spooky." Dong Ho quickly followed everyone through an alley. Outside the mansion, it was still unusually quiet. Seung Hui glanced around, guessing half the villagers were already asleep, while the rest were probably drained of their souls by Feng Green. The Wisman god suddenly became sensitive, blaming himself. "So many children have lost their lives because of me. He is just as deeply troubled. At least can we save Ha? His soul is still inside the golem." Seung Huin shook his head without a trace of emotion. "I'm not sure. Even if we pull his soul out of the golem, there is currently no vessel strong enough to seal it. His body has long been dead." Even Rebecca's mood sank because of this scene. Maybe I'll never see my surviving teammates or Mason again. Suddenly, Wisman turned his head and stared at her, gently wiping away the tear at the corner of Rebecca's eye before comforting her. "Don't cry, you've done your best." Her voice trembled with emotion. "Lord Wisman." God Wisman patted Rebecca's head as a sign. "Leave the rest to me." "Forgot already? I am the guardian after all." As soon as I finished speaking, wind and leaves immediately flew out from the vortex, right in the middle of the formation. Streams of light filtered through every street and corner. Along the way, spots of light began to form. A series of shining golden bodies are being reborn. No one would believe this scene if I told them. Dong Ho couldn't keep quiet when witnessing this scene. "What is going on?" Seung Huin Vokum wasn't very surprised and quickly explained. "They are being resurrected." He glanced sideways as if trying to probe. "You mean he can bring the dead back to life?" He just witnessed the rise of humanity and confirmed it. "Yes, it is one of the 3 greatest taboos of mankind that no one has ever accomplished. A miracle belonging only to the divine." Faced with such a shocking event, Rebecca could only open her eyes wide in disbelief. "Everyone is coming back. Thank you, Wisman." "Thank you." The moment she turned around, her pupils suddenly contracted again. It was terrifying. Soon, Wisman's body gradually merged with the air. "Lord Wisman." Rebecca rushed over, shouting loudly. Lord Wiseman noticed something was wrong just in time and ran over while questioning. "Doctor, what's wrong with him?" Unlike the other two, Seung Hui walked very slowly. The goddess Wiseman was created from the souls of the people of Chaoti, and now all those souls are returning to the flesh. Rising from the dead, the thought made her throat tighten even more. So does that mean Wisman will disappear? He slowly explained, "Before Wisman vanishes, she will soon fade away because she has lost the will to exist." Rebecca panicked a little and hurried over, shouting at her, "No way, we just met. We haven't even had a proper conversation yet." However, she only received a comforting smile from the goddess Wisman, and she left without forgetting to say a few words. "Don't be sad. I am just returning everything to its original place." Seung Huin, standing not far away, had changed his view of the god Wisman. "How can you be so forgiving?" She gave the most beautiful smile and sent down to humanity a message. That is the natural law of motherhood. Ding He was a little sad but clear-headed enough to agree with this. "That's right. Parents live to see their children happy." He glanced at him almost as if ready to devour him and said, "Is that so?" However, Seung-Hwin's mind kept circling around the virtue of the god Wisman. How could she be willing to sacrifice herself for others without a moment's hesitation? Once again, the words echoed in his mind. "And you, the child from another world, when I disappear, the power you borrowed from me will vanish as well." He still spoke calmly, I know. "Even so," she reminded me with unease, "I will no longer be able to use any magic that requires your left arm. Even the holy relic, Wisman's blessing, will turn into an ordinary gem. Kama will definitely be shaken to the core by this." Seung-Hwin's mood sank to the bottom upon hearing these words. What a pity. It was even a rank A skill, and I don't have a replacement skill for Earthbones. Should I stop her from resurrecting the dead or not? Who would have thought that the god Wisman would instantly read your mind? So you can still continue to use those divine powers even after I'm gone. The familiar hand-holding attribute was pushed towards Seung-Hui. After this message, Wisman's system seemed to be absorbed by his own system. "I will change for you." 2 new attributes also appeared before Seung-Hwin as a reward for the combination. This is absolutely incredible. She has modified her skill. Because she cared too much about this, the body of Goddess Wisman is now almost I don't have time to explain in detail, but these will definitely be useful to you. I have nothing to offer in return, so I can only repay you with words. Thank you very much. Lady Wisman, seeing you about to leave, Dong-ho felt a twinge of regret and expressed his feelings. "It's a pity. You have always been my favorite god." Wisman looked at him without smiling, only uttering unclear words. Dong-ho was so shocked his face went blank. Did he just curse me? Brother Ung could only give a wry smile. Surely not. She glanced around at the scene before daring to say goodbye. "It's time for me to leave. I can no longer protect Chakotay. Now, everyone must protect the forest and the village on their own. With that disappearance, the system has changed a bit. The Scarlet Forest's guardian. No. Wisman's divine power, the pure spirit that has protected Chaotic all this time, is gradually fading away. Now, outsiders will no longer get lost in the forest, and the ferocious beasts will invade the sacred land. Until the moment of disappearance, Lord Wisman always smiled gently. But I believe in all of you. I believe that you will be able to unite and overcome every hardship ahead, because you are my children." Seeing this, Rebecca quickly bowed in regret. "Yes, Lord Wiseman, we will not let you down. Goodbye, Lord Wisman." That farewell ended with a sincere expression of love. "I love you." Very quickly, the sky returned to its peaceful color. Dong-ho finally let out a sigh of relief. If the manager were even 1/8 as strong as WMAN, we would have returned to Earth long ago. He's just like him, complaining a bit. If we were this strong from the start, we wouldn't have been dragged here in the first place. But still, it's a great deal. I got a 4-star skill without spending a single coin. Hearing that, his expression immediately changed. This rice paper really carries a lot of emotions. Seung-Hwin suddenly received a message from the system. "My child will read this someday." It happened so suddenly, yet it was strangely shocking. When did it even appear? Just like Wisman's voice. No one knows that the god Wisman far away is clutching his chest, sending this signal, "My child will read this someday." The creation of these enhancement skills consumed an immense amount of energy, gathering 12,500 points, so I completed this mission on your behalf. I'm sorry for using your points without asking first, but I was in such a hurry that I didn't have time to tell you. The nameless item I was rewarded is now in your inventory. Much love. Wisman 8 points. Read to the end of the letter. Seung-Hwin's anger immediately exploded. Does this woman expect to get something for nothing? In the sky, she appeared and disappeared, holding out her heart towards Seung-Hwin. This divine device is quite amusing. I love you. A dry, bony hand appeared, moving with Seung-Hui. When he clenched the Horus hand, it clenched too. This made Seung-Hui even happier. So this skill is transferred to W-Man's left hand. This will allow me to use Earthbones once again. I thought it would be related to the eagle because of the name Horus, but maybe it just means the bones here at Aeon. And before he could finish sulking, his whiskered mouth opened to urge him on. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Heal me quickly. Everyone else was fine after being revived, so why am I the only one who can't move? In Harvey's dollmaker workshop, he kept screaming non-stop. Seung-Hui's car ignored him and turned to play with Horus's hand. It seems that only I can see this hand. Moments later, the other hand immediately gained a flame that interfered with the soul. The host can communicate with his soul. It did not hesitate to fly towards Have's chest, awakening him. If it were me, I would have immediately activated spell mode. The other hand kept rampaging, draining Have's soul, using elimination. Zeung-Huin happily lifted it up and swung it in front of him. You see this, right? That's your soul. Not to mention Have is still lying helplessly watching his treasure being toyed with. What the hell is this? Leave it as it was for me. On the other hand, I'm somewhat interested in that burning object. Intervening with souls allows me to touch someone else's soul. Because I lost the Wiseman destiny when Wiseman disappeared, she gave me some useful skills to replace it with my own points. That's it. Thinking this, Seung-Hui immediately returned to reality and observed the soul in his hand. As he saw now, it was quite severely damaged. Right now, much of its energy has been absorbed to power the giant golem. His body is fine, but this damage is hindering his control over it. He had no patience, and immediately started blaming me. Do I look like a healer to you? No need for long explanations, just treat me quickly. He calmly said, I will do it, but on one condition. You must help protect Chakotay in the future. Ha frowned and gritted his teeth at the proposal. Protect Chakotay. Seeing him hesitate, Seung-Huin deliberately brought up the dire situations. Just think about what's happening to your village right now. It is no longer protected by the blessing of Wiseman's destiny, so this is the perfect time for the monsters to attack. And this will also affect the livelihood of the Chakotay people, because the forest will become too dangerous for them to gather food and herbs. So he needs to deploy combat golems around the village to fight off the monsters and teach the villagers how to make defensive puppets so they can protect themselves. You want me to share professional secrets with the entire village? No way am I doing that. Faced with such stubbornness, he calmly swayed his soul. So he had no intention of holding back. Have was completely helpless but dared to threaten me despite everything. Only when exhausted did Have reconsider everything. I have no other choice. I will pretend to accept it and wait for Delan to escape. Who would have thought Seung-Hui had exploited his thoughts like reading Have as a book, anticipating his escape once he was fully recovered? He even used Frian to threaten Have. Who gave Seung-Hui any kindness? I will order his disciples to hunt him down and bring him back. Remember that well. He was completely defeated by that cruelty. All right, I will definitely carry it out. Horus's hand continued working tirelessly under Seung-Hui's control, gathering all the scattered soul fragments, fitting them together, and using magic to bind them. Very quickly, Have's soul began to shine again. Take it back to its original place, and don't forget to report it. Done. Now you can move again. After finishing, Seung-Hui fell silent, holding the bottle in his hand. Wiseman had stored the soul essence in his inventory, so I could heal him immediately. I wish the manager were as attentive as she is. Rebecca suddenly opened the door and peeked in to announce my arrival, and it startled me. Seung-Hui is looking for you. You don't stay long. Quickly stand up and greet him. Goodbye, Have, and keep your promise. Have was just healed but already wanted to rip the wound open and disappear from my sight. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild where Chakotay Ketch hands over items while giving instructions. And I have deposited your money into the Adventurer Guild account. Young brother held the paper with curiosity. What is this? She replied immediately. A letter of introduction from me. It will help you gain some additional benefits at other guilds around Aeon. Knowing it's something valuable, he quickly put it away. Seung-Huin even bowed very respectfully. Thank you, sir. The branch manager concluded the conversation with a humble attitude. No, I am the one who should thank you for saving my village. So the Dollmakers Guild decided to help rebuild the village? Seung-Huin smiled awkwardly, ignoring the fierce expression in his mind, and it didn't take much effort to convince him. Hearing that, she somewhat understood the issue. So death had changed that cruel man, huh? Suddenly, Rebecca's expression darkened as she joined the conversation. The guild's doll-making technique is the only thing we still have left of Lord Wiseman. It is unacceptable for only a few people to monopolize it. The Spencer family is also fully ready to cooperate with the Dollmakers Guild. I will liquidate all of our assets and donate them to help rebuild the village. Ket was left speechless by such enthusiasm. Rebecca Dong-ho even had to ask again. Are you sure you want to do this? Her face was full of regret. My brother was the one who destroyed the village. It is my family's responsibility to help fix it. And I want to continue living as Rebecca, not as Louina Spencer. Seung-Hui took this chance to remind her a few things. You should learn how to make dolls too, Rebecca. Now anyone from the Chakotay village can learn under Master Harvey's guidance. Rebecca smiled and glanced out at the scenery. I think I can. I can learn how to make dolls and help develop the forest. That's right, it has a new name now, doesn't it? It's W-Men's Forest. In an instant, the Adventurers' Inn was engulfed in darkness. Ung-Han lay on the bed, lost in thought. Thinking this much, his hair would surely turn gray.
We can finally leave this village tomorrow. I should take a dose of the magic potion before going to sleep.
How many potions do I have left? As soon as I opened the system, a notification popped up. The host's inventory has a new item, a dream travel ticket. The next message has appeared. I have placed the mysterious item we received as a reward into your inventory. You are gradually recovering memories about that item. That's right, Wisman mentioned this. So Seung-Huin casually took out the ticket. A dream travel ticket. You put this under your pillow when you sleep? He quickly placed it under the pillow. As he lay down, Seung-Huin didn't forget to remind himself. I don't know exactly what it is, but I wasted nearly 30,000 points on it. If it's useless, I'll definitely go find the branch manager. Then his subconscious echoed with the sound of clear water. Opening his eyes, Seung-Huin's face was tilted up in the water. The current scene shows him lying right on the surface of the moving water. Seung-Huin calmly sits up and looks around. Am I dreaming? So the dream travel ticket really makes me dream? I can't open the status window. It looks like this is definitely a dream. Suddenly, a message appeared in mid-air, catching his attention. I see you have arrived here. Behind Seung-Hui stood the manager in the form of a cube wrapped in chains. He slammed his hand down and demanded loudly when he saw the cube. What is that cube? The message frame flew close to her and displayed a line of text. Maybe you'll recognize me if I communicate like this. A moment later, a screen suddenly appeared close to Seung-Huin's face, displaying a cryptic message. I have been waiting for you for a long time. He was momentarily stunned, about to interrupt the system's words. Wait a moment. The manager spoke up calmly and clearly. I am the one who summoned you to this world, the one you call manager. Her voice carried no emotion as she continued. And I am also a god forgotten in history, gradually fading from human memory. You're the reason his expression changed in the blink of an eye. The manager? Seung-Huin began to walk toward the manager. I have been waiting for this moment. His hand clenched into a fist as he lunged toward his opponent. It was time to strike, but the manager reacted quickly, causing Seung-Huin's attack to fail. However, he did not give up, and immediately swung his leg to kick her. Seung-Hui's eyebrows furrowed again, mumbling with a puzzled expression. What is this? Did you bring chain armor because you're afraid of getting hit? The kind manager explained, it's not that they protect me, they are the shining chains that bind me. Right now, inside Seung-Hui, there's a silent frustration. He's ready to do anything to break this block, but he can't get close to it. This young man decided to change his approach and started to casually bring up the topic. What happened to you? The manager recounted slowly. I know it sounds confusing, but I was sealed. She calmly explained. My keyword restrictions prevent me from going into detail, but simply put, I was betrayed by those I trusted. I summoned you here because I need someone who can free me from these chains. Young Seung-Huin was still listening to the manager's story. I am sealed here, in the subconscious world, what you call a dream. More precisely, it is a dream within a dream. She mentioned something appearing behind. Do you see the gate there? It is called the other side of the subconscious. This gate is the only way for an ordinary person to get here. The probability of this gate appearing in a dream is 1 in 5,922. Hearing this, Seung-Huin put his hands on his hips and sighed. Very rare, but not impossible. Like the chance of getting a rare item like roulette, right? This statement has been confirmed by management. Indeed, many people have reached this place over the years. I explained the situation to them and asked them to free me. The story of Lam Li Bi Dat continues. It was a wonderful sleep, but I kept feeling like I dreamed of something. Yet, when they woke up, they all forgot the promise they made to me. Seung-Huin sneered and replied, forgetting their dreams. Is it because of your seal? Bro, does the way this guy looks make you want to throw a punch? Still, the manager calmly explained, yes, this seal not only restrains me, but also carries a special curse that makes everyone who comes here forget their dreams upon waking. Seung-Hui shrugged and added, the one who did this must be someone special. He sealed both you and everything around. But what about the part you had to go through the trouble of explaining to me? His hands were now in his pockets, showing that he must have come up with a blessing that could break this curse. Right? The manager did not deny it. That's right, but there is a serious problem, she continued. Every resident of Aon worships a god, so I cannot grant them a blessing. Then I had an idea. If no one in this world can break the seal, I will seek help from another world. I have found it. A world heavily influenced by mythology, yet many people there do not have their own gods. An intriguing world where magic does not exist, but the concepts of skills and magic do. I am certain that the people of Earth can save me. The manager's words made Seung-Huin a bit uncomfortable. He poked her while questioning her. I understand, but why South Korea? Most of the travelers between the space rifts are Korean. Why is that? A simple explanation was given by the manager, since you all know what a status window is. Seung-Hui's hand then froze in midair. What? The manager continued explaining. While I was thinking about how to grant my power to ordinary people, I happened to come across some of your literary works, and the most interesting element I found was the status window. Young Seung-hui froze after hearing that story, and he answered honestly, I never thought I would be led to another dimension by a god who reads comics and web novels. The manager made a comment saying they are really good.
Right. Seung-hui couldn't help but agree. Yes, yes, she suddenly admitted it at this moment.
I also got the idea from the duetter board. The confession about going underground made Seung-hui furious as he kicked the chains repeatedly. I swear I'll kill you! He frantically kicked the chains, making them clang against each other. Are you kidding me? You kidnapped me here, and now you want me to free you. Why would I do that? The manager calmly made the offer. If you break the seal for me, I will take you back. Of course, that's not all. Her next words made him hesitate. I can also return what you have lost. Seung-hui denied it calmly. I haven't lost anything unless you're talking about my house in Korea, which I lost because of you. However, this half-hearted answer won't fool the manager.
No. Everyone I summon here has lost something precious to them. Seung-hui frowned and reluctantly asked back, Can you be a little clearer?
Something valuable? The manager explained gently. For example, there was once a man who lost everything, just because he agreed to be the guarantor for his 20-year-old friend. That bastard, I chose him because I needed a desperate man willing to help me. Hearing this, Seung-hui couldn't help but think that the only thing he was desperate for was to smash him to pieces. His gaze shifted to something else. Even though I thought I had to return to Earth, my thoughts unconsciously turned to someone because of the promise I made when I came here, but I have never lost anything precious, nor is there anything I want to get back. Another reply came from the manager. Do you remember what happened before you came here? Seung-hui's eyes widened in surprise. What? She recalled the events from the last day you were still on Earth before awakening and on. Seung-hui frowned, thinking to himself that he couldn't remember anymore. Only the day before he was summoned here, but not the exact date. Then he weakly asked back, Is what I lost my memory? He crossed his arms. A question was directed at the manager. Do you think those memories are worth me risking my life for? Are even a single day's memories worth it? She responded almost immediately. I want to explain more to you, but I'm afraid I can't. And I don't want to reveal this in advance either. The manager's sly reaction annoyed Seung-hui. Petty and reckless with anger, he grabbed the chains and growled, I'm starting to get annoyed by your arrogance. But now I don't want to help you, I just want revenge. The fierce aura he emitted sent a chill down the manager's spine. To be honest, I don't care about my memories. There's only one thing I want in exchange for breaking your seal. This guy wouldn't back down and quickly made an offer. You have to give me the weapons or skills needed to defeat you. The manager paused for a moment before replying curtly, Fine. Light converged in one spot before Seung-hui. As the item appeared, the manager slowly explained, This knife is called delirium. You can only hurt me with it. She didn't forget to add that you can only use it in the subconscious world and in illusions. Yet Seung-hui quickly asked back, Wait, I can't use it in the real world? Is it just a useless item? The manager replied calmly, while Seung-hui himself began examining the knife. Anyway, just hold on to it. You'll find a way to use it someday. If you want to escape the dream, stab yourself with it, and you'll wake up immediately. He glanced at her, a small, unintended slip. If I were you, I'd tell you to get lost and summon another traveler for help. Only then did the manager confess, I'm pretty desperate too. What followed was shocking news. Among those travelers, only 3 have found me here. The information from the manager confused Seung-hui. Only 3 people? She began to explain, although I can summon you here, I cannot communicate with you, so I can only wait for you to find your way on your own. But then something unexpected happened. Some people realized that simply believing in one god could make them stronger. The other side will have desires like, if that deity helps me increase my strength, of course I will believe. Others arrogantly wonder, will the deity grant me power? Please let me be your follower, the manager added without haste or delay. So most of you either join a church or become followers of other gods. By the time I discovered that, the guide to the church is in on. A list of benefits you can receive when joining each church. Recommended churches for each class. Essential churches provide guidance on avoiding penalties when converting, and instructions on how to believe in multiple gods. Polytheism, a list of churches to avoid. One of you had already prepared a handbook on the religions in this world. She only sighed softly. Everything happened too fast, yet Seung-hui showed no sympathy. All right. Koreans are known for their skill in optimization. Do you guys think this young man is being cocky? The manager's story continues. Fortunately, not all travelers in the world join the guilds, so I didn't give up and eventually found a way to communicate. A notification appeared. Mission complete, rewarded 5,000 points, and I began granting you rewards through the achievement system. She explained, I create new achievements for travelers who do not join the church or borrow the power of other gods so they can receive my blessings. Only those who unlock achievements and receive a special mark can earn the right to come here. Hearing this, Seung-hui finally showed a bit of interest and asked again. And those special marks are something even the manager openly admits are dark love. She continued, if you want to break the seal on me, besides needing a strong will, you also need to have enough skills. The information board appeared right before him. Seung-hui's eyes widened as he read what was being presented. A series of similar missions appeared. Do not worship other gods, conquer a dungeon alone, defeat a boss monster solo, and win a 1v1 battle against a traveler from another world. Defeat a rare monster, destroy a giant monster, destroy a giant monster, defeat a rare monster. At that moment, the manager explained, only those who meet my standards can receive a black star. The space around Seung-hun shifted with her words. You are one of the 3 who have achieved that. Seung-hun is impressed. His eyebrows furrowed as he silently assessed the situation. So receiving a black star meant the manager recognized him as someone with real ability. One of them is Kim Ji-on, whom Dong-hwak approached. But who is the other? A sudden note was added, making Seung-hui pause for a moment. And anyone who obtains a black star will be officially recognized as a member of the church. He confusingly pointed back and asked, what? I never wanted to join your cult. The manager calmly explained, you may not want to, but the system doesn't see it that way. Her stubbornness left Seung-hun speechless. You really are unbelievable. The manager continued, in principle, I cannot interfere with reality, but I can grant divine power to my existing followers. Black star, claim it yourself. Of course, it requires a great amount of divine power, so I cannot contact you frequently. The long story made Seung-hun sit down and listen carefully. Oh my, but why did you make me collect 4 of them? She explained a few more things. Gwen's power is so strong that it's hard to break with just one blessing. You are the last to receive the black star. Those who travel between worlds have either joined another church or will never qualify to receive it again. Seung-hun's lips curled into a knowing smile. No wonder everything sounded so hopeless. I'm the last one, huh? That sounds pretty interesting. The young man, burdened with a huge responsibility, was so carefree it made you want to hit him. He stretched out and asked back, so how do I break the seal? The manager explained, this chain was created by the power of a god and requires a huge amount of divine energy to break. She produced an item while continuing, this is an item called the Divine Vessel. If you keep this item with you, every time you gather divine power, it will automatically store it. You can also add divine power to this vessel by exchanging the points you've accumulated so far, but it will take about 30 years to complete. Seung-hui took the item and asked back, you want me to be your disciple for 30 years? Stop beating around the bush and just tell me. Is there a faster way to gather divine power? Only then did the manager hesitate. Well, she slowly explained that although you can't earn more points, there is still a faster way to gather divine power, but you will have to. The method revealed by the manager involves destroying objects imbued with divine power, such as relics, statues, and shrines. Doing so allows you to absorb a large amount of divine power instantly, but the cost is very high. Seung-hun himself could already imagine the manager's point. Destroying a divine relic also meant angering the god it represented. If I do that, not only will the churches hunt me down, but even the gods themselves will become my enemies, he considered, and asked calmly. So, now I'm switching to hard mode? This reaction made the manager a bit puzzled. Are you planning to refuse? However, Seung-hun denied it. Of course not. He confidently declared, I really enjoy teasing others. Hearing this, the manager felt somewhat relieved. I know I can count on you. I'm sure you can do it. Seung-hun's expression turned challenging as he thought to himself. Rely on me? All right. He pretends to be friendly and polite, but everything feels fake. His eyes grew serious in an instant as the manager's true nature was revealed, and he trembled with anger, thinking to himself while reading the profile. This block has pissed him off in so many ways. There's no way it's a good person or a good block. But then Super Eung-hun wondered. Oh, right, I want to ask you about this. The manager asked softly in return. What is it? He gently voiced his question. Why can't I use magic power? If the reason is that I come from Earth, then those who travel between different dimensions shouldn't be able to use it either. The manager paused for a moment before saying, I don't think that's the case. That's what I was about to tell you. This answer made Seung-hun even more angry. What, you're only just willing to say it now? The manager began altering the surrounding space to explain. Simply put, it's because your body cannot contain magic power. Ah. That remark made Seung-hun become more serious. This matter is related to his lost memories. The blunt man turned around, and seeing that, she asked back, Are you planning to leave just like that? Blue light enveloped him. Anyway, I don't think I'll gain anything more from this conversation. The manager replied calmly. It's a I wanted to hear about the outside world, but you got a curt response from Seung Hui. Go ask someone else yourself. Before leaving, he asked, by the way, what's your name? The manager softly explained, I can't say because I'm restricted from using related keywords. So this answer didn't surprise Seung Huin after all? The manager suddenly added, and her final words lingered in Seung Huin's ears. You already know my name. Seung Huin snapped awake after that conversation. Birds are chirping outside, but he still hasn't fully recovered. What? Dong Ho on the other side was also stretching and waking up. This is wonderful. He waved at Seung Huin. Good morning, doctor. Still, he replied with discomfort. What's so good about it? I met a clueless guy in my dream last night. Dong Ho couldn't help but feel curious. What dream? He suddenly changed the subject. That's right. I'll give this to you, okay? Cheer up. Dong Ho explains the item placed in Seung Huin's hand. Is this the lucky charm I bought as a keepsake? Not bad, right? Mine has a picture of a dog. I heard they design it based on what suits the customer best. The item made Seung Huin somewhat satisfied. Thank you. His expression also grew thoughtful. However, the round shape is more common in jewelry prices than in treatment. From outside, a voice called out, Jung Huin Dong Ho, your golem carriage is ready, thank you. He slowly stood up from the table. So, shall we go? Then he leisurely headed out the door back to Han Village. At the same time, at the Bone Inn in Han Village, Chan Hun's gaze returned, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. The knife in his hand was thrown onto the table, and in his heart, Chan Hun was silently judging. Something interesting is about to happen. It has started to rain lightly. A voice of amazement came from inside the carriage. Oh my God, Dong Ho asked seriously. So you really met the administrator? His curiosity was drawn to the item in Seung Huin's hand. Is this a sacred relic? He calmly admitted, when I woke up it was already in my inventory. Then he briefly outlined his plan. From now on, I intend to attack the cults and destroy their relics. Dong Ho asked doubtfully, will it be okay? He worriedly remarked that turning both the saints and the church into enemies was a whole different level of danger. The Carr brother teased back, are you scared? The other party didn't hesitate to confirm. Of course, you're terrifying enough to die. At that moment, Dai Zai saw something and pulled hard on the reins to stop the horse. Still, the two horses reared up, tossing the rider inside the carriage as Dong Ho's voice rang out from within. Sir Rich, what's wrong? Rich clicked his tongue in response. Ahead of them was a pack of undead beasts bearing their fangs, threatening the people in the carriage. Dong Ho glanced at them and immediately recognized them as black wolves, seemingly intent on attacking the carriage. Eung Hui calmly used a summoning spell, creating stone arrows from Freya's linked pouch. The arrows appeared instantly, flying at high speed. The pack of beasts was hit all at once. They scattered in all directions, some dying, others barely escaping and fleeing for their lives. Seung Huin is over here assessing the condition of the person lying on the ground. It seems this driver has been dead for a few minutes already. The entire body of this person has been torn apart. Quite unlucky, isn't it? This person was just about to reach the village. He calmly concluded that this wasn't done by the black spider wolf. Seeing Dong Ho still confused, Seung Huin explained that the black spider wolf uses venom to paralyze its prey, but the system in his hands was assessing a human body covered in severe bite marks and crushed beyond recognition. Seung Hui softly remarked, there are no signs of paralysis in this body. He looked around and added, and besides, the bloodstains. Doesn't this amount of blood seem too much for just one person? He continued to estimate that this carriage must have about 3 to 4 passengers. Hearing this, Jay interrupted. So, could it be that they were kidnapped? Seung Huin asked calmly. Monsters don't choose who to take away, so it's very likely this was caused by humans. Dong Ho, who was scrutinizing the luggage nearby, also spoke up. Are they deliberately avoiding touching the luggage? His attention was caught by a small white piece of paper. Dong Ho read the content written above, the official license for establishing the Hin Village Magic Association. Seung Huin widened his eyes in surprise as he listened to the explanation. That magic association is the building that Kama rewarded us. The aura around him shifted. If this thing is here, it means the officials overseeing the construction of the association have been kidnapped. The corners of Seung Huin's mouth curled into a smirk, his tone becoming several times more dangerous. Which bastard dares to ruin my plan? The scene shifts to Hin Village. Jay turns his head to signal to those inside the carriage. We have arrived, gentlemen, Eung Hui lazily remarked as he stepped off the carriage. Finally, we're back in the village. Dong Ho looked around in agreement and noted that the rain had finally stopped. They stopped in front of a place called Bit P Inn. The people inside greeted them with an exclamation. "Oh my, Julia." The inn staff at Bit P Seung-hun smiled faintly and replied, "How have you been lately?" Julia rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "I'm glad you returned safely." Her attitude pleased Seung-hun. "Were you really worried?" Julia pouted and explained. She didn't know anything after losing contact with the old adventurer. Seung-hun's attention shifted to another side and then stopped on a figure in the distance. Chae-hun was slumped over the table, holding a large glass of alcohol. Seung-hui glanced over, calmly remarking, "A drunkard in broad daylight." Jae nodded in agreement. "That's life for you." "Do you guys feel the sting of judgment from these two young men?" Julia then eagerly suggested, "But I'll prepare a few dishes for the day, especially with the recent rain. The vegetables are very fresh." Brother Ung-hun asked thoughtfully. "Rain?" she began to explain. "Yes, about 3 days ago. That day it suddenly stormed just like today." This made him even more curious. "Has anything unusual happened recently?" Julia carefully pondered. "Yes." "Something unusual?" She then added, "I heard they found a carriage overturned and badly damaged near the village, but the luggage on it was untouched. So the one who caused it wasn't a monster, right?" As soon as he heard that, Seung-hun immediately realized. The carriage was damaged, the luggage untouched, and it was raining. "This is exactly what I encountered on the way back, isn't it?" He politely replied to her, "Thank you for letting me know." "Then please help me prepare a special meal for 3 people." Julia smiled brightly as she accepted the request. "Yes, I'll cook it quickly." Dong-hun Ton walked off to one side. "Hey, I need to use the restroom for a moment." Seung-hui softly replied to him, "I will find us a place to sit." Now only Zix and Seung-hui are sitting together. "So, teacher, are you planning to investigate that carriage accident?" "Yes, the missing person is an important figure. In my mind, I'm considering the possibilities that if I go around destroying the sacred relics recklessly, I'll be discovered and fiercely attacked by both the church and the Adventurers Guild." Seung-hun pondered and concluded that was why he needed the Magic Guild to handle that aggression for him. He rubbed his chin with a deeply thoughtful expression, noting no traces of any skills used at the scene. A mage from the guild wouldn't use such brute force. There's definitely something suspicious about that rain. Could it be a rain-summoning skill to wash away the evidence? After much thought, he finally spoke. "First, we need to find the one behind that rain." "Where do we look for the one behind that rain?" Z suggested that we should probably start by looking in the Adventurers Guild, but unexpectedly, Cheon-hun suddenly interrupted with a question. "Who do we need to find?" Both Shung and Huin looked over at once. Jae suddenly appeared as the blank paper flew toward him. His head bled when the paper struck it. Seung-hun read the content there, looked for anything you needed, then glanced over at Hun, Mr. Alex. He covered his face with one hand, smirking as he replied, "Detective Alex, at your service." Seung-hun repeated the name neither fast nor slow. Mr. Alex Cheon-hun responded mysteriously, "Detective Alex is ready to serve." Ri holds his head, exhausted. "An outdated detective like that, Sir Alex?" Cheon-hun had no idea about those silent judgments and still put on a show as he continued speaking. "So, you guys are looking for someone, right?" "Leave it to me. I specialize in cases like this." Ung-hun looked at him and said, "I think you look more like a con artist." Cheon-hun exhaled sharply and replied, "You shouldn't judge a book by its cover." He pointed at him and declared, "Besides, you look more like a scammer than I do." That made Seung-hun freeze up. This guy just said not to judge by appearances. He crossed his arms grumpily as the conversation continued. "So, how much do you charge for your service?" This made the person next to him so shocked they had to ask again. "Do you really trust this guy?" Cheon-hun calmly explained that the price depends on the search area, and Ung-hui looked at him and clarified, "Just around Hin Village and nearby areas." When Cheon-hun sat down, the price was set. "So I just need to pay the bar bill." "I haven't paid a single cent yet." His hand glowed as a scroll of paper appeared. "Let's see." This action made Seung-hui feel curious. Oh, wow, how does a detective know alchemy and use the skill of the eye? But in the end, he just decides to let it go. Seung-hui's eyes were still watching every move Cheon-hun made while taking items from the warehouse. Is that just a storage opening effect? Suddenly, he closed his eyes, followed by an explanation. "Listen, I know you're worried," he sneered, even though Seung-hun's crossbow was pointed at his face. "Rushing like this won't make things end any faster." He replied with a cold smile. "That's not fair. Suddenly bringing up that difficulty, there has to be something shady going on." Then directly exposed how Chae-hyun could stay so calm meeting someone from the same hometown. The truth is, Seung-hui had already learned part of his identity. This guy is a space traveler. Space travelers can easily recognize each other. His style doesn't resemble anyone else in this world. No matter how much he tries to hide it, it still stands out. Their hearts are pounding hard, right? Remember to like and subscribe to learn some pro tips. LOL. Seung carefully observed Chae Hong when evaluating his speech and thoughts, which could not be hidden. He concealed himself so well that even I couldn't tell. He showed no special expression, but thought to himself that it was common for space travelers to hide their identities on the continent. Yet even someone from Earth had to conceal theirs, which was truly suspicious. At that moment, Cheon Hun leisurely twirled his pen and remarked, "You're not an ordinary person, are you? No one has ever recognized my identity from Earth before." Seung Huin calmly asked back, "Why are you hiding it?" "You must have recognized me right away, didn't you?" Cheon Hun simply replied with one sentence, "I have my own reasons." The tense atmosphere between them left me no choice but to silently pray, wondering if I had to come up with a reason for him to explain. He asked in confusion, "Why were the two of you suddenly acting like this?" Meanwhile, Dong Ho appeared as if he had just come down from the mountain, looking at them with curiosity. "What's going on?" Cheon Hun suddenly turned around, exclaiming loudly, "What?" He pushed the chair and stood up, then turned fully toward Dong Ho and shouted, "You're Kim Dong Ho, right?" Unexpectedly, he acted like he was two-faced. Emperor Tiu asked back, "Who are you?" This harshness made Cheon Hun uncomfortable. "Don't you remember? Back in Chakoti village, people were upset about his appearance again. Fix your clothes and use them." After 7,749 hints, Dong Ho finally realized it. "I remember now." He asked loudly, "Are you Cheon Hun?" The name instantly froze Seung Hui and Jae. The food was served as the four of them discussed. "So you used to be a former colleague of Kim Dong Ho?" "What a coincidence," Cheon Hun said politely. "Yes, my real name is Ma Cheon Hun, but everyone calls me Alex." Alex, the space traveler, real name Maon Hun. Seung Hui across from him kept sizing him up. Yeah, he looked strange, but at least he wasn't worthless. So how did Maon Hun shorten his name to Alex? We got to know each other thanks to my gullible friend. Let's not dig any deeper. Cheon Hun warmly replied, "I'll also forget that you only rely on me." Then they returned to the main topic. "So, who are you looking for?" "Since you're a colleague of Mr. Kim, rest assured, I'll help you thoroughly." Zae-Huynh calmly stated his request. "I need someone who can call the rain, whether by using an item or skill. As long as they have that ability, I need them." As soon as he heard it, Cheon Hun gave a faint smile. For that, he decisively cut a line across his palm. It was too easy. The red blood seeped onto the white paper, gradually spreading until it completely covered the sheet, much to the astonishment of Seung Hui and Dong Ho. The blood spread as if tracing a path on a map. Now I remember that Cheon Hun's profession is a question that shocked the public when he asked it. "He's a blood sorcerer, right?" Seung Huin felt betrayed. "Wait, what's going on here? Aren't you a detective?" But Hun smoothly dodged the question with his answer. "My main profession is a blood sorcerer, and my side job is fortune-telling." However, he still felt that Cheon Hun's answer was full of holes. "Wait, how can a fortune-teller work as a detective?" He declared loudly, all right, here's the result. The clock tower, Latika Inn, and the southeast exit. One of these three places definitely has someone who can call the rain." Then he began describing their characteristics. "The exit is quite quiet, followed by the clock tower where there's a stubborn guy, and finally, the remaining place, the inn. Jae-Hun calmly declares that if he goes there, someone will definitely die." Dong Ho's expression grows tense after hearing that. "Dead, huh?" Zai was just as confused. "Is it really that dangerous?" Cheon Hun repeated with a sly smile. "If I were you, I wouldn't go there." He was waiting for Seung Huin's reaction, wondering what he would do next. But instead, he just sneered as if he had already predicted it and declared there was no need to think about it. The scene shifts to the Latika Inn, where a figure is cautiously looking around. The hooded person mutters anxiously, "Why are they taking so long?" The voice startled him. "Who's there?" In front of the hooded man now stood Seung Hui's figure. "Who are you?" "Mayu for you." He didn't answer the question, but instead started examining the other person's belongings. "This purple quartz staff is really impressive." "Oh my God! Why is it all scratched up like this?" The man wearing the hat shouted loudly, demanding, "You bastard, give it back here!" But Seung Huin didn't stop. Pieces of amethyst like these were also found at the scene of the overturned carriage in the forest. A smile curved on his lips as he remembered Cheon Hun's words. "If you go there, someone will definitely die." In other words, his expression immediately turned icy cold. There's a 100% chance something's about to happen here. The man wearing the helmet was so scared he screamed. He reached out to grab the staff. Was it you causing all this? It started to glow, shooting out bolts of lightning. And Xung Huin was blown away, surprising everyone in the tavern as the staff emitted powerful gusts of wind. What the hell is going on? Strong gusts of wind are rising inside this tavern. The people around were loudly cursing. Who the hell just used that power? This is an inn. We have to report it. Report it to the Adventurers Guild right away. The wind grew stronger and began to affect the surroundings. Z anxiously reported, Kang Isu, this inn is about to collapse. But Seonghuin focused solely on the hooded man, shooting an arrow through his leg, causing him to fall with a painful scream. Zeunghuin sneered and asked, Where are you rushing off to? The hooded man still hadn't given up on escaping and just dashed out the window. Zehuin watched this action and remarked, Still trying to escape? Even a mage is pretty persistent. Give him 1 point. The young man's inappropriate hesitation annoyed those around him. Aren't you going to catch him? The people in the inn are rushing outside one after another. I'll go ahead first. Move out of the way quickly. I don't want to get crushed. He watched them and thought to himself, what kind of adventurer is so ordinary? Next, he commanded his 2 teammates to join Kim Dong in the eye of the storm. They answered in unison and acted immediately. It was clear that Seunghuin himself also moved to the center of the wind. He stepped forward and was swept along by it, Seunghuin. But Seunghuin still held the initiative. Any wind-based magic would have a storm eye. He strained his eyes searching while activating the skill at the source of the winds, as which was also the weak point, triggering his observational sense. The results came quickly. The eye of the storm, just aim at it. Seunghuin's crossbow fires straight at that spot. The wind gradually weakens. However, the other 2 members still had to protect themselves. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left stunned by him. They shouted loudly, The storm just broke. Which saint did that? Dix approached with a comment, still impressed as always, while Dong Ho expressed some blame, but if it had been any slower, this place would have really collapsed. They sighed deeply, but by now the culprit had already fled. Dong Hua nervously remarked, If we chase now, there's no way we'll catch up. However, Seunghuin didn't seem to care at all. It's nothing? He spoke with a hint of meaning. Let my friend handle it. The hooded person is trying to move through the rain. It really hurts. But who exactly is that guy? His voice echoed through the air. We need to hurry back to them. Unexpectedly, Cheon Hun suddenly appeared and blocked the way. What kind of mage has such long legs? He still wore his signature dramatic expression. The famous detective Alex had arrived. The person wearing the hat roared in anger. And who the hell are you? Kind-hearted Cheon Hun explained once more. The famous detective, however, didn't seem to care at all. Wait a minute. How the hell did you manage to follow me? Detective, surely the rain has washed away my magical traces by now. Cheon Hun began controlling the blood, but his expression barely changed as he explained. Tracking is this guy's strength. The hooded man immediately became wary of blood magic. Cheon Han kept following the trail of your still bleeding heel, so tracking you wasn't hard. He was ready to attack, but I couldn't let myself be caught like that. However, the blood on the ground began to move, forming a giant hand that in the blink of an eye grabbed him. The man in the hood struggled in desperation. He felt his body growing weaker as the blood demon magic slowly seeped into him. Magic is really something else now. At this moment, Cheon Hun slowly approached. Did you know that you are the perfect prey for a blood mage? He sneered and said, So you knew I was a blood mage and still tried to use my own trick against me. The man wearing the hood fell quickly. Oh my, this guy is really interesting. Then there was a moment of confusion among the clan. Wait, is that guy already dead? Ung Huin also has the same question. I thought the detective's rule was to only capture alive. Cheon Hun proudly explained. I never killed him. Look closely. A single threat was enough to wake the man in the hood. Or should we just do it now? Cheon Hun said proudly. He's been casting spells all this time. Un said calmly, neither fast nor slow. So, we meet again. He stepped forward, grabbed his hair, and threatened him. This guy has a lot of questions. If you want to stay alive, you'd better answer carefully. Unexpectedly, the helmeted man still stubbornly resisted. Don't make me laugh. I'd rather be shattered jade than an intact tile. However, after a physical lesson, he became obedient. Yes, I caused the trouble and blamed those monsters. Our group just does odd jobs to make some spending money, right? We even provide some off-the-record information. Recently, there was a human trafficking job, and hearing that, Dong Ho couldn't hold back his curse. So it's illegal business, after all. Those bastards kept interrogating as they walked, asking if all the kidnapping victims from today were still alive. The man with the hood admitted everything. Yes, we agreed to bring the people to that inn. He pointed to a small house while explaining, this place is for the boss to stay, and the others are held somewhere else. Then he turned and walked off in another direction. Wait a moment, I'll go get the key. Dong Hao gruffly threatened. Hurry up, we've even left you a leg. Rito spoke up curiously. Is it okay to just let them run wild like this? Sung Huin replied calmly, of course not. Whether he cooperates or not, he's still going to die. In his mind, he thought. But the ones targeted weren't the mages, they just got caught in the crossfire. It really looks like he's about to die. Since fate has brought us here, might as well clean up while we're at it, right? At least one thing is done. Unexpectedly, a light suddenly burst from inside the house, exploding and taking the life of the hooded man. The other 4 members were completely caught off guard by this. Seeing the house burned black, Seong Huin couldn't hold back a curse. The house in front of them was now nothing but a sea of flames. Let out a sharp exclamation. That explosion was so sudden. Dong Ho beside him also wondered who exactly caused this. Qian Hun suddenly raised his voice. Wait a moment, I get it. His reaction made Seong Huin curious. Do you know who is behind this? Unexpectedly, Cheon Hun began to exaggerate, saying the death fate warned about was that sorcerer. Hearing this, Dong Ho grew annoyed. Why bring that up now? He kept wondering without realizing he was being targeted. What do we do now? We don't even know where the poison is. The archers up high are starting to prepare their attack. The light from the arrow did not pass through Jis's eyes. The attacker released his grip and the arrow flew away. He reacted almost immediately. This is dangerous. The earth gradually gathered around him. However, the arrow still pierced through and struck Jay directly. His face turned pale. Sung Hui and Dong Ho hurriedly ran over. Jay's voice, full of sarcasm, echoed from behind Gahin. If it's useless, there's little to expect. She appeared with 2 subordinates, but didn't expect you to make it this far. Coming empty-handed is pretty rude. Gahin/guildmaster. Seung Hui quickly realized. So she was the human trafficker after all? Dong Ho couldn't hold back a curse at the bastard. Gaihin didn't hide it and directly admitted it. I've been watching you from that inn. You've got guts and decent skills. By chance, we are holding a position together. What follows is an offer. You're quite suitable too. Do you want to join? Seung Huin's expression gradually grew more serious. Those words, he glanced down at his teammate gasping for breath, and just after an arrow flew through Gahen's hair, a cut appeared on her cheek. That was Seung Huin's answer, saying that after killing someone, it just wasn't thrilling anymore. The anger inside Gahen grew fiercer than ever. How dare you injure my face? I immediately ordered my subordinates to kill them all. Dong Ho and Chun Hun took the offensive while relying on Seung Hui. Uncle K, please heal Jai so he can keep fighting. He used just one move to take down 2 enemies. Following that was the appearance of a notification. The target has received a protective enhancement. His opponent was extremely arrogant. Damage received was reduced by 50%. They started mocking him. This old man is way too weak, huh? He wanted to fight and immediately rushed to counterattack. The lightning-fast strikes caught Dong Ho off guard. This is how it's done. He struggled to defend himself, but the others grew more and more ferocious to the death, until Cheon Hun's hand grabbed the neck of one of them. He was supporting Dong Ho, telling him not to bother Kim Hyung. Clear? This reckless fool is gradually caught off guard. What? The light begins to flash at Cheon Hun's command. It's time. From his back appeared cuts, fresh blood turning into sharp thorns. They pierced directly through his teammate. Cheon Hun showed obvious excitement with his own move. This domino effect is so beautiful, yet Dong Ho refuses to acknowledge an acquaintance. I still don't want to watch it. Ung Huyen observed the battle and thought to himself, they're probably fine. No need to intervene. His hands are still treating Jay's wounds, which aren't as serious as I thought. Luckily, he used the earth shield in time. Gahan roars in anger, witnessing the failure of the enemies. These useless guys, like a monk said, keep praising her while preparing to attack. Multiple formations appeared at once. Gahen signaled to the spear clan. The spear tips immediately lowered. Tianhun ran away while cursing loudly. Using area damage like that is really cruel, you know? At a time like this, Dong Ho still dares to tease. Tianhun, you need to take a good look at yourself before saying that. He turned his head to observe and silently assess. Luckily, it wasn't too fast, so he was able to dodge. But, since I've already become Gahin's target, how much longer can I keep running? I'll use the lives of my subordinates to trigger an explosion aimed at him. Dong Ho thought it was too bright. Isn't that her person? At this moment, the signal from the teammates was raised. Kim Hai-hung, move away quickly. However, Dong-ho couldn't dodge in time and took a normal stab. Jeon-hyun let out a shout. Kim Hyung and Seung-hoon were also surprised by this. Gen laughed loudly with pleasure. She arrogantly stepped closer to Dong-ho, thinking, I've already taken down one guy. Then he watched the people around from a distance with a very curious expression. Gaehan didn't know if it was good or bad, but still challenged Seung-hoon to heal him. If you can, go ahead. Dong-ho's condition is hanging by a thread right now. I heard the healer can bring the dead back to life. Gaehan threw down a challenge to Seung-hoon. If you can heal a corpse, then go ahead. Cheon-hun gritted his teeth and looked at him. Seung-hoo's expression became unreadable. Now, if he wants to ask properly, he should apologize first. As soon as he heard that, Gaehan couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's just a teammate dying, why so grumpy? After apologizing, will I be forgiven? Brother Ung kindly clarified. Don't apologize to me. On his face now is a gentle smile, at least to him. Gaehan asked confusedly, What did you say? Meanwhile, Dong-ho's body began to change. Dark streams of energy gradually surrounded him. This scene took her by surprise. Ji-hen exclaimed bluntly, Is this body dissolving? Her subordinates are also starting to become alert. Black smoke? Or fog? No, it's like they quickly noticed a shadow. Dong-ho's two eyes gleamed yellow and suddenly flared open. What the hell is that? Then a burst of black energy followed, making everyone shout in surprise. A monster created from that. Its eyes were bloodshot, its massive body standing tall like a mountain. The subordinates shouted in shock, Where did this monster come from? Dong-ho growled incomprehensibly, the sound blowing away the surrounding rocks and earth. He moved fiercely and began attacking them. They didn't even have time to defend themselves. They just saw their bodies start to bleed out. What is this? The rest were scared pale. Dong-ho turned to the remaining ones. His hand had sharp claws. Dong-ho swung it up and pierced through another guy's body. Seeing him charge, the surviving thug panicked and shouted, Hey, stay away from me! But he couldn't escape the fate of being attacked. Cheon-hun said confused, Even he himself is wary of that thing. What the hell is that? Only Seung-hoon remained calm. Isn't that your Kim Hyung? Cheon-hun was completely surprised by this statement. What? That monster? Kim Dong-ho is truly an unknown traveler, soft-footed, timid, and mentally weak. Honestly, it wouldn't be surprising if he disappeared forever in the Azun continent. But he managed to survive for 3 years. He glanced at the monster, the main reason being that creature. Then began to explain, If Kim Dong-ho falls for any reason, he will be reborn as that monster. Cheon-hun found it more and more confusing. Reincarnation? Seung-hui wrote on the ground while explaining, He's not just a simple bodyguard lycanthrope, but also has an additional minor class. Cheon-hun looked at his handwriting and wondered why there was a question mark at the end. Seung-hui softly explained, He said even the original owner might not be sure it could write like that. A smug smile appeared on his face. Not only was he reincarnated, but his stats also increased significantly. When observing the opponent's aura, it was unbelievably strong. Cry of panic. Gaehan began to feel confused. The monster, the grudge, from her fan was gradually being covered by the black aura of Dong-ho. Gaehan began to panic. Why is there nothing? Could it be that his move is somehow anti-magic? In the blink of an eye, he was in front of her, defeating Gaehan with a single strike while she weakly begged for my help. Can you stop this monster? However, Seung-hui and Cheon-hoon just stood there staring at me. Try being a good person first. Why should I save you? Gaehan is doing everything to protect her life. I know the ones you're looking for are the mages in that vehicle, right? She shouted loudly, I will show you where they are hiding. Please! Dong-ho roared, making me panic and scream, but then a spear suddenly flew in, activating the spear trap. Dong-ho was interrupted, and the one who entered was none other than Seung-hoon. Now you're speaking properly. He looked over at Dong-ho and spoke up. Calm down, leave that person to me. However, he had no intention of listening at all. This didn't surprise Seung-hoon or make him want to mess around either. Seung-hoon raised his eyebrows as he realized something. Dong-ho fell silent, and then suddenly ran off. Cheon-hun watched his movement and exclaimed, How could you do that? It seems like he recognized you, Se-hoon replied calmly. There's a reason for everything. Gaehan on the other side was furious, utterly humiliated. She pulled out a knife and lunged at Hyun. In the blink of an eye, my knife was pressed against his throat. Stay still! Gaehan laughed maniacally. Without that monster, you are nothing, and don't forget to challenge Brother Chung. If you move, I won't hesitate to blow this guy's head off. The pathetic scene in front of him was a bit irritating. I don't really care that much. Cheon-hun kept his expression and spoke up. Hey, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. He probably didn't expect that was exactly what Seung-hui was thinking. Yeah, I'm not worried. Whether you live or die doesn't matter at all. Ga-hen sneered and continued. You know blood mages are weak against divine power, right? If I stab your friend with this now, it'll be pretty interesting. This message from Bao's messenger made Cheon-hyun uneasy. Suddenly, a black aura appeared. Ga-hen cried out arrogantly. A divine mark bestowed by the power of the gods. Seung-hui couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. He still wore a confident expression and made a demand. If you understand, then surrender immediately. However, he was focused on something else. Just now, Seung-hui began to reveal his own aura. She said it was a divine relic, right? Witnessing a part of his power made her uneasy. That's right. The corner of Seung-hui's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Then came a notification. Summon Freya's crossbow, use it to cover her medical expenses. Seeing Seung-hui point his weapon at him, Ga-hen shouted loudly, Hey, aren't you worried? Your friend might die. At this moment, it was Cheon-hun's turn to make a remark. I'm not going to die, Ga-hen asked in confusion. What? His body began to transform, but she was able to instantly teleport behind him using her blood seal skill. Immediately, Ga-hen stole an attack. The knife slipped from her hand and was caught by Seung-hui. I never expected to get my first divine mark this way. He exclaimed excitedly, Thank you very much. When night fell, Seung-hui finally began to strategize. Everything had settled down for the time being. Treat him before he dies. He dropped the small knife into the jar the manager had given him and placed Ba Miku's messenger into the sacred relic. Next, the status screen request appeared. A message showed up asking if you wanted to dismantle the divine relic, a form of sabotage. Seung-hui pondered as the new dismantling system was added to the status screen, then began to consider. Sabotage, what a straightforward name. He decided to dismantle the divine artifact to extract its holy energy. Seung-hui watched the operating container and commented, Why does it sound like a washing machine? Very quickly, another piece of information appeared. The messenger of Ba Miku had been eliminated. Seung-hui was a bit surprised and remarked, Is that all? Easier than I thought. He was thinking to himself, relics are usually very durable, and destroying them is almost a challenge. It seems that Administrator isn't completely useless after all, because in front of Seung-hui now is another line of information. Part of the dismantling cost. 1,000 points have been spent. As soon as he finished reading, he couldn't hold back his anger. The bastard, Jae and Cheon-hun behind him, couldn't help but feel confused why the doctor was yelling into the air right after I woke up. This happens quite often. Seung-hui here is recalling the previous conversation. Tomorrow you will leave the village. You definitely shouldn't overwork yourself. Just 2 no's and we'll handle another 10,000. I just recovered after WM stole all my stuff in Chaotic. A few other notifications appeared. The achievement has unlocked Divine Relic Sabotage. Sabotaging a divine relic. The prerequisite is to cause enmity with the gods. Seung paid special attention to the line about destroying a divine relic, a condition for causing enmity with the gods. He was a bit puzzled and thought, could they be deliberately trying to provoke me by stealing points just for this achievement? There's no need for that. I'm always angry with you anyway. Another information panel appeared showing the achievement reward, a new stat added to the status screen called Distrust, a power born from a heart that rejects faith in the gods. It was followed by an explanation that as the value increases, it deals greater damage to divine beings and grants resistance to their attacks. Actions like destroying divine relics and defeating believers or clerics will increase the disbelief stat. Reading this, Seung-hui muttered, so dismantling the relic to fill the divine artifact automatically raises the disbelief stat. He smiled with satisfaction, power to provoke the divine beings. He liked it. Seung-hui's change in expression made Cheon-hun comment, You were really panicked earlier, but now you seem cheerful? He just responded indifferently. Probably just a continuation from some gamers messing around, that's my guess. Yet you showed no fear in the face of the threat. Truly impressive. Cheon-hun couldn't help but feel curious. How did you know I have teleportation skills? But the answer I got was completely wrong. I had no idea. I was just shooting randomly. How was I supposed to know? Cheon-hun is hurt, but he doesn't say a word. I'm not someone you care about, am I? You're such trash. At that moment, a noise came from the bushes behind. Dong-ho's voice rang out. Hey, his body is still in the form of the dark monster. Is everyone okay? Without understanding anything, he panicked and shouted. Monster. Cheon-H looked at Dong-ho's condition and commented, Did he just transform? Seung-hui replied softly, finally understanding, Huh? He took on the noble responsibility and informed the one still confused. Right, That's Kim Hyung, Ri blurted out. What? Even Dong Ho himself was taken by surprise. He looked at Gaehan's men in shock. Those corpses, could it be that I killed them all? Then he couldn't hold back and burst into tears. His screams made Seung-Hwin cover his ears. This is why I hate dying and coming back to life. What's the point of power? Every time I resurrect, chaos follows and I end up inside this monster's body. Dong Ho digs a hole and decides to crawl underneath. However, his body got stuck in the middle. It's truly terrifying. Chon Hyun watched this farce and commented, "Now this is truly the Kim Hyung I know." Seung-Hwin sighed and said the reckoning has begun. If you hate it that much, then give me that power. Then he turned around and signaled to them. So we've killed those worthless trash, no big deal. His attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere as a light began to surround the corpses. Seung-Hwin was taken aback witnessing this. The corpses are glowing. A notification appears using the death extraction skill. That strange hand is starting to extract things from the corpse and then place them into Seung-Hwin's hand. Are all these things inside their bodies? The people around curiously remarked. Kidney Stone J was left speechless by this statement. Say something that makes sense. Kidney stones don't glow. Brother Shung himself is starting to analyze something that has been infused into the mana. The divine energy was leaking from within. He calmly assessed it as being full of divine power, then continued to explain. Forces like mana and divine power usually exist invisibly within the human body, but they don't crystallize like this. Whatever it is, it's not a natural substance. It's already very strange for mages to possess divine artifacts. Cheon-hun glanced at Gaehan and remarked that this seemed complicated. At that moment, a sudden question arose in Seung-Hwin's mind. Wait, these are also containers of divine power. Can they be used to fill the divine artifact? He looked at the glowing stones around him, quickly picked them up to save the person, then turned his gaze back to Dong Ho. Seung-Hwin said nothing and just pulled him out of the pit directly. Dong Ho helplessly pleaded, "Please let me have some peace." Cheon-hun and Jae stood aside quietly, judging him like a freshly picked radish. Jae raised a thought, wondering if the bodyguard couldn't speak in this state. Dong Ho hurriedly corrected him. "What are you talking about? I can still talk. It's completely fine. Put me down." "What?" Seung-Hwin turned to Hun and asked Alex to cut off communication. Jae still didn't understand what was going on with the connection. However, he immediately followed through and disabled the divine communication skill. Cheon-hun still didn't understand what was happening. Why was the communication suddenly cut off? "Now I can't talk to Zix anymore. You don't understand me? It's really frustrating, isn't it?" Zix's words turned into characters no one could understand. Now Dong Ho suddenly said, "I can hear Cheon-hun now." Those words made him feel insulted. "Don't tell me you haven't heard me all this time." Seung-Hwin explained calmly. Kim Dong-ho's resurrection mode has a serious weakness. In werewolf form, Kim Dong-ho cannot use divine communication. His inability to stick to going to bed early every night is also a form of punishment. Hearing this, he gradually realized that good abilities never come for free, and those behind it are just like ducks hearing thunder. He pondered in confusion, have they both lost their minds? Elsewhere in Glass Prison, forbidden magic, Cheon-hun spoke up cautiously. The secret dark magic was dispelled. The two items in his hands began to poke at the lock, but nothing happened. He questioned irritably upon witnessing Cheon-hun's failure. "Is this supposed to be forbidden magic?" "It's just lockpicking after all," he smirked. "Oh, but lockpicking is illegal." The door quickly opened. "You all can relax and come outside now." The people trapped inside politely spoke up. "Thank you so much for saving us. Thank you. How can we ever repay this kindness?" The reaction of the leading girl made Seung-Hwin have to carefully assess her, yet she still exuded a strange elegance. Although dressed like a commoner, she was definitely her. He didn't waste time and directly introduced himself. "I am healer Kang Seung-Hwin. She is from the Magic Association, right?" That name immediately reminded Matiana. "Kang Seung-Hui, the person Ga mentioned the other day." She eagerly shook his hand, honored to meet him. "I am Matiana Buche, an investigator of the Magic Association." Then I began to explain, "I am here on behalf of Kama's proposal. They want to establish a branch of the Magic Association to honor your achievements." Seung-Hui replied, but then he remembered he was ambushed while coming here to help me. He said something that could be misunderstood. If anything happened to her, I'm sure I wouldn't be able to bear it. Matiana was completely smitten. Healer Hyun stood aside, puzzled, and asked again, "What is it?" He continued to offer, "I will take responsibility for treating your wounds." Matiana eagerly agreed, "Yes, yes." However, at this moment, someone's attention turned to Dong Ho. "Oh no, no monsters." Xiong-hui quickly spoke up to explain, "Don't worry, that's just my pet beast." His blunt answer left everyone feeling uneasy. What about the human rights of bodyguard Kim? The newly freed members immediately turned their attention to Dong Ho. "What's your pet's name?" Jung Huynh replied briefly. "It doesn't have a name, so can I call it Kang Don?" He even said, "Go ahead and call him that." They even patted his head. "Hello, Kang Don. So cute." By now, Dong Hoi, "Hey, what did you just say?" But Cod is busy checking out girls. Priest Matiana. He softly suggested, "You must be tired, but could I ask you for a favor?" Matiana did not hesitate and agreed. "Of course. What is it?" Brother Ung Huynh only gave a promise, assuring that this would also benefit the Magic Guild. Lai Wen, while drinking, had to pause. He felt uneasy all over. "What is this? Why does it feel so chilling?" The branch office of the Hin Village Adventurers Guild quickly came to a conclusion. "That's right, Kang Sung Huynh. That guy is back, and it's been so peaceful without him these past few days." Lu took out his suitcase and started calculating. "Before he annoys me again, I should call in sick and go rest somewhere." At that moment, a voice called out from behind. "Boss, someone is here to see you." Lu replied angrily, "Can't you see I'm busy? Tell them I'm not here." However, the information the young man provided made his hand stop halfway. They came from the Magic Association. Len frowned and questioned sharply. "The Magic Association, what kind of guests are these without any manners at all? Don't just stand there stunned, hurry and let them in." The young man rushed off, but cursed silently in his heart. "Yes, sir, truly a troublesome person." Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, the door automatically opened. The person who entered was none other than Matiana. She was furious. What the hell is the Hin Village Adventurer Guild even doing? Louis was momentarily stunned when Matiana appeared. He trembled as he asked, "Are you from the Magic Association?" Matiana loudly introduced herself. "My name is Matiana Bu." Lou immediately spoke up to clarify, "Madame Matiana, please calm down." However, she only grew more furious. "Do I look like someone who can stay calm? I was kidnapped by a criminal organization and almost died on the way here." Unexpectedly, he doubted those words. "Wait a minute. Really?" The assistant confirmed. "That's right. The Slash criminal organization has been continuously involved in human trafficking." According to reports, Lewin began to panic. "Oh my God, this is a huge mess. Who are these crazy people daring to mess with the Magic Guild?" Matiana stepped forward, shouting right in Lai Wen's face. "That organization, we have a hideout right in the middle of Hin Village without anyone knowing." He awkwardly tried to clarify that mages often come to Hin Village. You know that, right? Hearing this, she finally replied, "Yes, of course. Until now, the safety and rights of the mages here have been entrusted to the Adventurers Guild. Following that was a declaration that from now on, we will hand the guild over to someone else." Len frowned at this statement. "Someone else?" Matiana glanced toward the door. Xiong Hui arrogantly stepped in while introducing himself. "Did she just call me? Nice to meet you again. I am the mage Xiong Hui." Xiong Hui's appearance shook Lai Wen to his core. "What the hell?" He pointed his finger at my face and kept cursing. "You little brat, how dare you come here?" But in response, I just smiled innocently. "This is the management office." "Sir," Lewin hasn't stopped and directly gave orders to the assistant. "Don't just stand there, kick him out. Don't let him carry out his plan." Matiana raised her voice, reminding, "That's very rude." Manager Sung Hui stepped forward and gently replied, "Matiana, wouldn't it be better to clarify some misunderstandings about this situation?" Hearing this, she finally sighed and explained. "Manager Lewin, in his capacity as an investigator of the Magic Association, because of this incident, I have decided that the Adventurers Guild is no longer reliable for public safety." Matiana now presents a piece of paper, and this is the reason. It stated an agreement to establish a branch of the Magic Association. She continued, "You agree to building a rear branch of the Magic Association, right?" This statement was like a slap to Lewin, a branch of the Magic Guild. Immediately, dark visions crossed his mind. If a branch is opened here, the profits from the mages will flow to them. My money and the fees we collect under the pretense of protecting the mages will also disappear. No way. Seong Hyun didn't miss them at all. Seeing that expression, he stepped closer and whispered into Matiana's ear. "It seems Manager Lewin doesn't like that idea. She got a bit angry with him. Doesn't he like that? Should I go straight to headquarters to clarify this matter?" Lewin, under pressure, reluctantly agreed. "Please, I will sign it." Then I humbly took the pen and signed the paper. If it weren't for the remnants of the sword assassins, then why is that brought Seong Huynh here? But at that moment, a sudden thought sparked in Len's mind. "Wait a moment." He hesitated before asking her, "Matiana, you surely don't intend to hand over the protection rights?" Matiana did not hesitate to respond. We have appointed someone to manage the rear branch of the Magic Guild. This has been agreed upon by Gavin, Lord of Kama, and Master of Blood Magic. Matiana also revealed that a contract has been signed with the Maj Kong Seung-hui. Seung-hui stood aside watching his expression and kindly reminded branch manager Lewin, whose eyes nearly popped out. Lewin's screams echoed through the entire space. Are you kidding? He grabbed Seung-hui by the collar and kept questioning him. First you pretended to be a healer, and now you're pretending to be a mage? You're such a fraud. I'm studying to become a mage, so stop lying. Lu turned his face back to remind him. Don't get burned, Matiana. I've never seen him take magic drugs, but they were already prepared for that. Look, Manager Li Wen. Seung-hui took out an item, and Lewin's eyes nearly popped out of his face. He gasped. Where did you get that? Lu refused to face the truth. It must be fake, otherwise it's impossible. By now, Matiana's patience had reached its limit. Enough, she quietly challenged. Do you think the Magic Association is full of fools? Then came a threat. If you insult the mage Kang Seung-hui one more time, I will impose severe punishment on behalf of the Magic Association. This reaction of hers made Len break out in a cold sweat. Damn, how could he possibly rally both the Magic Association and blood magic to his side? He kept wondering about Seung-hui's identity. What the hell is he? Only now did he kindly say a few words to defend Len. Calm down, Matiana. Manager Lewin means no harm. Matiana softened almost immediately. If Maj Kong Seung-hui said so, she calmly asked to stop the argument here. Then she began questioning Lewin. Do you know who saved me and the hostages while restraining the gang of assassins? This question was what he had been waiting for all along. All right, here it is. Rescuing an investigator from the Magic Association is proof of exceptional skill. Lewin was already thinking of many responses. If I can restore my reputation from this, there will be no more complaints from the higher-ups. A smile slowly curved on his lips. Lewin's deep voice began to rise. These adventurers, no matter who they are, deserve recognition and reward. Because they saved her, we should give them whatever they want. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words were spoken, Seung-hui smiled brightly and replied, That's my team. Every plan Lewin had instantly fell apart. Matiana smiled gently and confirmed once again. Honestly, if it weren't for the mage Kang Seung-hui, we would have been doomed. Seung-hui softly continued her words. I'm just doing my duty. Only Len plays both roles in this sad play, these scammers. He looked at them and questioned, Are you all cut from the same cloth? However, he couldn't get past Seung-hui's skillful act of playing dumb. What is he even saying? I don't understand. Lu was so angry he stomped his feet hard on the ground. Don't play dumb, you guys are secretly building a magic guild here. And now Matiana is pulling out that paper. If you have doubts, take a look at this report later. She and Seung-hui just left like that. And with a well-deserved reward, I will be very much looking forward to it. No pressure. Things like the capital to build the Magic Association are enough. Lewin was so angry he couldn't say another word. The two of you, Matiana and Seung-hui, happily turned and said goodbye, leaving behind a man shouting loudly in anger. Those bastards only admitted the truth after we went outside Matiana. My heart was pounding so fast I thought I was going to die. She shyly asked, How was my performance? Ung-huin smiled faintly and confidently confirmed, Perfect. He had no suspicions at all. Their plan was to have Matiana pretend to be angry and bring up the Adventurers Guild, which reduced the construction costs of that Kama and the Guild had to bear. Until the construction is complete, no, even after that, I will hand it over to you. I'm just the nominal leader. Matiana spoke with a trustworthy demeanor. You can trust me. I've also been wanting to gain some real experience. A bright smile appeared on her face. And more than that, Maj Kang Seung-hui, you are my savior. Seung-hui replied calmly, thinking that with her skills as an investigator, she could have escaped on her own. Then he asked, Were those guys really that strong? Even Matiana herself had the same question. It was truly a bit strange. She began to share her own experience. At first I had the upper hand, but then they did something, and suddenly my magic was blocked. I couldn't use magic anymore. These words made Seung-hui fall into deep thought. His magic was blocked. Do those bastards really have that kind of skill? You quickly made a decision. Looks like I need to pay a visit to a few places. At the same time, in the Adventurers Guild prison, Gahan's curses echoed throughout the cell. You bastard! Seung-hui looked at her in the wave of comments. Pathetic. He was even kind enough to point out her fate. Once she's taken away this time, she'll never see the sunlight again. They'll definitely turn her into research material for the Magic Association. On Seung-Hwin's face was a sly smile, accompanied by an extremely lucrative offer for Gahen. Should I grant her a moment of salvation? Seung-Hwin calmly explained to Gahen on the other side of the bars. I'm quite close with the Demon Lord, and I also have a good relationship with the blood-colored warden. A sly smile spread across his face. If I wanted, I could get a prisoner out of here. That's no big deal. Ah, I won't beat around the bush. What do you want? Seung-Hui quickly laid out his intentions. I have a few questions about your guild, and I'm sure you can guess what I'm going to ask. Gahen hesitated and asked back, if I tell the truth, will you let me out of here? He cautiously prefaced his words. Only when she gave him a satisfactory answer did her hands grip the bars tightly. Gahen made full use of the lifeline rope thrown to her. All right, I'll tell you. I'll start explaining what I know. There is a type of medicine that allows you to use sacred skills by drinking it, even for a mage like me who has no spiritual power at all. Hearing this, Seung-Hwin couldn't help but feel surprised. How could that be? However, Gahen himself is not convinced about this matter. I'm not sure about the details either. We got it through a deal with a group of human traffickers. She only knows that they call it miracle water. Hearing this, Seung couldn't help but frown in judgment. Those guys have terrible taste now. Your attitude makes Gen a bit uncomfortable. Is that really the important thing right now? Seung-Hwin kept thinking, a mage using holy skills is clearly cheating. The weakness of mages is dark magic, but now there's a way to counter it. Gahen then added, thanks to that, our guild has exploded in growth in a short time. I won't forget to make a guess. There are probably still a few guys lying around in the guild prison storage. Hearing this, Seung-Hwin began to form his own plan. If he could get and analyze them, he might find some clues to give to Rafa. She anxiously snapped back. Are you satisfied now? I've told you everything I know. Now let me go as promised. Unexpectedly, Seung-Hwin suddenly smiled brightly and flipped his attitude as quickly as a rice paper. Why should I do that? Hen froze like a statue at this declaration. What did you just say? Seung-Hwin replied coldly. Didn't I make myself very clear? I said I would let you go if you gave me answers that satisfy me. This time I was angry and slammed my hand hard on the bars. What else can I say? I've told you everything I know, he politely corrected and thanked for the effort. But the answer was not quite satisfying. The lifeline kept fraying little by little. It was clear from the very beginning. Along with that was Seung-Hui's final declaration. Someone like her was born to have her lifeline snapped. He got used to it and left without looking back. Know your place a little, will you? Gahen hasn't given up and is still calling out. Wait! Stop right there. Her words are starting to spiral out of control. You bastard. However, that doesn't change the fact that trash like Seung-Hui belongs in the dumpster. Night falls at Alex Cheon-Hoon's office as he laughs heartily upon hearing Seung-Hui's story, so he extracted the information and left her locked up. He calmly drank water, taking responsibility for his own actions. He was increasingly respected. Wow, you really are amazing. Trying to show off, Troy Day gently placed his hand on Tu Yin Thay's chest. I've made up my mind, I'll join your group. Zhe-Hui coldly refused. Who gave you permission? In his mind, he was calculating. If a blood mage uses his own blood, he'd probably need frequent healing, so overall it might not be a loss. And then a question was raised, but Alex, the wound on your neck is almost completely healed. Che-Hun didn't hesitate to explain. Blood mages have a very good natural healing ability. Then he received a judging look from him. Useless, just as I thought, you have no place in this group. However, at this moment he suddenly reconsidered. Wait, if we have 4 people, can we officially register as a team? That attitude made Hyun ask back, are you ignoring me? Seung-Hui began to explain. Most groups consist of 6 people, but the minimum is 4. Zai finally spoke up to interrupt. Hey, you're not a member of the healer team. Chon-Hil looked at him and asked in return. Then why not take this chance to become an adventurer? Jay remained calm to explain. You have the talent, but I must politely decline. There was a smile on his face now. He had gathered all the master's items, so he planned to set off first thing tomorrow, and politely added, Thank you all for everything up to now. Seung-Hwin replied politely. We are the ones who should be thanking you. Dang. Jay left the tent. It's late too. I'm going to sleep now. Seung smiled brightly. Sleep well. Now only the 2 of them remain, so they have already left. A notification appeared when the skill was activated, turning off the divine communication skill. Cheon-Hun began the main topic. It's time for the interdimensional travelers to exchange information, right? Seung-Hwin calmly sips his tea. I've been waiting for you to say that. His gaze grew more serious. All right, let's start with some simple exchanges. He quickly agreed as well. Let's exchange one piece of information at a time. Seung Hui will start. This is information about the monster. On this side, there are requests for news related to the Black Lotus Lam Matia. Next is Cheon Hun, a parasitic plant called the wave-clinging flower that lives attached to humans. They say there is a cup that can turn any liquid poured into it into something else. The conversation continued, and here is a summary of the Monolith incident in the western area. Kama Cheon Hun made a very intelligent suggestion. Then I will take responsibility for reporting the situation from the contaminated area in the east, Lake Jerry. At that moment, he suddenly changed the subject and asked about the data on Cam. Seung Hui read the contents on the paper and asked if combining it with information from the blood tower would be much more useful. Cheon Hun was starting the formation, so knowing more wouldn't hurt. He suggested trading it for information about the Obsidian Tower. So in the end, you finally became a member of the Obsidian Tower. Seung Hui's gaze never left the papers. Of course, if he didn't get involved, the fanatics would bother him all day long. In the west, it is said that the cavalry commander fell due to the effects of the contaminated area. The head of the IF clan, Lef, the third son of the IF clan, appears in chapters 7 to 8. This information made Hun comment. At least now I know this image has been distorted. He pointed to a spot, saying the south is the worst, but everywhere is in chaos. Then he added that in the west, toxic contamination is happening as the land decays. Information about the different regions has been updated. In the south, P.S. the land is barren and sun-scorched, so dry that not even grass can grow. From north to south to west, and finally, the east at Lake Jerry. The insane war raged on for centuries without end. The north of J is an icy hell, so cold that no living creature can survive. Cheon Hun added a remark, saying, no wonder this place is called the land forsaken by the gods. He looked at Seung Hui and said those gods just leave these dangerous areas to rot like this. This time he agreed too. Yeah, there must be some reason why humans are forbidden from investigating those places. Then put away the papers. All right, that's all the information I have for now. And moving on to another topic. Now that Alex has officially joined, it's time to explain why Kim Dong-ho and I are taking on these risky missions. Chon Hun just smiled brightly and said, please keep it brief. Seung Hui summed it up with a sentence that shocked him so much he almost spat out his drink. We found a way to return to Earth. Cheon Hun immediately became interested in that topic. Tell me everything right now. Seung Hui said indifferently, this half-telling and going in circles is so annoying it's unbearable. But before I continue, I have a question for you. Tell me about the day you were dragged to the I continent, Alex. This request made Cheon Hun shyly put his hand on his cheek. That matter is a bit too personal. His attitude made Seung Hui's face turn as dark as a pot bottom. What the hell did you actually do? He began to explain. Well, you're holding information I really want to hear. So if you tell me one more thing I'm curious about, I'll tell you. Seung Hui then asked, so what do you want to know? Shi Hun didn't hesitate to ask. About Kim In. His hand pointed at him with curiosity. How could someone like you get involved with someone like him? Seung Hui just casually asked back, oh, come on, why are you curious about such nonsense? Cheon Hun calmly explained, I'm a detective, remember? Seung Hui crossed his arms and decided to reveal everything. So young Seung Hui began to recount his encounter with Kot. I think I should start from the first time I met Kim Dong. The time goes back to 3 years before he woke up. Seung Hui was still dazed. The noise of the people around him woke him up. Where am I? I was just at home a moment ago. Seung Hui felt everything around him and began to ask questions. I woke up in a strange cave. Why am I lying here? These aren't my clothes. Then he observed the surroundings. I woke up in a place I had never seen before. Based on these trees, this is not Korea. At the same time, I listened to the conversations around me. Let's call the police. This area is out of signal range, and a crowd of dozens of people has been brought here. Seung Hui's car gave a sincere impression. This feeling was strange, yet somehow familiar. Unexpectedly, at that moment, someone loudly shouted, "Status window!" That voice prompted many others to say the same. Status window, status window. Indeed, a panel immediately appeared before them, displaying their personal information. It appeared among the people dragged here. They were amazed as they read those stats. The status window was truly incredible. Is this real? Is it really real? Some adapted so quickly that they began to enjoy it. The crowd gradually grew excited. I knew this day would come, so why are they so excited? They look so thrilled. However, there are also those who are not swept up in it. Be honest. Is there anyone here who has been reincarnated? Who will make the move? Seung Hui quietly observed from the side. This was a typical performance. They were discussing among themselves. I don't think I could get lost in a novel if I became a top webmaster. Does anyone recognize this story? As for Junghui himself, he pondered, feeling like he was starting a web novel. Then another notification appeared, unlocking achievements and the basic knowledge for dimensional travelers using the status window for the first time. Along with that came a request to claim your reward. Light and items appeared as soon as Xionghui confirmed the reward, which was a starter kit. He sneered and wondered if this could be used as a weapon. I also became one of the people enjoying it. A person wearing a green hat excitedly shouted, "Everyone, check your skill window." Following that, a series of different skills were revealed, including translation skills and the first unique skill. My starting skill is wind cutting. Is it good? Shut up. Mine is throwing stones. Okay. They were really showing off. Xionghui remained silent, quietly reflecting on himself. Mine is observation. It's not a combat skill. However, among the crowd, a few people still wondered how these guys weren't scared at all. That was when Dong Ho spoke up. What was that sound? They scrambled as they saw a flock swooping towards them. Everyone over there, each one, was strangely aggressive. Behind them were only screams as they ran for their lives from the monsters. Monsters. There are still those who choose this moment to show off their skills. Here they come. This is the perfect moment to test my skills. Oh no, I don't have any attack skills. A battle broke out, taking them down. However, the newcomers were still no match for the seasoned monsters and had to fall back from this damn fight. Only Xionghui calmly took down the monsters to receive some notifications and unlock achievements. It wasn't a big deal, defeating the target without using attack skills. The scene of Xionghui slaughtering monsters was Dong Ho's first impression of him. He saved me. He stammered out, "Thank you." Unexpectedly, Xionghui corrected him. Once sharpened, even a wooden stick can be used, right? The first achievement reward was great. This attitude left Dong Ho feeling a bit disappointed. Is he ignoring me? The notification keeps popping up on Sung Hui's side. It's not a big deal. The first achievement of 2,000 points has been unlocked and an equipment gift voucher has been awarded. The first achievement comes with a special reward. Along with it, there's a suggestion. Do you want to write a congratulatory message? Seung Hui eagerly agrees. Of course I will post it. As soon as I clicked, a notification appeared for others as well. What is this? Seung Hui's name is up there. User GG has unlocked their first achievement. This is not a big deal. Below is your statement. Is everyone asleep? It turns out this guy had combat skills from the moment he appeared. Everyone around suddenly went crazy mad. They're noisy, trying to find out who Brother Zheng is. Who's GG? This guy really drives me crazy, but to him, it's just like the cries of a bunch of animals. The fledglings chirping will surely be happier when we stir things up, because the truth is, everyone talks but does nothing. After just the first battle, a few people had already fallen. It hurts, damn it. Why am I even doing this? They still care for each other. Are you okay? If we get out of this cave, we might find a way home. Let's try to stick together. Seeing all this, Seung-Huin silently thought it was a futile effort. Let them try to help others and die together. Maybe they will learn something. I am currently examining my own system. This point system displays its information. The roulette randomly increases stats, items, or new skills. It costs 20 points per spin. After reading the mechanics, Seung-Huin could directly confirm that this must be a lottery system, right? A smile curved on his lips. No need to overthink it. If I can pull out a high-level skill early, that would be amazing. Then Seung-Huin boldly declared, "Try 100 times in a row, I'm making the call." A flash of light appeared as something was awakened. Its silhouette reflected in Seung-Huin's eyes. "Come here." And he's convinced that I'm ready for the 2,000-point jackpot. Unexpectedly, what appeared was a broken wooden stick, followed by literally shocking announcements. Roulette result, different pebbles. Roulette result, miscellaneous. Paper showing the roulette result, thin stick of dust. Roulette result, wooden stick. Roulette result, a handful of sand. The more I read Xiong Hai's face, the harder it became. Roulette result, dust. Roulette result, dust roulette result. Dust from the roulette result. Dust from the damn roulette result. Other items like thin branches. Other items like pebbles. Other items are scraps of the paper. Other items are dust. Other items are dust. Other items are pebbles. Other item dry leaf. Finally, a cold notification line appeared. The card is full. Ung Hui looked at the pile of scrap in front of him and checked the remaining points. At that moment, a figure appeared. Dong Ho eagerly wanted to introduce himself. "Found you at last." He started the conversation with a smile. "Thank you for helping me before. How can I repay you?" Unexpectedly, I became the target of Seung Huin's misplaced anger. "Who the hell are you?" Despite Seung Huin's unpleasant attitude, Dong Ho kept a smile on his face. "I just want to thank you for saving me earlier." This only made the other person even angrier. Are you laughing? Is Dong Ho flustered? Zeung-Hwin grabbed him by the collar and stepped closer, questioning him sharply. Why are you smirking? I'm really pissed off. Dong Ha was trembling all over, while Ung-Hun spoke coldly. I don't know what misunderstanding you have, but I've never helped you or anyone like you. I've even threatened you. Don't bother me and get lost. Dong Ho then ran away immediately, apologizing. Only then did he look at the other person and wonder why he was acting as if they were close. How annoying. He looked at the notice board in front of him, checking the dialing system, realizing it was hard to get good rewards, and used points wouldn't be refunded, his anger rising higher and higher. Damn it, you should have told me beforehand. The story then continues. While searching for a way out of the cave, a few more monsters came to attack. The notification line is appearing are assigning a new class. Your class is Healer. The Super Elder Brother thought it over more. Healers, the time travelers, are divided into character classes. He looked at his own notification and wondered how he ended up as a healer when he had hoped for a combat class. What does this question mark mean? No one around paid any attention to Seung-Hui. If the class was assigned based on his nature and aptitude, then this result was not surprising. Then, as you know, it provides basic skills for the initial class, cutting something in half. Seung-Hai's face fell when he read the notification. What? He still pointed and questioned the system. Why a cut? What about healing? Does the developer of this game really have any experience? Then I kept asking myself, I am a healer, but I don't have any healing skills. Suddenly, Seung-Hun remembered something. Wait a minute. In the explanation of the dial system, his fingers operated on the information board, and several lines of text immediately appeared, guiding the points that could be earned through various methods such as hunting monsters and crafting items. Due to balance issues, some character classes can only earn points in specific ways. Healing-type classes can only earn points by healing others. His expression gradually drew the attention of those around him. Seung-Hun was laughing wildly, his laughter sounding somewhat unnatural. They decided to keep their distance from him. He was truly insane. Meanwhile, Seung-Hun was cursing his fate, wondering if this system was playing a prank on him. All the misery points he earned were worthless, and now it wouldn't even give him healing skills but still forced him to cure diseases. Using the observation eye skill, he looked around and began calculating. You think I can't do this? The information of the people in front of him immediately appeared. This man seemed very scared, in an abnormal state. Panicked, his ankle appeared swollen, trembling from the cold. He paid special attention to another person whose ankle seemed injured. He would be the right one to test. Then Super Ung-Hwen approached and started a conversation. Hey, are you okay? It looks like you hurt your ankle. The other party didn't hesitate to admit. I just fell, really unlucky. Seung-Hwen smiled brightly and offered, If you don't mind, I'd like to treat you and then ask if I could borrow that jacket. Did he just agree right away? Seung-Hwen went ahead and tore it apart, making the guy regret it deeply. My clothes. Seung-Hwen began wrapping the cloth around the person's ankle. A minor scrape needs to be stabilized with cloth. He quickly finished his work. All done. He can move now. The system notification appeared immediately, awarding 4 points, marking the first milestone on the path of a healer for treating an injured person for the first time. A tonic for beginners, Jung-Hwen was finally temporarily satisfied. Good, I don't necessarily have to heal for real. However, in his mind, he immediately thought of plans to earn points for himself. Now, he would trick these naive ones to gain points. As long as he had the right tools, he could save people, even when they were near death. The other person turned around and said, Thank you. You really saved me. Seung-Hwen still wore an innocent smile. Oh God, don't bring that up again. At this moment, the troublemaker named Yu suddenly spoke up. All right, everyone listen up. He knows the situation well and is starting to explain. I know being suddenly pulled into another world is terrifying, but that's exactly why we need to work together. Following that was this recruitment attempt. My friend seemed pretty strong, so I asked if he wanted to join our Group J. Unexpectedly, he flat out refused, saying he wasn't interested and preferred to go solo. Young-Hu froze in place, and even the person who just lost a leg commented. It seems like everyone is starting to form groups. Young-Hwen remained calm about this. Wherever people gather, factions form, but he was already calculating in his mind that he should join a group if he wanted to earn points with his first aid skills. He stepped forward and said, Excuse me, I want to join your group too. Yu-Hu politely responded to the welcome. He smiled brightly and asked questions. First, what is your character class? Lai Yu, leader of the Zung-Huin group, honestly revealed. Sister Healer, the opponent's reactions are very diverse. Oh my God, is that Sister Healer? I'm not lying. Healers are always welcome. They started introducing themselves. What skills do you have so far? We already have a healer on the team. She has received basic treatment training. Brother Ung continued to explain.
I haven't acquired healing skills yet, but I have medical knowledge. It's not formal, but self-taught. I also added what I would do myself, because it would be too much for one person to heal everyone.
I will support the therapist. Their attitude changed almost immediately. What? What is this guy even saying? Are you sure? They openly reject Seung Hui, the healer, yet he can't even treat the wounds. He bluntly admitted he was freeloading. Seung Huin started feeling uncomfortable, but forced a smile.
That's not it. I will be the main damage dealer and handle the minor wounds.
You kept explaining. I really did take the healer class, but no one wanted to hear your explanations. Ihumai asked with a contemptuous look, but you can't heal, so what kind of healer are you? Then teased, what? Are you only going to pour medicine and perform surgery? What kind of support is that? The people with him cheered enthusiastically. This guy is really funny, like a damage dealer without any attack skills. The anger inside Seung Huin grew with every sarcastic word they said. This game is definitely trash. We had scammers from day one who couldn't heal or deal damage. Then suddenly Dong Ho spoke up. Wait, he actually stood up to defend Seung Huin. I saw him heal the injured earlier. I saw it with my own eyes. Even he was surprised himself. Dong Ho was deeply confused inside. This was the person who had insulted him before. Seung Huin was also wondering why he was intervening to help him. No one would defend someone they were so angry with. He pressed his lips tightly without saying a word. But inside, he kept thinking badly of the other person, not knowing his true intentions, though they were truly disgusting. Despite his fear, Dong Ho still stood up to point out Yu's mistakes. You can't just label someone who comes to cooperate as a fraud without reason. However, he asked back, hey, do you really believe what they say? The person questioned responded with disdain. Really? It's hard to believe there are actually fools who get fired up like that. Their hatred turns toward Dong Ho. Do we really need to drag this idiot along? Uncle in pajamas, why don't you just go over there and sleep? Another girl spoke up at that moment, apologizing and questioning them. Aren't you being too rude? Do you really need to talk to a team member like that? And fully supporting Dong Ho, Kim Dong Ho wasn't wrong either. This attitude only made Seung Huin feel more annoyed. What now? Why are they already having internal conflicts? Those on Yu's side took turns questioning her. And who are you? Are you that wolf guy's friend? If you have a problem, why don't you just get out of here? She crossed her arms and replied firmly, why not? How can I trust and follow someone who doesn't even respect others? Then they go and lure other members as well. Let's go. Unexpectedly, they couldn't bear to leave. Us? Wait a minute. So it's not easy to find a team with a healer like her. This reaction caught her a bit off guard. Sorry, miss, I can't go. Don't drag us into this. You can leave on your own. Ihu laughed heartily. It seemed like she was about to be left all alone. Someone even suggested that if she knelt down and begged for mercy, we might just feel sorry for her. He was kind to the culprit. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Please forgive me. These words only made her angrier. You really kept going until Seung Huin declared he couldn't listen anymore. He lazily scratched his ear and made a blunt comment. But honestly, I thought this was a strong group because it had many members, but it turned out to be just like a hexagonal bucket full of empty cans. Dong Ho and the kind girl both looked at him, while Yu and his gang immediately got angry. What did you just say? Seung Huin repeated without hesitation. No, it's nothing, whatever. Why waste energy talking to those who only listen to decorate? He directly pointed at the medic, saying, the only one who will suffer from being stuck with these idiots is that medic. This person only knows how to chant Buddha's name, so why drag me into this? After saying what he wanted, Seung Huin turned and walked away. Just don't regret it later. Ihu watched his figure and cursed loudly. What the hell was that? Is that guy crazy? Should I kill him? Still, to say it wasn't bitter would be a lie. The guy holding the heat was also cautious. When Seung Huin was beside him with a fierce look, he said, you could fit in better with the group, so don't take it too seriously. Those words made him turn and give a not-so-friendly smile. It's okay, I'm not upset. He wondered about the things he was holding. By the way, what are those mushrooms for? The other party directly stated, I have a skill to identify food. Most of the mushrooms growing in this cave are edible but not very tasty. However, these mushrooms actually taste better when eaten raw, Seung Huin replied as he activated his skill. Really, using the observation skill. The information of the items immediately appeared. The plump red mushroom, the main ingredient for making life potions, will restore a small portion of health when consumed. Blue night mushrooms, the main ingredient for making mana potions, restore a small amount of mana when consumed. He began to become interested in them. So all these mushrooms are healing items? The opponent nodded in confirmation. Really? Ung-Huin picked up a mushroom and wondered. You're not going to give away those mushrooms, right? It seems like stronger monsters will appear. We are the only ones who know about these mushrooms, right? Hearing this, he was also skeptical. Maybe it shows as edible when I put it in the inventory. The others were all busy focusing on their status windows, but just after speaking, they heard Seung Hui's sinister laugh. He bit into a stalk and declared, "Make sure only we have the rights to these mushrooms." Meanwhile, Yu's side was getting ready to explore the cave, with the combat team leading and the non-combat team following right behind. However, they always treated Dong Ho and the kind girl with hostility. I can smell the scent of losers here. Scavenging leftover items is truly pathetic. Dong Hoi said, "We're not following them, we just have nowhere else to go." The girl beside him silently held her head. "Stop talking to them." After a few steps, there was a commotion. A hulking monster appeared, along with its companions. Ihu immediately signaled that the monsters were coming and prepared to fight. They charged in to attack the damn monsters. However, some were still injured, and even Waihu herself struggled. Why won't you just die already? Why have the monsters suddenly become so tough? Their formation is breaking apart. Stop yelling and help me with these bastards. The burden falls on the healer. Medic, heal faster. It hurts too much. She began to feel uneasy inside. Too many people were injured. I found it strange from the start, but the number of injured kept coming non-stop. Hey, hurry up with my recovery. She can barely stand. Just wait a moment. Along with that came a red alert message. My head was spinning. Abnormal status. Treatment overload. She vomited blood and collapsed, shocking everyone around her. What is happening? Why did this old woman collapse? However, the monsters kept coming in greater numbers. You decided to signal, "Get out of here first." He led the group in, fleeing. Dong Ho and the girl kept following. They moved separately, but were soon forced to stop, because right in front of them was a huge pile of rocks blocking the way. This made the people behind feel angry. What? We just came this way. How the hell did it collapse already? Xiao Huin's voice immediately rang out. I knew this was going to happen, he calmly remarked. I told everyone not to rely on just one healer. The guy with me asked confusedly, "Is this net really okay?" Seung Huin was extremely relaxed, saying I wove it from some starter clothes you guys threw away. Yu's group angrily demanded, "What the hell?" Are you blocking our way? Seung Huin admitted without hesitation. That's right. How do you know that? This attitude surprised everyone around. The situation has now fallen into complete chaos. Seung Huin remained calm as he said, I had a bad feeling about that healer from the start. In contrast, chaos unfolds below. If a healer overuses their healing skill and suffers from healing syndrome, as he cheerfully explained, they won't be able to use the skill anymore, right? And he didn't forget to add a remark. This is what happens when you ignore the advice of others. Meanwhile, the fools down below are slowly being overwhelmed by the monsters. Help me! Ihu struggled to fight those bastards. Then he shouted, Get down here now! I'll kill you myself! Ung Huin replied calmly, No thanks, why should I do that? Anjia Triu sympathized and continued. Everyone is struggling to fight, but I'm just a doctor who doesn't know how to care. I can't help. This attitude left everyone listening utterly speechless. The monsters were terrifying, and they all stopped without a word. Demons, worse than demons themselves. The survivors gradually lose ground. Yoo-hoo, if this keeps up, we'll all be wiped out. But he couldn't come up with any countermeasures. Damn it, who still has medicine? Someone nearby quickly explained, We already gave everything to the medic earlier. The responsibility suddenly weighed heavily on Hugh's shoulders. Do something. You're the leader. His face went pale, completely avoiding the responsibility. I don't know shit either, you idiots. I'm a rookie too. What the hell do you expect? The person next to Seung Huin asked Han anxiously, Are you really just going to leave them like that? Only then did he stir. I was about to, but it was too heartbreaking. I couldn't just watch them like that. Then take out the pile of mushrooms from earlier. Sister Thuong really is the kind of person with a compassionate heart. His expression was a judgment directed at him. Seung Huin spoke neither quickly nor slowly. Let's settle this peacefully. Then he threw those mushrooms on the ground again. Peace. The group looked confused at the item that was just thrown down. Mushrooms? Sung kindly explained at this moment. Those mushrooms are recovery items. The information stunned them. The red mushroom restores health and the blue mushroom restores mana. Their gazes gradually grew wild. Seung Huin smiled brightly and declared, Whoever picks it up owns it, right? A battle broke out among former teammates, followed by a loud exchange of curses. I found it first, so back off. You want to die? This kind only makes the guy next to Seung-Hoon even more confused. He said he wanted to settle things peacefully, but he just calmly asked, Isn't this peace then? We are the ones who are truly at peace. He had to make that comparison. Over there, it's like the goddess Eris throwing the golden apple. Isn't this apple meant for the fairest? If you want, go ahead and try. It's like you crushed the golden apple into pieces and scattered them everywhere. Ung-Huin didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right, I just tossed the golden apple around. The realm is getting more and more chaotic. What flag? Only now does he explain that Eric may have thrown the golden apple, but the goddesses were the ones fighting over it. Yet she crushed it into many pieces. But I am still the goddess of beauty, and only one conclusion can truly be drawn. In the end, greed was what drove their actions. After saying this, a sly smile appeared on his face. Did I ever tell them to fight over it? The person next to me was stunned. You did that on purpose. The kind girl was also interested in it. A recovery item? She turned to Dong-ho. That bag just now. Because they had previously had a conversation with Seung-Hoon. Please forgive me. He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, why are you two helping me? Each of you has your own reason, so isn't helping each other the obvious thing to do? I couldn't just stand by and watch such rude behavior. Seung-Hoon's car didn't forget to ask back. Even when I was rooted to you, Dong-ho quickly explained. Don't worry, I'm just helping because I couldn't stand what I just saw. Hearing this, he reluctantly replied. Anyway, thanks, Dong-hwa said loudly, though his face didn't look very grateful. Then Seung-Hoon threw them a bag. This is how I repay you for earlier. Use it when both of your energy levels are low. It's full of those mushrooms inside. And then at that moment, the kind girl began to reconsider. Maybe he was a good person after all. The truth is, Seung-Hoon is more excited than ever about the competition. Eat like a dog finding a bone. Some time passed and only a few survived. Damn, I thought I was dead for sure. Everyone was angry. Those bastards always talk about unity and all that. They only want to save themselves. You're all cowards. Don't ever talk to me again. Yu directed his anger at Seung-Hoon. He was so furious he gritted his teeth, blaming him for the situation he was in. Seung-Hoon and his companion finally climbed down. Everyone worked hard. It was not in vain. Yu immediately rushed to attack. Damn him to hell. However, he was no match for Seung-Hoon, and Yu was knocked far away. Seung-Hoon nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, why I suddenly gave my stuff to everyone. Then he stepped forward and confiscated his weapon. I'll take this to trade for the medicine. At that moment, they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. There's the light. When they got outside, everyone was deeply moved. Great, we made it outside. We're alive. Seung-Hoon's car finally spoke up. Everyone did well. I'll give it back to you. I didn't do anything. He reminded them, from now on, everyone should find a way to survive on their own. This is where we say goodbye. The kind girl anxiously asked, are we just going to leave like this? At least tell us your name. Hearing this, Seung-Hoon just sighed. No need to introduce yourself. He honestly shared his thoughts. If we exchange names and one of us dies, it will leave a permanent scar on the survivor. Along with that, a promise. If we survive, someday we'll meet again, right? The other three looked at him and smiled. Even Seung-Hoon felt a bit excited at the thought, although I didn't really think that soft-hearted people like them could survive for long. When that time comes, we'll introduce ourselves. The story continues, and the next time I meet Kim Dong-ho, a black sphere appears in the bushes. Ung-Huin stood watching it with a knife in his hand. It was 8 months later. The story continues to be told. It has been 8 months since I got lost in the AL continent. Many space travelers have become familiar with AL, and a period of stability has begun. The system has also stabilized. Some adventurers have started receiving good skills and items. Rumors are spreading all over these taverns. Heard the news? That crazy guy John. Lately, he's been targeting every space traveler he meets. Be careful. Dehan wiped his mouth and laughed, confirming it. That's me. So you're a space traveler too, huh? Then he grabbed the other's face warmly, saying, Nice to meet you. Let's fight. The story continues to unfold. During this time, several space travelers began spreading their names across the continent. As for me, I captured the wanted criminal of Arante Black Rank. The receptionist smiled and replied, You did very well as mentioned. The reward will be fully transferred to your inventory. Seung-Huin sneered at the person caught in his hands. His name was Lai Yang-hu, but that was an alias. His real name was Seung-Hui. I've enjoyed working as a bounty hunter. On the table now are a few wanted posters, 1 Class A, 1 Class B, and 2 Class C. Catching them all in one day would be great. Seung-Huin casually rested his hand on the back of his neck and muttered, Now that I've caught a high-ranking target, I probably won't find any easy prey for a while. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. What should I do next? Then, Seong-hun began to examine the bulletin board again. There's nothing to do on the AL continent, it's so boring. Until a voice from behind called out, "Hey man," the mysterious man wondered. "You planning to hunt the monster?" Seung-hui softly denied, "I'm just looking." He held up a piece of paper and excitedly said there was a big commission, asking if I wanted to hunt together. Seong-hun read the details and thought to himself, "A raid mission? A powerful monster has just appeared in Braun Valley." He asked again, "What do you think? The reward is quite tempting." However, deep down he thought otherwise. It looked troublesome. Later at the Skana Mountain camp in Braun Valley, discussions echoed everywhere. It appeared frequently in the Braun Valley area. "We'll set a trap there, split into 3 teams, and corner it." Seong-hun held the wanted order, confident they could handle it. "I just need to review my wounds a few more times. It's time to earn some points. Up there are the crimes that creature committed." A voice spoke up from behind him. "Is it really tragic?" Along with him appeared a red-haired man, the cursed wolf who slaughtered the entire village. They recounted the story that had been told them. All the villagers were massacred, torn apart, and brutally eaten. Hearing this, Seong-hun responded indifferently. "I see," the blue-haired girl added bluntly. "I came here to visit a friend living in Skanakia village." She clenched her weapon tightly, and by the time I arrived, my friend had already been killed by that monster. Along with that came a declaration. "That savage beast, I will kill it with my own hands." However, Seong-hun showed little interest in them. "So that's how it is," Who asked the minister to answer. "They barely know each other to be talking like that." Until an order rang out from behind. "Here it comes." Dong-ho appears in the form of a monster. It's a shadow wolf. Surround it and get ready to attack. Its expression is extremely fierce. Ung-hwin's vehicle also heightened its alertness. So this is the target of the raid. He began to use his skills to activate the Night Beast observation skill, and then pondered as he read the information provided. Night Beast. Is that all the information I could find? The female mage launched a firebomb, causing an explosion to drive the monster away. They loudly told each other it was coming that way. "Stop it." Dong-ho ran straight ahead. The blue-haired girl jumped high, intending to end the raid. She growled, calling her a monster. Still, Dong-ho squeezed his eyes shut and summoned a sharp thorn to take her down. Then Dong-ho ran straight into the forest. The others hurriedly chased after him, trying to catch up. Only Chung-hwin remained standing still. He looked at the blue-haired girl and asked, "Are you okay?" However, her face now showed only anger and regret. That was my chance to take revenge. Damn it, she burst into tears. I was too weak. It was only now that Seong-hui raised a question. Was the Skanakia village incident really caused by that thing? She looked up at him. What did you say? Seong-hui's reasoning was neither fast nor slow. Think about it. That thing should have wiped out an entire village, but when ambushed by adventurers, it just ran away? That doesn't make any sense. He repeated the story he had heard, and they also said the villagers were bitten to death. But that thorn-like skill wasn't Jiang Nan's. Then he continued to conclude, and most importantly, he remembered Dong-ho's apology and directly presented it. It had just apologized, but the blue-haired girl froze at this judgment. She looked confused and shouted back, "What the hell are you babbling about? It didn't apologize, it just screamed," and then kept cursing, "If you're just here wasting my time, then get lost." Those words made Seong-hui frown. She gave me nothing but useless information, and now she's telling me to shut up? His gaze followed Dong-ho as he ran off, but more importantly, was he the only one who understood that language? So that means Seong-hui quickly grasped the situation as cries in Korean echoed from the forest. The camper looked toward that direction in confusion. What was that sound? Is that some kind of alien language? What kind of signal is this? The truth is, it's Seong-hui's voice. Can you hear me? I am a space traveler. If you can hear me, please come to the middle of Skana Mountain Slope. Dong-ho slowly moved toward the voice. Seong-hui had never given up the intention to search. I am not the one causing harm. They quickly locked eyes. Dong-ho cried out in fear and crawled into the hole, denying that it was his doing. The contrast between the two states made Seong-hui silently think how it suddenly shrank like a grain of rice. He spoke up to reassure the other person. Don't worry, it's just me here. I just want to ask a few questions. Dong-ho gradually calmed down. Really? Seong-hui put his hands on his hips and began to explain. The fact that you understand Korean means you are also a space traveler. Do you understand that you cannot use heavenly communication? Dong-ho nodded weakly in confirmation. That's right, I can't communicate with anyone. I thought I would be hunted like this forever. Then, Seong-hui straightforwardly asked, in Skanakia village, were you really the culprit? Dong-hwa denied it, saying, no. His tears and runny nose were all over. When we arrived at the village, everyone was already dead, please believe me. But Seung-Hwin didn't let Dong-ho cry for long. All right, then explain it. Quiet. The story begins now. We were on our way to Kadria Lake, so we had to pass through this mountain. As night fell, we decided to stay overnight in the village of Skanakia on the mountainside. But when we arrived, the entire village was destroyed, the people brutally killed, and the houses in ruins. We searched around hoping to find survivors, only to see a set of monstrous teeth, and the sight of that creature slaughtering others. Then something ambushed us from behind. Seung-Hwin smiled bitterly and concluded, "This must be the culprit." "Did you see its face?" Dong-ho asked. "Nothing happened too suddenly, I apologize." The story goes on with him telling it. The only thing I remember is that right after I told my team to run, it bit my neck. This skill makes Seung-Hwin feel intrigued and then turn into a wolf after dying? Wow, I wish I had a resurrection skill too. He looked at Dong-ho and then raised the question about who bit my neck. "You mean the others in the village?" Dong-ho wiped his tears as he recounted. "I don't know. Their bodies were trampled horribly." He concluded with sympathy. "I can only say they died in the most horrific way possible." Deep inside, Seung-Hwin suddenly recalled the words of the red-haired man. The entire village was slaughtered, all of them brutally torn apart. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Have you guys figured it out yet? I give up." Elsewhere, the red-haired man was still moving with the blue-haired girl. "She shouldn't be moving so recklessly. It's none of his concern." She stubbornly moves forward, unaware that the one walking with her is the real culprit, and he will kill the monster quickly. The red-haired man didn't bother to hide his fangs. "All right, if that's what she wants." He targeted the blue-haired girl and lunged to attack. If she wanted to reunite with her friend that badly, the moment she realized the danger and turned around was already too late. The man's eyes widened and glowed red. However, before he could attack, Seung-Hui appeared just in time and pushed the opponent back with a single strike. The sword pointed straight at his mouth as Seung-Hui began to speak. "I should have realized the moment you knew the cause of the villagers' deaths, even though it wasn't clearly stated in the report." The smile on his lips never faded as he continued speaking. "Found you?" The culprit behind the Skanakia village incident. The red-haired man stepped back a long way. Just as things were getting interesting, a strange, lizard-like figure appeared. Zae-Huynh was satisfied with his conclusion, so it really wasn't caused by any monster. At the same time, he was using his skill, a powerful energy rising within him. He seemed to have swallowed something containing mental energy, then slowly concluded, "So you're proud after getting a good item and went on a rampage?" By this time, the opponent no longer hesitated to admit, "Yes, I am the culprit, but what can you do about it?" He completely underestimated their team, a wounded girl, especially looking down on Dong-ho and a royal dog. This red-haired guy didn't even bother to hide his aura and boldly declared, "Do you really think the three of you can beat me?" Still, Seung-Hwin kept a smile on his face. "No, even if it was just me alone, it would be enough. But I think I don't even need to lift a finger." This confused him. "What did you just say?" Seung-Hwin calmly revealed. "Did you forget?" Meanwhile, the other adventurers were gradually closing in. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the red-haired man in today's battle. It was a raid, and his face twisted in disgust. "What?" As for Seung-Hwin, he gave a sinister smile, saying that adventurers are not easy to kill. His words were like a sentence passed on him. "Thanks for turning yourself in." Then the adventurers all rushed forward to attack and kill him. "On the red earth," the enraged beast roared fiercely. At that moment, Dong-ho behind was filled with admiration. "You're amazing. How did you know he was the culprit?" In response to those words, Seung-Hwin calmly replied that it was actually because he was just stupid. The red-haired guy was surrounded by adventurers. Even the blue-haired girl joined the fight, seizing the moment to strike through his body. The redhead coughed up blood, and the moment the sword was withdrawn was when he fell. The blue-haired girl pressed her lips tightly. Then they all cheered loudly, voices echoing. "We did it. When we get back, let's celebrate together." But the blue-haired girl looked for Chung-Hui's figure and couldn't find him anywhere. Where did he go? Elsewhere, Dong-ho was roughly thrown to the ground. Zae-Ung-Hwin blocked him with a slow, threatening move. "You should greet someone you know." That deep voice carrying a deadly intent, pretending not to know me, is really annoying. Zae-Ung-Hui grimaced and came closer. "He doesn't know me?" "Kim Dong-ho," Dong Hwang asked back. "How do you know my name?" This made him realize he wasn't mistaken. "That woman once called your name Kim Dong-ho." Who would have thought Dong-ho was so clueless? His bewildered reaction made Seung-Hwin feel angry. He kept wondering, does this guy really not remember? How stupid do you have to be to forget something like that? That breakup was really emotional. Then Seung-Hun turned and walked away. Whatever, forget it. Unexpectedly, as he took a few steps forward, Dong-ho followed closely behind. This action made Seung-Hui uncomfortable. And then he turned around and asked directly, "Why are you following me? You didn't take part in the raid, so you won't get any reward." Dong-ho hesitantly suggested, "Well, let me stay with you until I find my teammates." However, Seung-Hyung flatly refused. "No. Dad, good luck," Dong Hwang called out just in time. "Wait, he's trying hard to keep up." "Don't be so cold, I won't bother you." Inside, Seung-Hun was secretly pleased. That's right, he's as timid as a rabbit and can't even fight properly. Taking him along is like carrying dead weight. So he just concluded he didn't need someone like him. Unexpectedly, through experience, Dong-ho proved his usefulness, and Seung-Hun's initial decision to not need him gradually faded away. He was relaxing in this hammock when he suddenly realized this was actually pretty convenient. Zae-ung-hui looked up at Dong-ho, and that's what having teammates is all about. He kept reminding himself that convenience was still convenience, and he didn't intend to keep him around for long. However, Dong-ho responded with a bright smile. "Hey, I've got the fire going." Ung-hui stepped closer and spoke. "Hyun," I reached out my hand while introducing myself. "My name is Kang Seung-Huin." Faced with this unexpected action, Dong-ho froze for a moment, but quickly replaced it with a joyful smile. Dong-ho warmly returned Seung-Hun Chang's handshake. Then came my self-introduction. "My name is made up of the character for goodness and the character for love." Boring. Time passed, and a month later, the southwestern thug was backed into a corner. Damn it, I'm cornered. In front of him is Seung-Hyung's figure. "Step back, you handsome bastard. This punk is wildly swinging his weapon. Don't come any closer. Get out of the way." Seung agreed to the request. "Okay, I won't come any closer," the punk asked back in confusion. Really? But of course, the answer was no. Several knives were already stuck in his head. Brother Ung-Huin smiled and repeated, "I didn't come near at all." Then he signaled to the person behind him. Kim Dong-ho, the rope. He moved swiftly, immediately dazzling his target while asking questions. "By the way, Master Tram really is a bounty hunter." Ung-Hui lazily explained that punishing fools who don't know their place is quite entertaining, and the reward is pretty high too. Hearing this, Dong Hwang grew more curious. What does he need the money for? To answer, he took out a letter. The content read, "On the appointed day, we will be waiting there." The Shunghuin Church casually explained, "There's something I really want to buy." They continued their search, which should have been in this alley. From the dark alley came Liss's voice. "Oh, brother, we've been waiting for you." Louis Baron, a priest of the Wandering Church. Seung-Huin smiled slyly, slowly closing the distance. "I wonder if you've been waiting longer than I have," he confessed. "I've been waiting for this day for 6 months," Liss replied with a deep sense of empathy. "I understand that feeling. I can imagine how much you've been longing for this." Right now, Seung-Hui throws the bag in his hand down as he says, "Here are the 170 gold coins as promised." Liss's eyes lit up at the sight of the money pile. "Now hand over the item," he replied with a sly smile. Of course, their deal was made. "May Jum's blessings always be with you." Seung-Hun pondered deeply. Finally, he had it. On his face was anticipation, the skill scroll that could be learned just by tearing it open. And Seung-Hun wasted no time before unsealing it. Healing skill scroll. Goodbye. The life of a healer. Now let's talk about the attributes of the skill scroll. A consumable item that allows you to learn a skill just by reading or tearing it. Seung held it in his hand and muttered, "They are usually very rare to find in dungeons or sealed ruins, but can also be crafted by oneself." He continued to explain, "But the creation process is very difficult and expensive." Hearing this, Dong-ho couldn't help but wonder just how hard it was. His question triggered Seung-Hui's mimicry trait. To properly craft this healing scroll, dozens or even hundreds of high-ranking monks must gather around a blank scroll, reciting the entire Bible daily, praying to the gods, and writing the prayers without a single mistake. Only after the process is completed, 100% can a fully functional scroll be created. The time and manpower required produce just one scroll, and most ordinary people never even get to see one. Dong-ho hurriedly stopped him. "All right, I get it," he asked suspiciously, "but if it's that valuable, why would the church just sell it to ordinary people?" Seung-Huin calmly explained that corruption and embezzlement were everywhere, so cutting back a little wouldn't hurt. Since he dealt with the black market, he was ready to act. Anyway, today is a special day, and the light appeared the moment Seung-Hun tore that paper. After 5 months on the AL continent, I finally obtained the healing technique. His whole body was enveloped in light. Dong Ho was blinded. Seung Huynh felt a change in his body. Dong Ho eagerly asked Han, "How is it? Did you receive the healing skill yet?" But the answer disappointed him. No notification of acquiring any skill appeared. Then came a calm declaration saying that the spell scroll must be fake. Dong Ho blurted out, "What?" He looked at Seung Huynh with concern. But wasn't he angry? The only response was Seung Huynh trademark smile. "Night falls at Joom Church," the Wind Guard orders. "Stop and quickly reveal your identity." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Seung Huynh punched him and sent him flying. Inside was the figure of another priest, stopping him, saying, "This is sacred church grounds. You can't just—" But he met the same fate as the guards. Akko. Inside Father Luis's room at Joom Church, Luis was muttering to himself over the pile of money he had just earned. "Luckily, I sold that scroll of magic." His expression became 100 times more vile. "So beautiful, absolutely beautiful," Luis muttered to himself excitedly. "Now, what should I do with this money?" But before he could finish his sentence, the wall was pierced. It must have been Seung Huynh coldly entering inside. Seen it. In the next moment, Luis was seen hanging suspended outside. He frantically explained, "There must be some misunderstanding." Dong Ho also dared not stand too close. "I'm angry, really angry." Sweat poured down Liss's face. "I swear I gave you the spell scroll," Seung Hui coldly questioned. "Then why didn't I receive the skill and was directly threatened?" "Still got that mouth running. Should I report you to Zoom?" By this time he could only suggest the archive, "So I will take you to the church's archive." They quickly moved to the archive, where there were tons of skill scrolls. Seung Huynh was blunt and directly pulled out the skills. He hit them like tearing paper. Luis was stunned witnessing this scene. Those scrolls were worth millions. Seung Huynh angrily declared, "Nothing has appeared yet. He's just getting bolder." "I told you, you're the problem." This time Dong Ho joined in. "Wait a minute, is this guy leading us to the fake letter warehouse?" Luis was so angry he was stomping mad. None. At this moment, it was Dong Ho's turn to tear a scroll, and a notification immediately appeared. "The power of the skill scroll has settled with you, and the new skill received the holy armor." He is a bit stunned. "Really, I have a new skill now." Luis cries out to the heavens in vain, cries to the earth unheard. "How many times do I have to say it?" He regretfully gathered the scrolls that had been torn to pieces on the ground. "Seriously, what kind of weirdo is this? Oh, what a shame. If there was mana, you would have gotten the skill." Hearing this, Seung Huynh couldn't help but feel curious. "Wait, it's mana, not divine power?" Luis asked in confusion. "You don't know." Then kindly explained, "The divine power we use is created when the mana within us blends together with the faith and blessings of the gods." Seung Huynh directly asked back, "So people without mana can't use divine skills?" And then received a cold confirmation from Luis, "Of course not." Seung Huynh anger flared fiercely, and he decided to take out his frustration on everything around him. Damn it, the stupid status boards and the shelves all came crashing down. They hit the wall opposite, causing it to crumble as well. "Fine, then I'll destroy everything." But at that moment, Seung Huynh realized something. Wait, there's something behind the wall. He and Dong Ho stepped inside, observing and assessing as they went. This thing was covered in a pile of cloth. Seung Huynh eyebrows knit together as he decisively pulled off a piece of cloth. Dong Ho, seeing what was underneath, was so scared he clung tightly to the person next to him. Zombie, he said slowly. "Not a zombie, it's a mummy." Then he glanced at the cloth in his hand. The cursed tarp is an item that can suppress and conceal mana, often used by dark wizards to hide their dark magic. Luis also happened to step closer and loudly said, "This is terrifying. Why would a cursed mummy be in a place like this?" Dong Ho asked confusedly, "A cursed mummy? So these are mummies created by humans using dark magic, not naturally formed?" Seung Huynh confirmed calmly. "That's right." He looked at the pile of mummies in front of him and continued, "These things shouldn't be inside a church." From the distant window came a voice saying, Dong Ho immediately signaled to Seung Huynh. I heard a voice coming from inside. They slowly moved inside, only to witness a horrifying scene, with faint cries coming from the rescued captive. In front of them now were two children begging for help. The glowing rope was quickly cut, and the boy sobbed aloud. "Thank you." Then he turned to shake the person next to him. "Brother, wake up. We can go home now." Seung Huynh then activated his observation skill, quickly revealing information and detecting a faint amount of divine power around the wound, as well as the traces of magic. Dong Ho beside him couldn't help but feel curious. "Uncle Kang, what do you think?" Then came a curse from Seung Huynh. Jume Church, those bastards. They were using both magic and divine power to torture these children at the same time. Dongho's eyes widened in horror. What? What the hell are they doing that for? His hand clenched tightly. His face darkened with anger, especially since it was against those damn children. Seung-Hwin then turned to Luis and asked, "Father Luis, do you know anything about this?" He calmly explained, "I'm just a nominal cleric, so I don't know much. I didn't even know this room existed, which isn't very helpful." Hearing this, Seung-Hwin calmly replied, "Father, you'll probably be publicly shamed in front of the church for destroying so many scrolls of magic." Luis was so annoyed by this young man's shamelessness that he couldn't say a word. "You've been the one doing it all along." Seung-Hwin continued his words. After all, he made an offer to Lis. "If you reveal anything to us about this matter, I might help erase your identity after you escape from the church. Think carefully." A moment of silence passed before Lis slowly spoke. "I just remembered, I've heard about this case before. The higher-ups are carrying out some kind of project, a project about harmony and unity. Speaking of which, the Jum Church, ranked 8th on the Isle continent, is headquartered in Lea. The core ideology they proudly uphold is harmony and unification," Luis explained calmly. "Harmony and unification. I heard that is the main content and purpose of this project." These words made Seung-Hwin think about harmony and unity. But divine power and magic cannot be mixed. He quickly came to the conclusion that the Jum Church seems to have teamed up with dark wizards to synchronize and merge the two forces into one. Dongho gently caught the two boys. So before he could continue, Seung-Hwin took over. Clearly they were used as test subjects for the unification. He continued explaining that those mummies out there weren't made from corpses. The magic and divine power forced into their bodies went out of control, turning them into hollow mummies. The older boy groaned in pain. Seung-Hwin leaned in to examine the situation, the remaining traces of magic and divine power in the boy's body clashing violently. With this group, the boy will be shocked to death. Then he takes out an item. In this case, the demon alchemist Lis couldn't help but feel curious. "What are you trying to do?" Seung-Hwin asked as he opened the bottle and explained. "Above all, mana inherently tries to corrupt the mana first." "Mana? Since it's mana, you have to use magic medicine." Then he poured the liquid directly onto the boy's body. "I will forcibly extract the mana from the first person affected." The blue, sunlight-colored water on the body triggered an immediate reaction. That realm cried out in agonizing wails, "It hurts so much, it hurts so much." Meanwhile, Dongho here took on the responsibility of holding his little brother tightly. "Hey!" Seung-Hwin calmly assessed the situation, noting that the remaining divine power reacting to the expelled magic energy wouldn't withstand this pain. Following that was another item, a sacred sealing powder that gently dissolves divine power and temporarily nullifies it when used. Seung-Hui directly threw the entire bottle at the boy, the golden light gradually dispelling the green liquid and the dark aura. Luis observed the situation and made a comment. "The boy looks much better now," Seung-Hwin explained slowly. "This powder breaks the divine power inside, helping the boy stabilize and providing some extra information no one asked for. I originally bought it to mess with the Jum Church. I never thought it would end up being used for treatment." Then Seung-Hwin gave the signal. "Kim Dong-ho, bring some silver cloths here. Use them to wrap the victim's body to prevent external magic from touching them." The little brother sobbed as he asked, "Is your brother feeling better now?" Seung-Hwin smiled brightly and explained, "If the boy eats and rests well, he will recover quickly and won't need any urgent treatment." Another issue Dong-ho mentioned is whether we can really sneak the kids out. Even if we do, the church will never stop hunting us. However, Seung-Hwin calmly retorted, "Who said we were going to sneak them out?" His words stunned him, and the Jum Church Hall then exploded. Everyone inside started running away. What the hell is going on? However, at that moment, another bomb was thrown in. It caused an explosion even bigger than before. Damn it! What Seung-Hwin is holding is a sacred bomb that explodes upon contact with divine power. He was enjoying the process of running and throwing bombs like a terrorist. Dong-ho behind him never expected this young man to be so crazy. Kang is planning to level this entire church. Someone quickly stepped forward to try to stop him. "Stop right there," the priest questioned coldly. "How dare you run wild in the sanctuary dedicated to Lord Jum?" He intended to teach a lesson, but ended up stealing a packet of yellow powder. "You will regret this." Brother Zeung gleefully threw the powder at him. It was holy sealing powder. "Block the divine power for 1 second. Block the divine power for 1 second. Block the divine power for 1 second," ignoring the meaningless pleas. "Damn it, wait, time's up." Brother Zeung took the opportunity to grab both cheeks of the priest. Finally, there was someone worth questioning. blocking divine power for just a second. Along with that came a threat. Even with all this chaos, I still haven't seen any senior priests show up. Where are they? If I stab you now, you won't be able to heal yourself. This guy hurriedly confessed the truth. The ritual, they are conducting a fusion experiment in the chapel. Zehuin let out a long breath full of contempt. They left after leaving a few lumps on his head. The boastful chapel guy was now surrounded by strange auras. Those present chanted the spell with all their might. 2 streams of power continuously cast as the group kept channeling energy into the boy. Keep him balanced. She amplified the divine power a little more. The boy screamed in pain endlessly. One of them signaled, this one is about to die, and someone nearby immediately suggested, hey, bring in the next test subject. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out to stop them. No, continue. Haya's face showed no emotion. Do not stop the experiment until the last breath is taken. Knock down Haya, the leader of the Du sect. His eyebrows nearly met in the middle. When several bombs appeared in front of them, they began to glow and then violently exploded, blowing everyone away. Those who quickly set up the barrier managed to stay standing. Haya shouted angrily, "What is that?" He stepped toward the cloud of dust and questioned Seung-Huin. "Who are you?" He just smiled lightly and asked me. Then proudly introduced himself as a righteous healer who purifies the church, nurtures the flock, and saves the 6 realms. With a smile that never fades, I just stopped by to save the child. He was so pissed off by the interruption that his whole body tensed up. Where the hell did a cocky brat like you come from? He pointed and gave orders to his 8 subordinates. What are you guys doing? Get up quickly and use healing magic to treat their wounds. They immediately followed the order. What the hell are these bastards? Only now does Seung-Huin kindly warn that he will regret it. No sooner had he spoken than a pain piercing to the core of his being struck him. Not only him, but the others reacted the same way. Damn it, it hurts so much. Seung-Huin thought to himself with satisfaction. The explosion had blown away all the divine power, leaving only dense dark magic inside. The problem with those priests is that they don't think. Their bodies have already been exposed to dark magic, so using healing spells only makes things worse. Suddenly, a few beams of light flew from one side. Seung-Huin hurriedly shielded the child in his arms and was then struck hard enough to cough up blood. Those guys in black hoods are so stupid. The prison clergy aren't the only ones here. The super-sensitive divine bombs were completely useless against the dark sorcerer. Seung-Huin handed the baby to his teammate. Mr. Kim Dong-ho is holding the baby, okay? Are you okay? The 2 guys wearing helmets attacked at the same time. Die. The technique they used is called Black Dog. However, this time Seung-Huin was prepared. I won't fall for the trap twice. He grabbed a priest and used him directly as a shield. I have a top-tier divine shield right here. 2 forces collided with great intensity, leaving the poor priest bruised all over. You damn bastard! He struggled while pulling out a dog-chewed item. You bastard! Then he directly threw it to the ground. Faint streams of yellow light began to appear. The people around watched and immediately recognized it as holy water. I am saved. Now is the time for me to be healed. The ones wearing hoods are gradually losing ground. No, damn it, what about us? They fight back with similar potions. Just ignore it. Dark essence. The weak priests immediately suffer the pain. Bastards. Both sides kept throwing their potions at each other. So you want to go all out? Neither side is willing to back down. That's why I hate negotiating with those priests the most, Seung thought as he observed the chaotic battlefield. The reason there has been no damage until now is thanks to the fragile balance between divine power and dark magic. But it was just a minor interruption, yet everything went straight to hell. His face was filled with utter despair. From now on, this is the continent I know. Witnessing all the hard work being destroyed, the cult leader was extremely furious. What a cheeky bastard. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he questioned, "How dare you destroy the 1,000-year dream of the Joom Church?" Then he immediately drew his weapon. "I will personally punish you." The book was opened, unleashing a burst of light. The technique used is divine power. Seung-Hui skillfully dodges the attacks. Dong-ho used his own body to shield the children as the orbs flew wildly, causing significant damage to the surroundings. The hooded men shouted, "My body, save me!" Seung-Hui raised his guard against him, his power melting everything he touched. Is this the strength of an apostle? What a nuisance. Hia was still very confident using her power. Everything will merge into one. This is the power of Doomy. At this moment, from a corner, the furious cursing of Dong-ho could be heard. "Just stop it, you bastard!" He looked at the item he was wearing and commented, "That cloak was no ordinary thing. Do you dare to withstand the power of Joom? And why would you risk ruining our grand plan over some insignificant experiments?" And then he decided to change his target to see if you could withstand this. Dong Ho turned to dodge the explosion, but he was quick enough to realize. No, the ceiling is collapsing. Dong Ho hurriedly moves, thinking to himself that at this rate, the kids will be buried under the rubble. Dong Ho used his body to shield the kids. A huge hole appeared in the ceiling, rocks started to fall, and he signaled the kids, "Run!" Dong Ho directly threw the kids far away from the shockwave. Damn it! He managed to grab the last boy's arm and push him away. Just before the debris fell, Dong Ho was buried under the rubble. The blue-haired boy cried out sharply, "Uncle!" Haya witnessed this and commented with satisfaction. Oh my, how humiliating. That was truly a tearful sacrifice. He turned to Shung Huin and began to speak sarcastically. So how do you feel after doing that? Was it worth abandoning your comrades? He just gave a bitter smile, then spoke calmly. That guy must be a fool to throw away his life to save a few kids. The cracked stone pile began to tremble, and Dong Ho in his monster form burst out. He went berserk, while Seung Hui commented, but he was the one capable of doing that. Heya was taken aback by Dong Ho's new appearance. What the heck? What kind of monster is that? He charged straight at him. The spot Dong Ho aimed at was Haya's neck. He was pushed back and had to rely heavily on his strength just to stay alive. Lord, grant me the power of divine authority. The golden light attacks Dong Ho with divine power. His body was immobilized. Dong Ho stood tall, staring at Heya. He exclaimed with excitement, "Serves you right, take it!" Then he started to look down on him. "Who do you think you are, you mongrel dog?" No sooner had he spoken than he was pierced through by a spear summoned by him. Heya stood there puzzled, thinking, that guy's power wasn't divine. He was pushed back once again. That was the energy of incarnation. The hand holding the book loosened and dropped it. Heya's defeat left the others in confusion. Lord Heya, that damn bastard. They scrambled to discuss among themselves. Do something, I beg you. If even Lord Heya can't fight back, what else can I do? Zi Ung-Huin on this side just smiled with satisfaction. Damn, looks like the old man has gone crazy. He watched Dong Ho and thought to himself, he's so clumsy it's almost like he's fighting with his soul, a bit difficult. At this moment, Dong Ho turned towards the kids. Se Ung-Huin watched his every move and then judged. Is he looking for the kids? I guess his heart hasn't changed at all, no matter how strange he looks now. But then Dong Ho suddenly lunged forward. Se Ung-Huin was stunned by this action. He quickly moved as he realized what was happening. No way, his eyes are becoming wilder. A weapon was thrown. He just managed to stop Dong Ho before he could attack a child. He cried out in pain, his eyes still wild and white with rage. Seung Hui and Dong Ho then rushed at each other to fight. However, he still sneered and remarked that the church leader seemed like the boss, but the real threat was actually Kim Dong Ho. As he spoke, Shung Huin summoned a weapon. Let's not blame each other for this anymore. Then he directly swung an attack at Dong Ho. He was pushed back, but still managed to counterattack. The battle unfolded at a high speed. The short-haired boy cried out in worry. Uncle, Dong Ho, and Seung Huin are still fighting fiercely. At the same time, he is also using strong resistance skills against divine power, dark magic, fire, and ice. Seung Huin silently assessed that only by getting close could he see the information that hadn't appeared before. It was almost immune to all special damage. No wonder only Lai Ki-dong from Ba Do could handle it. He quickly developed his own strategy, realizing that the key to fighting the dark beast was physical damage. Seung Huin recalled the earlier scene and understood more clearly that silver was its weakness. His hand quickly reached out and touched a silver item. Seung Huin didn't hesitate and struck directly, his face gradually growing more tense. Just as the two were about to clash, a bolt of lightning struck down, stopping them both. Seung Huin spoke up in confusion. What is going on here? Dong Ho had the same reaction. Seeing this, Haya was so confused that he stammered, Lord, why would you... He desperately shouted, Why did you abandon me? Then he looked at the boy with the two colored eyes and questioned him. Instead of choosing your disciple, you chose that lowly thing. Seung Huin sneered and remarked. The bastard's gaze lingered on the boy with the two colored eyes. Is it a trap or not? Got it. The boy with two colored eyes stood between Seung Huin and Dong Ho, accompanied by an exclamation. It doesn't hurt at all anymore, the boy muttered. It was Lord Joom who saved me. Then he turned his gaze toward the priests. Moreover, the boy raised his hand, with only one thought in his mind. No matter what, he had to crush them. The two were stunned and tried to stop it, but it was too late. They met a swift death. The other priests suffered the same fate, their two colored eyes nearly mad as they continued the slaughter. He even granted me this power to punish the wicked adults, Seung Hui said with a slow frown. It's getting way too excited now. Only then did the boy turn his head back. A declaration was made. Lord Joom said he was very saddened because you and the monster dog destroyed the temple. The two colored eyes gradually grew excited, so the boy reached out his hand and declared, "You asked me to punish you." Seung Hui moved quickly to dodge the attack. As he moved, he thought to himself, "It shoots wildly and aims poorly, but just one hit would be the end of me." Dong Ho struggled to dodge from another side, annoyed by the boy, then charged directly to attack, the two colored eyes demanding the monster to back off. However, Dong Ho had no intention of slowing down. The next day, he was blown away, losing his two colored eyes as he took the opportunity to prepare an attack. "Die, you monster!" Seung Hui watched with concern and immediately kicked a stone to strike the boy's hand, stopping his move. The attack was blocked, making Trak Huang yell in frustration, "That hurts." Seung Hui smiled and commented as if a disciple had been hurt by that strike, saying it was too careless. The boy changed tips and began a series of attacks. What a nuisance. Seung Hui runs alongside Dong Ho, calculating a strategy to deal with that noisy kid first. He decided to call a truce with Dong Ho. Now is not the time to fight. He reluctantly agreed. Seung Hui watches his expression and concludes, "I understand that he agrees." Then he took out a few sword sticks and immediately threw them directly at the two colored eyes. The boy quickly counterattacked. He shouted and excitedly exclaimed that not a single strike hit. However, he was immediately attacked from behind by Seung Hui. The two colored eyes nearly hit the ground. The boy reached out, ready to strike back. "Damn you, monster, go to hell!" Seung Hui and Dong Ho were moving at high speed, and with a confident tone, he reminded the boy, "I'm not so easy to hit with cheap tricks." Yet his expression was far from optimistic. "To be honest, I'm almost completely drained of energy." Seung Hui threw a volley of blades at the two colored eyes and felt like he was about to pass out. Dong Ho also joined the attack. Seung Hui watched him and thought to himself that this was the first time he had fought someone his equal. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, accompanied by a truly interesting remark. Seung Hui closed the distance to the two colored eye and thought it was over. Unexpectedly, the boy's right eye suddenly emitted a fierce light. The two of them were pushed back, and Seung Hui cursed in frustration, "Damn it." The space was violently affected, a hole appeared in the ground, and both fell down below. Seung Hui struggled to wake up. The ceiling was collapsing, the floor was cracked, this damn place was about to collapse. He quickly saw the two yellow eyes in the moss. By this time, he had also regained his composure. "Hey, are you okay?" Seung Hui replied calmly. "Dong Ho Kim, you're back already?" Then he continued to watch the two of them. Dong Ho looked completely exhausted. He spoke up, asking for help. "I'm fine, so please take everyone outside, including this kid." In Seung Hui's mind, a thought suddenly came to him. If it dies while still in its beast form, it might never come back to life. His eyes grew sad because this was the moment of farewell, and he was beginning to like the feeling of having comrades. The red potion spilled all over Dong Ho, but his body showed no reaction. Seung Hui showed no expression, just as I thought. Truly useless. Even though he used all the elixirs, breaking the bottle showed how frustrated he was. Seung Hui's hand touched Dong Ho after all the effort to win. But the ending was like this? Dong Ho held back as he revealed his true feelings to Dong Ho for the first time. "If I die here, wouldn't everything be meaningless?" Unexpectedly, a notification appeared at that moment. The text reads, "Achievement unlocks your value. Your value is earned by healing teammates sincerely without expecting reward points. Achievement reward, 20 free spins. You can now obtain special skills through the spin." A series of notifications explaining the situation appeared one after another. Among these skills, only you can use the one meant for those who cannot become healers but still choose the path of a healer. Seung Hui moved his lips, but no sound came out. Another notification appeared. "Do you want to spin the wheel?" Seung Hui impatiently demanded silence, and to spin it quickly. What was given was the blood-stopping skill. Seung Hui spoke up in confusion. "What the hell is this?" Because right in front of him now were a series of different notification versions. The newly acquired skills are bleeding control, binding, magic wand manipulation, circulation, origami, draining, slim, and wound stitching. Getting 8 skills in just 20 spins? Normally you have to spin hundreds of times just to get one support skill. And what even is controlling the magic wand? But he immediately shifted his attention back to Dong Ho. Now was not the time to dwell. He had to check his condition first. The skill was activated, triggering the observation eye. Information about Dong Ho's condition appeared, showing only 25% black substance remaining, and if it dropped below 20%, it could completely vanish. Sung-Huin had to admit, whether he liked it or not, that the black beast would truly die once the black substance forming its body dropped below a certain level. He recalled the battle with Dong Ho. The silver-struck areas showed no signs of healing, and the lower body was destroyed when the floor collapsed. Then Sung-Huin turned around, wondering, is that all that's left? He looked at the sharp spikes, which were even surrounded by dark auras. Sung-Huin picked it up and began to examine it. The spikes of the black beast, sharp needles formed from its mutated body, inflicted heavy damage on both the holy and the evil forces. Did I see that right? Seung-Hui was completely stunned by these stats. Just its transformation and resurrection were overwhelming enough, but it also dealt critical damage to both the priest and the dark mage. He couldn't help but lightly swat the person next to him. Truly envious. System notifications kept appearing, the remaining black substance at 23%, 22%, 21%. Only now did Seung-Huin regret the previous strike. Damn it, I acted on instinct. I have to act now. First, stop it from continuing to decay. Lines of notifications kept appearing, activating skills, stopping the bleeding, successfully stopping the bleeding, activating skills, circulating 100% decomposition resistance, slowing down the necrosis process. Seung-Huin's attention turned to the sharp spikes. Now how do I absorb it back? Do I have to grind it up and feed it? He began searching through the notifications to see if he had any other survival skills left in his skill list. At that moment, he saw some useless skills like controlling a magic wand, able to pick up the slipperiest things like paper folding, becoming a master of origami, binding and knotting with a unique style. Zeong smiled thoughtfully, wondering if he should pray for him to find peace, but soon he found what he needed. Wait, this one, Harden Slim. This skill has the following information. Slim petrification instantly hardens Slim-type toys, bypassing the physical resistance of amorphous monsters and causing a stiffened state. Using it again removes the stiffened state. Seung-Huin was a bit surprised and thoughtful, thinking it was useless, but who knew it could be helpful, not only hardening the Slim but also softening it again. He began to reason that the black beast was not an ordinary creature, but more like an amorphous Slim, and Lok Quan believed that this skill might actually trigger the Slim solidification skill. The sharp thorn gradually dissolved. Seeing that, Jinghui finally allowed himself a smile. It worked, so he carefully held the sharp thorn, knowing he had to retrieve it before it leaked, then activated the skill, draining it completely. The small thorn constantly changes, collecting liquids within the nearby area. Xinghui uses skill after skill, then deactivates the draining skill. Dong Ho's condition began to improve. The remaining black substance was 23%, 27%, 24%. Continuous notifications appeared, showing 30% of the black substance remaining. The decomposition of the black substance has stopped. Zehui sighed with satisfaction, his body stabilizing. He lay down on the ground, exhausted, feeling like the worst was over. My eyes were nearly shut. I needed to recover, but was completely exhausted. Yet in Junghuin's mind, thoughts kept racing. I wasn't bad at saving people before, but now with useful skills in hand, everything was different. A smile spread across his lips. For the first time, he truly felt like a healer, even though he couldn't use healing magic yet. Only then did Seung-Huin allow himself to close his eyes, feeling that now he was worthy of being a real healer. In the endless night, coughing sounds echoed. Seung-Huin was awakened by the noise. He sat up abruptly and looked around in confusion. Is this a temple? Why am I back here? Seung-Huin was lost in thought, unaware of the shadow behind him. Is this a dream? I can't even open the status window. The footsteps of that creature pounded the ground. The one who appeared was the god of harmony and unity. He frantically charged at Seung-Huin, demanding to know how he dared, how he could. You have trespassed the sanctuary and defiled the sacred temple. Your whole body is starting to dissolve, and with anger roaring, I will never forgive you. However, Seung-Huin did not let himself be overwhelmed, and he was surprised that a single slap was enough to push him back. Doom fell into deep thought. After confirming he could injure Joom, Seung-Huin kept striking him relentlessly. Joom couldn't dodge a single blow. After a while, he angrily demanded, "Stop, don't hit me." Only then did Seung-Huin sneer. Sorry, it got a bit noisy, so I lost control for a moment. Joom was stunned once again. An ordinary person who can endure my reverence. Seung-Huin calmly explained, It's not the first time I've encountered this. He shared his own experience. I've raided a few temples before. Reward, reward. How dare you insult my shrine? Sorry, I've seen many gods appear in my dreams before, and I realized one thing. Ung-Huin continued speaking neither fast nor slow, and I realized one thing. No matter how divine, your clenched fist in a dream cannot cause real harm. Then I explained to Jum that only mental attacks are effective, and my mind is very strong. He was confused, but eventually admitted that from the moment you stepped into the sanctuary, he knew you were no ordinary person. Stepping forward, he continued, Then I have a proposal. Kill the low-level beast you brought with you, and I will grant you great power. The way Jum referred to Dong Ho as low-level left Seung-Huin stunned. It took him a moment to grasp his intention. Wait, is he talking about the black beast? Then came the questions. Why call it that? I've caused quite a bit of chaos, too. And Seung-Huin didn't hesitate to ask directly, What exactly do you mean by demotion? However, Jum refused to reveal it, saying, I cannot say that. He did not hesitate to respond in kind. Then I cannot accept this offer either. He leaned close to his face and threatened, I'll kill it right now, and if you refuse, I'll hunt down all your followers. These words meant nothing to Seung-Huin, who dared him back, saying, The more you try, the easier it is for me to wipe out the rest. Zihui began pointing out the facts. Your cult is already shattered. Losing more followers will only make things worse. Isn't that right? Zoom roared in anger. How rude. He angrily cursed, wishing he still had all his strength. At this moment, Seung-Huin kindly made a suggestion. If it's so uncomfortable, just ask the black beast to kill me next time. Room turned and walked away. After a while, he realized that in the eyes of humans, it was black. Room disappeared after leaving a vague remark, and finally, Seung-Huin woke up. I'm awake. The familiar ceiling appeared, and in his mind, he silently wondered, What does that mean? Luis leaned in, curious. You're awake? Seeing this face, Seung-Hui reflexively slapped Lai sideways, startling me. He held his face and demanded, What are you doing? Then he started bragging, saying I risked my life to get you out. Hearing this, Seung-Huin casually asked back, Risked your life? Luis began to explain further. Rumors have spread that the Great Temple has collapsed throughout Ladaya, drawing not only commoners, but also monks from other sects. He recounted his rescue process. If they found out about the Fusion and Reconciliation project, it would be a big problem, so I took you to a temporary private room. Hearing this, Seung-Hui quickly realized that the only one left to take the blame was Luis. All the other high priests have been eliminated. He hid me to keep me from saying the wrong thing. However, he still gave him a smile. Well done. It would have been a huge problem if it fell into the hands of the cult. Then he asked about Dong Ho's condition. By the way, did you see the black beast that came with me? Luis calmly explained that if he was talking about that monster, he was quickly taken to the underground warehouse. Din from Lis Dong Ho looked up at Dr. Kong with tears in his eyes. He asked Han with concern, Are you okay? What about the kids? No wonder he was treated like that. Sung Hung also didn't hesitate to share. Thanks to Priest Luis secretly taking them away, the kids are safe. But the disciple has lost all his power. A faint smile followed. I also need to be healed. Dong Hui, the chili pepper, spoke up. I apologize, but this statement confused Brother Si-Young. Sorry for what? The other party began to explain. I hadn't had a chance to speak, but right after I came back to life, my body often acted on instinct. I don't remember anything from that time. He even recounted the old story. There was a time I even stabbed one of my teammates. He was my close friend, yet when I woke up, I found that I had stabbed him. Dong Ho felt deeply guilty inside. Where did I even get this power from? He thinks negatively maybe I was born to live alone forever. But unexpectedly, in response to Lam Laibi's bitter words, Seung-Huin simply remarked calmly, Who knows? I completely agree. Traveling with you is not easy at all, but to me, you are just an ordinary traveler crossing through eras. Dong Ho was surprised by this. You mean I'm not attacking you, but fighting alongside you? Seung-Huin nodded in agreement. Yes. Then he kindly added, I'm the type of person who will chase enemies to the ends of the earth when betrayed. And yes, this hot temper of his has also caused harm to many innocent people. Remembering Dong Ho's actions, Seung-Huin continued to persuade him. But if someone helps you, you always know how to repay them. He humbly admitted, if I had been alone back then, my injuries would have been much worse. Hearing this, Dong Ho also felt somewhat comforted. Really? So I can still fight alongside others. He finally managed a relieved smile. Thank you, Dr. Kang. Seung-Huin also smiled and thought to himself that it was just a temporary team for now. He used the key to open the door for Dong Ho, but if we really parted ways now, I'd feel lost. Yet in my mind, I was already thinking about the future. Maybe by then I will find new teammates too. Zae-Huynh welcomed him with a warm hand. I guess it's hard to find someone like Kim Dong-ho again. That's also the end of the story. And so, in the third month of the journey, I met an old friend of Kim Dong-ho in Na Village. By then, he had already left and we parted ways quietly without a farewell party. Seung-Huynh smiled faintly in the present. And that was the end of my story. That's how I got pulled into the adventure of the softest guy in the universe. Kim Dong-ho, are you done being curious? Cheon-hun smiled faintly after hearing the story. He exclaimed loudly, "It was way too long. The story happened so long ago I can't even remember how it started." Ung-hui shrugged and replied, "It's only been 3 hours." Hearing this, he seemed to doubt himself and asked again, 3 hours? I felt like it had been 3 months. He kept insisting it was all just your imagination. And then kindly added, "Anyway, after that, Dong-ho Kim died a few more times, instantly each time." The memories of those times resurfaced. Seung-hui, now well-versed in the story, began to share it. Each time I had to use force to keep him calm. Where are your eyes and nose? After about the 3rd time, just a brief mention was enough for him to start understanding. Hearing this, Hun changed the subject. What about the new member? That has nothing to do with Dong-ho, so I won't mention it. He slumped into the chair with a sigh that made me incredibly curious. Oh well. At this moment, Seung-Huynh finally set his glass down on the table and shifted the conversation toward the show-off. It was his turn to share something personal. Alex's face turned serious, like the day he was dragged to the on-continent. Hearing this, Cheon-hun couldn't help but laugh. Ah, right. The deal was already made. Chung-hui thought to himself, if I hear about what happened to the other space travelers on Earth that day, maybe I can recover some lost memories. His story began to be told. That day, I was discussing something very private. Seung-Huy's expression was very serious. I was home alone, never expecting the story to be so ridiculous, like being naked in the rain. Seung-Hui must be blaming himself for expecting too much from Cheon-hun. He froze and asked, "Huh?" But Cheon-hun was shyly commenting that this was way too private. It wasn't until force was used that he obediently continued the story. Calm down, let me finish the story. At that time, Cheon-hun still had his hair tied up. He was hopping around in the bathroom while taking a shower. Specifically, I had plans that day, but they got canceled, so I just lounged around at home all day and finally went to take a shower. Then the summoning happened just like that. In short, I was summoned completely naked. He even kept the clothes I first wore when I arrived in this world. Fortunately, they gave me some clothes to wear. My brother was a bit surprised when he saw that. A white shirt and shorts were the welcome outfit I wore when I first arrived here. He recalled that when he first appeared, he always wondered why not everyone was given that outfit. Only a few special people received it. That's where Cheon-hun's story ends. So, you did what I said, help at all. Seung-hui replied neither quickly nor slowly. In short, the rookie outfit was only given to those who truly needed it. Maybe it was only now that Cheon-hun made a guess. In other words, his serious attitude was completely at odds with the nonsense in his words. You got summoned while you were showering too? Seung-hui coldly declared, and disappeared. A new day begins. Ung-Huynh lets out a big yawn as he wakes up, looks at the clock, and thinks to himself that it's 3 p.m. and time to get going. Then he glanced at the two teammates still sleeping soundly on the other side. Looks like he'll have to go alone today, but first he needs to find something to eat. He kept calculating in his mind as he moved through the streets. He met the administrator in his dream and even talked about the Black Star. Basically, he had said everything he needed to say. The story with Hun came back to me, but it turned out to be a hidden mission. Looks like I'm not qualified after all. His assessment confused Seung-Hui. He wasn't qualified. Cheon-hun took off his gloves, revealing a seal, as he explained that since Black Star was out of reach, he joined the cult instead. Seung-Hui lazily pondered. Met was a bloodthirsty demon, his steps slow as he moved forward. A clumsy medic, a dark beast. Now he had become the blood sacrifice priest of the Summit sect. In the end, each of us took on a role that any ordinary cult would despise. But those inside welcomed him warmly. Hello, Dr. Kang. Seung-Hui didn't waste any time and asked directly, Julia, is the kitchen still open? Just a quick sandwich is fine. She smiled brightly in agreement. Of course. Please wait for me a moment. Then she added, Oh, right, I have something to give you. Seung-Hyun will be a bit surprised. Give it to me. Julia stepped forward as she explained. Last night, Lafa told me to send this back. What was sent back was an exquisitely crafted box. Seung-Hui quickly opened it and found a bag of gold, a map, an envelope, and a letter. The letter reads as follows. If interested in a request, open the envelope. If not, sell it to the Adventurers Guild or just burn it. The gold coins are for hiring a carriage. Zeung brother takes his time eating the cake without rushing. Just by looking at the fancy box, you know this is a noble's mission. LeFei always gets straight to the point. The location is Karen near Han Village. The last piece of cake was quickly swallowed by him. Seung Hui just stood up and left. All right, let's get to work. The sky over Karen City is strangely clear. What is the request? Chonhun and Dong Ho silently listened to Seung Hui's presentation. The granddaughter of the owner of the Golden Cinnamon Mansion had been seriously ill, bedridden for a year, with no one knowing the illness or even its name. He was too lazy to report, invited so many healers, but none worked, so Miss Lafa introduced me. Dong Ho was a bit interested and asked her to take care of it. Hearing this, Seung Hun couldn't help but smile. Yes, in my 2 years as a healer, Chui, this is the first time I've received a legitimate request. The next to speak was Hun. What's inside the envelope? Seung Hun slowly listed them off. Miss Lafay's letter of introduction, the mansion access card, and the client's correspondence. The place they arrived at was the Golden Laurel Mansion, greeted by a girl who said, "Welcome, I am Daphne, a member of the Passero Estate Garden staff." Daphne gracefully offered, "I will lead you to the reception room." Dong Ho looked around and thought to himself, "So this is the Golden Cinnamon. The fragrance fills the air as soon as you step in, but you can't smell anything from outside the gate." Eung Huin looked around the garden and exclaimed, "The garden is so beautiful." Daphne smiled and responded to him. Golden cinnamon is not only beautiful, but also has a very distinctive fragrance. Eung Huin changed the subject, saying cinnamon usually smells from afar. She nodded in agreement. Yes, that's usually the case. Then a few more words were added, but the owner wanted to prevent the scent from escaping, so they invited a sorcerer to set up a barrier to contain the fragrance around the mansion. Daphne's expression briefly grew serious as she continued. The scent of golden cinnamon is so intense that people often get enchanted and trapped inside. Seung Huin nodded slowly in agreement. Fragrant flowers usually attract insects. They arrived quickly. "We're here now. Please take a rest." He responded politely, "Thank you." Unexpectedly, as soon as Seung Huin opened the door, he met someone familiar. The person who arrived first looked like Harris, and upon seeing him, he was so surprised he spat out water. Seung Hui gave a sly smile and greeted the other person, Harris's father. Memories began to resurface. "I am Seung Hui Kang, a medical doctor." From their first meeting to the fight and Seung Hui's humble demeanor, Harris pointed at Seung Hui's face and said loudly, "You're the guy from the other day." He kept a smile on his face as he replied, "Long time no see." "Father Harris?" Cheon Hun asked out of curiosity. "Brother Kang, do you know him?" Only to receive a deeply misleading explanation. "He is the monk closest to me." "We are very close. I will win the entire council over to my side." "Father, sir." Harris quickly denied it. "I don't remember that at all. Please continue with your topic." "Anyway, it's good to see you again. What brings you here today?" "Father." Harris could only let out a sigh. "I came to help a friend." The story began as he recounted it. "We have had a long-standing relationship with the Passero family, loyal followers of the Eber Church. I heard they were worried about their seriously ill granddaughter, so I came to check on her." After hearing part of the story, Harris couldn't hide his curiosity. "Wait, you came here because of that too?" Seung Huin did not hesitate to admit it, sharp as ever. He pulled out the request form. "Of course, I came because of the medical request form," then assured Harris, "This time I came properly, not trying to dodge the hospital fees like last time." But there wasn't even a hint of trust on his face. Confidently, Harris smiled and said, "So you came for free drinks. Now that I'm here, just sit back and relax." However, Seung Huin hinted, "Not sure things will be that easy." Being doubted made Harris a bit uncomfortable. "I've been studying entomology intensively all this time. Insect ecology, this second-level entomology certificate, will be different." He just smiled and asked him back, "Do you think a girl raised in a mansion like this could be infected with parasites?" The next to speak was Cheon Hun Cha Harris. The main character always shows up at the last minute. He doesn't hesitate to boldly declare that you will fail, and that he will be the one to cure the disease in the end. As a fortune teller, I guarantee that. If it were me, I'd slap him for that attitude. It's not as simple as Horace thinks. They growled in frustration. The two of them were really good at annoying others, then decided to leave. All right, just wait." But he quickly wore a sullen expression again. They were standing in the lobby of the Golden Magnolia Mansion outside the girl's room, and from his expression, it was clear he had failed. Harris reported seriously, "I used all my holy power, but nothing changed." "Why is that?" Seung Huin didn't waste time and reached for the doorknob. "It's my turn to investigate now, let's switch." The wooden door was pushed open, and a gust of air hit Cheon Hun's nose. He hurriedly moved. Cheon Hun Dong Ho watched in confusion. "What is this? Why is he reacting like that?" Seung-Huin slowly explained. The answer was probably being revealed as the holy power resonated in the room. The priests inside felt his presence and thought, oh no, another healer? This person then began to introduce himself. I am Otata, a priest of the Takemila Church, currently responsible for treating Lady Rosie. Seung-Huin observes and evaluates. Takemila never heard of it before. Then she raised her question. I thought the Pesero family belonged to the Iber Church. Why is there a priest from another church acting as a healer here? She spoke slowly because it was an urgent request from the head of the family. An urgent request. Then she looked down at Rosie. As you all know, Miss Rosie still hasn't woken up. Otata's words were full of sarcasm. Even the highest-ranking priests of Iber were powerless. Light began to emanate from her hands, but with Takemila's power, it then covered the girl lying on the sickbed. Rosie slowly opened her eyes. Otata proudly concluded, I can awaken Lady Rosie like this. This scene shocked Harris so much that he had to shout out. No way, she continued to demonstrate, but only if I stopped. Rosie fell into a coma again. She will fall into a coma once more. That's because Rosie is not yet a follower of Takemila, so she cannot fully accept this power. Seung-Huin didn't beat around the bush and took direct action. In that case, I will take over the treatment. This only made Tata more dissatisfied. The healers who came today only worsened her condition. The young lady needs to rest for at least 2 days, so please leave now. He coldly reminded her, but, came on the orders of the head of the family, only to receive a sinister smile from Tata. Me too. If you want to know more, go ask the master yourself. Seung-Huin's brows furrowed, but he relented. All right, who would have thought the wind wouldn't stop even when the tree wants to fall? By the way, since you're meeting the master, could you send him a message for me? Letting a fake healer with holy power weaker than a beetle treat Miss Rosie did nothing to help her. Her subordinates sneered. Seung-Huin glanced at them. Then in another room, Maris began to tell the story of Rosie falling ill with a strange fever about a year ago. His face showed undeniable exhaustion as she gradually slipped into a coma and never woke up. The head of the Marus Pero family. Marut continued to explain that despite searching everywhere, no healer could cure the girl. Lafi introduced him after hearing the story. Seung-Huin calmly recounted, I just met the priest of Takemila, and although only temporarily, he was able to wake Josie up. He didn't hesitate to question, if they already have one, why look for another healer? Mar reluctantly revealed it because they wanted to exchange it for conversion. He shared many more things. If it's just about conversion, I'm willing to betray the goddess Ibo and accept the punishment. Can you explain more clearly? I can sacrifice everything for Rosie. Every word clearly showed the malice of the Otata people. But the treatment contract made Rosie Paso a benefactor of the Takemila Church, spreading the sacred teachings of Takemila. When Rosie fully recovers, she will be trained as a priest there. Her whole future life will be devoted to serving Takemila in gratitude. At this point, the anger inside Maris flared up. Rosie is only 5 years old. He slumped over the table. She should be with her family, not forced into the church and harsh training. Then he continued explaining. So I tried to find another way without relying on Takemila. But in the end, I was still helpless. Then Seung-Huin shared his experience. I planned to examine Josie myself, but the Takemila followers kicked me out, saying we had to wait 2 more days before we could enter. Maris was completely helpless, apologizing, saying you have to follow their demands now. He was like a drowning man searching for a lifeline, lacking their strength. I can't even talk to Josie. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this situation is unpredictable. However, Seung-Huin calmly said, all right, we'll start the treatment after 2 days. These words confused Chon-Hun. Brother Kang, are you really planning to wait for 2 days? Even Dong-Ho was just as curious. Did you really have to be forced to die like that? Only then did Seung-Huin deny it. Of course not. We will start the investigation immediately, Cheon-Hun eagerly added. That's exactly him. I knew it. He's definitely reliable, he added, but Josie's room is currently occupied by the priests. Seung-Huin took the opportunity to assign a task, and at that moment, he was the perfect person for the job. As night fell, in the hallway outside Rosie's room, 2 of Otada's subordinates looked in one direction as they noticed some movement. What is happening? The person who appeared is Cheon-Hun, his face still as bitter as ever. Those 2 girls began to raise their guard. Wasn't that guy with that useless healer from earlier? Why is he here? Dark auras are emanating from Cheon-Hun's men. They targeted the 2 girls and attacked. The 2 of them were stunned, overwhelmed by the intense dark energy. That damn cult fanatic. The blue-haired girl demanded they stop. No one is allowed to see Miss Rosie. In response, Cheon-Hun kindly corrected him. I didn't come because of the patient, he said, using all his charm skills to speak up. The person I want to meet is you, and this made the blue-haired girl blush. If you're free, would you have a drink with me? She hesitated and asked again, what? Already addicted yet still shy. The good blue-haired girl replied, what the hell is that? Sorry, but I'm not interested in going out for drinks with a dark mage. Then suddenly he asked, what if I quit being a dark mage, would you reconsider? You like it that way, don't you? She asks softly. Hey, can you tone down your vibe first? Chan Hill quickly complied. Sorry, sometimes it gets a little out of control. The production skills of this A-list star are enough to make a young girl's heart flutter, especially when my heart beats faster. What the hell is this guy talking about? She kept reminding herself. But since I have some free time, I'll let the whole dark sorcerer thing slide. His style isn't bad either. Then I replied gently, I'm on duty, but tonight I'm free. Do you have a place in mind? Qian Hun politely agreed. Of course, I know a perfect place. He excitedly suggested a great spot to drink, the SM Temple. In a moment, the blue-haired girl regained her composure and asked back in confusion. What? Qian Hun explained excitedly. Smet is a very open religion, accepting even those without magical power. He kept encouraging, why don't you abandon your nameless god and spend a wild night with me discussing the blood goddess and Smet slaughter? This time, the blue-haired girl's attitude changed completely. You filthy cultist, how dare you mock me? They rushed to attack. How dare you insult a noble true god? How dare you insult the goddess Takamila? Qian Hun ran away with a ticket to honor the goddess early. Only the sounds of the two girls left standing in the hallway remained. Very quickly, silence enveloped the space. Ung Huin and Dong Ho's car appeared at that moment. God, he really knows how to drive people crazy. Dong Ho wondered curiously what he had said to make her so furious. He was just too lazy to guess. Probably the typical teasing style of the cult. They opened the door to Josie's room, so they decided to make a quick escape while they could. Brother Ung cautiously stepped inside. All right, no one is here. Then immediately used the skill to activate the observation eye. The truth is, they had already spoken with Harris a while ago. Harris's father. What do you think about Josie's condition after the treatment? He seriously pondered, my opinion. Let me ask it this way. In your opinion, what kind of patient is incurable? Ung Hee coldly declared that once someone is dead, only soul-summoning magic can intervene. And Harris had to agree with this statement. Theoretically, that's correct. He approaches the issue with much more optimism. But personally, I think the person has been fully healed and completely recovered. Rosie's data was provided in full, showing no signs of waking up, but an extremely strong source of holy power was detected. Sung Huin pondered quietly. No wonder Harris said that. He muttered aloud, no wonder the bed was placed in the middle of the room. Dong Ho eagerly asked beside him, did you find anything? The door was pushed open roughly, and Otada's curse echoed. Damn it! She grimaced and snarled. How dare she barge into Miss Rose's room? Seung Huin replied sarcastically, blaming your poor security. The priest's words only made her more furious. Get out of here immediately. However, he paid no attention to Otada's attitude. Miss Daphne, could you please invite the head of the family? Daphne hesitated before asking him again. Seung Huin softly assured her that as long as I said I had found a cure, he would come immediately. Everyone was surprised by his statement. Daphne moved almost immediately. I see. Oh, Tata, if you question someone without magical power who dares to claim they've found a cure, she carried a challenging tone. Who do you think would believe that nonsense? Sung Huin just smiled lightly and replied that sooner or later everyone would know if it was nonsense, or not. Very soon, Marot and Harris appeared together. Really? You found a way to save her? Sung Huin seriously presented. That's right. I have identified the reason why the girl has not woken up yet. He began his speech. But first, I have a question for you. Father Harris, you believe the body is completely normal, right? Harris remained unshaken and confirmed immediately. That's right. There were no wounds, no drugs, and no curses detected. Another question arises, but the girl's body clearly shows something unusual. Are you really not noticing it? He admitted his own oversight. I didn't notice anything at all. Sung Huin then whispered to Dong Ho beside him. Mr. Kim Dong Ho, could you help me pull out a thorn? He asked confusedly. A thorn, but then quickly produced a sharp thorn. Sung Huin took it, then calmly declared, the culprit is the holy power enveloping this entire room. Harris was taken aback by this statement. Holy power? Sung Hui raised the sharp thorn and slashed through the air. The yellow streams of power gradually faded away. The truth slowly became clear. Rosie's body was covered by spheres of holy power. Harris cried out in shock. Isn't that the formation under the girl's bed revealing the meditation? Mar had no idea what was happening. What is meditation? Horace looked at him and then explained. A sacred technique that causes the soul to enter an unconscious state. Otada was stunned when the plan was exposed. This is a cultivation method used by priests. Speaking of ascetic meditation skills, ascetic skills are abilities that cause pain using holy power. Simply put, they are the divine version of curses. Harris was shocked to realize they used holy power to conceal their meditation skills. Jung-Hwin glanced toward the hospital bed before continuing. Until now, every healer who came here used holy power to treat patients, but who would have thought that holy power was actually the trap? He continued to explain that ascetic skills are usually for self-discipline, not like curses. I had never thought of that before. As he spoke, Seung-Hwin stepped into the formation, saying that in the end, we have blinded ourselves with our own prejudices. Marut stood beside him, worried him, and asked Han, "So what do we need to do to wake Rosie up?" Harris explained slowly. Normally, dark magic would be used to break the ascetic bindings, but for a child like Joss, it's too dangerous. He then suggested a few solutions like asking the church to send a monk specialized in asceticism, but Seung-Hwin dismissed it, saying it wasn't necessary. He gave a faint smile and began to act, saying we can break the ascetic bindings with this. Their attention turned to the sharp thorn on Seung-Hwin's hand, but that was dark magic. He continued, "Look closely, this is not dark magic." Harris quickly realized. He leaned in, amazed and thoughtful, realizing he couldn't sense any dark magic at all. He had assumed it was created by dark magic because there was no trace of holy power. Unable to resist his curiosity, he wanted to touch it. What exactly is this thing? How could it possibly exist? But Seung-Hwin stopped him, telling him to sit in the corner and think it over. After teasing him, Seung-Hwin thoughtfully said, "Don't think you can just follow me, because I can do it doesn't mean you can too." He stopped when he reached Joss's bedside. Ao Se Unung-Hwin assesses the holy power surrounding the girl's body. It looks like it's wrapped around her body, but what we see is only the surface. The soul is what's truly bound. The skill began to activate. Activating the skill, Horace Seung-Hwin's hand carefully healed Josie. Skill activated, soul intervention. Soul intervention is now possible. A sphere is being pulled out. The viewers gasped in amazement. The soul has been pulled out? Oh my God. Seung-Hui seriously observed the orb and silently assessed it. Now he just needed to remove those troublesome threads, but if done carelessly, it could harm the soul. So he activated the skill once again, eyes watching closely. Seung-Hwin was lost in thought. Honestly, healing the spirit wasn't his strength. It couldn't be seen or touched, meaning there was no way to confirm if the treatment was effective. The soul orb gradually brightened. But now that healing the mind through the body was possible, I also need to pay attention to the mental state, Harris exclaimed bluntly. The meditation skill was broken, and the soul regained its light. Iwata gritted his teeth in anger. This was unbelievable. By now, Horace had to see Seung-Hwin in a different light. So he actually had that kind of power? Who exactly is he? The soul's information has been revealed. The soul of a pure and innocent child, yet incredibly fragile, still bound to the body. Only then did Seung-Hwin let out a relieved breath. Good. There are no traces left of the deeply engraved unconscious meditation keyword. Now it's time to finish. He carefully placed the soul back into the girl's body. The moment the soul was fully absorbed, Rosie slowly opened her eyes. Maris was so moved that tears fell. He rushed over to his granddaughter. "Rosie, Rosie," the little girl asked back, a bit dazed. "Grandpa." Then, Maris turned to Seung-Hui to express his gratitude. "Honestly, I don't know how to thank you enough. You saved my little Rosie," but he just replied softly, "We can thank each other later. I have other things to do now." He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of thing? Seung-Hwin began accusing Otata, secretly casting the divine magic circle Heaven's judgment on a 5-year-old child, then pretending that only they had the cure. It was all to force the Pesero family to convert. His voice was so cold it made her face freeze in shock. Now was the time to deal with those behind the... Seung-Hui slowly concluded, specifically, the Takamila Church. Otada roared, "It was the Takamila Church." Harris spoke in a low voice, revealing that you were the ones behind all of this. Even Marut openly showed his hostility. "No matter how unpleasant your demands are, I still intend to see you as lifelong benefactors." Otada clicked her tongue in frustration, desperate enough to launch an attack, almost convincing the Paso clan. The target was none other than Seung-Hui. If you hadn't interfered, a barrage of holy arrows would have appeared, aimed at him but not skilled enough to finish Seung. But without me, do you really think you could have done it? Even Dong Ho helped protect Marut and had no intention of spreading the faith recklessly, just an unknown church scheming to steal followers from other churches. The more Otada spoke, the more uneasy he felt, angrily shouting, "The bastard shut his mouth." Sung then activated Freya's crossbow summoning skill. If I had to describe the Tesmola church in one sentence, his counterattack with those arrows would be like parasites clinging to the bottom of society. Otada hurriedly raised his shield. Damn Takamila church. Seung-Huin smiled bitterly and repeated her words. The Takamila church. Otada roared in madness. Damn the Tesmola church. But he quickly realized he was in deep trouble. Seung-Huin let out a breath full of sarcasm. Otada grew even angrier. She unleashed her holy power to continue the attack. I'm going to kill you. A barrage of arrows aimed at Seung-Huin. Let's see if you can handle this. The black aura suddenly stirred. Dong Ho stood in front of Seung-Huin to protect him. His fierce expression was cooler than ever. Dong Ho's demonic energy made the arrows vanish. The rain of arrows was swept away by him. Only then did Otada realize what fear truly meant, facing his sacred arrow. Taking advantage of the moment, Dong Ho roared a warning. Mr. Kang acted immediately. Seung-Huin held the weapon in his hand, silently thinking of using it as an arrow. He quickly activated his skill. The system board displayed a notification that the skill of Freya's linked pouch was being used, checking items to craft blackthorn arrows. Warning, invalid command. Because of this, Seung-Huin collapsed in exhaustion, his face pale, pain invading his heart. What is happening now? Why can't it transform? The black beast thorn and Freya's linked pouch. Otada, with 3 legs and 4 paws, intended to run out the door while they were distracted, but before taking 3 steps, he was spotted by Seung-Huin. He mercilessly grabbed Dong Ho's tail, treating him like a heavy object to throw into her miserable life. He fell to the ground without shedding a tear. A bunch of bastards. Seung-Huin slowly approached her step by step. Oh dear, is your back hurting? You're also giving away the smiles of the kindergarten teachers. It seems your herniated disc is caused by an injury. Seung-Huin spoke deliberately, slowly, preparing to start some physical therapy. As the words ended, Otada's spine took another hit. She could feel her vertebrae sadly parting ways. Not stopping there, Seung-Huin even gently stroked my cheek more than 10 times. Oh my God, my face. Everyone present turned pale and dared not look. After a moment, Otada's swollen face lay slumped, while An-An's eyes lit up with a final conclusion. Objective complete, but suddenly there was something strange about the weapon in my hand. But seriously, what is this? The demonic energy grew stronger by the moment. Freya's linked pouch was actually a relic of the saints. That beast has an extremely high immunity to all kinds of divine and dark powers. No wonder every spell involving relics is useless. Thinking that, Seung-Huin quietly speculated. But if that were true, it should also be immune to the item storage created by the system. After the cheek stroke, Otada's group was tightly bound together. I'm sorry, we sincerely apologize. We only did what we promised. Please, just this once. Cheon-hun held Dong Ho's hand teasingly in front of her. Truly worth every penny to trust Cheon-hun. Wipe them all out at once. He smirked at Otada. Those guys are supposed to have tons of divine energy, yet their fighting skills are pathetic enough to scare a rookie. Seung-Huin stood aside with his hands in his pockets, thinking that based on their divine power, they were no less than mid-level guilds, or Hieri. Many schemes ran through his mind. If he hadn't even heard their name before, that meant the guild was less than a year old. So how was that possible? Recalling the battle with Otada, Seung-Huin had some observations. The Takamila Guild's reputation was almost non-existent, yet they possessed a hidden divine power stronger than ever. He believes that somehow the Mage Association mysteriously possesses divine power, and their techniques seem nothing unusual. With that in mind, Seung-Huin quickly began interrogating the priest Otata, asking if she had ever heard of this so-called divine water. She looked up at him suspiciously. What is it? Seung-Huin patiently explained in detail. A kind of divine elixir that, once drunk, grants you miracles. Then he bluntly exposed it, saying her power came from it, right? Surprisingly, after getting slapped hard, Otada sincerely revealed, yes, we did receive a kind of divine elixir with holy power from higher-ups, but I really don't know what it is. Thinking she wasn't lying, Seung-Huin planned to find another way, most likely having to question the cult leader directly. After making his decision, he smiled 100 times more kindly. All right, I've made up my mind. Otada's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, Seung-Huin swung something into her chest. Otata's soul was taken away by him just like that, Father Otata. The priest accompanying her gritted his teeth in fear. What is going on? Separated from the body. Only then did Seung Hui clearly state his purpose. Holding the orb containing Otata's soul for 1 month, he made a deal. I'll give you exactly 1 month. You can use any method you want as long as you find the one behind your church. Seung Hui even boldly declared, if I succeed, I will return the soul to Father Otata. But the system said otherwise. The evil priest's soul was torn apart before it could return to his body. The priest gasped and asked back, how do you expect us to manage? What if I end up empty-handed after just 1 month? He didn't hesitate at all. A murderous intent rising from his eyes, throwing away all your worthless souls and lying together under the tombstone. The two turned pale as he growled, got it? That afternoon, at Marut's house, his voice rang out. Thank you very much, Exorcist Seung Hui. Marut expressed his deep sincerity. He gave my niece a chance to live, and also took great care in managing the after-effects of the treatment. Seung Hui remained humble. I'm just doing my duty, and I'm just glad that Rosie has recovered. He smiled, his eyes filled with emotion. How can someone as rare as him exist in this world? A thought flashed through Marut's mind. Lord, I asked him, and I have never once betrayed you. His tears fell like that. You truly are a great blessing to my family, so if you need anything, just say the word. Seung Hui smiled, and she froze, but he didn't hesitate to ask again, just to be sure. Say whatever you want. Ah, Marut laughed as if to confirm it even more. It's the secret paintings of my family, and if you want them. Seung Hui interrupted before I could finish speaking. I only wish for one thing. You brazenly chose the most precious thing of the clan, the sacred treasure held by the Paso family. He's getting more and more troubled. It must be the talisman of the Eye Church, because you worship Eye. Exactly. Marut looked hopelessly confused. That might be the case, but we're just afraid it will be pushed towards another faith. Seung Hui firmly repeated his words. You just said you could have anything you wanted. Right then, Maris thought of something. Yes, that's right. So, do you see any other relics? I haven't heard it yet, but just give me 1 day. Unexpectedly, Brother Seung Hui thick-skinnedly emphasized with a friendly smile. What I want is the sacred relics of Church 1, passed down and treasured through generations, kept in the gold Osman mansion. Maris broke into a sweat as he made his point. That was enough for the archangel statue to emit a brilliant radiance. Seung Hui smiled with affection. That light is the divine energy itself. He squinted at Maris, then reached out to take the statue. There was no doubt about it. This is definitely a relic from the Ayer Church. Could you please take your hand off? He immediately burst into tears because the truth was nothing like a dream. I thought Dr. Seung Hyun was only interested in objects containing magic, but the reality was very different from what she told me. La fa, huh? Seung Hui lightly licked the corner of his mouth like a perverted plastic surgeon. To be honest, any relic would do, but it's more interesting to snatch something someone truly cherishes. Then he asked Harris, are you planning to stay a little longer? Father Harris. He didn't hesitate and replied right away, I planned to leave yesterday, but I had to clean up some things that Father Otata left behind, so I'm a few days late. Seung Hui smiled like an idiot at that answer. I know, it makes Harris annoyed. It's because of you, the eldest son? What's with that attitude? He reached out and took off the bracelet from his wrist. No matter what, as a friend of Lord Marut, I should sincerely express my feelings. Moments later, it was handed to Seung Hui. Here, take this. He hesitated as he asked, Basidid. What is this? Harris quickly explained. I made this talisman for myself. It's called the Heart of the Devout. Then he smiled proudly as he continued speaking. Compared to Iber's heavy breathing, it was nothing at all. But I believe it will still be useful. I hope it helps you in some way. Zung took the bracelet with indescribable emotions. Father Horace. Finally, he sincerely said thank you. I will keep it safe. Keep it safe in a nearby forest. Lines of text kept flashing non-stop. Destroying old beliefs, harnessing divine energy by destroying a relic. Costing 2,000 points, the heavy breath of I was shattered. The angel statue gradually turned into data, and the hearts of the faithful were broken. Seung Hui held the jar, listening to the system upgrade announcements. Disbelief level 1, disbelief level 2. The rejection of the divine grew stronger. He quietly processed the information while Hun was chasing around like a fool. It turned out these were different levels of disbelief. I wonder just how powerful level 2 will be. The divine container, fully charged with divine energy to receive rewards, skills, extreme focus, and a triple iron will exchange ticket. After reviewing everything, he confirmed that these 2 rewards were not bad at all. Without hesitation, he quickly tried out the skill first. Upon receiving the reward, a mechanical sound rang out, signaling the acquisition of a new ability, Extreme Focus. Focus and narrow your vision. Activating the skill will put you into a state of extreme concentration. When using extreme concentration, the range of effect narrows but efficiency increases. Reactivating the skill will exit the state of extreme concentration. Seung Hui stood still to feel it. He quickly grasped the key points of the skills. It seems this skill only targets a single person. For example, if I had the ability to heal 3 people, Seung Hui imagined in his head, how frustrating. Then it will only be able to heal 300 HP for 1 person. This guy's mind really works at full capacity. He continued observing while Cheon-hun fidgeted behind him. Next, he checked how the exchange tickets worked. It can be used to exchange weapons, armor, or accessories. Iron Will, similarity points. Deal additional damage based on the divine power of the prey, including dark divine power, and reduce damage by half. Seong fell into a brief moment of reflection. So in short, it is a weapon created to wipe out churches. Then he glanced in one direction, realizing he had 3 of these items. That look was directed at Hun, Alex, and Dong-ho Kim, meaning he would have to share this with his teammates. Over here, Cheon-hun shouted in surprise. It deals extra damage based on the target's divine power ratio. The dog beside him asked worriedly, "Are you really going to give this away for free?" Seung-hun suddenly spoke up. "It's not just out of nowhere. I see it as a reward from the Golden Laurel mission." He wanted to kiss the card in his hand, but anyway, it's still a big victory. Right after, Cheon put it away and took out his weapon. "Let me grab the gloves first. Holding a weapon can be painful too." Using the Iron Will exchange ticket, a pair of gloves appeared in midair, the Iron Will gloves, a symbol of unwavering faith. Cheon-hun was like a child who found joy, jumping around while Dong-ho stood here hesitating. "Which one should I choose?" Eung-huin stepped forward with an offer. "How about a shovel?" That comment surprised him. "A shovel, huh?" He quickly explained, "You're really good at digging holes." Dong-ho was a bit speechless. It sounded more like you were teasing me. This guy is clearly mocking me, but his face is seriously stone cold. Using the ticket to exchange for Iron Will, a few seconds later, a finely crafted sparrow appears. A sparrow weapon. Iron Will, looking fierce. Dong-ho said cheerfully, "I'll probably carry this around from now on, better than just looking flashy." Eung-huin just gave a piece of advice. These weapons won't be very effective for those who aren't monks, so use them at the right time and place. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on Dong-hwan's head. A heavy rain poured down without warning. "It's raining," Dong-ho silently complained. "Mom, do we still have to camp in the rain now? This is terrible." He suddenly turned back into a human, but that biting posture was strange. Right then, Cheon-hun shouted excitedly, "Dong-ho, you've turned back into a human again." Dong-ho startled in shock. "That's right." He immediately burst into tears. "Please just let me be human for a little while longer. Find a restaurant where I can eat something first. I don't want to be soaked like a drowned rat. Book another room." Queen. The city of Karen. The 3 of them stepped inside the restaurant. Cheon-hun shook his hair like a puppy. "I'm soaking wet. Let's see if there are any empty tables." Dong-ho jumped in shock when he noticed something. In the corner, a man with a dark aura was sitting there. Yuri lifted his head, casting a hunting dog's gaze forward. Dong-ho immediately trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat. That person looks so scary. Did he just glance over here? And right at that moment, Seung-hui noticed the table next to Yuri, which terrified Dong-ho. "There's a table here, everyone. It's like no matter where you go, you run into each other." Dong-ho hurriedly rushed over to manipulate Seung-hui. "Dr. Kang, over there's a spot too. Sitting by the window is the best place." A series of suspicious actions made him wonder, "What's wrong with you?" Eung-hui's car looked at the person in front with a steel-hard hatred, having spent years in the An region. "But are you still afraid of the explorers?" He bowed his head sadly and replied, "Yes." At that moment, Dong-ho looked at Yuri and thought to himself that maybe he had been too hasty in judging them by their appearance. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, Yuri!" The drunk guy came out of nowhere and ran straight into Yu's face. Seung-huin's group froze for a moment, and the mushroom-headed guy sneered. "Sorry, this wasn't on purpose. This one's hard to fix, guys." Mocking sounds kept ringing in Yuri's ears. "I heard you lost your job again?" He's truly pathetic. Can't even handle a few stray dogs, only good for his looks. Why not just clean out the stable too? He clenched his fists, slowly losing control. Yuri's face darkened as if he wanted to tear the people in front of him into 100 pieces. He sat motionless in the chair like a puppet. The brown-haired guy looked at him angrily. This bastard doesn't even bother to react, ignoring me like that as if I'm trash. Someone nearby said without much care, "Never mind." He walked over and grabbed the bottle of wine on the table. "Enjoy your meal." Then he poured it over Ui's head as if mocking him, saying it was a waste for people like him to eat. Sung Huin's group watched the situation, each with a different expression. The crowd laughed loudly and left as if nothing had happened. "He didn't pay any attention to you at all, those bastards." Dong Ho held his head, feeling guilty. "Now I feel even worse for judging too quickly." Cheon Hun held the bottle and asked. He didn't say it out loud, so it didn't really cause any harm, right? Tae-young Huin added, "If you interfere, you'll only hurt his pride even more." He glanced silently at Ui. The three of them quickly went into the room to rest. This time, doing an honest job really felt quite good. Sung Hyun calmly analyzed. "No need to waste time talking much. Just show them what I can do. And that's enough." Cheon Hun suggested an option. "Why don't you open your own clinic like I did?" Sung Huin sighed like an old man. The real problem was how to attract patients. He immediately fell into a heap of trouble. Even when I used full recovery to boost the healing speed to the maximum, it still took them hours to recover, Sung Huin slowly remarked. "On the on-continent, people are used to instant healing, so my magic isn't very appealing." Dong Ho was frustrated with the current situation, but his treatment was truly perfect. Just then, various loud and soft sounds echoed from outside. Dong Ho quickly stood up to scout around. "Everything outside seems fine, so what's going on?" Outside, a girl wearing a church robe is calling out something. "Well done, explorer. We are monks from the Simulus Church." She smiled brightly, attracting the crowd. "Do you want to gain more power? Do you wish to possess a special ability?" She stood on the street shouting non-stop like she was herding chickens. "So come with us, and we will give you an opportunity." Zehun looked out and guessed that the church was recruiting again. By now, a few people had started paying attention to these words. "Is that true? Can I really gain more power?" "The crowd gathering is getting bigger. Maybe we should go and check it out. We have nothing to lose, right?" Zeung Huin sneered at that foolishness. "I can't believe there are still fools who believe in that stuff. Are they really that easy to deceive?" Dong Ho spotted a familiar figure in the crowd again. He saw you beneath this person. Ui stood there like a ghost, silently listening. 3 days ago, on the busy morning street, the Shung Huin group was having breakfast when they heard a piercing sound. "Hey, move aside." Someone came over and asked what was going on. Meanwhile, the man who shouted said, "That church promised power or something a few days ago, remember?" The guy standing at the door hesitated as he pointed outside. "Those who once followed them have returned, and this is truly troublesome." Chon Hun, chewing on a piece of bread, rarely spoke. They said it wasn't a joke. Seung stood up and suggested we should go check it out. It's true that even a thunderbolt won't stop someone from food. Outside, a young man holding a sword stood watching the fallen people at his feet. He looked at the man still struggling behind him and calmly declared, "You should give up." The man with the spiked head was furious. "You think a low-level adventurer like you can do it?" He played the narcissist and shot back, "You trying to bluff me? It seems you won't give me any chance." Then the sword traced a line in the air, its blade dancing as it lunged straight at the man with the mohawk. He let out a scream before falling in a rush of warm blood. The onlookers around immediately turned pale. He took them all down by himself. What the hell just happened? A few people noticed the difference and said loudly, "Just a few days ago, you were just a low-level adventurer like me, right? Did the church really give you that power?" He laughed and replied like a professional salesman. "That's right, it's all thanks to the Simulus Church. I didn't even know anything about magic before, but now I can cast advanced spells." With the right timing and conditions, the church people appeared like restless spirits in the 7th month, quickly handing out flyers. "Come on, don't you want to be like us right now?" They quickly handed out flyers and introduced themselves. "Here, take this flyer. The church's location is marked on the map, so come and check it out." Dong Ho looked at the crowd and sighed. So many people showed up. Then he turned to Seung Hui and asked, "What is it? Do you want to go in too?" He replied grimly, "I don't like it one bit." Cheon Hun joined in. "Me too." Seung Huin looked at the growing crowd with confusion. "I've heard that joining a religious order grants the power of the saints, but there's no way anyone could gain that much power. In just 3 days, even the church couldn't accomplish that." Brother Yan Rang muttered darkly. "Clearly this is a scam, but I feel really annoyed seeing them promote it everywhere." Seung Hui used every bit of his brain power to think, there must be a way to ruin their plan. Chon Hun also put on a very dangerous expression, "But if I cause a commotion, The Adventurers Guild might drag me away. Meanwhile, Dong Ho's mind was on something else. Now that I think about it, I didn't see that guy UI anywhere. He quickly walked up to the nearest person. Hey, do you mind if I ask you something? That person agreed on their own, just go ahead and ask. Dong Ho got straight to the point. Have you seen the green-haired guy who was with you 3 days ago? The guy with the big scar on his face. He seemed uneasy and quickly looked away. I didn't even know we had someone like that. Dong Ho laughed awkwardly, thinking there was something off about his movements. He hurriedly added, do you really not know? His name is... Ooey. The other guy turned around, ready to leave. Sorry, we're a bit busy right now. He didn't give up and charged forward. Wait, maybe if you ask one of the monks. Right after that, a punch landed on Dong Ho's face. I already said I don't know. He snapped and issued a threat. Shut up, if you bother us again, I'll kill you. The next moment, he looked confused and asked, who the hell are you? Shung Huin adjusted his jacket and calmly replied, did you just dare to threaten our beloved Dong Ho? Looks like you want to die. We can't just stand by while our friend gets hurt. But in normal times, these guys actually look cool. Dong Hao activated his inner power, tears of joy streaming down. Do you really care about me? Seung Hui asked Che Onon Hun with a smirk. From now on, fighting them will count as self-defense, right? He replied, cracking the joints he hadn't used in a long time. Of course, we're just fighting for the justice that Dong Ho rightfully deserves. Dong Ho stared blankly at the two as they exchanged blows. In other words, we're not doing anything illegal. He wondered quietly to himself, as if comforting himself. They really do care about me, don't they? A squad against these two demons would only bring 3 seconds of misery to the family line. The guy stood frozen, looking at both of them before asking, what's going on? Are you guys looking for trouble? Seung Huin ignored him and asked Hun, if we fight 2 against 1, would we be seen as the bad guys? He's no longer sure about this. So what should we do now? The two exchanged a look as if reaching an agreement. Moments later, the 2 young men played rock, paper, scissors to decide. I'm at a loss in this situation too. Rock, paper, scissors? The other guy felt insulted and couldn't help but get angry. What the hell are you guys doing? The final result was quickly revealed. Cheon Hun clutched his head, lamenting in agony. Damn it, I'm terrible at rock, paper, scissors. The blonde guy has been burning with anger for a while now. Those brash kids dared to ignore me? He threw the flyers away, wanting to take out Seung Hui first. You picked the wrong person to mess with. He growled, clenching his fists tightly. I will test my new power on you guys. The punch struck Shung Huin like thunder. The people around were all staggering, but in Seung Hui's eyes, he just saw him explode loudly and then deflate like a balloon. Dong Ho covered his eyes, thinking silently, what kind of power is that? Seung Hui radiated the aura of the main character and smiled brightly. New power. Then he picked up a small branch from the ground. Seung Hui calmly looked at the person in front of him, as if they understood each other. Relying on his handsome advantage, he smirked and quietly activated his power, triggering the outfocus skill. The crowd around saw the fight and started excitedly talking. A stick, don't tell me you're planning to fight with that. The guy stared blankly at the branch like a stick pointed at him. Are you crazy? You think that stick can block my punch? Zeung humbly replied. This is more than enough. Those words were nothing short of an insult to him. He quickly lunged forward to deliver a painful blow to Xiao Huin. You bastard! He calmly extended the branch, gently commanded, activating outfocus. The branch in his hand gradually transformed. Outfocus activated, his strength focused on the branch. The other guy grabbed the sturdy branch and used force, unleashing a barrage neither big nor small. He was shocked to realize the problem. What? He began to feel fear in the face of this unexpected turn of events. Impossible. Just a stick with no magic power at all. Bragging before the fight usually ends early, bro. That guy quickly started channeling his power. He stubbornly kept attacking Seung Hui. What's wrong with him? He quickly raised a branch to block the blow. Seung Hui burst out laughing and then said something sharp. If you don't know, Mei will just take the hit. Right after that, he changed his stance, signaling a counterattack. That guy just briefly felt a strange sensation in his body. It was like being hit by a sledgehammer. Seung Huin had no intention of dragging out this boring situation any longer. There was nothing left to watch. Activating the Inison skill. Not far from where he collapsed in pain, a hand was already emerging. Damn it! The crowd around was nothing but amazed. Oh my god. He won with just a branch. How did he do that? Zung Huin stroked the branch in his hand, thinking to himself that even the basic strike was powerful, which made sense since he had put all his strength into it. He turned back and gave a thumbs up to the other 2 teammates, but relying solely on focus with no defense wasn't something to use often. Probably only to finish off like those 3 kids. The people from the monastery were very curious. What kind of person is that? He captured everyone's attention. Xionghuin also noticed the scrutinizing glances around him. It seems like we've crashed someone else's party. Dong Ho's mind drifts away as he stares off, lost in thought. He's worried about a guy named Ui, wondering if he's okay. Setting aside the morning's events, time flew by like a dog running through the fields, and night quickly fell. The pop-up notifications showed the achievement unlocked for Sobotis by destroying a church. Che-hun was quite surprised, and even Dong Ho was equally stunned. I have it too. Sung-hun was more straightforward and asked, We've destroyed several churches already, so why is it only showing up now? He glanced at the newly appeared condition line, the achievement requirement. At least one member must possess a divine vessel. I bet this guy made it up. The achievement reward equips the hourglass of reminiscence. Each time a church is destroyed, sand accumulates inside, and when it reaches 50% and activates, it grants comades or materialization of Win. Sung-hun suddenly asked Hun what reward he received, and he quickly replied, the hourglass of recollection. Xian-hun also chimed in. I have it too, so the rewards are the same. Just then, he suddenly noticed something. Wait, Cometus can't use this unless the stat is unlocked. Distrum is a divine ship, slightly boosting skepticism. The materialization of Win slightly increases magic stats and specialized job stats. Chung-Huin made a somewhat bold guess, suggesting it could fill the holy ship and boost both magic stats and specialized job stats. After thinking it over, the three fell into a long silence. These guys just look kind of clueless, don't they? The next day, the familiar sounds echoed through the streets once again. We are from the Simolis Church. The girl from before appeared again and made an invitation. Do you crave great power? Then follow us. A white-haired man stepped forward and asked hesitantly, Can I really become stronger? She quickly assured with full confidence. Of course, absolutely certain. This guy immediately fell into the trap. Then give me a flyer. Just then, a voice cut through the conversation. These damn scammers are still here preaching their lies. Sung appeared like a god with the aura of the main character. Everyone don't trust them. My friend followed them and disappeared. The nun froze with wide eyes in surprise, while the young man seemed to falter. Is that really true? Like a sad play, Hun and Dong Ho each took on the role of the suffering. That's right. When I asked about my friend, they immediately threw punches. A passerby pointed and asked the person next to them, What's that about? Is it true? The companion also couldn't grasp the information and stammered an unclear response. But it sounded suspicious. So within minutes, the crowd quickly dispersed in different directions. Why am I not going anywhere like the others? The nun stood stunned, still not understanding the situation before her, when a notification sound rang out at just the right moment. Successfully sabotaging the church to obtain Comd. The next day, Dong Huang was targeted and relentlessly pursued by the monastery's people. The deceiver lied about successfully sabotaging the church to get materials at Queen. The next day, Seung Hui also played a role, pausing as if wondering what power they were giving. Even I, just a heller, received it after defeating them and successfully sabotaging the church. Received Cometus. The next day, Cheon Hun directly embraced the nun and performed the Romeo and Juliet play. I love you, Elizabeth. This startled her with fear. What the hell are you saying? Successfully destroyed the church. Materialization received at Queen. A series of non-stop notifications kept coming for days. Commodus received it. The materialization of victory was obtained. Commodus received it. The next day, that nun felt powerless against this world. She followed the clues to Seung Huin's group. When she found them, she could no longer keep a smile on her face. Sorry, adventurers. The nun has a request. Can we talk for a moment? On the ship quietly docked by the shore, an excited voice rang out. So this is the ship heading to Bism Island. Xian-hun looked up into the distance and suddenly spoke again. I never expected to get this deeply involved from the very beginning. A few hours ago, the nun got straight to the point and said, Your friend Uji is safe. She calmly explained that he is currently on Bosmal Island, where the church headquarters is located. He is being treated for injuries sustained during training. She glanced at the three young men in front of her. Normally, outsiders are not allowed in, but because everyone misses their friends so much, the church leader made an exception. Then, her hand slammed hard on the table. So please, the nun spoke each word with a harsh tone. We would appreciate it if you did not interfere with our missionary work. It's a bit unfortunate, but we'll just let it be. Dong Ho shyly spoke her mind. She was very angry. Seong Huin beside her also chuckled in agreement. Just then, a man stepped forward to cause a little trouble. He quickly asked, You're about to board this ship, right? The man continued, I heard you guys leveled the entire church just to find your friend. Zhe Unghui proudly replied, That's right. Right after that, a girl rushed over and said urgently, We're in the same situation. My sister disappeared after getting involved with them. Sung Huin glanced at the group behind him before asking, So, may I ask why you came to see me? The man didn't hesitate to make his request. We want you to help find our missing family members. He bowed his head and let out a long sigh. I want to search for them myself, like people like us, ordinary civilians powerless and with no chance to fight back. Tae Young-Huin did not rush to agree, but explained first. I am a healing mage, so I usually only take requests related to healing. The man looked at him and pleaded earnestly. Then please find our missing family members, and if any of them are injured, heal them. Zeung-Huin smiled with delight. So, this is basically a request for treatment, right? Seriously, he catches on so fast. In the end, all three agreed to help these people. All right, we'll do it. The ship quickly set out to sea. Cheon-Hun looked around and assessed the situation. It seems like there are quite a few people today, probably because there haven't been any problems trading in the other villages. Zheng-Huin spoke up then, saying according to the map it will take about 8 hours by boat to reach BMK Island. Dong-Ho, looking as green as a banana leaf from seasickness, groaned. 8 hours? He quickly broke down in tears over the earlier decision. I felt like I was about to die from seasickness. Brother Un called back and said, Go inside and rest. I'll give you something to help you sleep. I'm pretty sure we've been lured into a trap. Dong-Ho quickly fell into a deep sleep, but they probably won't attack right away. Cheon-Hun quickly spoke up. What do you think? Brother Kang also replied to him. I also don't think they will strike while we're still on the boat, Sheng-Hui said, expressing his almost certain suspicion that they are plotting something. I will go check inside the ship. Cheon quickly scribbled something on the paper, then I will quickly cast a divination. Suddenly, on the paper stained deep red, he felt nothing, and just focused on divination. Isn't this kind of fortune-telling a bit wasteful of a people? According to the fortune, the cargo hold looks suspicious, with a strange energy emanating from that area. Seung is getting up to go out, and I will go check it out. Ji-hun will stay in this room. All right, I'll keep an eye on Kim while you're gone. If we move together as a group, we'll attract attention. Ung-Huin's car slowly descends the stairs step by step. The guards couldn't help but wonder, what is he doing here? He quickly stepped forward, pretending to ask, Excuse me, can I take a look around here? One of the two slowly blocked the area, saying outsiders are not allowed. Then the other person continued to explain, Sorry, but you can't enter without permission from the church. Chung-Huin's indifferent face showed little interest in this statement. Is that so? You rushed forward, struck that guy, then spoke in a calm voice. Then I guess I'll trust my instincts and just go in to save them. The guards immediately took up their positions. We are under attack. Hold him back. Sung-Huin had no intention of close combat, so he pulled out a gun. Each shot hit a person as if playing a game of tag. One of them dodged the bullets with arrogance. He might defeat the others, but he won't get past me. Sung-Hui took in the situation and then introduced himself. With skills like that, I think an introduction is necessary. My name is Kang Seung-Hui. That soldier didn't hesitate to reveal his identity either. I am Freyline. Sung-Hui was somewhat stunned after hearing this. The battle continued intensely, with both sides having their own advantages. Seeing Seung-Hui injured, that Freya guy couldn't help but sneer. This is why you shouldn't go alone. He arrogantly stated a principle. In battle, nothing beats having allies. Bro, do you really think you can beat this guy? Zung-Huin's eyes scanned the surroundings, annoyed by the clone skill, but he didn't waste time thinking. Then a series of alerts sounded as absorption and dispersion skills activated. Ice shards swirling with the wind to encase the guards in ice, while he quickly used analysis and observation skills to identify the real target. One by one, the illusions vanished as arrows struck the real soldier, leaving him in pain and wondering how Shung-Huin could tell the real person so quickly. Dae-Ung-Huin asked calmly from above, Have all the clones been dealt with? Normally, you would have been taken down by now, so how are you still standing? He bent down and grabbed the hat covering that face. Could this person be Zheng? Huin quickly made his guess. She is a time traveler, right? Leah was startled by his sharp insight. She remained silent, revealing no information. He didn't even question her and already had an answer to the previous question. I was just guessing, because she is so strong and resilient, just like someone from the An continent. But that reaction said it all. Seung-Huin sat down to start a conversation, still pretending not to know. He quickly came up with another idea. All right, if you can ignore this, then I'll admit I was wrong. Then he used his strength to try to take something out. Sure. Sung-Huynh took out a pack of noodles that looked pretty delicious. There was no way she could resist this. Leah's eyes widened. Imagining enjoying this dish made her mouth water. Ramen, oh my, weak minds will get hungry. With just a pack of noodles, Sung-Huynh completely exposed her. Just one bite. Please give me just one bite. He smiled at this predictable reaction. After 3 years on the continent, 99% of space travelers cut off from fast food would react exactly like this. Leah completely abandoned her disguise and focused on the food. Just give me one bite, please. But when I finally held the bag in my hand, it turned out to be empty. Leah's eyes welled up with tears. It was just a fake empty bag. Sung-Huynh also explained its purpose. I made it specifically for moments like this. He immediately changed his tone to speak. Now Seung-Hui looked like the Grim Reaper judging the person in front of him. Letting a time traveler pass through too easily will only bring trouble later. He gave Leah 2 options. Choose, cooperate, or die. She replied with disdain, I'll cooperate, but even if you let me go, I'll bleed to death anyway. Sung-Huynh, like a cunning fox, smiled brightly and said, Oh, haven't I told you? I'm a healer, and if you cooperate, I'll treat your wounds. This cut really gets under my skin. Leah angrily confronted his shameless face. You call yourself a healer? You look more like a killer to me. Sung-Huynh felt quite satisfied, so watch and decide for yourself. Activate the drawing skill. Leah glanced at the needle in his hand, bewildered. What the hell is this? How can we not even be on Earth with this sewing needle? While she was still stunned, he had already pulled out the arrow. After a few seconds, Leah felt the pain and screamed loudly. Seung-Huynh pinned her down and stitched each stitch firmly. Finally, seeing Lia's pained face, he proudly declared himself done healing her like a saint. Lia looked at the wound on her arm, thinking this method was brutal, but the wound was definitely stitched up. It sounds strange, but I think this guy is really a healer. Seung-Huynh leaned down to look at her and asked, So what now? Bleed to death or cooperate and prolong your life? Lia's whole body weakened as she softly replied, I choose to prolong my life. After a while, they both reintroduced themselves. My real name is Leah, and my profession is a wanderer. Sung interrupted and wondered. Wait, so Freylein actually means that, she explained cheerfully. That's right, it comes from my real name. Leah Giafria. He listened as Leah spoke with growing excitement. Madeline was just because I wanted to eat Madeline cake. Finally, he blurted out a bold statement. She looks exactly like the real Alex. At this point, Sung-Huynh also began to talk about himself. As I mentioned earlier, I am Kang Sung-Hyun, and I came here at the request to investigate the church. Quite a few people have disappeared after getting involved with them. Leah was quite surprised by this. When people went missing, he immediately asked for information because she was working with the church and might know something. She hesitated, then revealed her identity and mission. I'm actually not part of the church. We were hired by a noble named Audrey Wig, who funds them. Bisma Island also belongs to that guy. Sung-Huynh glanced again to confirm. So you really don't know anything? Useless. That remark just annoyed Leah. I didn't notice anything unusual. She frankly mentioned a few trips we took together. This ship occasionally carried one noble child at a time, and each time they also brought along dozens of commoner children. They were all the same age. But when we left the island, not a single one of those children was ever seen again. Sung-Huynh pulled out a notebook and took meticulous notes. A noble and dozens of commoners. There was definitely something suspicious. Leah told about a time scouting the situation on the island. Once, I was curious about what they were doing there, so I secretly sent a copy. But as soon as it arrived, it hit a barrier and was destroyed. That's all I know. The blank page was now filled with neat lines of writing. Bisma Island has active defensive magic. Leah was much more cautious than expected. In the end, he closed the notebook and smiled, saying, All right, that was actually quite helpful. Leah was happy and proud. Really? But just a moment later, Seung-Hui knocked her out with a single blow. Then he turned and walked toward the door, leaving her on the ground. It would be very troublesome if you stabbed us in the back while we're investigating. Don't treat this like a personal matter and just toss it aside when you're done, man. The figure of Seung-Hui stopped in front of a warehouse filled with tons of crates. Could these be the supplies donated by the nobles? He reached out and opened a box to take a look. He was quite surprised by what he found inside. This is Stimulant B. The stimulant significantly enhances the user's physical abilities, but also causes extreme aggression, making them lose control and go berserk. Opening another compartment, Sung-Hui found something else, and beneath that was moss fruit powder, the sleeping drug I gave to Kim Dong-ho. He seemed to have found the answer to the purpose of this trip. It was quite clear what kind of twisted plan they had for this stuff. The ship's dining room, crowded with many people on board, a young man stares blankly at the smoke surrounding him. Huh? What is that? Smoke? What's going on? A few seconds later, the group slowly collapsed to the ground unconscious. At this point, some members of the monastery stepped forward. Everyone had already dozed off. Dat, the church leader, calmly took something out from his body. Good, it's time to begin. He unleashed his power, his eyes selecting, the ring of light expanding around like a data analysis machine. Those unconscious had no idea. From their chests, a golden orb gradually appeared. Gyat gave orders to his subordinates. The brighter the light, the higher the person's hidden potential, and the classification becomes clearer. At that moment, another person stepped forward to report. My lord, we have also brought Kang Seong-hyun's group, the group that interfered with our work. He was intrigued by this news. Oh, well done. He looked at the 3 members of Seong-hyun's group, blinded on the ground, and declared, Finally, we can judge these despicable scumbags. Dezat grabbed Seong-hyun's hair to check out those arrogant faces. Then he startled for a moment, turning to ask uncertainly, What's going on? What's wrong with their faces? I still can't believe it with my own eyes, especially with that dumpling face. The person who just reported spoke up to explain. Yes, considering everything they have done to us, the believers might have vented some frustration. He let go and said, I understand. Dejat walked away without forgetting to order, lock them up and keep an eye on them until we reach the island. The corners of the monk's mouth lifted into a perfect curve. Seong-hui smiled with his handsome face and replied, Yes, understood. He looked at the smoke swirling before him, feeling joyful. Luckily, he had drunk the bitter leaf tea. The giant leaf tea is slightly sour and tastes better cold. Drinking it will neutralize the fruit's sleep-inducing effects. He stepped forward, hugged the clone he created, and silently thought that he made it to wake Kim Dong-ho, but he never expected to have to use it like this. He glanced at the face that looked like his, and let his thoughts drift to the past. 30 minutes ago, Seong-hui had encountered a monk about his height. Oh, we're almost the same height. The monk couldn't help but be startled when he saw him. What the hell is this? How are you awake? Without saying much, he quickly threw a punch. Please cover me for a moment. Thinking back to that scene, Seong-huin's lips curled into a proud smile. The disguise working better than expected. He carried the mannequin, feeling completely energized. All right, from here, we charge straight into their base. The announcement sounded full of spirit. High Priest of the Supreme Ritual, we have arrived at the island. Bisma. Island immediately ordered the passengers to be taken to prison. Yes, someone quickly stepped up to give orders. Hurry up. High scores go to Class 11, average scores to Class 21, low scores to Class 31. Seong-huin's group was given special treatment while the others were sent to the underground prison, and he responded immediately. Understood. The cart was pushed forward by a few people. The Seong-huin group paid close attention to the conversation between the two nearby. What kind of quality are these passengers? The goat respectfully answered the question. Yes, Lord Audrey. He eagerly presented the statistical chart. 1 high-ranking, about 4 mid-ranking, and the rest were all low-ranking. The nobleman laughed slyly. I was actually looking forward to this. Audrey rubbed his chin and declared Simis's fair judgment. Seong-huin glanced and judged the 2 words he just heard as a verdict. Just then, some strange sounds rang out, cutting off his thoughts. Seong-huin instinctively stepped toward the noise. Who's making all that racket? Inside the car was Laya, who Seong-hui had knocked out the day before. Let me go, you bastard! He stared blankly at her, screaming and struggling. Laya! Laya immediately stopped, startled, and turned toward the voice. That killer, Kang Seong-hun. Seong-hui calmly corrected her form of address. You should call me Hel Kang Seong-hun instead. Thank you. Laya looked at the person in front of her and asked unconsciously. What happened to your face? He didn't answer right away but turned the question back. Clever words, huh? Why is a cultist locked up here? She shyly revealed the reason. He got fired for failing his guard duty, then was captured and taken down. Ung-huin put on an innocent face. You should have done your job properly. Laya snapped angrily. It's all your fault. Then came the sudden betrayal as quick as lightning. She wisely begged the person in front of her, and anyway, you arrived just in time. Can you help me? Chung turned away without hesitation. Be careful. Leah startled and called out, Wait! She reached out her hand and made an offer. I will give you the point exchange voucher. 300-point cards. Huin's car is somewhat interested in this condition. He didn't hesitate and immediately activated his skill. Out. Focus concentrated his stamina into silver glory. He charged into the vehicle, using his strength to break through. Leah was terrified by this violent approach. She muttered as she climbed out. Is it really that easy to break into a magic-sealed prison? Zhonghuin held out his hand, asking politely for the tickets. Holding the 3 tickets, he offered sincere advice from a jailer-turned-fugitive in just one day. She really needed to carefully choose her master. Zhonghuin looked at her and said softly, "If you need money that badly, become an adventurer." Leah immediately retorted, "I don't do it for the money, but for my idol." He was a bit stunned by this lame reason. Her idol, she didn't rush but recounted a few things. "I used to be part of a criminal gang, you know? At that time, I didn't even have any suitable skills, so I almost died pointlessly. But then the past Leah was saved." Her voice held a hint of nostalgia. "A traveler from another world appeared and saved my life. Ligia still clearly remembers that person's eyes. His name is Yon Jijun." Later it turned out he was a famous bounty hunter. Her face flushed as if she were telling the story of a male lead, complete with a huge fan base. "You've heard of him before, right?" This tone is like a hopeless romantic. Zhonghui replied gruffly, "I have." She seemed to flip a switch and unleashed a barrage of words like a machine gun, making him want to shut up and think. Taking down dozens of level 5 criminals without any skills. Just a few knives to clean up the entire crime district, a legend everyone had heard of. Then one day, he disappeared without a trace, her voice dropping slightly. "I don't know if he's still alive or already dead." Hui looked at the girl in front of him and fell into thought. Leah regained her composure and spoke her dream. "After all, my dream is to become a bounty hunter like him. Of course, the biggest goal is still to return home." He finally spoke up, curious. "Then what does it have to do with working for Audrey?" She quickly explained that Audrey had collected some items previously used by Yon Jijun. "I worked for him in exchange for that number." Leah felt even more heartbroken thinking about it, but she was fired before she could get the person. He didn't hesitate to ask directly, "Don't you want to take revenge on that person?" The unexpected question left her stunned. "What?" Huin looked confidently at the person in front of him and said, "Because I'm about to wipe out this cult." Then he extended an invitation to cooperate. "So let's work together once more." Inside the grand hall, the atmosphere was more vibrant than ever. The crowd in the stands seemed to be energized as if pumped full of adrenaline. Let the judgment begin. The sacred moment has arrived. On the battlefield, those captured on the ship lie scattered on the ground. Long live Simaize, who commands his followers to awaken the potential believers. Yes, the sacred ritual. The ritual began immediately afterward, as a wave of incense spread across the arena floor. The recently awakened crowd quickly looked around in confusion. "Where am I?" Dat stood on high and declared heroically. "From this moment, the initiation ritual of the church begins the judgment of Simis. Every word he utters is filled with arrogance and superstition. Whoever endures until the end will receive the status and power of a true believer. He does not consider those living beneath the arena as a human at all. The losers will become fertilizer, an infinite source of power." His voice paused for a few seconds with a sinister smile, eyes burning like a demon rising from hell as he pronounced the judgment. "From now on, let the slaughter begin." The air grew dark and lonely in the cramped space behind the bars of the underground monastery of the representative. Dong Ho lay on the ground, slowly opening his eyes to regain consciousness. It was so cold. Then, fully awake, he looked around in surprise. Dong Ho quickly sat up, his face confused as he looked around. Then, he couldn't help but scream in horror. "Where is this place?" Dong Ho poked his head through the iron bars, his confused gaze unable to comprehend the situation. "Why did I wake up in a place like this?" "This is your sleeping pill. I'll wake you up when we get there. Mr. Kang and Cho Hun were supposed to look after me." He tried to hold on to that belief, talking to himself. "It must just be a dream. If the status board is me, then I'm doomed." But immediately after, the system panel appeared on command. Dong Ho struggled, tears streaming down his face as the truth unfolded before him on the status screen. This is not a dream anymore. He anxiously paced around, lost in thought. "I'm not nauseous anymore, so I must have left the ship. First, I need to get out of here." Dong Ho tried to operate the blue screen, attempting to use the golden glory. "Magic has been sealed. Sorry, inventory and skills cannot be used." Once again, he doubted this harsh reality. Dong Ho feels powerless, collapsing under his miserable fate. This is a magic-sealing prison, so what should I do now? But suddenly, he stopped crying. A thought came to his mind. Dong Ho tried another method on the system board. It seemed he could still access the status board. So a series of information has been fully inventoried. The current points are 6,085, with the basic roulette board deducting 20 points per spin, and the mixed roulette board deducting 10 points per spin. The roulette board deducts points each spin. He wants to bet on this last hope. Let's try this. Dong-ho was surprised at the luck he could try. 5 consecutive spins on the roulette wheel. Immediately, a game spinner appeared within his sight. Normally, the items would go into the inventory, but since he couldn't use it, the results quickly appeared instead. The roulette results: miscellaneous iron skewers, low-grade metal materials, 8-pointed nails, wooden planks, and wooden chopsticks. Dong-ho was a bit surprised at how quickly the system was dropping them to the floor. He picked up the wooden plank from the floor and exclaimed with joy, "This is great!" Dong-ho quickly set into work on his escape. He worked tirelessly with burning passion, calling out to his teammates, "Mr. Kang Cho-hun, I'm here," even imagining praise from Seung-hui as expected. He was pretty good at digging. A patch of earth outside was unusually bulging, and suddenly a strong hand emerged from the soil. After much effort, Dong-ho finally escaped the prison, realizing he had been underground all along. He looked around, countless questions arising. But where was this place? Suddenly, a loud cheer startled Dong-ho. He took cover behind a wooden crate, feeling uneasy. What is this? In front of Dong-ho was a vast place filled with thousands of people. An arena? On the other side, someone trapped in an iron cage is protesting, but it's all nonsense. He refuses to obey the orders of those in power. Why should we fight? If you guys want to, then go ahead and do it yourselves. Crazy fools. He acts like a supreme ruler looking down on everyone. Don't you get it yet? Dong-ho looked at the person lying on the ground in shock. No way. Mr. Kang was in tears, moved as if witnessing the whole story. No way, if you guys want to, go ahead and do it yourselves. You crazy, don't touch my teammate. He got caught while protecting himself. The arrogant goat who accused Seung-hui is none other than Kang Seung-hyun, the one who has been disrupting our church all week. The loyal followers also cursed him, calling him a worthless scum and demanding his death. He pretended to speak with a tone of grace, but the blessing of Simrise had chosen to grant a chance to a worthless man like him. As he finished speaking, the prison door slowly opened and Uji stepped out, his body shrouded in a suspicious purple aura. He was like a puppet, completely unconscious and only able to follow orders. Dong-ho also recognized his ally, Ooh. But then Ui growled loudly like a wild beast. Dong-ho was so scared by this scene that tears streamed down his face. Oh my God. To make such a sarcastic remark from above, dying at the hands of the friend you've longed for, isn't that quite poetic? He grinned, his face unable to hide his joy. Survive and you become a follower. Fail and you become fertilizer. Des continued to declare that the execution was underway. The verdict had begun. Uri followed the order and gathered his strength to strike. With just one leap, he and the axe moved closer to Seung-hun. Dong-ho couldn't wait any longer and was about to step in to stop it. No. The sharp axe was about to strike Seung-hun's head when a loud explosion filled the air with smoke and dust. Uri frowned, unable to believe what he saw. Seung-hui had vanished without a trace before his eyes. Behind Uri stood a graceful figure. Someone had swiftly intervened and saved Seung-hui. D tightened his grip on the railing, unable to believe his eyes. What? He frowned, angry at being interrupted, and immediately asked for the other's identity. Who are you? The mysterious man smiled cunningly and replied, Who do you think I am? And then that person was Seung-hui. He faced him directly and confirmed, of course, that he was therapist Kang Seung-hyun. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the arena. This is a sacred relic created through execution. He wore a smug expression as he spoke in riddles. Those who lose their clarity will become fertilizer. Then that guy used magic to concentrate into an iron, using that fertilizer to enhance his great power, and when placed on an object it would become a sacred relic. He clenched the sharp iron weapon he had just created, then stood high and taunted Seung-hui, saying even useless stones could be reborn as gold bars. Suddenly he vanished in an instant. He aimed straight for Seung-hui and struck. That was him, boasting while fighting against Simulus's powerful brother. In another area, the Laya sisters were causing chaos everywhere, killing them. Stop! She turned around to fight back against those chasing her. Small things will always remain small. They couldn't dodge in time and took the full damage. One of them took a painful hit, warning his allies. That bastard used poison. Not stopping there, Leah's twin also acted swiftly. She couldn't help but marvel at the scene, knowing that using dark magic is the right move when fighting the church. Time rewinds to a moment, 1 hour earlier. Laya stared in amazement at the items Seung-hun brought. Why are there so many?
He hesitated and gave a brief explanation. Is that it? It's homemade. She looked at those things wide-eyed and asked Hans Seung-hui, with this level of dark magic, you must need tons of hair and blood from that dark witch, right? He forced a smile in response to Leah. It's rare to have a true friend who can come up with such a thing. She accepted the item with some suspicion. The source seemed a bit questionable. But back to reality, that item found its use for the two sisters Leia. I already have all of the dark potions I need. Die? Superstitious fools. Outsiders can't help but wonder about the commotion. What is happening? I'm not really sure either. It seems they are on our side. Suddenly, someone pointed toward the arena and shouted, "Wait, look over there." Below, Seung-Huin was exchanging moves with him. Unfortunately, he got hit by that guy's attack. Everyone there was also going mad, slaughtering each other. Eung-Hui glanced around the scene and sighed quietly. This place is too chaotic. Suddenly, the iron blade behind him moved. Yuri successfully retrieved his weapon, ready to join the fight. With bloodshot eyes full of menace, he glared at me and growled, "Don't!" Yuri lunged toward him, shouting, "Don't underestimate me." Thanks to quick reflexes, Seung-Hui dodged the sharp iron blade. Next came a series of powerful swings from Yuri. He used all his strength to smash the wall into pieces. Seung-Hui dodged the attack. He calmly maintained his balance on the axe handle. He smiled confidently again and began to follow the plan. So, this must be just the beginning, right? Seung-Huin's whistle echoed, breaking the silence all around. Everyone nearby panicked in response. What is that? The people wearing white cloaks all stood up at once, throwing strange liquid containers simultaneously. In the air, countless glass bottles filled the sky, and a crossbow was summoned at Seung-Huin's command. He aimed it skyward, ready to shoot arrows. Great teamwork. Then countless arrows appeared, piercing everywhere. Collisions in the air created a thick blue smoke. Uji also seemed affected after the explosion. The blue smoke enveloped his entire body. Gradually, Yuri regained consciousness and control over his body. He looked around in panic, unable to grasp the situation. What did I just do? Everyone around me is starting to regain control of themselves. I almost died. My body moved on its own. Audrey watched everything unfold and turned to ask Zart for his opinion. The high priest, could it be that he was so angry his whole body tensed up as he explained? Type A sedative. It counteracts stimulant B. Audrey raised an eyebrow, wondering if he really had that many allies. Suddenly he squinted, noticing something suspicious. Wait, that person, the two sisters Leia, have infiltrated the group present at this arena. Those who arrested me earlier, come out and explain yourselves face to face. She stirred up everything, making the situation even more unstable. I will send you all straight to Simolis. Audrey disrupted the scene with a face full of anger. Freya Madeline, standing across from him, raised his voice accusing Leah. How dare you betray me? Her two sisters also refused to bear the bad reputation and immediately defended her. What? Did he forget that he abandoned me first? Has that foolish old man lost his mind? With no one left to rely on, Audrey sought out Desat. What now? High Priest Dez's sacred execution ceremony has been destroyed. He remains calm, reassuring Audrey. Rest assured, Lord Audrey. Next, Dez called out to the followers within the religion. Quickly eliminate the intruders in the nest. Then he turned his head toward Zhonghui's location. He was not afraid and calmly faced Dez, who was aiming at him, while the man began to use the trump card he had prepared. Dez's jewelry emitted a dazzling golden light, resonating with his item. That person seemed to gain the power that pride claimed. I will handle this myself. Seung-Hui smiled mysteriously at him and spoke in a haunting voice, questioning Desart's side. So, who do you think I am? He turned around with a graceful demeanor, revealing his identity. Of course, it's Sung Hyun. His men angrily shouted insults. That shameless name? Someone has uncovered something suspicious. Wait a minute. So that guy was so shocked he couldn't help but blurt it out. The one who saved Kang Seung-Hyun was Kang Seung-Hyun himself. Dong-ho witnessed it all from start to finish, and you still find it hard to believe? Audrey frowned and turned to ask, what is going on here? The head priest. His voice grew faint, unsure how to explain it, and I don't know either. Audrey stared thoughtfully at what was happening, filled with doubt. If that guy was Seung H., then who was the one who fainted? Oh, this guy. You let the other person lie down on the ground. Let me set the record straight. Let me introduce him to you. The person who replaced my position is a loyal follower of the Simulus Church. Seung-Hui's face showed little emotion as he commented. I don't even know his name. That only fueled the fire of anger inside Desart, that bastard. But Audrey laughed and praised him, saying he was truly as impressive as rumored. Then he confidently shouted orders to Desat. But in the end, I still gained an interesting sacrifice, so let the execution proceed. Desat regained his composure and agreed with Audrey. He was right.
Then he continued to oversee the battle. Release the Type B stimulant gas quickly. Immediately, the purple gas spread throughout every corner of the arena. Everyone tried to cover their noses to avoid inhaling the toxic gas. Damn it, it's anesthetic gas again. But no one can resist it for long. They showed signs of losing their minds, all simultaneously losing their humanity. Their bodies like machines. They grabbed sharp weapons ready for the massacre. Everyone held ready swords to slash their opponents. Then someone sparked this chaotic battle and everyone fought fiercely without regard for others' lives. Inhuman screams echoed everywhere as people died. Those trapped inside could no longer sit still in this situation. He's being pushed back. Keep going. Man plans, but Seung-hyun plans better. He reassures everyone. Don't worry. Though struggling in battle, he still appears very elegant in the eyes of others. Kang Seung-hyun, your healer here will not let everyone down. No sooner had he finished speaking than Seung-hyun drew admiring glances toward himself. They chose to trust and cheer for him. Come on, doctor, quickly wipe out those scammers. Yuri couldn't help but judge the scene in his heart. He should have said, I will save everyone, right? He really emphasized the term healer. He was annoyed at being ignored and foolishly attacked Seung-hyun. The man unleashed a series of powerful sword strikes toward him. Seung-hyun had someone to defend him. After the attack, his clothes were quite tattered. The guilt is overwhelming. He gloats loudly seeing Seung-hyun wounded. Now do you understand? This is the price you pay for opposing Simolus's will. He leapt toward him, full of satisfaction. Time to become fertilizer for the church. But Seung-hyun was not willing to give up easily. He summoned an item to counterattack. In an instant, he blocked his weapon. The guy was too overconfident, stunned with his mouth wide open. Huh? Seung-hyun smiled faintly, sarcastically repeating his words. I thought only losers end up as fertilizer. You lifted your head and faced him head on. That doesn't apply to me, right? Seung-hyun used his strength to push him, sending him flying into the bar. He calmly continued to mock him. I've already set the mood a bit. This battle must be intense. While he was still in midair, Seung-hyun quickly dealt damage to him. He is targeting the artifact on that guy. I still don't have enough power to destroy a truly sacred Tier 3 artifact. Regardless of everything, Seung-hyun kept attacking, knowing that what needed to be done quickly had to be done now. His artifact's bracelet began to crack, and the necklace wasn't any better. The light gradually faded until those things could no longer hold on and shattered. Seung-hyun summoned a vase to absorb the light from the relic. He held the jar carefully, constantly criticizing. Artifacts made with such careless craftsmanship are truly easy to destroy. Leia couldn't help but admire Seung-hwee's talent. Impressive. He didn't use any magic yet still managed to fight like that. In her mind, she involuntarily recalled the past, as if that person's image merged with the figure of Seung-hyun from that time. But quickly, Leia shook her head repeatedly, pushing the thought away. No way! Zat suddenly collapsed, his condition worsening severely. No way, artifact. He can hardly accept this harsh reality. Damn it, down there, he still refuses to give up. Give it your all one last time, Simulus, I beg you. The magic circle created by that guy began to show anomalies. A giant holy spear formed, pointing its tip toward the ground as he commanded. Restore the holy spear. Please punish the one who carries this sin. Seung-hyun frowned, bracing himself against its destructive power. Death looks very powerful. Suddenly, someone shouts his name loudly. Lord Kang Seung-hyun. That figure suddenly stepped forward to shield Seung-hyun. A massive explosion erupted in the arena area. The spear glowed, making its mark in the cloud of dust. Seung-hyun spoke his name in disbelief. Kim Ho-dung. Dong-ho used his item to protect him. The national decisive battle. Damage rate increases steadily with divine power. Dong-ho turned his head and said proudly, showing up at the right time. Impressive, right? He didn't know what to say. Kim Ho-dung Seung-hwee froze on the spot. Why is he here? He's still analyzing carefully. Could he have escaped prison on his own? No way. Maybe they just sent him to the low-tier arena because he looked too weak. Dong-ho sneered. The old man only makes Seung-hyun more certain, that's for sure. Dot struggled to stand, despite having no strength left, and after observing, he commented that it seemed the old man was about to collapse. He finally spoke after being urged repeatedly, what exactly is your goal? Dot loudly interrogated Seung-hyun. Is there someone backing you up? Who's been pulling your strings? He smirked slightly. Curious, aren't you? Seung-hyun understands the pain that the people endure. The poor commoners have no power at all. The families of those you turned into fertilizer. He fell silent, struck to the heart by the words. The kind man advised. So in your next life, don't go cheating others again. Live your life with integrity. DZ, frustrated, slammed his fist hard on the ground. He screamed wildly. Don't think this is over. Not yet, not yet. Seung-Hwin launched a direct attack on DZ in an instant. His life ends here. The brown-haired girl could hardly believe what had just happened before her eyes. Is it over already? The blonde-haired boy looked confused. Are they really dead? The suffering villagers all shouted his name. Kang Seung-hyun. Kong Seung-hyun. Ligia ran over and high-fived Seung-Hwin. Well done. Dong-ho met her for the first time. Mr. Kang. Who is this young lady? Leah is planning to tease him a bit. He is your teammate, right? I am Freya Mland. So he exposed it. The interdynastic traveler Collegia Audrey was furious but powerless to act. It's unbelievable. He saw Dez's tragic end and still endured suffering at the hands of those traitors. Those despicable fools. Audrey hurriedly devised an escape plan. I'd better escape first, Laya shouted loudly to alert her teammates. Ah, that bastard is about to escape, she growled, startling Audrey. Stop right there, he suddenly bumped into Hun. He even pretends to be kind. Hey, you should watch where you're going. Audrey's face twisted. He was definitely an ally of Kang Seung-Hoon. How did you escape from prison? As expected, Cheon-hun always has his own unique way. I provoked the guard to open the door and hit me. He used magic to bypass others and move around. He pushed Audrey until her wig fell off. Then he moved. He fell and rolled several times on the arena floor. Audrey panicked when Seung-Hwin appeared right in front of him. He smiled brightly, thanking him for coming to die like that. He stumbled back, warning him not to dare touch him. So-Hwin looked serious. Why should I listen to you? Audrey reached into his jacket pocket. That's right. From now on, I will sponsor you instead of the church. He took out a special weapon. I am willing to offer a valuable item as collateral. Leah realized this was a precious treasure. Wait, the Jiaodai Hinder, Audrey boldly asserted. That's right, the Hinder knife, a weapon favored by Jejun, the bounty hunter. He keeps driving up its value. An adventurer of your level should know its value, she thought seriously. Such a precious collectible. This is truly dirty. You said you would give me anything except this. Leah flew into a rage. Hey, you said you couldn't give me that. Seung-Hwin directly refused. I don't need it. You were the one Audrey praised all along. I've used it before, and it's nothing special. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. He was so shocked that he dropped the knife to the ground. What? Sweat kept pouring down Audrey's face. What did you say? Seung-Hwin rushed forward and grabbed his sleeve tightly. He decisively sent Audrey on his way. All right, it's time for you to go now. Seung-Hwin has nothing left to worry about. With that done, even the big boss is finished. Leah's voice echoed through the space. Wait. Her cheeks had flushed pink. Are you really Leah? I just want to confirm. Yoonjun? He took out an ID card to prove that was just an alias. My real name is Seung-Hoon. She thinks she was deceived. So you pretended not to know me just to see if I was infatuated with you? Seung-Hwin had to do that, and revealing it right then wouldn't have been good either. Leah didn't know what to say. Your true personality, she greatly admires Seung-Hwin's talent. Finally, I get to meet you, so what should I say first? Where have you been all this time? I'm a fan. Please sign this for me. I have worked this hard just to become someone like you. Laya stood still, clutching the edge of his shirt. She bowed her head to express her gratitude. Thank you so much for saving me. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Someone stepped in to explain. Back then, she had to struggle with a native from the AL continent. Seeing you grow up this much, she must have worked very hard. Seung-Hee picked up the knife he had used before. He hugged Laya, comforting her. Well done. She looked up at Seung-Hui. Leah expressed her feelings, saying she was truly glad he was still alive. Zart's entire body was covered in a golden hue. He and Audrey were about to turn to dust. The students in the class all share the same fate. The sky is filled with the light of fertilizer. Laya recognized the light immediately. Was that fertilizer? Now Seung-Hwin can be sure. If even the stands can see it, then everyone in this arena has become a target of judgment. Many beams of fertilizer light flew toward the trapped group. The blonde-haired boy fell into a state of confusion. Why is it rushing towards us? The brown-haired brother protested fiercely. Get away, stay away from me. It seems everyone hates it. I'm not interested in getting stronger with this disgusting power. Yuri hesitated and didn't dare to accept the energy. Just this once, he thought about his isolated past. If he could gain this power, he would no longer be looked down upon. Yuri really didn't dare to open his eyes. He had no intention of absorbing the fertilizer's power. The light from the fertilizer fell at Yuri's feet. He understood a fundamental principle. If I rely on this kind of power, I will never become truly strong. Dong-ho looked toward Yuri. He was glad about what just happened. The gloomy space in the forest is the believer's house of the Simur Church. Seung Hui is helping everyone bandage their wounds. He is sweating profusely. Damn it, I only tried that to be sure. Seung Hui wants the system to reassess the situation of the people. He focuses on healing, concentrating his energy to fully restore them. But my severed wrist healed in just 3 minutes. The young man was thrilled to meet Seung Hui. Oh my God, you really are a healing mage, thank you so much. He smiled kindly. No problem, healing everyone was part of the request this time. Seung Hui hopes to help everyone. You should reunite with your family in good health. The young man wearing his hat was moved to tears, the healing mage, and the people naturally drew closer to him. So, if it's not too much trouble, could you heal me too? Me too. Time in the building passed quickly. 3 hours later, Seung Hui carefully calculated and thought maybe he should open an office to take healing requests. Cheon Hun worried about his condition. Huh? Didn't you say this kind of healing was too exhausting? This is a stamina recovery medicine. He is full of confidence, and I have found a solution. Seung Hui quickly concluded with a full recovery skill that enhances the body's regenerative ability. If I activate outfocus to narrow the range to just the injured area, turn off external focus and then turn it back on, the healing effect will explode dramatically. He gave a prime example. A minor wound heals in about 30 seconds, and even a severed wrist can be reattached in just 2 to 3 minutes. Seung Hui's sharp reasoning was enough to be recognized even by the standards of the Ao continent. He had nothing left to doubt. Until now, I had to find patients myself. But from now on, the patients will come to me. Cheon Hun was curious about where the clinic would be located. Seung Hui has just started planning, so there probably isn't a concrete plan for Hin Village yet. He quickly added. Then let me introduce you to a good investor. Seung Hui couldn't help but be surprised. Investor Hyun spoke directly. What about the Dark Tower? How about cooperating with them? He explained the situation in detail. Currently, on the AEL continent, there is only one facility for dark mages, the Dark Tower. That is why dark mages in other areas face many difficulties when they need treatment or to find items. There has been a constant demand to build a facility for dark mages, at least in the north. But every time the church teams up with the Adventurers Guild to sabotage it, he has nothing to hesitate about. Because I don't use healing magic, such a facility could take on the role of treating dark mages. Cheon Hun was already imagining a bright future. Once the rumor spreads, dark mages will flock in as customers. Seung Hui shook hands firmly. It was truly a win-win situation. He kept giving more suggestions, saying he knew someone with a high position in the Dark Tower and to try negotiating with them. Seung Hui nodded without hesitation. Got it? Cheon Hun thinks very simply. Come to think of it, if many groups gather at Hin Village, we could also gather information about the black beasts, right? You can't be sure how things will unfold. It's hard to say. Super Eung Hui suddenly changed the subject, and it just reminded me. I have something to say about the black beast. Laya cried her eyes out. This is truly the best story ever. He paid close attention to her reaction. What are you doing? Dong Ho asked. I just told her about the first time we met. She was curious about Kang Seong Hyun's adventures. Leah praised Seung Hui's kindness. She didn't expect him to stand against an entire church just for the kids. You are truly extraordinary. She placed her hand over her chest. I have made up my mind. Leah bowed her head to him. From now on, I will serve you as my master. Please accept me as your disciple. He immediately refused. She was on the verge of tears. Why is that? Seung Hui shared, honestly. I don't take on apprentices. It's too troublesome. You gave Leah a chance, but I'm looking for teammates to work together like a family. She screamed out loud with joy. Really? Seung Hui explained gently. Well, what I need right now is just a part-time person to handle some errands. Leah didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Fine then, sign me up too. I've decided to leave this matter be. Let's discuss the details over a meal. Her cheeks flushed red like an overripe tomato. Leah couldn't believe this was real. This feeling is like a dream. Cheon Hun has a proposal. Then let's celebrate with a really delicious dish. Dong Ho admitted a truth. But Kang So-mung Hun and I are terrible cooks. She's not much better than them. I can only make steamed eggs. He's proud of his own skills. Perfect. Let Chef Alex show everyone his skills. The dish presented by Cheon Hun looks impressive. It's done. Please enjoy. I didn't expect him and Leah to faint right at the dining table. He was trembling with fear. This is not what I intended to do. The scream echoed outside. Alex, please don't touch the cooking utensils anymore. The monster appeared out of nowhere. It hovered in the air. The appearance of the Yu creature was terrifying. The system announced an increase in distrust level from 3 to 5. Seung Hui focused on the data. The distrust level had risen by 2 ranks. Dong-ho suddenly remembered the past, realizing he had used a bunch of sacred relics from the chief priest back then, even if it's just a single-use type. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, with that much, I'm definitely going to get a reward from the divine vessel. Seung-Huin curiously clicked on the screen, wondering what he would get this time. The divine container has accumulated a certain amount of divine power, increasing the reward. The reward granted by the system to Seung-Hui appears. You have acquired a new skill, pain transfer, which shifts pain from one person to another. The maximum number of targets is 3. Xian-Hun wants to know what it is. Did he get something cool? He's not too happy. I got a new skill. Seung-Hun tested the pain transfer skill on himself and was startled by the shock. Damn it! Leah suddenly feels pain. The forest ranger was fine, but nothing happened. It's just like this. Dong-ho came to deal with this case. You can explain it with words. She got angry thinking someone was trying to steal her food. Hey, don't mess with my steamed eggs. Seung-Huin believes its significance is great, canceling the skill that transfers pain. This skill can be used as a painkiller during treatment, a pretty useful skill. Shi-Hun shared with his teammates. Oh, right, I just found a very suspicious room. He feels that something is not right. It's locked tight with the big padlock. No matter what we do, we can't break it. I think it must be a mass-produced sacred artifact. Sung wants to check what it is. Let's go take a look. The 4 of them moved forward together, following Chon-Hun's lead. He pointed to the last room. There it is. He launched an attack to break the level 5 unfaithful lock. The lock immediately shattered to pieces. Seung-Huin saw the messy room and seemed to understand what was going on. He explained to everyone that this room contained an altar where followers prayed or performed rituals to communicate with the divine. Dong-ho suspects that someone locked such a place with a sacred relic. He was too busy criticizing to watch his step. But isn't that like blocking believers from communicating with the divine? That's why Dong-ho slipped when he stepped on the bottle cap. He hit his head on the ground after leaning over. Cheon-hyun tightly embraced Dong-ho, crying out in anguish. Kim Hyung-sung carefully examined the scene. Now looking closely, there are empty pill bottles scattered all around. Leah quickly found the medicine box. There's a pile of sedatives here, probably from these bottles. She deduced from the evidence at the scene that they prepared in advance, because encountering the divine would drain their spirits. But he thought the opposite. Usually when the high priest or apostle performs a divine ritual, their spirit should be restored. Zaeyun noticed something unusual. There were no saint paintings or deity statues here at all. You raised a suspicion, and the deeper you dug, the more suspicious this church became. On the wall hung the words, "Do not doubt him." Leah showed off today's work. I gave the traveler a sedative. This is the last guy left. Even Brother Zheng is impressed. Good job. Thanks to today, your spirit has recovered quite a bit, hasn't it? She keeps yawning. Can I go to sleep now? Dong-ho waved goodbye. I want to rest too. I have no strength left at all. He turned and walked back to his room. Good night, everyone. While Seung-Huin was sound asleep, he opened his eyes upon hearing a noise outside. Nothing escapes Seung-Huin's sight. Just as expected, it appeared. He identified the creature as Simulis. Seung-Hui knew the cause of the incident. Divine beings invade dreams when they are angry, and he clenched his fists tightly. Still, he would listen to what it wanted to say. Seung-Hui looked closely in panic, unable to hide his surprise. He could feel the pain from the wound he had earlier. Seung-Hui hesitated before finally speaking. The system status board showed a level 5 disbelief status, and as he focused on analyzing the board, it became clear that what was happening was not a dream, but reality. He hurriedly ran outside to check. Seung-Huin was there when he arrived. Laya, are you awake? I haven't even finished speaking yet. I heard strange noises while sleeping. Leah continued, looking out the window and saw that thing was here. Cheon-hun acted cool in front of everyone. I guess everyone is awake by now, right? Isn't it? Alex showed up. He couldn't help but worry. Whatever it is daring to break in at this hour, Zaehui warned his team. Enough talk, get ready. He is certain of one thing. The master of this island has appeared. The dark spirit has a strange shape, hovering in the air. The air was shrouded in dark energy by the fiend. Seung tried to withstand the pressure from it. The 5th-level unbeliever resisted the terror. He turned back to see if Cheon-hun was in trouble, only to find him gritting his teeth in anger. For some reason, Cheon-hun was coughing up blood. Seung-Hui loudly called out his name. Alex. He hurriedly caught Hun. Damn it, the blood mage is absorbing the divine power of that god. His body definitely couldn't take it. Seung-Huin was secretly relieved to have prepared in advance, as that water had some effect. The monster emitted a strange sound, its power seeming to want to destroy his entire group. Seung-hwin's body was covered in a golden light. He remembered turning the villain into fertilizer, this debt. Seung-hwin held the bottle in his hand, and if he didn't want to be turned into fertilizer, he smashed the bottle and scattered the #1 sedative to wake him up quickly. Seung-hwin struggled to protect his teammates, Cheon-hun, Laya, and Jong-hoi. Seung-hwin arrives just in time to save Cheon-hyun from the U-monster's attack. He uses a giant eye to observe everything from above. He was given a drink that was black in color. Dark magic power plus 100. Dark magic power plus 100. I feel lucky to have stayed calm. Thanks to you, I survived. Stay alert, Cheon-hun reminded himself. I guess I have to try to endure it. I saved this for a reason. The temporary dark magic enhancer boosts dark power and resistance to divine energy. Brother Ung thought to himself, it really is a disgusting abomination. No wonder the high priest has to rely on sedatives. He looks like a monstrous tumor. A monster is simply defined. Teratoma is a type of tumor that forms inside the body. It produces abnormal tissue unrelated to the surrounding cells. This has been scientifically proven. For example, this is not a sweet potato. This is a stomach. When the stomach is dissected, you can see teeth and hair growing inside. Do you know if it actually harms humans? Even so, the monster only looks disgusting, but doesn't have the ability to attack. Seung-hui revisited the issue, but this creature was not only disgusting, it was coming straight at him. The monster shot out clumps of black silk. Dong-ho and Lija try to dodge its attacks. He has no choice but to use his 5th-level unbelief power. Seung-hui struggled to block the monster's attack. Its terrifying appearance struck fear into everyone. The U-monster controlled its elongated tentacles. Cheon-hun was temporarily restrained by it. She panicked when she saw Dong-ho injured. Dong-ho spoke up to reassure Leah. I'm fine. He cut off the monster's tentacle. But what a terrible day this is. Cheon-hun's arm is slowly transforming. Huh? He's screaming loudly because his arm has deformed. Cheon-hun couldn't accept the truth. No, my handsome bicep. Seung-hwin gave a direct order. You just cut it off, I'll regenerate a new one for you. Do you want to turn into a monster? He has no choice but to listen to the healer sister. Cheon-hun quickly treated the wound, using his blood skill to activate it, and finally he could breathe a sigh of relief. Just temporary for now. Brother Ung praised enthusiastically. The prosthetic arm looks pretty good. Do you really need a new one? Cheon-hun thinks it's just for show. Of course, this arm can't even handle washing his face. He started to feel fear. Just touching that thing would cause him to transform, right? Laya couldn't help but be surprised. But Dong-ho is fine. He has a special body, and I'm immune to mutations. He can't help but worry, since he's already tough and also resistant to mutations. It's really troublesome. Ordinary weapons won't work. Brother Un already had a plan in mind. Everyone take out your faith weapons, and he agreed immediately. Understood. Cheon-hun also summoned a weapon. Got it. She pointed at herself, but I didn't have one. So he let Laya go first. Then just hold on to my spear and deduct 1 win from my salary. Leah gladly accepted, while Seung-hwin was still hesitant, but the real problem lay elsewhere. He continuously analyzes the divine barrier surrounding it. In this state, even a full set of talismans cannot break through. Cheon-hun has a suggestion. Can we use disbelief? Seung-hui can hardly guarantee it. At this level, the effect is barely noticeable. He can only do his best. If a weakness appears, I will try to do something. She spotted the direction of the U-monster. Look, it's heading toward the arena. It seems Brother Chung has guessed its intention. Could it be that he's changing direction immediately? Let's head to the arena too. The monster flew over the group's heads, with dense black silk clusters appearing around it. They struck, causing the earth and rocks to shatter. The monster had no intention of stopping. It opened its mouth wide, as if trying to swallow something. It turns out the U-monster was trying to collect fertilizer. Dong-ho sprayed stiff glue. It's licking the fertilizer. Yeon-hun scolds the monster. That thing has no dignity at all. Of course, Brother Jung knows it well. That's right. A true god would never stoop for food and reveal such a weakness. He will seize the moment to fight, but for me, I must focus intensely, channeling endurance into silver glory, 5th tier infidelity, activating the slash skill. Seung-hui has made up his mind. This is his chance, and it is paralyzed by his power. The system confirms the current state of the U-monster has been destroyed. Seung-hwin called on his teammates to join forces. Now is the time, everyone. The other 3 followed his order and charged forward. Leah quickly took a fighting stance, and Dong-ho gave his all to defeat it. Cheon-hun unleashed her signature moves. The monster lay still on the ground. Its body cut into pieces. She was overjoyed. Got it! A perfect hit! Leah noticed the chunk of flesh flying up, merging into a mass just like a monster. It looked like a clay figure freshly molded from soft mud. The monster gripped her hand tightly. Bria! Leah's arm has deformed after being touched by the monster. She fell into a state of panic, rushing to rescue her. Seung-Hwin ran over to examine Leah's arm, trying to help her by using the pain transfer skill. Seung-Hui willingly endured the pain for Leah. She recognized it immediately at a glance. Don't tell me you used pain transfer. Seung-Hwin didn't complain, so don't worry about it. Chae-hun felt discriminated against, but he never treated me that way. The monster's form looked quite strange, and he was always on guard. What trick is it planning this time? It always has unpredictable transformations, the monster molding a human-shaped face for Lord Simul's. Understood. It just keeps making things up on its own. Understood. It took him a long time to realize that they were all things it had absorbed. Even Dong-ho was terrified. It was truly horrifying. The people swallowed by the monster kept arguing. No, I don't want this. Someone save me. Just die already. The sound came from its mouth, trembling with fear as it obeyed. The system indicated that the sedative effect had worn off and its mental strength was rapidly declining. Seung-Hwin's group stood in front of the monster, which frantically charged forward like a moth to a flame. He focused its attention and direction. Seung-Hwin shouted, but she didn't respond. Wake up. The monster plunged straight into the ground when it missed Leah. She had just enough time to create distance from it. The monster opened its eyes wide to assess the situation. Its target was Leah. She remains extremely calm. At least I have to stop this mutation. Use the cloning skill. The monster struck Leah directly, throwing her far away. He quickly caught Leah. For some reason, Seung-Hwin was stunned, and the monster turned its gaze toward Dong-ho. His entire body was covered in golden light. He couldn't just stand by and watch someone in danger. Damn it! With that fragile mindset, if she turns into fertilizer, she might be absorbed before she can revive as a black beast. Seung-Hwin had to make a decision. She had to die first. He threw the spear towards Dong-ho. Cheon-hun suddenly reached out, pulling Dong-ho away before the knife could strike, blocking the light beam from hitting him. Cheon-hun smiled, satisfied with his action. He turned to scold Seung-Hwin. Hey, what are you doing? If you kill Kim, the black beast will rush to attack us. Seung-Hui was at a loss, out of time. What am I supposed to do now? Cheon-hun realized the danger. This battle was already brutal, and the demon must be eager to destroy the arena. He kept asking Han and the others, Are you guys okay? Seung-Hwin was so tense he couldn't speak. He had given it his all, damn it. Chon-hyun was injured but didn't complain. Blocking everything was tough. Dong-ho was sweating buckets for Hyeon. He is tired but still pushing himself. I can't keep going like this much longer, but just collapsing like this would be pathetic. Cheon-hun had to call upon the ancient power. Oh, goddess Seat, please grant me strength. The energy inside him surged with pain as Chon-hun's sharp claws emerged from his clothes. A red monster emerged from his body. Jeon-hun's claws were sharp, and power enveloped his entire form. Seung-Hwin was curious about the appearance of the monster. A red monster. Is that the power of Tyr? It flew towards U-monster and attacked. The red monster bit it once. The U-monster screamed in agony but could do nothing. The system provides information that the red curse of CMT activates the sealed mutation ability of Simul's. Simul's corrosion resistance is sealed. He is too exhausted. I can't hold on much longer. Cheon-hun sends you his last words. Finish this before I die. Seung-Hui regained his confidence. I'm not the type to rely on divine power, but there's no reason to refuse help from my teammates. He feels a bit uneasy. One of them has already gone out. Seung-Hui looked toward his teammate and the other person. The system assessed Dong-ho's condition as nearly depleted of mental strength, at risk of a mental breakdown. He had a hard time killing the ghost monster. Their condition was really bad. We used up the last sedative earlier. Eung-Hwin's vehicle tried to salvage the situation, and the voice of peace was still there. But the voice of calm, when activated, restores the target's mental strength, removes panic, and enhances the effect of full recovery judgment on that target. Yet it is too weak to dispel that overwhelming sense of shock. He took out the energy stone in case Seung-Hui was holding it tightly, with only one last thing left. The system explained the effect of Geas's Tear Stone, an item that fully restores mental strength when used but causes deep hallucinations. Seung-Hui thought to himself, a byproduct of the boss monster obtained in the teleportation dungeon. The illusion punishment was severe but unavoidable. He summoned Freya's special summoned crossbow. Seung-Hwin reminded himself, Freya's fate pouch created Juice's tear arrow. All right, be patient. He couldn't bring himself to shoot it. This would sting a bit. It hit Dong-ho right in the butt, and the system immediately helped him wake up. The effect of Gordius' tears was activated, fully restoring mental strength. Jae-hun smiled brightly, and Kim began to feel revived. Dong-ho was extremely alarmed for Hyun. Seung-Hwin made sure to discuss it with him beforehand.
Kim Ho-dong, get ready to draw their attacks and lend me some of that golden glory. I'm confident we can take down that monster together.
It seems Dong-ho is not doing well, suffering from a hallucination. From Ho-dong's perspective, he appears somewhat stunned. Now it looks cute, doesn't it? Seung-Hwin explained gently.
That is the hallucination speaking.
The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed. Its shape kept changing. The monster was gradually forming parts of a human body. It roared arrogantly, clamping its jaws tightly around the red monster's neck. It is gradually losing its original energy. The strength in Cheon-hoon's arm has noticeably diminished.
He can't hold on any longer. This is truly my limit. Cheon-hoon is about to run out of energy. I'll leave the rest to you.
The red monster was tightly wrapped by the U-monster. It decisively smashed the red monster into pieces. Dong-ho ran like the wind in his slippers. He raised his weapon high, ready to change the game. Dong-ho decisively slashes UK. Come here, cutie. It was in pain from the sudden attack. The monster was just crying. From Ho-dong's perspective, he couldn't bear it, but had no choice. His heart aches. He's sorry. Its foot just touched the ground and shattered the rocks. Dong-hoon panicked, trying to escape. Lord Seung-Hwin stood high above watching. Now in human form, it looked even more disgusting. He felt a bit more confident. Simul's movements slowed down, and thanks to the power of the mutated CM and its corrosion being sealed, Seung-Hwin aimed the oil lamp at the monster. He finishes with the final strike. Freya's fate pouch creates an explosive arrow. That will make this possible. The arrow pierces and shatters the oil lamp. The flames spread fiercely. Now it is surrounded by fire. The monster was burned after committing evil deeds. Seung-Hwin felt satisfied after the hard work of roasting. Rare meat has its own unique appeal. Kama's golden glory increases physical damage by 250%. He gently lifted his foot to gain momentum, and with the meat in hand, Seung-Hwin charged forward wielding his weapon. It had the best flavor, focused on the golden glory. The sharp spear flashed right above the U-monster's head. Of course, he couldn't let it catch him. Seung-Hwin charged head-on. The monster seemed to be defeated by his attack, but it strangely survived. He lay motionless in the flames. Dong frantically called out Seung-Hwin, his brother Kang. He realized the core of the problem was that the heart of the UK was exposed. In Dong-ho's mind, there was only one thought: destroy Simul's heart and end it. He didn't hesitate but charged forward bravely, his voice making Dong-ho freeze. Lord Ho-dung, system update. Deep illusion enhanced and trauma activated. The U-monster disguised itself as an old acquaintance. Mr. Ho-dung, what are you? Do it right now. He was immediately distracted. Why are you here? Dong Huang snapped back to his senses. No, that's wrong. This is another illusion. I can't be drawn into it. It creates illusions to deceive him. You are trying to torment me. You forgot our promise. The demon's reproach left Dong Ho at a loss for words. Seung-Hwin had encountered a similar situation before, almost losing his composure there, unable to support his teammates. Seung-Hwin tried to stand up and run to him. Damn it, he's not responding at all. Maybe fighting while hallucinating is really too much. The monster is very good at imitating voices. Mr. Ho-dung, Mr. Ho-dung, Mr. Ho-dung. It keeps disturbing Dong-ho's mind. Mr. Ho-dung, he has made his own decision. I'm sorry. Dong-ho firmly insisted that right now I have to help Kang if I want to return to Earth, and that's the only way I can keep our promise. His tears fell freely, so please wait for me just until then. Dong-ho decisively drove the shadow monster out of Earth. The monster was stunned by this single slash. If it were me, I would have ascended right there. Its clone also felt the pain and screamed, and despite the noise in his ears, Dong-ho gritted his teeth with determination. Still not strong enough. One more time. Before he could act, a tentacle suddenly shot out, then dozens of long tentacles wrapped tightly around him. The monster took advantage of the moment to take one of Dong-ho's eyes, but fortunately Seung-Hwin rushed in just in time to save his life. Now, all Dong-ho sees is his smile and praise. He has held on well. That's what a true teammate looks like. At that moment, the system suddenly announced, the external condensation activated, condensing physical strength into a golden aura, and immediately after, Seung-Hwin struck down with a powerful blow, causing a shockwave. The monster was beaten to a pulp, only able to stammer incoherently. How could this be? How could a mere mortal do that? He sneered. Want to know why? Because Kim Ho-dung is not weak. At that moment, the system helped Seung-Hui recall the shocking events in his memory and the danger of nearly losing his comrades. Fueled by your rage against the gods, your doubt burned even fiercer. He struck once more and shouted loudly, "Because the angrier I am, the stronger I become." The sharp blade dragged across the monster's body. It was split into many parts by Si-ung-huin, turning the scream into one of agony. No loud explosion immediately shook the entire land. After a while, everything gradually returned to calm. The hall also detached from the monster. He just stood there, staring silently. Finally, it was over. After dealing with the monster, Dong-ho approached with a face tinged with red and regret. "Sorry, Dr. Kang, I've been hesitating for too long, haven't I?" He smiled softly, offering words of comfort. "For someone experiencing hallucinations, you fought quite well. I guess you saw something that made you stronger, right?" He let out a sigh before answering. "Something like that." Seung-Huin didn't press further and just left it at that. After all, he had done very well. Dong-ho quickly raised his head and continued. "Yeah, the demon had a serious wound that was hard to heal, but a sudden spark of light emerged from it, breaking free from its body and leaping into the air, and he immediately returned to a state of absolute alert." Is this the final desperate attack? The light that was just freed still had its eyes half closed. Very quickly, its pupil appeared. It flew swiftly toward Seung-Hui's heart. A sudden, powerful force pierced through his chest. Seung-Hui's heart is gradually changing after the system issued a reminder. You have swallowed a fragment of Simulize. The power contained in the fragment is now yours. He clutched his chest tightly to feel the vibration. Don't tell me Dong-ho saw this scene and ran over in fear to ask Han, "Dr. Kang, are you okay?" However, Seung-Huin did not respond but turned to squeeze his face. He fixed his eyes on Dong-ho's wound and made a request. "Kim-ho, let me take a look at your eyes." The pupil from deep within is slowly awakening. It seeps through every blood vessel to penetrate the flesh. The nerves begin to cling to it. A moment later, his eyes returned. Dong-ho, fully bathed in the light, couldn't help but wonder. "Huh? I can see now. My eyes were clearly pierced through. How did you do that?" He raised a part of the phantom beast's body as proof. "This is the power of body regeneration. I absorbed the power of Simulize. Since it is created based on the subject's own cells, it will not be rejected. I can even create vital organs, something the phantom flesh cannot do. However, the more complex the structure, the more mutation it consumes. He still has a chance because he hasn't fully processed the information yet. This is almost a miracle. Even Seung-Huin was once confused. When he first saw Simulize's power, it made me think of a monstrous tumor. I never thought I would be the one to wield that power, so if I had to name it, calling it the miracle of the tumor is the most fitting. The system then created a table of attributes for the miracle power of the tumor that forms the organs of living creatures. The created organs function normally and can remodel body organs or restore bodies that have been altered. After making the arrangements, he immediately refocused on the main matter. Besides, there was a place that desperately needed this power. We have to hurry before it's too late. Not far away, Laya has awakened in the darkness. Her face was pitch black and not looking good at all. That face would be perfect for scaring ghosts. Seung-Huin quickly noticed something was wrong. "Collegia, she's awake." Dong-ho also hurriedly ran after with a darkened face, while Laya looked up dazed and nodded once. Cheon-hun lay on the ground with an empty stomach, still unconscious despite the loud calls around him. Cho-hyun, open your eyes," Dong-ho shouted in agony. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. We promised to return together when the war was over. You said you wanted to go back to Earth and rub a tiger's belly. You said you would never die." This really completes the full set of death cards. Basically, this is half a suicide speech already. With a situation this dire, even a space traveler would struggle to survive. So this is the second time losing a teammate, huh? At least this time, he can actually retrieve the body. When he touched Cheon-hun's chest, he immediately felt the faint heartbeat. Seung-Hui froze for a few seconds. He had to activate the system immediately. It quickly activated a skill, used the observation eye skill. The scanner swept over him and listed a bunch of conditions. Severe blood loss, limb amputation, body mutations, ruptured organs, unconsciousness, and very weak breathing. Seung-Huin's eyes flickered with disbelief. Is he still alive? In this condition, Taeyeon-hun is still lying in a tangled mess of red threads. After scanning, the system concluded that Surmei's blessing was gradually fading. Reading this line, he absent-mindedly recalled the familiar symbol Semet. Seat tried to hold on to Alex's life force, so why go this far for an ordinary believer who isn't even an apostle? There's no time to complain. A box of medicine quickly appeared, filled with pills, a magical calming array preventing energy loss, keeping the area clean, and collecting blood from the dark mage. Ignoring the pain of the two others, Brother Seung urged them, saying, "Are you struggling already? Kim Hoya, give me a hand." Laya didn't have time to understand what was happening, but still replied, "Huh? What should we do?" He raised the sharp scalpel and got straight to the point. "Of course, we have to treat the patient. It's time to get back to my main work. Mr. Kim Ho, when it changes from red to white, we will replace the bag. Kolija, please clean the wound with dark magic medicine. We need to wash away the remaining holy power of similes." When approaching Cheon Hun Seung's abdomen, Hui immediately went into severe shock. His waist and abdomen are severely mutated. It's probably because of that final blow. Fortunately, thanks to the blessing, the mutation did not spread to other areas. A pile of demon specimens is being picked out onto the tray. She lost control when she saw that miracle and shouted at Cheon Hun. "Oh my God, is he really still alive? His internal organs are completely destroyed." He calmly wiped the knife as he answered. "He is still alive. His heart and lungs are almost intact, but his liver and intestines are completely damaged. First, let's heal the liver." Saying that, the system immediately used magic through Seung Hyun's hand to perform the monster tumor spell. The torn liver below was gradually healing under the blue flame. Seeing this, he felt somewhat relieved. It also works well for dark mages. I was worried because the original power came from a holy entity. Anyway, now it's a skill based on my own physical strength. Laya continued to witness another miraculous scene, completely turning to stone.
What the hell? Did you just create an organ out of thin air?
Sung Hui looked at the stunned person and couldn't help but urge, "Kolya, stop standing there in shock. Help me recover my strength quickly. Just pour the medicine on my head. I need to focus." She was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. On my head, I was already losing strength and sweating, but still tried to urge her. Just think of it like watering a plant. And she was once again stunned with her mouth wide open.
Did you just say that yourself?
Before her now were the slightly tired features of Seung Hun. Saliva dripped from Leah's mouth, unable to argue back. Damn it. When the fluid flows into the head, he should immediately sever the small intestine. I will transplant the intestines instead of regenerating them.
It recovers more slowly, but I can create the parts faster.
Dong Ho beside me glanced skeptically. You can also transplant intestines? I've never heard of intestinal transplants before. Seung Hun spoke up confidently. Is that possible? It's just a bit brutal. His lips curled up, carrying a sense of relief. It's still easier than bringing the dead back to life. Even I have never tried transplanting an entire section of the small intestine instead of just a part. When the scissors touched the stitches, the system activated several additional skills. Stitch removal, sewing, illusion flesh, horse's hand, earthbone demon, and sewing skills. The comprehensive recovery assessment and the appearance of a healthy body along with the announcement amazed everyone. The surgery was a complete success, and Cheon Hun's complexion had brightened. Dong Ho even burst into tears, hugging Seung Hun tightly. Thank you, brother. Only Leah is still worried about the red blood bag. Just looking at it makes you feel sorry for it. That blood transfusion bag. He suddenly became weak, bowing his head before Seung Hun. I have always been the one to survive alone, and while everyone was dying, I couldn't do anything at all. I really thank you so much. I was just being polite and doing my duty, don't worry about it. Now go back and take care of the 2 people at the boarding house. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Seung Hun's vision darkened, only catching 2 horrified faces. My strength was completely drained and the fainting state was triggered. Because of that, he returned to the dream of the water. When he woke up, Seung Hun was already settled in the space. He couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Opening again already? My stamina always runs out at times like this. Suddenly, a drop of red liquid flew by with a warning of danger. You made it through safely. Right beneath Brother Chung is a whirlpool stained bright red. He quickly caught a strange scent. The smell of blood and darkness definitely came from the whirlpool, with half of the 5 senses exposed, carrying a strong, mystical aura. The figure with half a tiger's head gradually appeared, the god of blood and slaughter. Some lightly moved her lips and got straight to the point. I have come to repay you for saving my follower. Zeung showed no fear at all and responded strongly instead. It's not unusual for a divine being to reward someone who helped their cult, but it's rare for them to appear directly like this. She flicked her hand to create a glowing red circle and continued speaking. What's so strange about that? A human who has defeated a god will definitely attract attention. Even if the god mentioned is an incomplete one, those last words reminded him of the monster. An incomplete god? Seung sat up, propping himself up with his hands, and questioned. An incomplete god? Seung silently paused for a moment. He curled his lips slightly, seemingly very confident in his guess. Judging by that reaction, it looks like she won't say anything more no matter how much I press. I also feel something is off. It devours its own followers and can't even communicate properly. She touched Seum's fingertip to his heart, pulling him back to reality. Anyway, setting that aside, wherever you go, you leave bloodshed behind. No wonder a god of blood and slaughter like me can't ignore it.
If you submit to my command, I will welcome you with open arms. He is not being manipulated. On the contrary, he is making demands in return.
He's really ruthless. I beg for mercy. If you agree to serve under me, then I will reconsider. Some briefly froze, lost in thought. Should I? Hui still kept that expression without a flicker of emotion, and in the end, she just sneered. Just kidding. His face immediately darkened, and he kept cursing inwardly. That bastard! Sam ignored the expression and changed the subject. The person you just saved has left a trail of blood wherever he went, and it would be a waste to let such a talent die. Seung-Huin slowly stood up, not forgetting to speculate.
So that's the reason she's so close to Alex Trieu.
She lowered her head, unwilling to deny it.
That's right. I owe him a debt. He was a bit surprised that even a god could be indebted.
Debt? Some deliberately revealed a little secret, but halfway through, his words became chaotic because of what he had discovered. Seung-Hui saw this scene and somewhat understood, guessing that I could only say so much due to keyword restrictions. Without an agreement, she didn't want to stay either. Then I'm off. I'll leave your reward in the real world. Check beside your pillow when you wake up. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you'll do next. He bowed his head slightly, lips pressed in a mix of hatred and disdain, as if she had the right to decide whether he looked forward to it or not.
After all, could you really not see that door? The space behind the subconscious, where the administrator resides, appears quite quickly for something with a 1 in 5,922,222 chance of showing up. Anyway, since I'm already here, I might as well take a look.
Stepping through that gate, the first thing Seung-Hui saw was a chain. He was still intently looking around. The manager sent a message to catch Seung-Hun's attention.
Welcome. Today you came here by surpassing your subconscious, I understand.
Kung-Huin slowly stepped forward, not forgetting to question. So you're not the one who created that. The other side sent the message quickly. If you possess a chaos core, your chances of entering this place will increase. He kicked the manager's box without any hesitation. I came here with a question, and she immediately got angry and scolded me. Why kick like that? Brother boldly fights back arrogantly. I do it because I want to. You know I've already absorbed the power of a god. I want to fully understand that power. The manager couldn't help but utter words of praise. I see. It hasn't been long since you reached skepticism. Yet you've already absorbed the essence of a god. The source of power blends with the soul and will of the god. Usually, when humans touch the essence of a god, they become tainted by it.
They were enchanted by that faith and turned into fanatics. The fact that you remain unharmed shows how strong your will to resist the gods is.
Speaking of this, Seung-Hui remembered his 3 friends and laughed scornfully. Do I look like someone who's easy to break? My teammates have all fallen, and one of them nearly committed suicide by blowing himself up. From a healer's perspective, that was the most infuriating moment. She quickly added to Seung-Hui, and that is your greatest weapon. The more angry you get, the more your doubts will grow. A mindset that never falls and always burns brightly, no matter what happens. Of course, excessive anger is poison for the body. You should take a break for a bit. He kicked the manager again to vent his frustration. You know? 90% of my stress comes from you.
She can do nothing but offer words of advice. I sincerely suggest you get some good rest.
The healer Seum-Hyun. You are truly extraordinary. Until now, no one has ever been able to absorb the essence of a god. Perhaps the only one who can save me is you. I wish I had realized this sooner. You deserve special treatment. If you need my help, I will do everything within my power. Seung-Huin's lips curled up slightly, understanding his value to the manager. So it turns out that obtaining that essence is a big deal, huh? Making someone who acts like they know everything surprised is quite amusing. But as he said this, he took the sword and stabbed himself in the chest. The act was like a threat to the manager. If I ever take anything from you in the future, it will only be after I have paid a fair price for it. She was briefly surprised by that resolve, but still tried to hold on to Seung-Huin. Is that so? You know, you can lean on me a little if you want.
Then as you wish, I will rely on you.
After saying that, the manager brought him back to reality. As he jumped up, Elder realized this place. So this is the dormitory for the followers, his whole body aching terribly. He rubbed his sore neck for a while, grateful he went to see him. Now everything was clear. How obsessed is that admin with me? The other 2 black stars were deemed beyond saving, and those who still had much to lose were much easier to manipulate. Suddenly, Junghui's gaze flickered to the red stone beside him. That's right. As soon as I touched it, the system found useful information. The deep red wish of Surmit. Are you desperately longing for something? Every time you sacrifice blood, it grants you an illusion of happiness. After reading it, I understood, but it's a kind of holy relic, like a talisman, with no option to restore spirit or anything else, basically useless to me. Maybe I should just destroy it altogether. At that moment, a knock on the door distracted Seung-Hwin. He quickly went to open it wide. The person outside spoke softly with a nasal tone upon seeing Seung-Hwin. You have awakened. Before him was Leah floating in the air, wearing a white dress that stood out against the night sky. Startled like a swallow, Leah still looked up with clear eyes at Seung-Hwin, wearing an innocent smile, while he only showed helplessness and exhaustion on his face. Seung-Hwin poked his head out slightly and questioned Leah. Gia, why are you floating like that? She even had the mood to laugh so calmly. Why? Surprised? He directly gave Leah a sharp comeback. I thought she was dead after all the effort we put into raiding a god. She couldn't stand hearing this and immediately shouted at Seung-Hwin. Hey, I'm not a ghost. Walking on air is a skill that lets me walk in the air and wind. This time I received it as an achievement reward. The system simultaneously sent an upgrade notification. The rebel unlocks when you attack a divine entity and survive. Achievement reward. Gaining a new skill. Walking on air. But no matter how much he read, he remained as cold as before. So, she came here just to brag about that? She widened her eyes and quickly spoke. That and I came here for treatment. Sorry for bothering you just as you woke up. Seung-Hui only hesitated when he saw the forearm had no fingers left. Hurry up and get in. A new hand gradually appeared as the system activated, confirming a full recovery. Leah looked at the remaining stitches with curiosity. He can create body parts, even internal organs. Can an ordinary healer do that? He's not an ordinary doctor, more like a fake. By the way, Seung-Hui also took the chance to ask Han Dong-ha and Cheon-hun. What about Alex? She quickly gave a report. He's sleeping in another room, and his complexion looks fine. Hearing that, he gently lifted the hem of his shirt. She and Kim Ho-dung must have had a hard time carrying me back here, but all Seung-Hwin got in response was her sigh. Leah began to recall the moment she came across the elderly couple. When everything had settled, the passengers came out and helped carry the injured. Thanks to the sedatives we gave them earlier, I guess seeing those tumors didn't shock them to death. They just felt guilty for avoiding it all this time. He casually added a few words, saying it was better than running around chaotically and getting in the way. The important thing was to bring them back to their families safely. Saying this, she sat quietly again, looking up at Seung-Hwin with curiosity. Honestly, it's still impossible to tell if he's good or bad. Anyway, I'm going to rest now. I have something I want to give you. He quickly put it away, his voice calm and indifferent. What is this? Leah took out a golden orb and explained everything. I didn't think she was my daughter. I picked it up from Simuli's corpse. It looks like a rare item. However, Seung-Hwin remained very curious as the spiritual energy inside the orb was being drained. He used his skill, the observation eye, to examine the item containing the divine power. The divine energy is leaking from within. He looked at his hand and fell silent for a few seconds. This notification is exactly like the pills that fell from the members of the Dagon N Guild. The divine power blocks formed after they drank the holy water. Why are those things escaping from Simul's body? The familiar voice of the mind spoke again, even though it was an incomplete god. Seung-Hui began to connect the dots in his mind, a kind of divine medicine granting power and an entity that seemed flawed from the perspective of a normal god. Could it be that Similis is something created by someone using the divine potion as a material? Seeing Yu zoning out, Leah quickly approached to ask Gan. What's going on? Seung-Hwin muttered thoughtfully for a moment. There are some things about this that trouble me. This is not the time to talk about it. I will explain when Kim Ho-dung and Alex wake up. Hearing that, she didn't intend to stay long either. The young lady knows how to keep her dignity now. Understood. So this time, I'm really leaving. Thanks for the healing, Seung-Hwin replied politely. Good night. When Leah left, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and decided to look into those magical potions later. For now, he should check his achievement rewards as Seung-Hwin's system had reached a new level, unlocking achievements for the first time, defeating a divine entity, and for absorbing the essence of a god. He was very satisfied with this upgrade speed, just as he expected. After defeating a god, the suspicion skill also leveled up sharply. As for the reward, Seung-Hwin reached out and touched the achievement reward screen. Seconds later, dozens of bright screens surrounded his head. On the notification frames were different messages. All stamina stats increased by 10%. Bag expansion tickets added 5, and 3,000 points of unidentified ore. Rapid growth of suspicion unlocked the separated suspicion skill. Rapidly growing suspicion unlocked the skill of distrust. Supernova has been unlocked, adding a secondary effect to a possessed skill. You are the first to unlock the suspicious state achievement. After reviewing everything, he smiled with satisfaction. There are many, but at least it feels worth the effort. More importantly, what caught Seung-Hwin's attention the most was the divine skill, which enhances belief by adding a secondary effect to an existing skill, and without hesitation, he spent a ton of points upgrading it. That's right, this is the kind of drop we should get. Since it only upgrades one skill, it's better to choose carefully, focus intensely on whether keen observation or comprehensive recovery judgment would be best. However, the screen still showed no change, enhancing faith, adding a secondary effect to an existing skill. Huh? The words remained unchanged, making Seung-Hwin's eyes widen, enhancing faith by adding a secondary effect to an existing skill. In the middle of the night, Laya was awakened from her sleep by his roar. Are you kidding me? Damn admin. Seung-Hwin was just as frustrated. What kind of immoral bastard decides this with a lucky spin? If it lands on some trash skill like super chopstick use, I'll wipe the entire continent off the map. A few block-headed brats with no shame, I'll use chopsticks to take you apart. Moments later, the system suddenly displayed a new notification frame. The Hand of Horus. It displays the attributes of the Horus hand. A new option has been added to the Hand of Horus. The Hand of Horus summons a hand with special powers. An additional option allows toggling physical interaction on or off. When enabled, it can control or attack objects. However, any living creature it touches will be able to see the Eye of Horus. Even Seung-Hwin couldn't help but exclaim. Horus's hand. It used to be an intangible hand, but now it can interact physically. This actually works to my advantage. Now I can even turn off the lights while lying in bed. Next. Oh, it's been a while since I saw this. He quickly noticed the message sent in the middle of the night. The achievement for overcoming suspicion for the first time is complete. Time to write a commemorative message. Meanwhile, Laya is staring wide-eyed at her screen. The sender. GG threats to her. Hey, but that's kind of funny, man. You guys will never get this. GG. But Laya Trung-Kui still couldn't hold back her anger and frowned deeply. Now even she had to shout once to calm down. Damn it, this is infuriating. Who the hell is this demon? He flinched slightly at the overwhelming noise. So what comes next? The system understood Seung-Hui's intent and continued explaining, first-time completion reward. You have acquired the special skill, Madness, having absorbed the essence of a god and transformed it into your own power. This skill is drawn from your very essence, a skill that belongs solely to you. His heart began to stir at that information. Dementia, a state of cognitive decline caused by brain damage, definitely not a name any ordinary healer would want. Furthermore, it seems to use a leveling system similar to doubt. So the only thing usable right now is loss? Unlocking loss will unlock numbness. Reaching the requirement will unlock oblivion, which activates a colorless aura that continuously deals mental damage to targets touched by it. Attacking affected targets has a chance to weaken their attack power, and you can set exceptions. When this skill activates, other aura effects will be ignored, especially Solemnity, which is basically a characteristic skill of divine entities. And this skill can break them all? Truly a reward that even shocked the admin. Just as he was enjoying himself, a sudden warning appeared, reminding Seung-Hwin to be careful. The essence of gods cannot be touched by humans, but the essence of humans can be touched by other humans. Soon, there will be those who want to steal your power. Two swords crossed each other, unintentionally forming a strange pentagram. He still laughed lightly, carefree. Sounds fun. That level of risk is what makes it worth achieving. The system keeps warning you non-stop. Soon, there will be those who want to steal your power. You are really determined. But soon, Seung-Hwin noticed something strange around him. What's with this sudden cheap atmosphere and casual tone? It feels really tacky and annoying. Anyway, that's enough for today. I'll check the new suspicion skills after a short break. Once Alex recovers a bit more, we should head back to Hin Village. Our dear branch manager Len is waiting. After being drained dry by the Magic Guild, he must be in a terrible mood. Maybe it's time to prepare a little fun event for him. A few days later, in Hin Village, Len was grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, those cursed bastards. He appeared right on time in front of the Magic Guild building in Hin Village. They really did build it. Matiana followed behind, happily with her hands on her hips. Pretty fast, right? It was a project by architects hired with a huge sum of money. Of course, the branch manager Lewin's sponsorship helped a lot. Lewin grew even angrier, scowling and growling. The woman whispered something quietly before returning to her main task. Now all that's left is to organize the opening ceremony. When will Kang Seung-Hyun return? A uniformed employee rushed over to report to branch manager Len that they had finally found him. But the first thing he saw was Lewin's dark purple face. "Does this kid not know how to read the room?" He kept stammering because he didn't want to offend him. "Well, the adventurer Kang Seong-hyun has died." As soon as Matiana heard the news, her mouth started working at full speed. "Shouting like that means your throat must still be warm. What are you talking about?" She and Lewin rushed over to question him. "What happened to Kang Seong-hyun?" "Explain immediately." He still has some calm left to search his memory. "I received this information from the Karen branch. The Simules cult based on Bisma Island performed a ritual to summon an evil monster. Many civilians and adventurers were taken to that island as sacrifices for the ritual. But a group of adventurers defeated the cult and rescued some of them." However, during that process, a member of the group sacrificed Matiana but still couldn't find the truth, so she angrily grabbed his collar. "Do you have any proof that it was Kang Seong-hyun?" "There is a report from a witness who saw Kang and his group board a ship to the island and described the adventurer who died as a tall man wearing a white coat, a black shirt, and black hair. Upon learning the identity of that person, her legs immediately gave out. Mr. Kang Seong-hyun. No way. There's no way he could be dead. He is also deeply saddened but remains focused on comforting Matiana. Please stay calm, Miss Matiana, because Seong-hyun was an excellent adventurer, and we will take care of the funeral arrangements. To honor him, schedule the inauguration ceremony for that same day, of course." He turned his head to watch Lai Wen's footsteps, hesitating for a few seconds. "Yes." With no one left around, a smile crept onto his lips. Lai Wen's face showed clear satisfaction, a stark contrast to the earlier sorrow. "What an unexpected stroke of luck. I couldn't be happier. Well done, the Simulas cult. I have to spread this news everywhere." The announcement made in the middle of the street breaks the hearts of everyone who reads it. Julia could barely hold the paper after reading the news. It can't be true. Dr. Kang Seong-hyun fell directly to the ground, causing those nearby to panic. "Hey, are you okay? What, this person has passed away?" At the Blood Demon Tower, everyone's mood was filled with sorrow. Could it really be that person? The adventurer. Even within the Cathedral Knights, everyone is in turmoil over this shocking news. The world will never see a righteous man like him again. I don't believe it. I will verify it myself. Cut to Blood Dew, where everyone is fixated on every word on the paper. An accident? That crazy guy, what nonsense is this? There must be some kind of mistake. Time quickly passed to the day of the memorial ceremony in Hin Village. People crowded the streets, while a thin hand still swayed a glass of wine like a hidden vice. Li Wen sat up straight and shouted loudly for everyone to hear, telling them to just relax and enjoy themselves. Food and souvenirs are all free. Let us pray for the departed. From a distance, Ket watched this scene and shook his head in dismay. It feels more like a festival than a funeral. Jay also climbed up and cut her off. I heard they held the Magic Association's inauguration ceremony at the same time as the funeral. Rebecca felt dizzy as soon as she got the news. But that can't be true, right? There's no way Master Kang Seong-hyun is really dead. Rosen sighed, shattering her illusions outright. You don't understand how the world works. Death does not follow any order. He was helpless, but could do nothing. Master, they stopped talking and quickly blended into the crowd. At that moment, Lewin's glazed eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Amid the tense atmosphere, a scream erupted. Look, Kang Seong-hyun's group is heading back. When everyone turned around, what caught their eyes was the coffin being carried into the gathering. Leading the group were two sorrowful, helpless faces slightly bowed. The coffin quickly appeared behind them. This is the coffin where the deceased rests. The person in the fully covered black cloak represents the group handing over the coffin. Branch Manager Len, please confirm the body. He approached the coffin, rubbing his hands to reveal a face twisted beyond belief. Ah, of course. Lou reached out with silent joy blossoming inside. The moment I have long awaited to see how miserable he looks after death. He mustered all his strength and finally lifted the lid. Who would have thought the one inside would be exposed with crushed features? The follower lay motionless beside the white petals. As Lai Quen pried open the coffin lid, he grew even more confused. The smirk on his face also froze at the corner of his mouth. That follower had no title yet was still given a proper burial. It's a messy situation. No one really knows the name of Simuliz's follower who pretended to be Kang Seong-hyun in the temple, remembering him running frantically in the yard, his shouting face still the focal point that drew many eyes. He was lucky to wake up, escape the arena, and survive. But that night, when faced with the true descent of Samuels, his mind completely collapsed and he died quietly, utterly alone. Lou did not know that the one who was replaced still pretended to suffer in front of others. Was that really Kang? It's him, isn't it? Well, at least he died a miserable death, just as I wished. But before he could finish speaking, he was silenced by a whisper from behind. How could that possibly be him? The man in the black coat slowly pulled his jacket down, speaking non-stop, because Kang Seung-hyun was truly here. As Seung-hwin appeared, a portion of the crowd gasped in shock. Julia's tears kept flowing. That was Kang Seung-hyun. Seeing things weren't going as planned, Lewin opened his mouth wide and kept scolding. "You damn bastard." In the end, Seung-hui had to step forward and pat him on the shoulder. "Branch Manager Len, I am truly moved." Lou was silent for a moment. "What? You're only telling me now about seeing your own photo in the paper with your own eyes?" Suddenly, I received news that I was dead and a funeral was being held. At first, I thought you were just playing a cruel prank on me, but it turned out he had thrown a surprise party so we wouldn't be sad about losing a new friend, right? Lewin stammered, his face turning pale with shock. "A surprise party, huh?" A moment later, Cheon-hun suddenly slapped him on the shoulder, acting all cool. "He wouldn't want everyone to be sad either, even if we don't know his name." Dong-ho also made Lei Win jump in fright. "But I'm sure he's smiling down at us from the heavens, even though we don't know his name." The last person to add fuel to the fire was you. "But come on, everyone. For Branch Manager Lewin, let's all have a good time together." The apple truly doesn't fall far from the tree. He was so scared he went crazy, clutching his head. "No, that's not true," Julia cried until her eyes were swollen when she saw the familiar figure of the healer Sunyan. Suddenly, Matiana appeared with an excited smile, declaring glory for him, his supervisor at the Adventurers Guild and also the Magic Association. Everyone shouted the name of that healer in unison. Kang Seung-hyun. Kang Seung-hyun. Kang Seung-hyun. Kang Seung-hyun. Leah found this scene hard to watch, even worse than the villain. Meanwhile, Bisma Island remained shrouded in darkness, with only fragments of monsters left on the ground. Suddenly, a figure dressed in ancient clothes appeared out of nowhere, bringing with him a swarm of glowing butterflies. It was Jujun, who spoke in a cold, hoarse voice. "Then who is it?" "The one who absorbed the essence of a god." Back at the main headquarters, the Takamila group in the west was silent under the night sky, the pink stone emitting a faint glow, along with continuous words. He was approaching the sanctuary, protecting the Lord Takamila's sacred body. A blurry image of a soldier suddenly appeared. "Damn it, do you think you can walk away in peace after doing this?" Amid the terrified screams, Sun Ho approached with great arrogance. Holding Sun Ho, he lifted his eyelids and glared at him. Sun Ho did not hesitate to stab him with a sword. He continued to swing his hand, creating streaks of light in the air. After a while, everything gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of painful groan. Run Ho walked straight towards the stone without saying a word. He coldly brought his sword down. The stone broke in two, then he turned his back and walked away, leaving the gloomy atmosphere behind. "This place is done too." Suddenly, a white bird brought a bag and dropped it in front of him. A carrier pigeon, but it dropped a letter and then flew away. Sun Ho curiously took it and opened it, a notice from the Adventurers Guild. What caught his eye was the face of Seung-hwin. Junho was momentarily confused by this meaning. What kind of joke was this time? Or maybe thinking this far. He couldn't bear it and closed his eyes. Junho quickly ran away, carrying with him a denial to comfort himself. Even if it was true, he had no right to come looking for me. Early in the morning, the Bone Inn had returned to its usual lively atmosphere. As soon as he woke up, he was served a bowl of hot soup. Dong-ho felt very worried, seeing Seung-hwin keep poking around. "Kang, why are you making that face?" The completion ceremony went well. I had to give a brief answer and turn off the telepathic channel for a bit. The doubt skills I received this time are really good. Now, in front of Seung-hwin are the features of two new attributes. Isolates on hit, with a chance to drain the target's stamina and heal yourself. The higher the target's divine power, the higher the activation rate. The supernova detonates divine power, causing area damage, using doubt upon activation. If the target's mental strength is below 50% of the maximum, the explosion damage is doubled, dealing an additional 2% damage to divine entities. Cheon-hun also read these lines and immediately gasped in amazement. Extra damage to divine entities? Oh my god, I'm so jealous. Now you have one more battle to proudly boast about? The idea that humans cannot argue with gods. I was the one who broke that. Laya eagerly continued the story. So isn't that a good thing? Unexpectedly, Seung-hwin directly admitted it, saying I was just bragging a little, which made her helplessly complain to the heavens. Oh my, only then did he pull out a weapon that looked a bit worn, his voice tinged with regret. The real problem is that my favorite weapon has been broken. Dong-ho could only laugh awkwardly in agreement. Ah, Glory Silver. It once had its glorious days. Then he quickly took out a wooden box, as if the administrator anticipated I would need a new one, since this came as an achievement reward. Another item took its place, an unidentified mineral whose fading glow was strikingly prominent. She leaned towards Seung-hwin, curious to ask, "It's just a rock, is it a new weapon?" He quickly corrected Laya, saying it's more accurate to call it a weapon material. It looked special, so I looked it up in the mineral catalog. Seung-hui quickly flipped to the page with information about it. Pecticide stone, an ancient metal believed to hold the power of 7 emotions. It clearly states information about that colorful stone. The pecticide stone, representing the 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, love, hate, desire, and jealousy. I'll quickly explain a bit. Today it only exists in records and is considered a legend. The problem is finding a blacksmith skilled enough to craft it, and who knows when that will happen. Suddenly, Dong-ho made Seung-hwin waver. "Kang, do you want to use this for now while you wait?" Without waiting for an answer, he pulled out a stream of black energy. It surrounded a black object shaped like a sword. He was very amazed by Dong-ho's ability. "What is this? How did you manage to create it?" He smiled shyly and scratched his cheek. "I received a new skill as a reward after defeating the Semulize. Now I can use part of the Dark Beast's power even in human form. But every time I use it, my mental strength drops drastically." While Dong-ho was enjoying it, Seung-hui took the opportunity to observe the dagger made of black bone using the observation eye skill. Weapons forged from the power of black bones contain the strength of the Dark Beast. These weapons are temporarily unstable and have very low durability. Yes. In the end, he gave a harsh conclusion. This thing would probably break after just 2 or 3 swings. Dong-ho also understood this. "Because my power is weak in human form. Black bones are originally meant for making armor, so using them as weapons is not very suitable." Seeing his disappointment, Seung-hwin quickly praised him. "For the first try, it wasn't bad at all, and in the worst case, we can use the silver dagger." Dong-ho gradually sat up straight with a smile. "Really? I can't bear to treat that bright face harshly, so I can only gently advise. If you keep practicing, your skills will improve, right? Now make 9 more examples. You also need to get used to the mental strength decrease. Just keep practicing. That criticized black sword is still protected by black bones. Using the black bone skill, mental strength decreases. Using the black bone skill, mental strength decreases." While Dong-ho was trying to fix it, 2 people in the distance could only shake their heads in regret. Poor Mr. Kim, poor Uncle Ho-dung. Suddenly Julia came in to report, "Sir Kang, someone is here to see you." 2 followers of the Takemila cult were already kneeling before Seung-hui. They arrived exactly 1 month later, just as agreed. Cheon-hun couldn't help but follow out of curiosity. Who are these people? He took the opportunity to explain that they were scammers from the Golden Wood Mansion of the Mula sect. He gave a small, helpless smile. That's right. No one knew that deep down, those 2 believers were silently screaming. So the report of his death was indeed a mistake. We'll be in big trouble if he escapes, especially since you're from the Takemila cult. He didn't bother to care and asked directly, "How did the handover go?" She took the initiative to explain first. "Well, we returned to the headquarters after a long time, but it was completely destroyed. You were briefly shocked, not expecting to hear this news." "Destroyed?" She still lowered her head and answered timidly. "Yes, it was as if someone attacked. Everything was destroyed. The buildings were shattered and the relics were smashed to pieces." At that moment, Seung-hui was quietly working on the system that was shutting down the telepathic channel. Cheon-hun's voice appeared in his ear again. "Do you think this was caused by a black star? The only thing that can crush those sacred relics like that is the power of doubt, unless it's a divine entity." Seung-hui rolled his eyes thoughtfully for a moment. It was hard to say. Unlocking doubt without the help of an administrator is very difficult. But if you manage to break even 1 sacred relic somehow, you can gain doubt even if you are not a dark star. So you all came back empty-handed. Hearing this, the 2 believers quickly hugged each other, denying it. "No, this is the leader's notebook. He always carries it with him. The ink is quite smudged, but we searched the entire base to find it." He quickly grabbed the book and flipped through a few pages. When he reached a page full of different characters, Seung-hui understood everything. No doubt about it, it seems he also used the divine water. The key words are clearly written there. Having found the magical bonehound created by the alchemist, he immediately turned to ask for opinions. "What do you all think this bonehound is?" Laya suddenly jumped up and offered a suggestion. "Isn't the bonehound the hidden underground arena in Bitsu Brayan?" He quietly turned his head, teasing the innocent girl on a whim. How does a part-time employee know so much? She followed the flow of memories, recalling the big bets of well-known faces. Ari had already drawn a map of the entire place. Those are the filthy nobles who came to gamble illegally. Jung Huin quickly nodded in agreement with this. If the Dog Suang is really that underground arena, then perhaps the cult leader Takamila first learned about the divine water there? Good, that's truly useful information. The two followers looked visibly relieved. So you're forgiving us, right? You will return the soul of Father Otata as well, won't you? But in the blink of an eye, his face darkened, filled with murderous intent. You still have to pay for your sins. The original plan was to overthrow your cult, but someone acted first. So the Magic Association decided on a final plan of 5 years of unpaid community service, including Otata's father. Chan Hun, understanding the story, immediately smiled with satisfaction. So, our next destination is decided? Then Sung Huin nodded in agreement. Yeah, this time we're going pretty far. Meanwhile, the familiar butterfly appeared. It fluttered over the place you mentioned, heading to the eastern city of Bitsubran. A lively young girl quickly appeared, not forgetting to introduce herself. Hello. I am a mage from the Eastern Golden Tower. Today, at the request of Lady Matiana, I will escort Lord Kang Seung-hyun's group all the way to the east. Traveling from the west, where Hin Village is, to the east usually takes about a month by carriage. A month is just too long. But as mages, we can use teleportation magic, so we accept some risk and take the dungeon tunnel instead. After clearing the dungeon, we can use regression magic to return to the Golden Tower, usually taking about an hour and a half to get through the dungeon. Except this time, while she was babbling on, the monsters charged in. Lai Hia and Dong Ho joined forces to take down the beasts. Qian Hun placed his hand on the ground to quickly and perfectly sense it. The power from his hand spread out in several directions. On this side, Seung Huin was also busy dealing with the monsters. He struck Freya hard, causing pain, but the system quickly absorbed its power. Freya's crossbow fired arrows of holy dawn water. A tongue slowly flicked out in the golden light. Seung Huin did not hesitate to reach out and retrieve the item. The gunpowder was perfectly compressed. At that moment, an explosion echoed through the golden flames. The supernova blast was directly proportional to the divine power. The mage watching this scene was terrified, nearly losing all his hair. A record-breaking 20-minute dungeon run. What kind of monsters are these people? Meanwhile, the eastern sky over Bitsuan Brand City in the Ao continent remains strangely peaceful. She sincerely bowed to thank Seung Hui's group for everyone's efforts. Everyone did well. Qian Hun smiled excitedly with joy. It's been a long time since I last came back to this town, but when I opened the paper, it was covered by a red dot. Fortunately, they could still make out a few spots on it. He glanced over it and immediately nodded in approval. Good, good. It seems these 3 spots are possible entrances to the underground arena. Leah still had some doubts as she knelt down to probe. Is that fortune-telling really trustworthy? Qian Hun immediately grew serious and warned. Places that emit such intense energy are rare in a city, you know? Seung Huin also took the chance to analyze the map. The back gate of the city library, the alley on 4th Street, and the underground sewer in the industrial area. Aren't those places pretty ordinary? Chihun quickly pointed to a circled area. The sewer gave off a strong sense of a fateful encounter. If we go there, we might meet someone important. He didn't hesitate and agreed immediately, so that's the plan. Very quickly, the 4 of them reached the underground sewer in the Bitsu Bran district. It smelled terrible down there, and before they could go far, they were drawn by the sound of screams. Let me in, Perrin is desperately trying to explain. My teammates are in there, but those 2 don't even care. It's none of our business, so get lost, all right? He kept stubbornly trying to gather enough evidence. It was your guild that dragged him away. From a distance, Seung Hui and Dong Ho were sizing up Parkion. It seems someone got here before us. Judging by the outfit, he must be a time traveler. In the end, the plan he came up with in desperation turned out to be the best. This method is quite clever. Sneaking through quietly is the most effective way. They followed Seung Hui's footsteps, gliding past the crowd and ignoring the insults. You want to end up like a slave in the arena? Kid, keep walking. I'm not standing here taking this. When the space fell silent, they continued walking as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Parian caught sight of this scene and couldn't help but feel confused. He also noticed that strange look and turned around with a roar. Hey, who the hell are you guys? Ung Huin clicked his tongue with a hint of regret. They figured it out, thinking they were acting all natural. Looking at that wild look, he felt his blood boil. Whether they were discovered or not, they just walked right past us. Unexpectedly, Leah quickly struck with a kick. I'll go first. There are only 2 of them. Take care of them. Dong Ho looked a bit displeased at the scene. He said it as if we were the villains. He could only smile awkwardly and go along with it for the sake of fun. After all, we're uninvited guests here. At that moment, the girl beside him finally showed herself, saying, "Only two of them? Are you sure about that?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a series of dark shadows appeared simultaneously on the magic circles. Each Honun key had been summoned. They appear everywhere in the sewers. Even she was scared and jumped. "What are those things?" Zheng Hui calmly replied. "Low-level Homon Kai," but Leah was so panicked she misheard everything the old man said. Still, he patiently explained it. Homunko, the byproducts created when ancient alchemists failed in their attempts to create life. Are those alchemists? He rummaged through his jacket pocket while resting. These are not just ordinary Homun Ki. And just then, Seong Huin's gaze landed on two precious vials containing divine water. The Homun Kai let out a loud roar after receiving a few drops of the divine water. She took the chance to kick him. On this side, he started to be pushed back by Homon Ki. Dong Huan gritted his teeth and tried to hold his ground, but it was still very hard to resist. How are they this strong? In the chaos, he realized that homunculi had no mana, so they couldn't use skills, but their pure physical abilities were superior. They are stronger than most of A's inhabitants, and now they have been given divine water. The divine power must have greatly enhanced their regeneration and durability. After thinking it over, Seong Huin quickly gave the order. "Everyone, draw your determined weapons." But a word from Chan Hun cut him off. "No, leave this to me. Maybe just me." Seong Huin was a bit weary of that flashy, violent guy. Here he goes, putting on a show again. "Stop showing off and fall back. Alex the Alchemist is not like a sorcerer. They have a very high resistance to dark magic. Besides, you're facing dozens of Home Mooney radiating magical power. The odds are definitely stacked against you, Alex." However, he remained unfazed, determined to charge forward alone. Let's see. Cheon Hyun prepared a move before charging forward. Blood technique, blood lung. Mr. Alex is about to put on an amazing show. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward. Cheon Hun moved like the wind through the dark days. He suddenly sensed a surge of power behind him and immediately leaned to the side. Seung and his brother both widened their eyes in shock, while the disaster-causing guy gradually broke down. What the hell is going on? A blood mage punched through divine power without any backlash. How could that even be possible? Very quickly, the knife in his hand was covered in a large amount of red liquid. Standing among the crushed bodies, Chae-hun spoke coldly. Wondering why? You'll find out in 60 seconds. Leah stared in confusion at that vague attitude, while Super Eung Hyun remained calm, his cold face unchanged. Then he slowly questioned, "What nonsense are you talking about?" She also urged, "Stop rambling and just explain clearly." Hearing those questions, he scratched his head lightly, not knowing what to do. Then Cheon Hun immediately struck a confident pose and announced excitedly, "The answer is simple. I have never used dark magic." Hearing that, Leah and Seung Hui paled slightly, sweat breaking out, and she exclaimed, "What?" Then Cheon Hun reached out and clearly explained every detail. "Blood mages like us lose blood and use dark magic power every time we cast a spell. Even among dark sorcerers, this is the hardest system to master, and he's thrilled about it. But right before the fight with Simulas, I just got a truly phantom skill. This is how pure blood magic works. When activated, you enter a state of asceticism for a certain period of time. The asceticism effect locks dark magic power. And skills only cost health to use. All stats increase by 1.5 times, immune to holy damage. The two opponents turned pale upon hearing this. The man exclaimed in surprise. Immune to holy damage, huh? And the woman standing beside him was also shocked, saying, "It even has an overpowered skill like this?" Then immediately Cheon Hun rushed forward with his sword to finish off the target in front of him, summing it up as wiping out all the annoying penalties of the blood mage in a short time. He swung his sword hard down onto the monster below, then quietly marveled, "This is exactly like a super awakened mode." At the spot where the blade struck, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth, and then countless sharp red spider lily petals shot out from the monster's body toward those behind it. Red spider lilies pierced the two behind, causing them to scream in pain. Seeing this, Leah couldn't help but be amazed. Alex is really strong. Meanwhile, Seung Hoon stands calmly, assessing the situation. Normally, the blood mage's skills deal massive damage, but the penalties are excruciating. Watching On Hun frantically wipe out the monsters, he quietly marveled. But now all those penalties are gone. No wonder, this guy is exactly like a game-breaking monster, way too strong. Dong Ho suddenly jumped out from somewhere, excitedly shouting, "Cheon-hun, you're really amazing, but completely unaware that the petals were closing in right on your face." Immediately, the petals shot straight into the wall behind, nearly hitting him, but luckily he dodged just in time. Dongho's eyes widened in shock, his face turned pale, and his whole body froze, unable to move. Then he frantically shouted in despair, "Why am I caught up in this mess too, damn it?" That was dangerously close. Seeing that, he calmly turned his head and said, "Aha, I forgot to mention." Then Hun bowed his head sheepishly and admitted, "This move is really good, but it has a small weakness. After 1 minute, you'll completely lose control of your body." Hearing this, Laya and Seung Hui, standing from afar, suddenly froze. He quietly exclaimed, "What now?" as Hun thrust the sword forcefully into the ground. Instantly, a fierce burst of power spread everywhere. He calmly warned, "You better dodge on your own. I can't take the hit." Seeing this, Pyeon, Dongho, Seung Hui, and Leah all stared in shock. Seung Hui was about to speak up to stop him. Chon-hun had unleashed a wild, violent power that sent rocks flying everywhere. Seung-hun had to brace himself to avoid being blown away, screaming madly like a lunatic. Then he completely lost control, moving erratically. Leah shouted in panic, "He's gone mad!" He darkened his face and spoke angrily. That crazy guy finally managed to do something worthwhile. She shouted anxiously, "Run quickly, now just focus on escaping." Then Seung Hui, Leah, and Pyeon hurriedly fled, but he still turned around sharply. "That annoying troublemaker who keeps ruining the game," she angrily warned. "You idiot! Stay away from us until that move is over, got it?" Seeing all three run away, Dong shouted in panic, "Huh? Wait, what about me?" Seeing no one looking back, he helplessly cried out pitifully to them. After a while, the three finally escaped. Leah was exhausted and sighed, almost dead. Bayun collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, pale, and looking miserable. "Why did you invite that guy into the squad?" Seung Huin said calmly from the side, "At least you're still alive." After calming down, he stood up straight and introduced himself, clearly recognizing that the others were also time travelers. "I am Pyeon." He immediately asked, "You said you're looking for teammates, right?" He then recounted the whole story in a low voice. "Her name is Simpson. She got involved with a criminal gang and was sent here as a slave to fight in this arena." Leah smiled brightly, eagerly pulling Pyeon to join the group. "Perfect timing. We're about to tear this arena apart anyway. Let's form a crew, brothers from the same hometown." Seung-hun immediately knocked on her head and said sternly, "Who gave you permission to recruit people?" "I'm the boss here," Leah protested. "Come on, you were planning to wreck this place anyway," he replied calmly. "Well, that's true." Fragments of recent memories flashed through Pyeon's mind. The events that just happened, the sudden intrusion, the raging fury, and this unexpected betrayal. He muttered, "Should I really trust these guys? That thought keeps nagging me, but can I really believe them?" The scene shifts to the arena. The underground bone-crushing arena is packed with people, their cheers echoing throughout the stands. Two men are fiercely clashing on the arena floor. The orange-haired one is drenched in sweat, teeth clenched, his whole body emitting a faint energy. In the stands, the silver-haired man cheers wildly. Kill him now." And the orange-haired woman beside him agreed. "I've put my entire fortune on this match." On the arena floor, the punk had the upper hand. The orange-haired guy was slashed across the body by his sword. As soon as the orange-haired man fell, cheers erupted from the stands. Drake coldly ordered, "Clean them up." The subordinate immediately obeyed the order. "Yes, Thuong Nhai." He stood with his arms crossed and said calmly, "The tailor is here today, so hurry up and deal with them, Doctor, the head of the Frost Dog Gang." Then Draves spread his arms wide and excitedly declared, "Thank you all for waiting." He enthusiastically introduced, "The next fighters are the ones everyone has been waiting for." As the bloodthirsty twins finished speaking, two giant stuffed bears jumped down from above, landing hard on the floor with a loud bang, sending up a cloud of dust that startled the crowd around them. A ferret and a rabbit appeared through the smoke, striking an incredibly cool and adorable pose. Doctor stared blankly at the two before him. Then the man with green hair spoke up, breaking the silence. "Bloodthirsty. What on earth is that?" The green-haired lady standing beside him covered her mouth and giggled. "They're so adorable, and he's still clueless. What's this talk about bloodlust?" The rabbit suddenly turned back to glare at the subordinate supporting the defeated man. Sensing that gaze, he instinctively looked up. Before he could understand what was happening, the rabbit threw a punch straight to his face, then rammed him hard with its head, sending him flying. Dress turned pale and shouted, "What the hell is that? Who are these guys?" He immediately pointed and ordered his subordinates, "They're under attack! Catch them quickly!" The rabbit immediately turned around and quickly cast a spell. the clone technique, instantly creating 2 more copies, startling them into freezing in place. Then, each rabbit charged at Drake's men without mercy, making them scream in agony. The ferret beside them was no less fierce, striking relentlessly until the enemies fell to the ground. After the fight, the ferret suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. It collapsed, helplessly sighing. Why did they dare make me wear such a humiliating outfit? If I had known, I wouldn't have trusted you. The rabbit replied calmly, if you don't like it, then go show your face in front of the nobles. Seeing his subordinates all fallen, Doctor angrily shouted, you idiots, if you can't handle it, use that thing right away. As soon as he finished speaking, a black wolf suddenly approached him and spoke coldly. I wonder what that thing is. I'm starting to get curious. Immediately, the wolf grabbed Drake, lifted him up, and slammed him hard against the wall. The impact cracked the wall wide open. He spoke calmly. So, you are the leader here, Bish? Then Xunghun removed the wolf mask, flashed a dangerous smile, and coldly asked, who are you?
Where's the tailor you just mentioned? Dress asked through gritted teeth in pain. Who exactly are you guys?
Seung-Hwin didn't bother to answer but punched him hard in the chest, making him cough up blood, then coldly asked, answer me first, who exactly is the tailor you mentioned? Dra stubbornly refused to reply, then suddenly opened his mouth to reveal a hidden pill and flashed a sly smile. You think I have the time to spill everything to an intruder like you? Then Drap bit down hard on the pill without hesitation, and his whole body erupted with a furious power that threw him off the beam. Brother Z slumped to the ground, holding his head to steady himself, a sudden doubt crossing his mind. Could that light, that power, have been condensed from the miraculous water? Dress seized the moment, sprang up, charged forward, and quickly ordered his subordinates. Those intruders are very strong. Everyone, quickly take the pills. They immediately followed, swallowing the pills without hesitation. One of them even shouted gleefully, you damn beast-clothed freaks having fun all this time, huh? As soon as they finished, their bodies erupted with fierce power, their eyes glowing red, full of murderous intent. Seeing that, the rabbit and the ferret paused for a moment. The ferret cautiously said, looks like we've found a weakness. As fast as lightning, they rushed to attack both of them, crushing them. The arena instantly echoed with continuous explosions and clashing sounds. In the stands, the chaotic crowd scattered in panic. A pale man shouted, this place is too dangerous. Get out of here quickly. But some still lingered, reluctant to leave their belongings behind. What about our money? The other person panicked and said, I'll come back to get it later. Leah in the rabbit outfit was surrounded on all sides and had to constantly dodge attacks, then angrily shouted, so annoying. She muttered impatiently, oh God, everyone's panicking, and then summoned her weapon, a steadfast wrist sword. Immediately after, Laya began to counterattack, her body gliding lightly through the air, walking on air. She swooped down, launching a relentless assault that made her opponents scream loudly. So impressive. Watching that, Peon in the brown ferret outfit silently admired them. Truly amazing. They weren't hurt at all. They're all time travelers, but their skill levels are worlds apart. The battle grew more intense, with neither side willing to back down. Drake and Seung-Hui fought fiercely, evenly matched, but suddenly he froze, feeling dizzy and grimacing in discomfort. What's going on? I'm feeling dizzy. Moreover, Dra wondered why they hadn't been hurt at all during the fight. He calmly replied, our group is like a special unit that deals with fraudulent cults. We have a high immunity to divine power. Just then, the system notified that the black bone dagger's durability had dropped to 0 and the weapon was destroyed. Seung-Hui smirked and asked, feeling a bit dizzy, right? That question startled him. Dress seemed to realize something and quickly turned to look at his subordinate. The dragon seems uneasy. What's wrong? Don't tell me everyone's affected. And sure enough, they all staggered, their faces pale. The moment they weakened, Leah and Parian immediately seized the opportunity to charge forward. She shouted, here's the opening! In the blink of an eye, all of his subordinates were taken down. Seeing that, Drake broke out in a cold sweat, eyes wide with horror. Damn it, he shouted at Xunghun. What have you done to us? He remained silent about his abilities. Insane. Targets who touch the aura will have their spirit drained. Currently, there are 3 exceptional targets. Seung-Hui sneered provocatively. You think I'll just obediently reveal it? Then he lowered his center of gravity into a fighting stance. Immediately, Seung-Hui charged forward with a relentless attack. Drake had to brace himself to defend. Despite his best efforts, he was losing ground, cold sweat pouring down, panic rising in his mind. At this rate, he was going to die. As the sword was about to pierce his neck, Drake shouted loudly, summoning the White Abyss. Immediately, a blazing golden light erupted, engulfing them both in that dazzling glow. He paused, his eyes briefly showing surprise. Laya gasped, "Hey, what is that?" Bayan beside him was also stunned. After that, the elder brother was teleported to a room where he looked around and silently analyzed. Bakvuk has a skill that turns everything around into pure white, except the target. He must have poured all his advanced spiritual power into this move. It's truly a pure white shadow zone. She suddenly screamed, clutching her head in panic. What is this? Everything has turned completely white. I can't even see my own body anymore. Seeing that, Seung-Huin immediately told this bunny ears to be quiet for a bit, but Leah still tried to speak. Listen, you're the only thing I can see right now. Gon next to him interrupted with a comment. That sounded like a romantic confession or something. Seung-Huin immediately reminded them, saying they probably only saw her, so don't suddenly reveal your position like that. No sooner had he finished speaking than a rock suddenly fell on his head. He reacted extremely fast, immediately blocking the sneak attack. Dress laughed with satisfaction and praised, "Not bad instincts." Then he shrugged slightly, showing regret. However, right after that, Seung-Hui was repeatedly slashed by Draw's power, and he sneered mockingly. "You can't block all my attacks at once either." He was starting to lose patience. Seung-Hui frowned in discomfort, thinking that each punch now felt much weaker, but this situation was really troublesome. At times like this, he immediately activated his ability and used his observational skill. The target is an adult male, about 1.8 meters tall. Drake's figure immediately appeared clearly before Seung-Hui. His position was completely exposed, but he suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. Before he could react, Dra had already severed one of Seung-Hui's arms. He clutched his severed arm, a question rising in his mind. His observational skills were instantly disabled. Is it because that Bakvuk keeps wiping everything around? He stepped behind Seung-Huin, his tone full of sarcasm. It looks like the situation has reversed. You have no way to see me. It's all talk. Drake immediately grabbed his sword and charged straight at him, decisively declaring the battle over. But Seung-Huin calmly replied, "Is it over? Who exactly is it?" A red liquid suddenly appeared at his feet. Drake lowered his head, his pupils widening in shock. He stood frozen, staring at the red liquid wrapping tightly around his legs. What is that? There's clearly nothing else but his body. Dra looked up at him and noticed his severed arm leaking that red liquid. Ung-Huin slowly turned his head and calmly said, "Now I know exactly where you are." The miracle of the monstrous tumor. Dra panicked and shouted loudly, the sound echoing throughout the room. In an instant, he dashed forward, stabbing straight into the man. Cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, everything shattered and then instantly restored to the original space. Finally, Se Ung-Huin calmly said, "Got you?" In the blink of an eye, Doctor's entire body was being slowly consumed by it. He opened his eyes wide in panic and screamed. "What the hell is that?" He stood tall and asked in a gruff voice. "Now do you want it to talk?" Drake shouted, unable to bear the pain. "I will talk." While Brother Shung was slowly shedding his beastly guise, he begged desperately, "I will confess everything. Please stop this." After a while, his sweat-drenched face appeared. Some only spoke up after taking a beating. The hand reached out for the elixir bottle amid the struggle. Draves spoke slowly as he recounted. "The craftsman, a broker, supplied us with the feeding elixir. I'm sure we weren't their only customers. They definitely have other arenas as well." Hearing this, Seung-Hui immediately asked in curiosity, "Feeding elixir, isn't that the divine potion?" Nidarex hesitated and said that was just a brand name for distribution, not the real name. He went on to explain further that there were two conditions in the deal. All arena fighters must take the feed-in elixir. All the corpses of fighters who have died in battle must be handed over. Piecing those words together, he fell silent, pondering in his mind. If they were collecting the bodies, then the fragments of light we found in the members of the Dagon Light and Simul's guilds must be the real target. Seeing Dress struggling with that pile of slime, Seung-Hui asked again, "So what's the name of that tailor?" He frowned upon hearing Dress's answer. "If you're begging, then you're the one begging." Seung-Hui glanced back quietly. Leah showed a clear look of deep thought, both sharing the same unspoken thought. If it was a request, Dra desperately pleaded, feeling like he was about to be swallowed whole. "That's all I know. Now you're going to let me live, right?" Chung-Huin suddenly smirked. "That's strange." His next words made Doctor's eyes widen in astonishment. "The deal is, you reveal the information and I will stop the mutation process." "Did I ever say I would let you live?" He shouted in panic. "What?" Kung-Huin lowered his head and squinted with a smile. "You still have to pay for your crimes. You've killed many people. The moment the words ended, Drake's eyes showed extreme panic. Wait, please spare my life. A few seconds later, Dra was unconscious. Afterwards, Seung-Hoon brought out a bunch of keys and said there must be a prison inside the fighter's entrance. Sim-Seon must be there too. Payeon immediately nodded in agreement. Hearing that, Leah was a bit puzzled. After all, if it's a request, then it must be that guy, right? The guy in the hanbok is always overacting. Eung-Hwin's car cast a tired glance, and even though I've never met him in person, it has to be him. The tip of the scissors slid across the floor, creating friction as his voice continued to echo. One of the top 10 space travelers currently on the AO continent, Jun's proud silhouette walked slowly. The tailor bowed on the other side. Cheon-Hui cheered happily. So great. Standing among the fallen sources, he anxiously asked, "Kim, are you still alive?" Dong-Hao replied wearily, "For now." Hearing this, Cheon-On-Huin immediately turned away. A traitor. "You all abandoned Kim when he was in danger," Dong-Ho replied resentfully. "He's in danger because of that kid." Suddenly, Cheon-Huin put on a mysterious expression and brushed off those trivial matters. Anyway, now we gather together and Dong-Hwan looks around, sighing that this place is completely ruined. Then Run steps forward and sneers, "What can a bunch of locals do to fight against a group of space travelers?" Dong-Hoing anxiously asked someone. In contrast, the brother replied with little surprise that he didn't know. But with that attitude, he sounded like someone familiar from back home. Suddenly his face showed surprise as if he saw something. Then he nervously asked in a sarcastic tone, "Already forgotten my voice?" He arrogantly continued, "Long time no see." Both of them. Seeing the familiar face in front of him, Dong-Ho happily exclaimed, "Long time no see." Du smiled warmly, placed his hand on his chest to introduce himself, still as bad at remembering names as ever. "Please be careful." This name made Dong-Ho so excited that he couldn't help but shout, "That's right, that's right. Rujin Cho-Hyun is the one, the hunting dog who used to chase our old group." Suddenly he froze, his eyes wide with surprise. In front of Dong-Ho was Cheon-On-Hui's fierce face. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was holding a weapon glowing with red energy and shouting, "You shameless bastard!" After that, Cheon-Hui charged straight at Jujin and warned, "I'll kill you!" In response to his aggression, Dune calmly pointed his finger. That greeting was a bit rude. Then he raised his index finger and the red energy around Che-Hui suddenly froze. The next moment they were tightly wrapped around him. Shouts of curses rang out. Bastard. Dong-Ho would be confused and shout at the sight. "Wait, what's wrong with you two? Don't fight, just talk it out." Du calmly brushed past the person shielding Huin. Honestly, I was a bit surprised. His eyes narrowed as he continued with disdain. "Of course for Hyon, but I didn't think you were still breathing." A cold, trembling voice echoed, "Why are you still alive?" Surprising Dong-Ho. Before he could finish speaking, Du-Jun had already teleported close to him. After a moment, he took Ju-Jun's cut without reacting. He blinked lightly and said again, "I was the one who killed you first back then." Dong-Ho widened his eyes and cried out in pain. Seeing this, Cheon-Huin angrily shouted, "You bastard!" Then he used all his strength to break the binding ropes. Cheon-Huin immediately swung his sword fiercely toward Dune. Cheon clenched his teeth and shouted in fury, "That bastard has targeted Mr. Kim twice already." He was filled with deep regret. "We should never have teamed up with a lunatic like you." But Ju-Jun just ignored it. In his mind, old images of himself and Huey appeared. Then June put on a fake expression and said, "It hurts, but I still feel nostalgic when I think about those days." That's all for this video. Please like it so Gao can make more great series for you. Thank you and goodbye everyone.